Chapter 1. A Journey to Douluo Continent. A sense of dizziness enveloped him. The infant gradually opened his eyes, pondering, where am I? Wasn't I at home, reading a web novel? This place was utterly unfamiliar. As he grappled with his bewilderment and attempted to rise, he realized he had transformed into a mere baby, his attempts at speech devolving into incoherent babble. The boy mused, what on earth? Have I truly traversed realms? And into the body of a child, no less? Where have I ended up? Surely, there must be some sort of system accompanying this predicament. Yet here I am, stranded in desolate wilderness, devoid of any company. Is this how the heavens conspire against me? Lost in these thoughts, he began to wail softly. While he was on the brink of despair, a voice, rich with maturity, resonated nearby. What is that sound? Did you hear it? In the distance, a middle-aged man with white hair sat in a carriage, peering out the window and inquiring of the coachman regarding the sound of crying. It appears to be the cry of a child, my lord, the coachman replied, having also heard the distressing sound. Stop the carriage, we must investigate. Very well. Once the carriage was halted, the white-haired gentleman followed the sound, discovering an infant swaddled in cloth beneath a century-old demon-eye tree, weeping. The boy thought, someone is approaching. The heavens have not forsaken me. But why do I still hear crying? I am not crying, I am laughing. I am filled with joy. Your Excellency, it is a child, seemingly abandoned, remarked the white-haired gentleman, known as Qianmo, the current elder of the Spear Hall, a 99th level limit angel Douluo. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, framing a delicate visage free of impurities. His eyes, bright and penetrating, bore a maturity that contrasted with his youthful appearance. Clad in a platinum robe, he exuded an ethereal aura. What a handsome man, the infant thought to himself. Could you take me in? I promise to be obedient and well-behaved. I shall ensure your comfort in your twilight years. I only wish not to be abandoned. Yet, to Qianmo, all he could hear was the baby's plaintive wails. The boy lamented, oh no, this is dire. Wait, perhaps if I strike a cute pose and raise my arms, I can elicit some sympathy. Otherwise, I may face a grim fate. Here goes nothing. With that, he raised his arms in a plea for affection. This child is remarkably unafraid. Others would flee at the sight of me, yet this little one. He seems to share a unique bond with you, my lord. I find him quite endearing. Let us bring him back to the Spear Hall. I have no wife, no children. He may as well be my son. Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring a son, said the coachman, immediately kneeling in reverence. Enough with the flattery, let us return to the hall, Qianmo said, cradling his newfound son as he made his way back to the carriage, his spirits soaring. He, too, had become a father, albeit not by blood. As he walked, he conversed with the coachman. The coachman cautioned, my lord, but what of the situation in Tiando? Returning to the hall, I have my own plans, Qianmo said softly while playfully toying with the child in his arms. Let us name you Qianyuhan. As my son, I shall strive to nurture you into the finest. Though your martial soul remains a mystery, if it shows potential, I will train you to become an unparalleled soul master. If your martial soul proves inadequate, we shall turn to politics and strengthen the martial soul hall. Qianyuhan pondered, martial soul hall? Have I traversed to the Douluo continent and joined the martial soul hall? How exhilarating! Qianyuhan babbled happily, flashing a silly grin at Qianmo. Qianmo soon brought Qianyuhan back to the martial soul hall, and shortly thereafter proclaimed the child's existence and identity as the son of Qianmo, the 99th level limit. Douluo, an elder of the martial soul hall, delighted by fatherhood, Qianmo embraced the role of a doting father, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the caretaker with the milk bottle so he could feed Qianyuhan. Initially, the denizens of the martial soul hall were taken aback, unable to fathom that the once mighty Qianmo had taken on the role of a caregiver. The very thought seemed inconceivable. Yet, as time passed, their astonishment faded into acceptance that, in the blink of an eye, 8 years had flown by. The once swaddled infant had blossomed into a vibrant young lad. At the tender age of 4, he tugged at Qianmo's sleeve, eager for his father to teach him martial arts. Qianmo, filled with pride for his son, believed he would undoubtedly become an exceptional soul master, and thus commenced rigorous training. Today marked the day Qianyuhan was to awaken his martial soul. Now 8 years old, Qianmo had designated the day they met as his son's birthday. Every child on the Douluo continent would awaken their martial soul at the martial soul hall upon turning 8. Yuhan, do you have confidence in awakening a formidable martial soul? Qianmo gently inquired as he led Qianyuhan toward the awakening platform. Upon hearing this, Qianyuhan released his father's hand, assumed a horse stance, and playfully threw 2 punches at Qianmo, declaring, of course, Dad, just look at my punches. Brimming with confidence, The small fists landed harmlessly on Qian Mo, akin to a tickle, yet he feigned great discomfort. Good lad. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul Part 1. Qian Yuhan was gently guided by Qian Mo toward the awakening platform. Upon the platform stood a man clad in purple, holding a crystal ball. Turning to see Qian Mo and Qian Yuhan approach, he quickly knelt on one knee, offering a respectful greeting. I pay my respects to your highness, the angel. He then turned to Qian Yuhan, saying, Greetings, little Yuhan. Qian Yuhan nodded, responding, Hello, uncle. Having spent most of his time in the Elder Hall of the Martial Soul Hall, he had only encountered his father and a few elders, and meeting this unfamiliar yet warm uncle made him feel a tad bashful. Noticing Qian Yuhan's shyness, Qian Mo smiled and addressed the kneeling man. Come now, Xiao Hui, today my son's martial soul awakening is in your capable hands. Your highness, I shall do my utmost, the man replied, bowing respectfully before turning to Qian Yu and Y Yuhan. First drink this cleansing elixir. What is the cleansing elixir? The cleansing liquid may be regarded as a precious elixir. Once consumed, it flows through your bloodstream, purging and cleansing the meridians, thereby assisting in your subsequent awakening and alleviating stress. Upon hearing Xiao Hu's explanation, Qian Yuhan took the cleansing liquid from his hands, uncapped the bottle, and drank it in one gulp. As the elixir entered his system, Qian Yuhan felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being. His limbs seemed to be embraced by a gentle force, and black substances began to ooze from his skin. This dark material, extracted from his body, dissipated into the air. A radiant white light emanated from Qian Yuhan, lasting for about half an hour before gradually fading. As he slowly opened his eyes, Qian Yuhan remarked, I feel significantly more at ease now. The soreness that plagued me after practicing with the seventh worshipper, Tin Y Douluo, has nearly vanished. The flow of my soul power feels remarkably smoother. Yuhan, let us commence. Please place your hand on the crystal orb, Xiao Hui instructed. Following his guidance, Qian Yuhan gently placed his hand upon the crystal orb. Very well. Now slowly channel your soul power into the orb, Xiao Hui directed. Qian Yuhan circulated his soul power throughout his body before gradually transmitting it through his palm into the crystal orb. The reason for allowing his soul power to circulate fully before infusing it was simple. After consuming the cleansing liquid, he had experienced an exquisite sensation as his soul power flowed through him, and he wished to relish that feeling once more. As he channeled his soul power, the crystal orb began to emit a soft, shimmering light, which gradually intensified. Witnessing this transformation, Xiao Hui felt a surge of joy. The presence of light, growing stronger, was a clear indication that it was not a wasted martial soul. It was evident that Qian Mo's son was exceptional. Qian Yuhan had been taken in by Qian Mo, a fact known to very few within the martial soul hall. Only Qian Mo, 6 venerable worshippers, the original coachman, and a handful of attendants were aware. They had all been instructed by Qian Mo to keep this secret, and no one dared to defy such orders. Even Xiao Hui remained oblivious. The circumstances leading to Qian Mo finding Qian Yuhan were serendipitous. He had planned to attend to some affairs in Tiandou, and, out of nostalgia, decided to travel by carriage after such a long time. Otherwise, he would never have encountered Qian Yuhan. The brilliance continued to grow, while Qian Yuhan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the resonance of his martial soul. Unconsciously, he extended his left hand, and as the light intensified, he gradually opened it, revealing a luminous orb. What is this? Xiao Hui gazed intently at the light orb in Qian Yuhan's left hand. It's merely a ball of light. This does not signify a strong martial soul. He commented, Silence. Must you always speak so much? Qian Mo frowned at Xiao Hu's remarks, clearly displeased. Yais, I apologize for my imprudent words. Your Highness, Xiao Hui stammered, sensing the shift in Qian Mo's demeanor and hastily offering his apology. Qian Mo disregarded him, his gaze fixed intently upon Qian Yuhan. What is happening? Why does my martial soul? Xiao Hui murmured. What has happened to your martial spirit? In the grand hall, only 3 individuals were present, and aside from Xiao Hui, none spoke a word. Qian Mo naturally heard Xiao Hui muttering something. Your Highness, my martial spirit has trembled, as if it senses something to fear, Xiao Hui explained. Your martial spirit is the Azure Dragon Sword. What could possibly instill fear in it? Qian Mo queried, puzzled. Qian Mo was genuinely bewildered. For Xiao Hu's Azure Dragon Sword was a top-tier martial spirit, its power rivaling even the Hao Ian Hammer. He was the one who awakened Xiao Hu's martial spirit, and he had closely followed Xiao Hu's growth. Reaching the title Douluo realm at the age of 60 was indeed a commendable talent. Although his strength had stagnated at level 96, he was still capable of contending with peak Douluos and could ensure his safety against those wielding top-tier martial spirits. Qian Mo himself had not released his martial spirit. His six-winged angel martial spirit was divine grade, capable of exerting suppression over the Azure Dragon Sword. However, since he had chosen not to unleash it, there was only one possibility. It was Qian Yuhan's martial spirit that was suppressing Xiao Hu's Azure Dragon Sword. Then, does it mean that your highness is? Xiao Hui began, casting a glance at Qian Yuhan. Qian Mo nodded in affirmation that it can only be that Xiao Han's martial spirit has exerted its suppression over your Azure Dragon Sword. But your highness, isn't Yuhan's martial spirit merely a mass of light? How could it? Qian Mo's expression darkened. Must it necessarily be just a mass of light? Why are you so enamored with that light? Silence and observe. With Qian Mo's reprimand, Xiao Hui ceased his chatter. The pressure exerted by Qian Yuhan upon the Azure Dragon Sword only intensified, and even Qian Mo's six-winged angel martial spirit exhibited a slight tremor. At that moment, the orb of light in Qian Yuhan's left hand was rapidly coalescing, its radiance growing ever more brilliant, illuminating the entire awakening hall with residual light streaming through the doors and windows. The brilliance swelled, becoming increasingly overwhelming. Qian Mo and Xiao Hui, positioned closest, were compelled to shield their eyes with their hands. The Hall of Worship and the Awakening Hall were situated atop the Martial Spirit Mountain, with only the Pope's Hall at its base. The Martial Spirit Hall was located within Martial Spirit City. Even the residents of Martial Spirit City could see a luminous orb atop the mountain. This extraordinary phenomenon also drew the attention of other worshippers and elders who were in tranquil meditation. They sensed the unusual activity emanating from the Awakening Hall and promptly teleported there. The orb of light in Qian Yuhan's hand gradually dissipated, revealing a platinum sword in her left hand, exuding a divine aura, with subtle runes encircling its blade. You have all arrived, Qian Mo said, facing away from the gathered worshippers and elders, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze fixed upon Qian Yuhan. Greetings, great worshipper. Salutations, Judgment Elder. The elders and worshippers each paid their respects to Qian Mo in the worship hall. He held the title of Great Worshipper, while in the Elders' Hall, he was known as the Judgment Elder. Few individuals held such dual roles across different halls. He was, in fact, the only one. Greetings, Your Holiness. Xiao Hui is indeed the contemporary Pope of the Spirit Hall. The identity of the young master of Qian Yuhan was appointed by him as the Pope. His profound respect for Qian Yuhan stems entirely from the fact that he is the son of Qian Mo, who could be considered his mentor, providing the most guidance during his cultivation. Given that Qian Mo is his teacher, Xiao Hui holds Qian Yuhan in the highest regard. Your Majesty, look at the sword in Yuhan's hand, Xiao Hui exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their gaze towards Qian Yuhan. What is this? Chapter 3. Awakening of the Spirit Part 2. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. After the initial shock, the great hall fell into profound silence. Before them, the light sword in Qian Yuhan's hand suddenly enlarged, its blade stretching to approximately 80 centimeters, hovering in the air and pointing at the spectators. I am named Radiance. For over 1,000 years, I have traversed the Douluo continent by the side of my master, the God of Light, and have ascended to the position of the divine sword bestowed with the title of God. Thus, the people of this world call me the divine sword of radiance. Now that this child has awakened me as his martial spirit, I shall assist him in achieving greatness, restoring everlasting light. The majestic and sacred voice resounded throughout the hall, reverberating within the hearts of all present. The sheer power compelled them to bow in reverence. It was the power of the divine, the true strength of a deity. At that moment, both Qian Mo and Xiao Hui understood why the Qinglong sword trembled with fear. This martial spirit was indeed a true divine-level weapon and was intricately connected to the God of Light. As the leader among them, Qian Mo quickly suppressed his shock and addressed the gathered assembly. In the name of the Elder of the Spirit Hall and the Grand Offering, I hereby declare that this matter is a top-tier secret of the Spirit Hall. No one is permitted to divulge a single detail, and should anyone be found doing so, I shall deliver judgment. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. They were filled with awe and exhilaration. Such a prodigy could not help but bring joy to the members of the Spirit Hall. Qian Yuhan's future was boundless, destined to become a paragon, standing atop the realm of soul. Masters, suddenly, the hall trembled, and a crimson aura surged towards Qian Yuhan on the awakening platform. Yuhan. Qian Mo sensed the impending danger and rushed towards him. Just as he was about to reach Qian Yuhan, the latter's eyes flew open, revealing blood-red irises that exuded a chilling aura of slaughter. while a blood-red barrier emanated from him, blocking Qianmo's advance. What is happening? What has happened to the young master? Young master, what is wrong with him? The crowd murmured in confusion, their hearts a tumult of emotions. They were both concerned for Qian Yuhan's well-being and astonished that he could repel the grand offering. Qianmo, the last person who managed to do so, was from the Haoyan sect, and now another had emerged. Within the crimson barrier, Qian Yuhan surveyed them with his blood-red eyes, scanning the room before closing them again. With his right hand raised, a blood-red long sword materialized in his grasp. The sword's hilt was black and red, and between the hilt and the blade, a tightly closed eye was encircled by black-red spikes. The blade bore golden runes, its body a striking silvered combination, evoking the sensation of divine judgment. A twin martial spirit. The crowd gasped once more in astonishment. My name is the Azura Demon's Sword, and from the day of my master's birth, I have aided him in governing the divine realm. Now, under the command of my master, the Azura God, I am here to assist Qian Yuhan in his growth. I am aware of your connection with him. There is no need for alarm. I shall not bring him harm, and I kindly request that you keep my existence a secret from him, as well as refrain from bestowing any soul rings upon me. Focus solely on cultivating the light, divine, sword martial spirit. I remain concealed within his body, and when he calls upon my power, I shall guide him to fulfill the mission entrusted to me by the Azura God. Remember, confidentiality is paramount, though, not forget. The voice faded. The blood-red aura of slaughter that had enveloped the great hall returned to Qian Yuhan's body. The crowd was still reeling from the shock. Even the mighty Qian Mo stood there, frozen in disbelief. Why is everyone just standing there? What happened? Surely I haven't awakened a worthless martial spirit, and now you're all deliberating how to sell me off? As Qian Yuhan opened his eyes once more, they transformed into his distinctive sapphire blue, and he teased the bewildered onlookers. The crowd finally came back to their senses. Qian Mo directly flashed to Qian Yuhan's side, carefully checking every part of Qian Yuhan's body, with worry evident in his eyes. Dad, what's wrong with you? Qian Yuhan looked at his father's unusual state with confusion. To him, Qian Mo had always been composed and steady, but now he seemed anxious and flustered. It's nothing, son. How are you feeling? Hearing Qian Yuhan's question, Qian Mo realized he had lost his composure and quickly changed the subject. I'm good. I think I just had a dream, Qian Yuhan replied. A dream? Yes. A silver-white sword spoke to me. It said its power is sealed by the world's laws, and I can only use its full power when I break through the limits of this world. It encouraged me to work hard on my cultivation. It also said my physical condition has improved a lot, and the absorption age of my soul rings can be increased appropriately. The absorption age of soul rings can be increased, although Qian Mo knew that the age of soul rings could be increased, as his own soul rings had a ratio of 6 black and 3 red because he received the Angel Red Level 8 exam reward from the Spirit Hall. He couldn't understand that his son could absorb a soul ring at a higher level on his first attempt. However, he chose to trust his son. He patted Qian Yuhan's head and said, "Good son, when you need your first soul ring, we'll go to Star Do to hunt for it. For now, let's test your soul power." Okay. Qian Yuhan once again placed his hand on the crystal ball, channeling his soul power into it. The numbers displayed on the crystal ball were rising. 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Innate full soul power. Wow, level 10, Dad. I'm level 10. Seeing the display show level 10, Qian Yuhan realized he had innate full soul power and happily shouted towards Qian Mo. However, the reactions of the others, except for Qian Yuhan, were not as excited. Instead, they showed a sense of expectation. Qian Mo nodded at Qian Yuhan and said, "Good. As expected of my son, but you can do even better." Qian Yuhan. Dad, what does that mean? Put your hand on this crystal ball. That one has a maximum level of 10, while this one is 20. Give it a try, Qian Mo said. And a crystal ball that looked exactly like the previous one appeared out of thin air, beckoning Qian Yuhan to come over. Place your hand on it. The number quickly rose to 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17. Could it be another one? I think it's very likely. The Great Offering has a divine level martial soul, and so does the young master. They should be quite similar. 18, the number slowly rose to 18 and kept climbing. 19, 19, it's promising, it's promising. Everyone held their breath, all gazing at the soul power crystal ball. 1 minute later, the entire crystal ball turned golden yellow, and then a beam of light shot into the sky. 20, innate full soul power, level 20. Another innate full soul power, level 20. The hope for angel inheritance is alive. Watching the rise of the level 20 soul power light column, Qian Mo sighed. He was both happy and anxious. Happy that his son was the next person after him to have innate soul power level 20, anxious about whether to let Qian Yuhan undergo the angel assessment. However, his martial soul is the bright divine sword, and having divine light power would surely have a significant impact on the angel assessment. Forget it, it's still early. Chapter 4. If you are the young master, I am still the angel Douluo. After the awakening ceremony was completed, the high-ranking officials of the spirit hall dispersed. Qian Mo instructed them that, aside from Qian Yuhan's first martial soul being allowed to be disclosed, the innate soul power should be publicly declared as level 10, while everything else was to be regarded as top secret and not to be shared. Qian Yuhan knows that he is a level 20 innate full soul power, with his first martial soul being the bright divine sword, but he is completely unaware of his second martial soul and has not sensed its existence. Qian Mo advised him to be low-key and humble when outside, as being low-key and modest in doing things can reduce a lot of trouble. He should not easily reveal the name of his martial soul to others, and it's sufficient to say that his innate soul power is level 10. Qian Yuhan has always been obedient, and he follows Qian Mo's words without question. "Dad, can you take me for a stroll in Spirit City?" he said as he walked to Qian Mo's side, shaking his hand playfully to act cute. He knows that his father is very fond of this tactic, and always works. "All right, as you wish." "Oh yeah, shall we set off now? Let's go." Since Qian Mo had such a son, he felt fulfilled every day, experiencing a happiness and satisfaction he had never felt in his 100 years of life over these 8 years. Every time he came out of the training room, he went from surprise to expectation. When he woke up from training, a porcelain doll-like child would run to him asking for a hug. That feeling was indescribable. The market in Wuhuan City is quite famous in Douluo continent, comparable to the Lantern Festival in Yelin City. Once he entered the market, Qian Yuhan happily ran around. "Dad, I want this," Qian Yuhan said, pointing at a gold bracelet. "Okay, let's buy it," Qian Mo replied with a smile. "Sir, what are you interested in?" The shopkeeper, seeing a lavishly dressed middle-aged man leading a child into the store, immediately knew he was a wealthy young master taking his child shopping. "How much is this bracelet?" Qian Mo asked. Few people had seen Qian Mo. Outsiders knew his name, but not his appearance. 1 million gold soul coins. A gold bracelet costs 1 million? That's a bit expensive. Don't you think I'm easy to deceive? What you don't know is that this bracelet is expensive for a reason. And I wouldn't dare to deceive you. You clearly look like a wealthy young master. How could I possibly cheat you? This is definitely the best price. To be honest, I won't make much profit at this price. Hearing this, Qian Mo became interested. Then I want to hear why it's so expensive. "Sir, the gold used to make this bracelet is not ordinary gold, but an extremely rare type of gold. There are many kinds of gold, and among them, Dragon God Iron Gold is 1 in 10,000. "Oh, are you saying this bracelet is made of Dragon God Iron Gold?" "To be precise, it is made from the gold extracted from Dragon God Iron Gold. This bracelet is not just an ordinary accessory. Look." As he spoke, the shop assistant raised the bracelet for Qian Mo to examine closely. "This is Hanshin Purple Crystal? Sir, you have a good eye. You recognize such a rare item. Crystal is an essential material for making storage soul guides, which have the effect of storing items. Purple crystal is the top tier among crystals, and Hanshin Purple Crystal is even harder to find. This bracelet has 10 pieces, so you can imagine its value. If it is Dragon God Iron Gold plus Hanshin Purple Crystal, it is indeed worth this price, but how did your small shop get it?" Qian Mo questioned. At this moment, Qian Yuhan was still staring at the gold bracelet, eyes wide open and unblinking. "Qian Mo, this kid is quite an eye, haha. To be honest, my boss is quite a figure on the mainland, and he obtained this item by chance, which is why it's being sold here. Since it doesn't differ much from ordinary gold bracelets or storage soul guides, and because he feels unworthy of possessing it, our boss decided to sell it here to find a destined owner. Do you think he might be a bit crazy?" The shop assistant whispered in Qian Mo's ear, worried that others might overhear. Qian Mo listened and thought that this boss was really interesting. I really don't know if he has a problem, but he can indeed be called a weirdo. Then he took out a bill and said, "All right, I'll take it, give it to me." "Sure thing, customer." "Hey, where's the bracelet?" "Dad, I took it. Hurry up and pay so I can go play somewhere else." Qian Mo, this little brat. After walking out of the shop, Qian Yuhan was already nowhere to be seen. Qian Mo shook his head and smiled wryly. This kid is at that mischievous and playful age. Qian Yuhan was wearing a bracelet that Qian Mo had just bought for him on his left hand, holding a piece of 10-year charcoal-grilled giant ape meat in his hand, and a leg of 100-year salt-baked deep-sea magic crab in his right hand, hopping and skipping around the market. Qian Yuhan, My old man is quite wealthy. There are checks for 10,000 gold soul coins casually placed in the cabinet, all of which are mine. Kid, stop right there. A voice came from directly in front of Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan looked up and saw a fat man with a chicken leg in his hand, wearing a gray tank top that couldn't cover his big belly, and black pants with several holes. He was flanked by two skinny guys who stood in front of Qian Yuhan, looking down at him with disdain. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass through here, leave some money, the fat man said. The two little brothers beside him echoed, that's right, pay up. Qian Yuhan's expression showed no change as he continued to eat his roasted giant ape meat, walking forward. The fat guy felt insulted when Qian Yuhan ignored him. His two sidekicks next to him said, boss, he doesn't even pay attention to you. This is too arrogant. Let's show him some color. The fat guy, fueled by the encouragement of his two sidekicks, couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, did you not hear me? Hey, I'm talking to you. Qian Yuhan continued to walk forward without caring. Damn. Seeing Qian Yuhan approaching, the fat guy suddenly knocked the giant ape meat skewer out of Qian Yuhan's hand, which he was enjoying, causing it to fall to the ground. And he even cut his mouth on the skewer, making it bleed a little. Looking at the dirty giant ape meat skewer that had fallen on the ground and was no longer edible, Qian Yuhan finally couldn't hold back and glared at the fat guy, growling word by word, you owe me a skewer. Seeing that Qian Yuhan was angry, the fat guy couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, I'm not giving it back. What are you going to do about it? Not only am I not giving it back, but I also, he said as he spat on the meat skewer on the ground and gave Qian Yuhan a thumbs up with his short, thick thumb, then spun it 180 degrees downwards. You think I'm easy to bully, huh? Qian Yuhan's face turned red with anger as he shouted. As if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, the fat guy scratched his ear lazily and said, what? I didn't quite catch what you just said. Did you guys hear what he said? Boss, he seems to have said he's a young master, that he's not easy to deal with. Ha ha, it seems he said that. The two lackeys responded to the fat guy's words. Ha 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 ha. If you're a young master, then I'm a titled Douluo. The fat guy mocked. Just as the fat guy was still laughing, a voice came. Oh, you're a titled Douluo, then who am I? Chapter 5. Only by becoming strong can one avoid being bullied. Oh, you're a titled Douluo, then who am I? A shocking voice reached everyone's ears. Oh my God, who is he? So handsome, a man, look at me, I want to have your baby. Many spectators around, seeing such a handsome man appear next to Qian Yuhan, couldn't help but become infatuated. Dad, you're here. Qian Yuhan looked at the man standing beside him, who was patting his head. You little brat, you run so fast. You've gotten money and are running all over the place, huh? Qian Yuhan scratched his head and said, hee, I got caught. I won't get caught next time. Qian Montak, hum. At this moment, the fat guy shouted loudly, hey, who are you? Mind your own business. Let me tell you, I'm a level 32 soul master. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or else your face will be disfigured. Qian Mo frowned slightly, but soon his expression returned to normal as he smiled and said, what a sharp-tongued little brat. I'm the father of the kid you've been bullying. Do you think I should intervene? Where are your family members? Humph, how dare you ask about my family? Just look at you, dressed nicely but only skin deep. Let me tell you, my dad is Douluo, the commander of the 10th Army of the Soul Defense Army in Soul Land, a level 76 soul sage. How about that? Are you scared now? Qian Mo nodded, realizing it was him. He should be in the city guard's barracks, so he thought he would look for him. After saying this, Qian Mo closed his eyes. 1 minute later, Qian Mo opened his eyes and realized you were here. Hey, are you done with the act? If you have the ability. Before the fat man could finish speaking, Qian Mo waved his hand and a spatial rift quietly appeared. He reached into the void, and with a tug, a man in armor was pulled out by Qian Mo from the emptiness. Oh, damn, this person is amazing. The 5 words rose in the minds of every onlooker. Douluo had just been drinking and celebrating with his brothers, but now he was brought here. Turning around to see who was so bold, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the face of the person holding him. Douluo clearly recognized Qian Mo. 20 years ago, Qian Mo, an elder of the Spirit Hall, had led another elder and a garrison army to fend off a beast wave. He had seen this legendary figure of the continent once on the city wall. That time left a deep impression on him. The terrifying pressure brought by the beast wave darkened the skies and overshadowed the city. Just when he thought he would sacrifice himself for the hall, the angel Douluo descended at the city gate, and a team of garrison soldiers joined the battlefield. This garrison was the top elite army of the Spirit Hall. The addition of Qian Mo, another elder, and the first garrison army instantly turned the tide of the battle. Qian Mo also killed the bloodthirsty crocodile, the leader of the beast tide, who had lived for 100,000 years. Recalling the scenes from 5 years ago, the person who brought him up was none other than the angel Douluo. The angel Douluo, Lu Daorong, said tremblingly, "You must be this little fat boy's father." As he spoke, he gestured towards the direction of the little fat boy. Only then did Lu Daorong see the figure over there and replied, "Ah, yes, yes. That's indeed my son. I wonder if my son has offended you in any way." Qianmo let go, and Lu Daorong fell directly to the ground. It seemed that he didn't feel any pain from falling. He immediately knelt on both knees in front of Qianmo. "This kid bullied my son. You have to give me an explanation, otherwise." Qianmo's gaze was cold and fixed on Lu Daorong. Lu Daorong, kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but shiver. "My lord, I know my crime. I know my crime. It is my fault for not educating him well. Please, please give me another chance. I will definitely go back and supervise him strictly, and he will never commit such acts again." Lu Daorong trembled nervously. The pressure emanating from Qianmo was fully concentrated on him. The pressure of a level 99 limit Douluo is not to be taken lightly. Your son is using your position as the City Defense Army commander to bully the weak, and it seems this has happened more than once or twice. Is this not a result of your indulgence? It is my fault. I willingly accept the punishment. Please, my lord, have mercy and spare me this time," Lu Daorong said while knocking his head 3 times on the ground. "All right, considering your many years of hard work in the City Defense Army, I will spare you from your position as commander of the City Defense Army. You have one day to take your entire family and leave Wuhuan City, and you are never to return. If you're found coming back, you will be executed." "Oh no, my lord, Do you have any questions?" No. I will leave right away, right away." Lu Daorong wanted to say something else, but was intimidated by Qianmo's words and could only hurriedly agree, or he would lose his life. "Let's go home." Qianmo turned around and looked affectionately at his son, who was standing there, blood at the corner of his mouth and red-eyed. After saying that, Qianmo waved his hand, and the two disappeared from the spot. As Qianmo and Qian Yuhan left, the onlookers also dispersed one after another, leaving only Lu Daorong and his chubby son behind. Lu Daorong knelt there, muttering, it's all over," while the chubby boy stood there in a daze. His once arrogant father was now kneeling in front of that person like a dog, and he still couldn't accept this fact. "Dad, the chubby boy timidly called out to his foolish father. Lu Daorong came back to his senses, stood up, walked to the chubby boy, and slapped him hard. "You bastard, it's all your fault. You ruined our family. I don't have a son like you, you bastard. You bastard." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and the harder he slapped. "Bastard." Back in the Judgment Elder Hall, Qian Yuhan sat there, not knowing what he was thinking, staring blankly at the bright, divine sword he summoned and held. Qianmo walked over when he saw this, squatted in front of Qian Yuhan, rubbed his head, and said, "Child, do you know what kind of world this is?" Qian Yuhan looked up at his father in front of him, shook his head, and said nothing. "Child, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Strength is the true capital you have to operate in this continent. Only by becoming strong yourself can you avoid being bullied. Do you understand?" "Dad, I want to become strong as you know. I want to be stronger than you. I don't want to be bullied." Qian Yuhan looked at him, glanced at the divine sword of light floating beside him, then looked at Qianmo with determined eyes and said firmly, "Good, you have ambition. Your father is looking forward to that day. Becoming stronger is not only for yourself, but also for the people you care about." Saying this, he patted his son's shoulder. He continued, "Tomorrow, Uncle Tian Wei will take you to the Stardow Forest to obtain the first 2 soul rings. Be prepared. I will take my leave now. Rest well." Chapter 6. Arrival at Stardow. As dawn broke, Douluo Tian Wei arrived at Qian Yuhan's residence and knocked on the door. No one responded. Douluo Tian Wei thought to himself, what's going on here? Just then, someone suddenly patted him on the back. "Who?" Douluo Tian Wei shouted sharply, quickly turning around, thinking someone was attacking. At the same time, he released his super level pressure. "Uncle Tian Wei, it's me, Qian Yuhan." Qian Yuhan was directly overwhelmed by the sudden pressure and knelt down, struggling to breathe. When he saw it was Qian Yuhan, Douluo Tian Wei dissipated his super level pressure. Qian Yuhan immediately felt a sense of relief as he was finally able to breathe comfortably, having almost suffocated moments before. "You little rascal, you have guts, I like it. It's been years since anyone dared to joke with me like this. Even your father hasn't done so. Douluo Tian Wei said, "No wonder the boss has been so unmotivated in his training since he had such a son," rushing back, saying there are many things to handle in the Elder Hall. I'm only over 80 now. I'll find a beautiful girl and have some fun later." In the Judgment Elder Hall, Qianmo was sitting cross-legged under the shadow of a 6-winged angel radiating holy light, meditating. Ashu! A sneeze interrupted his meditation. I haven't sneezed in decades. What is going on? Qian Mo rubbed his nose and then entered a meditative state again. In the sky, a white tiger with black wings flew swiftly. This was the martial soul of Douluo Tianwei, the dark-winged white tiger, a top-level mutated beast martial soul. The soul master with the dark-winged white tiger martial soul had astonishing attack power and speed, and their physical strength was also incredibly strong due to the nourishment of the martial soul. Douluo Tianwei's name echoed throughout the Douluo continent. His solid muscles, dense upper body muscles, and powerful fists could seriously injure ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. At the same time, his strong thighs provided him with significant instantaneous acceleration, allowing him to quickly adjust his position to deliver a powerful strike to any weak point in his enemy's defense. Xiaohan, ahead is the Douluo Forest. This time, the Grand Offering instructed that you handle the hunting of the soul rings on your own. I want to participate, just responsible for picking you up. Be careful, Douluo Tianwei said seriously to Qin Yuhan. Okay, uncle. Qin Yuhan nodded in response. All right. Your father instructed that the first 2 soul rings should ideally be 1 attack soul skill paired with 1 speed soul skill. Pay attention to the opponent's abilities when fighting soul beasts, and if you find one suitable for you, take it as a soul ring. Okay, uncle. The dark-winged white tiger landed in a clearing on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. Qin Yuhan jumped off the white tiger and took out a piece of giant ape meat from the Han Exine Dragon God Gold bracelet that Qian Mo had bought for him, offering it to the white tiger. The white tiger looked at Qin Yuhan, nudged the hand holding the meat with its head, and bit the meat, swallowing it in one bite. The giant ape meat would eventually be transformed into spiritual power and delivered to Douluo Tianwei's body. This kid is quite polite, Douluo Tianwei said with a slight smile. If someone had seen this scene, they would surely be shocked. Douluo Tianwei actually smiled. After Qian Mo sent Qin Yuhan back to his place yesterday, he reminded him to put all the prepared items into the storage soul guide in the golden bracelet he bought for him before setting off. He also told him the true name of the bracelet, the Hanshin Dragon God Golden Bracelet. Hearing such a powerful name, along with its strong storage function, made him even more attached to the Hanshin Dragon God Golden Bracelet. After bidding farewell to the TNWI Douluo, he ran straight into the Douluo Forest. TNWI Douluo watched Qin Yuhan leave, reflecting on what happened last night. After Qian Mo sent Qin Yuhan back to his residence, he contacted Heavenly Might Douluo to come to the offering hall. Upon hearing the message, Heavenly Might Douluo hurried over and saw Qian Mo, clasping his hands in salute and saying, "Big brother, what did you call me for?" Qian Mo replied, "Tomorrow, you will accompany Xiaohan to the Douluo Forest. I ask that you take him to the outskirts of the Douluo Forest, and he will hunt for his soul rings himself. Unless his life is in danger, you should not intervene and just protect him secretly." Heavenly Might Douluo responded, "But, big brother, Yuhan doesn't have any soul rings yet. Without any soul skills, and with Xiaohan's martial soul being a close combat martial soul, this is equivalent to fighting soul beasts in close quarters." Qian Ma raised his hand to interrupt Tianwei's words. "Xiaohan is fine. I trust him. This time is actually just to train him in facing soul beasts and to practice some of the movement and sword techniques I taught him. I understand, big brother. This can be considered a phased practical test, and you're the examiner for this test. All right, big brother, then I'll head back first. Go ahead." Tianwei Douluo, after recalling everything, continued to look in the direction where Qian Yuhan had disappeared and said, "Yuhan, let me see the results of your training over the past few years. Please don't let us down. This tree is still drooling. Ah, what is this? It's sticky and so disgusting. Uncle Tianwei, why did you take me to such a gross place? Seriously." Qian Yuhan was shaking one hand, trying to get rid of the liquid stuck to it, while the other hand was wiping the sticky substance off his face, complaining as he walked. This was his first time going far from home, and, at 8 years old, his curiosity was at its peak. He poked here and prodded there, making himself a mess with not a clean spot on him, truly a wild child. With no semblance of the Soul Master Hall's young master, he walked through the forest with steps that seemed to disregard everyone around him. Qin Yuhan was still puzzled that not a single soul beast had attacked him along the way. What he didn't know was that this was precisely due to the cold-hearted Dragon God bracelet on his wrist. This bracelet contained a trace of Dragon God power, which created a pressure from his bloodline that forced the soul beasts near the outskirts of the Douluo Forest to stay away from Qin Yuhan. Although Qin Yuhan was just a small child of 8 years old, these low-level soul beasts did not dare to approach him. As he went further, there were fewer small animals, replaced by some medium-sized soul beasts. From nearby bushes came the sound of rustling. Qin Yuhan turned around, holding the divine light sword, and slowly moved towards the direction of the sound. Shu, the bushes were still making noise. Just as Qian Yuhan was about 5 meters away from the bushes, a ghost tiger suddenly sprang out, pouncing directly on Qian Yuhan. The ghost tiger opened its blood-filled mouth, but fortunately, Qian Yuhan reacted quickly and pierced the ghost tiger's head with the divine light sword. The sword stabbed through the tiger's head, and its eyes rolled back as it collapsed on top of Qian Yuhan. A yellow soul ring appeared above the ghost tiger. Chapter 7. Fierce Battle with the 1,000-Year Golden Winged Lion. Part 1. Is this a 100-year soul ring? Qian Yuhan looked at the yellow soul ring floating in the air, flickering deep in thought. So this is what a soul ring is. Before crossing into the Douluo continent, Qian Yuhan had read a novel by a certain author, which included a story about the Douluo continent, stating that yellow represents a 100-year soul ring. It seems that the Douluo continent he is currently in is indeed the same as the one described in that novel. Qian Yuhan, I always feel that this soul ring's age is a bit weak. I should be able to absorb a higher one. In this world, the spirit hall exists, but the grand offering is not Qian Douluo, but Qian Mo, which means it shouldn't be the era of Tang San. So does that mean the ice and fire yin yang I and the opportunities on Sea God Island still exist? It should be pretty close to that. Let's walk further and see if there are any other suitable soul beasts for me. There's no rush to seize those opportunities right now. Both the ice and fire yin yang I and Sea God Island are guarded by tidal Douluo and even limit Douluo. I'm only 6 years old, so I should focus on developing myself first. I wonder what kind of strength my dad has in this world. That day at the Spirit City Market, he scared that City Defense Army commander so much, and he's also the brother of Uncle Tianwei, who is a tidal Douluo, so my dad should be one too. A tidal Douluo dad, awesome. In fact, Qian Yuhan has always been unaware that his father, Qian Mo, is one of the top powerhouses in the current world. He only feels that his strength is slightly stronger than that of Pope Xiao Hui. After all, the Pope treats him with utmost respect. In a world where strength is paramount, my dad's strength should be stronger than Xiao Hui's. Qian Yuhan was not wrong in his thoughts, but he did not expect that his father would be much stronger than Pope Xiao Hui. Since he was designated as the young master of the Spirit Hall by Xiao Hui, he must live up to the expectations that others have for him. He always remembered Qian Mo's teachings, to be humble and strict with oneself, to not provoke others unless provoked, and if others offend him, he would respond with thunderous retaliation. Although Qian Yuhan was only 6 years old, he actually possessed the mentality of a teenager, making him appear quite mature and sensible. A rich aura of light surrounded him, and the bright divine sword felt a strong affinity for this energy. After walking for an hour, Qian Yuhan noticed the dense aura around him and spoke to himself. As he spoke, he summoned his bright, divine sword, subconsciously gripping the hilt with both hands, lifting it slightly upwards and then plunging it straight into the ground. The bright divine sword eagerly absorbed the surrounding light energy. Golden light began to ripple around the entire sword body. After inserting the sword into the ground, Qian Yuhan directly sat cross-legged beside it, entering a meditative state. The tidal Douluo at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest was paying attention to everything happening here. This kid has even entered a meditative state. It's not a good thing to enter meditation in a place like the Stardow Forest, but his talent is indeed astonishing. Not everyone can enter a meditative state just like that. In his meditative state, Qian Yuhan's consciousness entered a strange space. He found himself standing on a small island, surrounded by a vast blue ocean, with a friendly aura of light nourishing his body. On the shore of the island, a person stood with their hands behind their back, gazing out at the blue sea. "Hello, may I ask where this is?" Qian Yuhan approached the person. He took a look at this mysterious figure, dressed in a shimmering platinum robe, exuding an ethereal aura, with no fluctuations of soul power. The mysterious person turned and nodded slightly to Qian Yuhan with a smile. Then, Qian Yuhan felt himself being pulled back, moving further away from the mysterious person, who seemed to wave at him. As his consciousness dispersed and then reconsolidated, Qian Yuhan found himself back in the Stardow Forest, staring blankly at the bright, divine sword in front of him. What just happened? Was that a dream? While he was pondering, he suddenly heard a low growl coming from beside him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a golden glowing lion was staring intently at him not far away. From a distance, this lion looked like a typical lion, except that it was entirely white, with golden fur cascading over its head. It even had 2 pairs of golden wings growing on its back, exuding a sacred and inviolable aura, giving it a noble appearance. However, looking into its eyes revealed a terrifying hatred. For some reason, This lion was filled with hostility towards Qian Yuhan, despite its nobility. It felt uncomfortable upon discovering Qian Yuhan sitting cross-legged, especially regarding the glowing sword beside him, which filled it with even greater hatred and even sparked a thought of ambushing for revenge. This thought arose silently and inexplicably, seemingly from deep-seated grudges within its bloodline. Is this the bright, golden-winged lion? It seems to be around 2,000 years old. How could I encounter it here? Such soul beasts shouldn't be living in the core area. Qian Yuhan had run into a tough opponent. Without the strength of a soul master, it would be impossible to defeat it. Seeing this scene, the observing title couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. What a strong aura. This soul beast is a 1,000-year soul beast, and its strength is considerable. The bright golden-winged lion let out a low growl, stepping forward with its front limbs, pushing off with its hind legs, and charging straight at Qian Yuhan. Bright divine sword. Hearing its master's call, the bright divine sword instantly appeared in front of Qian Yuhan, who grasped the hilt with his right hand, entering a battle stance. The bright golden-winged lion kicked off the ground with its front legs, leaping into the air, soaring 10 meters before diving down, raising its powerful front paw, aiming for a decisive strike. Qian Yuhan reacted very quickly, hurriedly dodging to his right. The ground trembled as the bright golden-winged lion landed, causing countless cracks to tear open where its feet touched, with dust flying everywhere. The rising sand affected Qian Yuhan's line of sight, making it impossible for him to make the next judgment, and he felt a bit anxious. Qian Yuhan, hurry up and disperse. The bright golden-winged lion took advantage of Qian Yuhan's confusion about his position and directly burrowed into the nearby bushes. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the smoke cleared, the bright golden-winged lion disappeared from Qian Yuhan's sight. Qian Yuhan, where did you run off to? Qian Yuhan looked around, not letting a single clue escape his notice. Roar. At that moment, a roar came from behind Qian Yuhan. Hearing the sound, Qian Yuhan quickly turned around and raised his sword to defend himself. However, how could Qian Yuhan's small frame withstand the powerful attack of the radiant golden-winged lion? At most, he could only slightly reduce the damage inflicted on him. With a single swipe, the radiant golden-winged lion sent Qian Yuhan flying, and he tumbled back 50 meters. A wave of pain immediately swept over him as he stood up, shaking his slightly dizzy head and propping himself up with his sword. If it weren't for the bushes providing some cushioning, he might not have been able to stand at all. Qian Yuhan thought to himself, what a domineering power. Chapter 8, Fierce Battle with the 1,000-Year Bright Golden-Winged Lion. Part 2. Qian Yuhan stood up, panting heavily. Although the claws of the radiant golden-winged lion had been mostly blocked by the radiant divine sword, the lion's immense strength still left his right arm injured, and he'd just been knocked back 50 meters, his head still spinning. As he stood up, a wave of pain swept over his body, and the pain actually cleared his mind somewhat. Tough guy. Qian Yuhan spat out a mouthful of blood. The radiant golden-winged lion, seeing that this young brat could still stand after taking its full force attack, became even angrier. It raised its front paw and swung down fiercely. A claw strike aimed directly at Qian Yuhan. The sound of the wind slicing through the air was clearly audible, proving the ferocity of this attack. Watching from the shadows, Douluo was already prepared to intervene and save him. Facing the incoming pressure, Qian Yuhan closed his eyes, remaining calm. He recalled the sword techniques his father had taught him and the repetitive movements he practiced on the training ground. Qian Yuhan was not closing his eyes to welcome death or give up resisting, but to calm his heart. The claw strike was incredibly fast, but in Qian Yuhan's perception, it seemed to slow down 100-fold, becoming a slow-motion scene. With both hands tightly gripping the sword hilt, he focused all his strength into his legs and arms. The sword's body suddenly radiated light. He opened his eyes. With all 4 limbs exerting force, he swung the sword, sending a powerful sword shadow toward the claw strike of the radiant golden-winged lion. This slash matched the speed and power of the lion's claw strike. The 2 strikes collided violently, exploding between Qian Yuhan and the radiant golden-winged lion, creating a cloud of mist. As the mist dispersed, Qian Yuhan vanished from his original position. The radiant golden-winged lion, confident that the human slash could not withstand its attack, was about to leave. This last full force strike had already consumed a significant amount of its energy. Just as it turned to leave, a beam of light fell from the sky. As the mist rose and obscured their vision, Qian Yuhan was certain that the radiant golden-winged lion would remain in place. Believing that an insignificant human's attack could not match the power of a soul beast, and that there would be no instinct to evade or defend, Seizing the opportunity while the radiant golden-winged lion was careless, Qian Yuhan gathered his strength and leaped up, raising the radiant divine sword above his head. With the speed of his descent and all his power behind the strike, this blow had to be fatal, otherwise he would lose. Facing the threat to his life, Qian Yuhan tapped into his survival instincts, making the strike immensely powerful. Just as the radiant golden-winged lion was about to turn and leave, it caught a glimpse of the light in the sky, which was growing larger and closer. The light pierced down, landing directly on the lion's right eye. Qian Yuhan adjusted the sword slightly, positioning it vertically against the lion's eye. The radiant golden-winged lion could have dodged, but having been struck on the head by Qian Yuhan's full-force blow, its body became limp and weak, and its consciousness grew hazy, causing it to lose the ability to evade. Qian Yuhan swiftly thrust down, and the divine sword of light pierced through the eye of the golden-winged lion. The golden-winged lion clawed at the ground with its limbs, its head shaking almost frantically. Qian Yuhan was instantly thrown away, but fortunately, he rolled and landed safely. So he wasn't seriously harmed. The poor golden-winged lion rolled and roared, with the divine sword of light stuck in its right eye, motionless, still drawing the light power from within the golden-winged lion's body. Ultimately, after rolling for a minute, the golden-winged lion lay on the ground, the divine sword of light embedded in its right eye, its left eye's pupil dilated, and its heartbeat had forever stopped. A purple soul ring slowly appeared above the golden-winged lion. This kid is not bad. The heavenly might nodded repeatedly in the shadows, his face filled with appreciation and approval. Qian Yuhan looked at the soul ring that appeared and let out a heavy sigh. Qian Yuhan, this time, I really escaped from the lion's mouth. Thinking this, Qian Yuhan sliced his right hand over his left wrist. A medicine bottle appeared in his left hand. He poured out a pill from the bottle and swallowed it in one gulp. This was the advanced healing pill that Qian Mo had given him, capable of healing moderate wounds and providing good pain relief for severe injuries, while also restoring physical strength. The scar on Qian Yuhan's right arm quickly improved significantly. After sitting cross-legged and adjusting his breath for an hour, he approached the corpse of the bright golden-winged lion. He summoned the bright divine sword and sat cross-legged. Qian Yuhan closed his eyes and formed a seal to guide the light divine sword to absorb his first soul ring. When the martial soul came into contact with the purple soul ring, he could sense that its age was actually from the year 2200, belonging to the light golden-winged lion. Even though he was absorbing a soul ring of a higher level, he could not afford to be careless. A slight mistake could lead to being backlashed by the soul ring's power, resulting in lifelong disability, which was a common occurrence. He entered his spiritual world to refine the soul ring. Looking at the soul power of the light golden-winged lion, Qian Yuhan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The resentment of the light golden-winged lion was extremely strong. A top-tier soul beast from 2200 being ambushed to death by a 6-year-old little brat was indeed humiliating. So how could its resentment be low? Qian Yu's cold hands gripped the bright divine sword, unleashing multiple sword energies towards the bright golden-winged lion's soul power. At the same time, he released the aura of the bright divine sword, which transformed into chains that bound the bright golden-winged lion. The lion thrashed around, trying to break free, but it was futile as the chains were burning with the flames of light, scorching the bright golden-winged lion. After 2 hours, the lion's soul let out a roar in the spiritual space, dissipating forever with endless rage. Qian Yuhan opened his eyes and saw the divine sword of light floating in front of him, with a purple soul ring rising from its blade, marking the acquisition of his first soul ring. After battling the radiant golden-winged lion and refining its soul, Qian Yuhan's body was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Just as he was about to head to the outskirts to rest with Uncle Tianwei, a sudden surge of light erupted behind him, and a pair of golden wings appeared on the corpse of the radiant golden-winged lion. What the heck? This is an external soul bone, hidden in the shadows. Douluo Tianwei couldn't contain his excitement at the moment the wings appeared from the lion's corpse. He dashed out and reappeared beside Qian Yuhan, exclaiming in surprise. Hearing the sudden exclamation and seeing Douluo Tianwei appear, Qian Yuhan was startled. Uncle Tianwei, what is this? Qian Yuhan looked at the excited Tianwei Douluo with a hint of resentment. This is a bit out of line. Hearing Qian Yuhan's resentful voice, Tianwei Douluo finally came back to his senses, realizing that he had lost his composure. Qian Yuhan, is it really a bit out of line? Like a child seeing a toy they love, or like a crazy fan seeing their idol? Qian Yuhan didn't say much and asked Tianwei Douluo, Uncle Tianwei, what is this? What did you just say about the external soul bone? Chapter 9. External soul bone. Radiant wings, a pair of golden wings, radiating dazzling light, floated above the corpse of the radiant golden wing lion. You kid really have incredible luck to encounter the rarest and most precious external soul bone. It seems this soul bone can still evolve. The golden wing lion had 2 pairs of wings on its back, and now this is just 1 pair, which should have returned to its original state after being separated. You just need to cultivate it back. For now, keep it safe and absorb it later, Tian Douluo said, patting Qian Yuhan's shoulder. Okay, Qian Yuhan responded, waving his hand to store the external soul bone into the Han Xian Dragon God Golden Bracelet. After resting for a day on the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest, Qian Yuhan's injuries had mostly healed. He then entered the Star Doe Forest to search for a suitable soul beast. This time, Tian Douluo directly accompanied Qian Yuhan. Before long, they discovered a 10,000-year-old illusory thunder shadow snake. This soul beast was extremely fast and could quickly create a clone with 80% of its own strength. This innate skill was very powerful. Qian Yuhan had specifically targeted this aspect, as his body's strength was sufficient to absorb a 10,000-year second spirit ring. Qian Yuhan did not know the truth, thinking that it was his years of hard training and strong physical fitness that allowed him to absorb the 10,000-year second soul ring. What Qian Yuhan did not know was that the heavenly might Douluo was well aware of it. The terrifying second martial soul that appeared during the awakening of his martial soul and the enhancements to his body were felt by all the witnesses present. The blood sword did not explicitly state it, but everyone tacitly accepted that Qian Yuhan had obtained a body with a heaven-defying constitution. This was a 10,000-year second soul ring. The heavenly might Douluo looked at Qian Yuhan, who was sitting cross-legged and absorbing the soul ring, with a complex expression sighed, and said, the waves behind drive on the waves in front. These younger generations really are amazing. I haven't been out for many years, and I didn't know there were still talents like the young master on this continent. After 2 hours, Qian Yuhan opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and released his martial soul, the radiant divine sword. Holding the radiant divine sword, 2 soul rings, 1 purple and 1 black, quietly rose beneath his feet. The 2 soul rings floated upward and then gradually disappeared, indicating successful absorption, making him a rank 2 soul master. Uncle Tianwei, I'm now level 27. The heavenly might Douluo nodded. The previous absorption of the 2,200-year radiant golden wing lion had already raised Qian Yuhan's soul power to level 22. For soul masters, the higher the quality of the soul rings in the early stages, the more obvious the increase in soul power levels. The further one goes, the more difficult it becomes to progress. Even if the 9th soul ring obtains a 100,000-year soul ring, it might only raise the level by 1 or 2. Now that Qian Yuhan absorbed the 10,000-year second soul ring, it was expected that his soul power would rise from level 22 to level 27. A jump of 5 levels. All right, young master, it's time to go back. After you finish absorbing that external soul bone, your strength will rise to another level. If the heavenly might Douluo hadn't mentioned it, Qian Yuhan would have almost forgotten this important matter. Qian Yuhan, I almost forgot, after absorbing that external soul bone, I might be able to break through to level 30 soon. Looking at Qian Yuhan's mischievous smile, Tian Douluo thought, what good thing is this kid thinking about? With that grin on his face, a bit lewd too? Not thinking much of it, Tian Douluo summoned the Darkwing White Tiger and jumped onto its back. He woke up Qian Yuhan, who was lost in thought and grinning foolishly, and called him over to return to the spirit hall. Qian Yuhan finally realized how embarrassing he looked earlier. In midair, he poked Tian Douluo on the back and slowly said, Uncle Tianwei, please don't tell anyone about how I looked just now. It's too embarrassing, especially in front of my dad and those offerings in the offering hall, as well as the elders in the elder hall. You can laugh to yourself, but otherwise, it would be too shameful for my dad and would tarnish his reputation. Tian Douluo turned around to look at the downcast Qian Yuhan and comforted him by patting his head. The little guy knows how to maintain his image now, Uncle Tianwei. Qian Yuhan looked up and punched Tian Douluo lightly. All right. I won't tease you anymore. This is our secret between the two of us. It won't be shared, okay? Your Uncle Tianwei, keep my word. Really? Really? Then let us make a pact. Tian Douluo. What does making a pact mean? Just like that, Qian Yuhan manipulated Tian Douluo's hand. And in the end, their thumbs touched each other. Qian Yuhan said it was a seal for it to be effective. Back at the spirit hall, Tian Douluo directly took Qian Yuhan to the Judgment Elder Hall. Upon seeing Qian Mo, he cupped his hands in salute and said, "Great offering. The young master has obtained the first soul ring of 1,000 years and the second soul ring of 10,000 years, and has acquired an external soul bone that he has not absorbed yet. Please let the young master absorb it later. I will take my leave now. Thank you for your hard work, Tianwei. Go back and rest well. It's no trouble at all. The young master is the impressive one this time. You should listen to him explain it well. I'm leaving now." With that, he instantly disappeared from spot. Qian Mo spoke to Qian Yuhan only after Tianwei Douluo left. "Did you get an external soul bone? Hurry up and show it to me." Qian Mo was also very excited. Since the heavenly tyrant Douluo was still present earlier, he had to maintain his image, but facing only his son. Qian Mo couldn't care less about that. There's no need to be cautious around family. Qian Mo had never seen an external soul bone in his 100 years of life. So how could he not be excited? As Qian Yuhan waved his right hand over the gold bracelet on his left wrist, a pair of mini-sized wings, palm-sized and radiating dazzling light, appeared in his hand. Qian Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart, looked at his son, nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Child, sit down and absorb it. I will protect you." Qian Mo knew that his son was extraordinary and would definitely become a prominent figure standing at the peak of the Soul Master world in the future. He had no intention of wanting the soul bone. His strength was at level 99, and absorbing this soul bone wouldn't have much of an effect. At most, it would just be visually appealing. But Qian Yuhan was different. With this external soul bone, his future path could be faster, steadier, and longer. Moreover, Qian Mo had read many texts, including several about soul bones, and he vaguely remembered some information about external soul bones. This type of winged external soul bone was likely to evolve. He looked at the external soul bone that was merging with Qian Yuhan's back. It was a pair of luminous wings, which could potentially evolve further in the future. The evolution of a soul bone represents a qualitative leap for the soul master themselves. Before long, a pair of golden wings slowly spread open, filling the entire Judgment Elder Hall with a radiant aura. Qian Yuhan stood in the Great Hall, with her wings fluttering up and down behind her. Her eyes slowly opened, revealing golden pupils. Chapter 10, Big Brother. What does the pull hook that you taught Yuhan mean? Qian Yuhan slowly opened her eyes after absorbing the bright wings and landed in front of Qian Mo. Qian Mo looked into Qian Yuhan's eyes and asked, "Son, what happened to your eyes?" Qian Yuhan was puzzled when he heard Qian Mo's question. "Dad, what's wrong with my eyes?" "Child, why have your eyes turned golden yellow?" Qian Mo finished the words that had just gotten stuck. "Huh, what's going on?" Qian Yuhan said. His eyes were clearly normal black pupils when he was washing up earlier. "Dad, could it be that absorbing the light wings has some side effects?" Qian Mo shook his head and said, "It seems like there shouldn't be any issues. The light power of the bright wings is only beneficial for you, not harmful. So don't worry, it might just be that the light power within you has strengthened." "All right, Dad, I've gained a lot this time." As he spoke, Qian Yuhan summoned the Sword of Light, which floated out, one part purple and the other black. Not bad, not bad. Come on, Dad. These old bones haven't moved in many years. Let's spar a bit," Qian Mo said while patting Qian Yuhan's shoulder. Qian Yuhan widened his eyes in shock and said, "Dad, do you know what you're talking about? How can I, a great soul master, compete with you? A titled Douluo? You should go and interact with your few worshipping brothers." "I'm leaving now, okay, Dad." Qian Mo hurriedly stopped Qian Yuhan and said, Hey, don't rush to leave. Let's have a spar. I can suppress my soul power level to match yours. Your soul power is level 27, right? I will suppress my level to match yours and won't use my martial soul. As long as you can make me move even a bit or use my martial soul, you win. How about doubling your pocket money for this month? First of all, my soul power has already reached level 29, and secondly, pocket money will be quadrupled. Qian Yuhan smiled slightly and raised an eyebrow at Qian Mo. Qian Mo, this little brat has leveled up 9 times in less than a week. Who spoiled this greedy nature of his? Fine, I agree to you, you little brat. Qian Yuhan summoned the bright, divine sword, and 2 soul rings, 1 purple and 1 black, appeared beneath his feet. First soul skill, Light Slash. The first soul ring quietly lit up. The bright divine sword in Qian Yuhan's hand was enveloped in radiance, and with a horizontal sweep, a beam of light slashed towards Qian Mo. Qian Mo slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger to gently point at the incoming light slash, which then vanished, with a gust of wind blowing past Qian Mo's ear. The power is not bad, Qian Mo nodded and said. Let's see this move again. Second soul skill. Qian Yuhan's second soul ring slowly rose beneath his feet. The soul ring flickering as a mass of lightning surrounded Qian Yuhan. Defensive soul skill. Child, what are you defending against? I want to attack you. Qian Yuhan smiled faintly, and the first soul ring lit up. Light slash. A white sword energy flew towards Qian Mo. This time, Qian Mo made no move. The sword energy disappeared before it could reach him. Qian Yuhan was puzzled as to why the power of this bright slash had weakened. Suddenly, Qian Mo seemed to realize something and turned around to see a figure flying towards him. Qian Mo raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, causing a gust of air that sent Qian Yuhan flying. Although Qian Mo had suppressed his strength to the same level as Qian Yuhan, how could the physical strength of a level 99 ultimate Douluo be suppressed? Even without making any movements, it was difficult to approach him. Qian Yuhan flew out, and his figure disappeared again. Qian Mo, is this also a clone? Dad, I'm here. The voice of Qian Yuhan came through. Qian Mo turned his head again and saw Qian Yuhan appearing 2 meters in front of him, his hands tightly gripping the bright divine sword, pulling it back to charge. By the time Qian Mo turned his head, the sword was already about to stab. The sword was aimed at Qian Mo's younger brother, Qian Mo. When faced with danger, he instinctively took a step back to avoid it. Qian Yuhan didn't actually want his father to become a eunuch. He was just taking advantage of Qian Mo's basic male instincts. Even though he was a titled Douluo, he was still terrified when encountering such situations. Ha 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 ha. Dad was just trying to scare you, ha ha ha. You moved? Qian Yuhan walked over and patted his frightened father. You little brat, who taught you that? Qian Mo was quite angry, but before she could finish speaking, Qian Yuhan covered her mouth with her small hand. Dad, stop talking nonsense, I'm self-taught. 40,000 gold soul coins every month, okay? I'm going back to rest now, bye. After saying that, she ran out of the Judgment Elder's Hall. Qian Mo looked at her son who had already run off and shook her head with a helpless smile, saying, this little rascal. Qian Mo arrived at the worship hall and saw Tianwei Douluo and several other worshippers chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Qian Mo, Tianwei Douluo ran over and said, Big brother, you're here. Come over and take a look. What's wrong with you? Is there something going on? Big brother. What does that gesture you taught Yuhan mean? Does it have any special function? What? Qian Mo was confused and didn't understand what Tianwei Douluo was talking about. Old Seven, what are you saying? What gesture? A figure in a long blue robe, with long white hair reaching the waist and a tuft of blue bangs covering almost half of his face, stood nearby. His face was very pale, with a handsome, flirtatious appearance, giving off a seductive and cold aura. This was the third worshipper of the spirit hall, Qing Feng Douluo. Third brother. The boss taught Yuhan a mysterious finger technique. As long as you perform that gesture with the other person and then stamp your thumb, it's like signing a contract with them, and it can't be violated. Qian Mo, have I taught Yuhan such a strange thing? Qian Mo shook his head and said, I never taught him such things. Seventh brother you. Tianwei Douluo recalled that Qian Yuhan indeed never mentioned it was taught by Qian Mo. He must have learned it from somewhere. I'll have to get him to talk about it in a few days and find out. Tianwei Douluo waved his hand and said, Oh, it might be that I was dreaming while sleeping. He still hadn't come to his senses, laughing, ha ha ha. Everyone shook their heads helplessly, laughing along. On the other side, Qian Yuhan returned to his residence and jumped onto his bed, rolling around on the sheets. After making a fuss for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dark outside. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Qian Yuhan asked. It's me, Dad, Qian Mo replied from outside the door. Qian Yuhan rubbed his eyes, walked over to open the door, and asked, What is the matter, Dad? Let us go to the Heaven Do Empire tomorrow. I have some business to take care of there. While I'm working, you can go find somewhere to have fun. How about I handle my business, and you go on a little trip? Qian Mo said. Okay. Chapter 11. My name is Qian Yuhan. Knock, knock, knock. Si Yuhan, are you up yet? It's time to set off, Qian Mo asked while knocking on the door. There was no response for quite a while. Qian Mo, are you sleeping so soundly? Xiaohan, get up, Xiaohan. Dad, what's wrong? Qian Mo was still calling at the door when Qian Yuhan patted him on the back from behind. Damn it. Qian Mo was startled by Qian Yuhan. You walk without making a sound. How did you come back from outside? Didn't you rest in the house at night? Qian Yuhan suddenly appeared behind him. And Qian Mo also curiously asked another question. Oh no, I just got up a bit earlier today. I went to the cliff at Wuhuan Mountain to practice for a while. Qian Yuhan explained that he was afraid Qian Mo would mistakenly think he had been out all night fooling around. After hearing Qian Yuhan's words, Qian Mo was taken aback. Xiaohan is actually so diligent. Good, ha 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 ha. Qian Mo patted Qian Yuhan's shoulder and said softly, Good child, let's go set off. When they arrived at the entrance of the Pope's Hall of the Wuhuan Palace, Qin Yuhan saw a white tiger lying in front of the hall. Isn't this the mini white tiger of the heavenly might Douluo? Dad, is Uncle Tianwei coming with us? Yes, you can ride on his white tiger. That way it'll be faster. Qin Yuhan took 3 steps and turned them into 2, striding towards the white tiger. With a flip, he mounted the back of the white tiger. Qin Yuhan was more eager than anyone to head to the Tiando Empire. Ever since he could remember, he had been in the Wuhuan Palace, and he longed for the outside world more than anyone else, wanting to go out and have some fun. Hurry up, Uncle Tianwei, Dad. Qin Yuhan called out to the 2. Wait a moment, Xiaohan. I have to discuss a few things with the grand offering, and then tell Qian Mo entitled Tianwei something. The third offering, Qing Feng Douluo, turned his head and said to Qin Yuhan. Qin Yuhan saw the 3 of them still chatting and didn't urge them any further. He flipped down the white tiger and took out a large piece of giant ape meat from the cold-hearted dragon god's golden bracelet. Carrying the meat, he walked in front of the white tiger and placed it down, saying, "Come on, little white tiger. You need to hurry up. I'm already looking forward to it." Qin Yuhan rubbed his hands together with an expectant look, reminding Bai Hu. It seemed that Bai Hu understood what Qin Yuhan was saying and nodded. 10 minutes later, Tianwei Douluo set off with Qin Yuhan. Uncle Tianwei, where is my dad? The great offering is not coming with us. In fact, as a title Douluo, he usually flies faster in the air. The higher the rank, the lower the soul power consumption during flight, which actually increases speed. Qin Mo was used to flying directly, but his speed was too fast, fearing that Qin Yuhan wouldn't be able to handle it. So he let Tianwei Douluo take Qin Yuhan slowly on his Bai Hu. After 3 to 4 hours, the Ming Yi Bai Hu slowly descended. After getting off the Bai Hu, Qin Yuhan was captivated by the magnificent and grand city gate before him. Qin Yuhan, what a beautiful city gate. It's twice as big as the one in Spirit City. The gate of Heavendo City is nearly 50 meters high, and the surrounding city walls are at the same height as the gate. Above the gate, the plaque is inscribed with the 3 large characters Heavendo City in gold paint. The style is grand and imposing, with each character written in semi-cursive script, giving it a more carefree feel. Semi-cursive script is not as wild and unrestrained as cursive script, nor as steady and far-reaching as regular script, which highlights the artistic characteristics of semi-cursive script, embodying a sense of moderation. The entire city gate and walls of Heavendo City are painted in a white and blue color scheme, giving a pure and comfortable impression. Siahang, this is Heavendo City. Feel free to wander around inside. Take this. If you encounter any difficulties, just crush it, and I will sense it and come to help you immediately. Tianwei Douluo patted Qin Yuhan, who was admiring the city gate, and handed him a piece of jade with 7 characters inscribed on it. This is the identity token symbolizing the status of the 7th offering of the Spirit Hall. I will go do some business with the great offering and return here before sunset. We will go back together, Tianwei Douluo instructed, and then vanish from spot. Qin Yuhan had been looking forward to this for a long time and couldn't wait to pass through the magnificent city gate and enter the city. Wow! Looking at the bustling scene inside the city, the streets were crowded with people bumping into each other. Vendors were shouting on the roadside. Top-quality crystal storage soul guiding devices. Not 998, not 888, only 98. Don't miss it as you pass by. The Eternal Soul Hunting Team is forming, still 2 people short, 1 control, and 1 support. Anyone needing to obtain the Eternal Soul Ring, let's team up. Those with a Soul Emperor or above interested in signing up. The Tiando Auction House has a small auction this afternoon. Everyone can go take a look. Tiando Auction? I can check it out later. Wait, no. I only brought 100,000 gold soul coins. That's not enough. If I had known, I should have brought those million tickets for my dad. Chinamo, my dear big brother, why don't you go and give it a try? The Ice God Duel Arena has started registration today, with an entry fee of 1,000 gold soul coins. For every match you win, you can earn one of the betting pool until you lose. If you want to participate again, you need to pay another 1,000 gold soul coins. Spots are limited, first come, first served. As expected of the imperial capital of the great empire, even the betting matches are available. Betting money? I don't want to get involved with anything related to gambling. Little brother, do you want to join the duel? No, I'm just a second-ring great soul master. If I participate, I would just get beaten up. Qin Yuhan shook his head with a bitter smile. No, little brother, this is a duel among opponents of the same level. If you participate, you will definitely be matched with opponents of the same level, meaning you'll be fighting against other second-ring masters. How about giving a try? Think of it as practical training. Hearing the explanation from the receptionist shouting outside the Ice God Duel Arena, Qin Yuhan felt a stir in his heart. It wasn't the betting money that tempted him, but the prospect of dueling against opponents of the same level as mentioned by the receptionist. Qian Mo had told him that he needed to solidify his strength through practical experience. If one's strength increases too quickly without a solid foundation, it could lead to instability and make future breakthroughs difficult. All right, I'll sign up, he said, handing 100,000 bills to the receptionist. He looked for a moment and thanked Qian Yuhan with an innocent smile. Receptionist, 100,000, haha, 100,000. The registration fee is only 1,000 You, please wait a moment. The receptionist forced a smile and then entered the office. A few minutes later, the receptionist smiled and handed out a check for 99,000 gold soul coins and a number plate. Sir, this is your number. You will be called when it's your turn. The amount you win will be automatically credited to your number, and if you lose, the number will be automatically frozen. You could bring the number to the service desk for a check. Andy, you don't need to call me sir. My name is Qian Yuhan. Is there a time limit? Receptionist, what Andy? I just turned 18. No, if little friend Yuhan, you haven't lost, it will be valid for life. Until this fighting arena closes? Qian Yuhan looked at the receptionist with a cute and naive expression. Receptionist, yes, little friend. The receptionist now doubted whether bringing this child in was a good idea. Little Yuhan, sister, can I ask you how old you're this year? I just turned 8 this year. Qian Yuhan laughed. Receptionist, oh, so you're only 8 years old. You're only 8. Chapter 12. It seems that being a sparring partner for the young lady is not enough qualification. What? Only 8? Little Yuhan, did you accidentally fill in an extra 2 here? The receptionist asked in shock. Qian Yuhan looked at the receptionist's finger, pointing to the soul power level, 29. He shook his head and said, no, Annie, I'm just level 29. The receptionist replied, all right, you little brat still calls me Annie, huh? Just go up with your level 29 and get beaten up. It would be best if they knock your mouth out. The little person inside the receptionist had already started to explode in anger. The little person in Qian Yuhan's heart was laughing uncontrollably. Teasing this girl is really fun. From the beginning, he could roughly tell that this receptionist was probably a part-timer, looking to be under 20. He said that on purpose. Who told him he was now an 8-year-old baby, not yet 18. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the announcement calling for number 9528 to prepare for the soul battle. Please prepare for soul battle, number 9528. The receptionist patted Qian Yuhan and said, little friend Yuhan, they're calling you. Didn't you check your badge properly? You are 9,528. Qian Yuhan looked at the number plate in her hand and continued to speak in a babyish voice. Wow, it's really 9,528. Thank you, Auntie, for the reminder. I'm off now. Goodbye, Annie. Qian Yuhan waved her hand and hopped towards a door marked preparation area entrance. Receptionist, what the? The Great Soul Master Youth Group competition is about to begin, and everyone can place their bets now. The two combatants are 9,528 at level 29 and 9101 at level 27. There are no other details in the soul fighting arena, so it's all up to luck. Both are making their debut in the competition, so stay tuned. The broadcast is still stirring up the atmosphere in the arena. In the preparation area, Qian Yuhan is still picking her favorite mask from the display case. Qian Mo had said that one should always pay attention to protecting their privacy outside, and it's best not to easily reveal their martial soul rings to others. Although Qian Yuhan is only 8 years old, he has the soul of an 18-year-old. He understands Qian Mo's good intentions. With the innate soul power of level 20, his first 2 soul rings are 1 purple and 1 black. Just the soul rings alone can intimidate many people. His appearance is that of a tender 8-year-old child, so it's best to protect himself. He chose a platinum-colored mask, and after securing it firmly and realizing it wouldn't be easily knocked off, he walked towards the entrance. There are 2 preparation areas, so he wouldn't know who his opponent was before entering the arena. Qian Yuhan walked into the arena, and the audience immediately noticed that this 9,528 looked extremely young. Does 9528 look like he's 10 years old? He looks so small. I think so too. Let us see if the introduction mentions his age. I just checked. It doesn't. It only lists the soul power levels of both sides. So this little kid just randomly filled in level 29? Is he kidding me? Right? He is so small. How could he possibly be level 29? False reporting. False reporting. Complaints. We must complain. Deceiving consumers. Before long, the sounds of scolding rose and fell. Some were telling Qian Yuhan to hurry back home for milk, while others were telling him to hurry back home to play with his mom. Qian Yuhan, you look down on me, huh? Then let me show you. Tiando Kun Shu is bullying my little Wooly, right? I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm laying it all out. Anyway, they don't even know my name. I haven't gone against my father's words. Audience friends, please be quiet. To ensure fairness, we will publicly conduct a soul power assessment for 9528. If there's any false reporting, it will definitely be dealt with seriously to give everyone an explanation. A powerful voice echoed in the soul arena. It was the 7th elder of the Ice God sect, an 86th level soul Douluo. An audience member who recognized the speaker suddenly shouted. It turned out to be that old guy, Ouyang, who has quite a status in Tiando City. People tend to avoid him. The 7th elder of the Ice God sect? You can become an elder at level 86? Qin Yuhan listened closely to the discussions around him. Although the soul arena was large, the murmurs were not small, and Qin Yuhan could gather a lot of information just by listening. Little friend, place your hand on the soul testing orb. Okay. After saying that, Qin Yuhan gently placed his hand on the soul testing orb. Soon, numbers were displayed on it. The staff member holding the soul testing orb was also stunned on the spot. A 29th level Great Soul Master is not uncommon, but a 29th level Great Soul Master this young is simply unexpected. The large number 29 appeared prominently on the soul testing orb, leaving no room for doubt. It was undoubtedly a 29th level Great Soul Master. Little friend, your talent is outstanding. Come on, Uncle believes in you. As he spoke, the staff member slightly bent his right arm and made a fist to encourage him. I will. Thank you, Uncle. After the test, 9,528's soul power level of 29 was confirmed without a doubt. The match is about to begin. The referee appeared, standing in the center of the soul arena. Please, both contestants come forward and prepare for battle. Kid, although I'm level 27, I won't fear you. Li Wei, 27th level Great Soul Master, Wuwen, Earth-Shaking Bear, I challenge you. With that, 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Hian Yi Yuhan, yellow soul rings. I should keep a low profile. Thinking of a medicine bottle appearing in my hand out of nowhere, I poured out a pill and swallowed it quickly. This pill was a soul ring transformation pill given to him by Qianmo, which, as the name suggests, can change the form of the soul ring and alter its color. Apart from that, it has no other use. The power of the soul ring will not change. Hello, big brother. I'm Qin Yuhan at level 29. Please take care of me. As he spoke, 2 yellow soul rings rose beneath his feet. Striking first. Second soul skill, Rage of the Giant Bear. Li Wei's second soul ring flashed. His power surged, and his muscles tensed up. This second soul skill of Li Wei is a strengthening skill. First soul skill, Claw Strike. Li Wei directly released 2 soul skills in succession, his momentum skyrocketing. On the back of his right hand, there was a shadow of a giant bear paw. Connecting a strengthening skill with a single target attack. The basic combo was executed perfectly. The power of this first soul skill can be compared to an ordinary soul master's third soul skill. That little kid, 9528, is in danger. Inside a private room, an old man with white hair sat on the sofa, leisurely watching Li Wei's soul skill release on the field, and said lightly. This was none other than Ouyang, who he had just heard that a child under 10 had already reached level 29 in soul power, which was worth his time to watch a match. He wondered if this child was qualified to be a sparring partner for the young lady. When he saw the 2 yellow soul rings rising beneath Qin Yuhan's feet, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Standard yellow soul rings. How could anyone possibly reach level 29 at the age of 8? He could also sense that the energy contained in these 2 yellow soul rings was not simple. The soul ring transformation pill could only change the color of the soul ring, but the power of the soul ring would not change. Even soul master level experts have a keen perception of soul rings. They sense that there might be an issue with the soul rings, but they didn't suspect much further. The soul ring transformation pill is priceless and rare for experts. Changing the color of a soul ring can naturally turn it colorless, which is quite different for strong individuals. Chapter 13. Far inferior to the radiant golden-winged lion Ouyang, who was pondering this in the private room. On the soul fighting stage, Li Wei's first soul skill had already been activated. Li Wei waved his right hand downwards, and a bear paw shadow rushed toward Qin Yuhan. Hee. There's no comparison to the radiant golden-winged lion. Looking at the rushing bear paw shadow, Qin Yuhan said with a grin. First soul skill, Radiant Slash, Qin Yuhan declared. The first soul ring beneath his feet flashed, and Radiant Slash was activated. A ray of light unfolded in Qin Yuhan's hand, and then he casually waved, sending a slashing attack towards the phantom of the bear's paw. Boom! The two collided and exploded in the center of the platform. Li Wei's full-force attack was easily broken by Qin Yuhan. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide and mouths agape. A child under 10 years old had actually defeated Li Wei, who was 5 years older than him. Yes, Li Wei was 13 years old and attended the junior class at the Tiando Royal Academy. We will discuss the Tiando Royal Academy in more detail later. But before they appeared, Li Wei's parents were very proud when they learned that he was participating in the soul fighting competition. Being 13 years old and at level 27 was considered quite a good talent. They would not miss the opportunity to promote their son. If a big figure from the academy took notice, he might even be promoted to the royal class. Parents always think more than their children and tend to consider the long term. Therefore, they updated the staff of the Ice God Soul Fighting Arena with Li Wei's latest data. In contrast, Qian Yuhan, who was now like a free-range child, was fighting blindly. For Qian Yuhan, however, he believed that this stable cultivation battle was more important. Establishing a solid foundation was like laying the foundation for a tall building. The foundation must be deep and solid for the building to rise higher and higher. Qian Yuhan easily shattered Li Wei's first spirit skill after enhancement with a casual wave. In the audience, Li Wei's parents were left speechless, not expecting this little child to be so strong. First spirit skill, Radiant Slash. Qian Yuhan's first soul ring underfoot flickered again, and the light in his hand waved once more, sending a sharp yellow sword energy flying towards Li Wei. Li Wei had just used up all his remaining soul power after the second soul skill, gathering it together for a single release. It was a desperate fight, aimed at defeating the enemy with one blow. Now he couldn't mobilize his soul power to defend it all. He braced himself and took Qian Yuhan's bright slash head-on with his body. Fortunately, Qian Yuhan didn't use his full strength after being hit. Li Wei was sent flying and crashed into the barrier of the fighting arena, then fell back into the ring and lost consciousness. "My baby!" Li Wei's mother shouted. As she was about to rush onto the field, she was held back by Li Wei's father. "Our son was outmatched. This kid is not ordinary. He must have some background. We better not provoke him." But Li Wei's mother wanted to say something more. "Enough. Hurry and take our son to find someone to check on him. Don't let anything affect his future," Li Wei's father said sternly, nodding towards Li Wei's direction. "All right, fine." The barrier was lifted, and Li Wei's mother entered the arena to carry the unconscious Li Wei away. Just as she turned to leave, she paused and glared at Qian Yuhan with resentment. "You little brat, just wait. You hurt my son. Don't think you'll get away with it." Li Wei's father muttered in disbelief. The match is over. Contestant 9,528 wins, achieving victory in this round. The broadcast announced, "Amazing. This kid has potential. He reminds me of my younger self. Haha. Get out of here. You're over 30 and still stuck at level 27. You're incredible." A wave of praise came, contrasting sharply with the atmosphere at the beginning. "Thank you, everyone." Qian Yuhan bowed to the audience, then bounced happily towards the exit, walking in a rather irritating manner reminiscent of Liu Ban's walking style in the video game. Qian Yuhan walked to the front desk to clock out. Otherwise, the broadcasting of the soul fighting arena would continue, and if he didn't show up, it would be considered an automatic defeat. He didn't want to be that sucker who spent 1,000 gold soul coins on a trash flower. Just as he reached the door, he ran into Li Wei's mother, who was holding Li Wei, while Li Wei's father was calling for the carriage. "Ah, Li Wei, I had a lot of fun beating you this time. Let's have another match next time. Uncle, Auntie, please take good care of Brother Li Wei. I'm leaving now, bye." "Why aren't you responding, Brother Li Wei? Is it necessary to let your mom hold you and comfort you because you can't win? Brother Li Wei, Brother Li Wei?" After calling out twice with no response, he thought it was silly to sleep just because he lost. "This isn't fun. Bye, Uncle and Auntie." After saying this, Qian Yuhan bounced across the road and walked away. "Ugh, I'm so angry." Li Wei's mother was so furious that her face turned red. What a sharp-tongued little brat. Li Wei's father clenched his fists, also getting angry. Who could tolerate being mocked in the face by a little kid? Qian Yuhan is actually trying to provoke Li Wei's mother on purpose. Just now on the field, she was the one who threatened first. It's normal for soul battles to result in mutual damage, and knocking someone out is also quite common. Qian Yuhan was still considerate this time, holding back quite a bit. Otherwise, if she had used all her strength like she did in the previous battle with her father, it would be good if she didn't lose an arm or shatter her internal organs. This time, Qian Yuhan directly mocked her. So refreshing. On the other side, Qian Mo and Douluo arrived at a white palace. The cold air was piercing, with ice and snow surrounding the castle. This palace can be said to be an ice palace, as it was built from 1,000 years of cold ice, adorned with ice flowers and ice springs. This place is the Ice God Sect, the first power of the Tiando Empire. The Ice God Sect is located on the peak of the Ice God Snow Mountain, 500 kilometers north of Tiando City in the Tiando Empire. For title Douluo, this distance is just an extra hour of flight. For Qian Mo, it's just a moment. After becoming a limit Douluo, he comprehended the power of spatial laws, making it easy to teleport thousands of kilometers in an instant. This shows how significant the gap between title Douluos is. Tianwei Douluo is at level 96, while Qianmo is at level 99. Although there's only a 3-level difference, the disparity in strength is immense. Back to the topic, the Tiando Empire itself is located in the northeastern part of the Douluo continent, with half of it being a Soul Master Forbidden Zone in the extreme north, extremely cold. The Ice God sect is located at the southernmost peak of the Ice God Snow Mountain in the extreme north, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Although Tiando City is only 500 kilometers from the extreme north, the barrier of the Ice God Snow Mountain prevents the cold air from reaching the southern side of the mountain. Thus, Tiando City enjoys a spring-like climate year-round, making it very livable. In the main hall of the Ice God sect, the person sitting on the throne in the center said, "Big brother, did you come here for something urgent? You never come to my cold cave." The man on the throne smiled and teased. "Little brother, to be honest, what I came to discuss is related to the future of the Douluo continent. All powers, including my spirit hall and your Ice God sect, may participate in the reshuffling." The man on the throne immediately sat up straight, his previous nonchalance disappearing as he became serious. The man on the throne is Ouyang Jia, the sect master of the Ice God sect, a level 98 super Douluo titled Ice God, with a handsome appearance. Those who do not know him would think he is only in his early 20s. However, those who know him understand that he was the best playmate and rival of Qianmo during his childhood. Their relationship is not just like that of brothers, but closer than that. Ouyang Jia is well aware that the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Ice God sect is very close, and Qianmo's visit must indicate that something significant is about to happen. Chapter 14. The Fragmented Dream of Parting. Listening to Qianmo's words, Ouyang Jia also put away his carefree demeanor. "Big brother, what do you want to say?" Qianmo shook his head and sighed, saying, "I haven't been able to sleep for a whole day. Brother, I don't understand. Ouyang, you know my instincts are usually very accurate. This time it has affected me too much. I'm not afraid of you laughing, but I had a particularly strange dream." Brother, go on. "Do you remember I wrote to you before saying I adopted a son?" I know, big brother, this is like having a child in your old age. Isn't that a good thing?" "Yes, that's right. This child is talented and hardworking. But on the night he awakened his martial soul, I had this strange dream. A huge crack opened in the sky. Darkness enveloped everything, and red lightning swept across the entire continent. Lightning struck down, and there was a pool of blood. Inside were you, the offering wind of your Ice God sect, and all the powerful figures of other forces. Everyone was staring at the person standing in the crack in the sky, all looking fearless in the face of death. Do you know who that person is? It can't be." Upon seeing that person's appearance, it was indeed the grown-up Yuhan. "My son." Qin Yuhan shook his head, feeling down. "That child Xiaohan?" "That's right. And what he held in his hand was..." "What is it?" "Sai. A sword, a very terrifying sword." Then Yuhan waved it, and everyone. Ouyang Jia looked at Qianmo, not saying a word. Qianmo continued, "Ouyang, ever since that night, I feel like my body has started to slowly decline. Even using soul power can't stop it. I might not have much time left." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jia quickly got up and walked to Qin Yuhan's side, supporting his shoulder and injecting soul power to examine him closely. Then his hand trembled, and shaking his head, he said, No way, brother, you can't be like this, absolutely not. I'll go find some celestial herbs. Yes, celestial herbs. There must be one that can heal you." Qianmo looked at her already disheveled younger brother and shook her head, offering comfort instead. "Ouyang, I've already come to terms with it. Right now, I'm just worried about my son's future and the future of the entire Douluo continent. If I die, the angel god will choose a new grand offering to take my place." No, Ouyang, just listen." Ouyang Jia's eyes were already red, but the tears did not fall, swirling in his eye sockets. "Hey, already over 100 years old. How can you still cry like a child?" Ouyang Jia shook his head and said nothing. "This time it's a farewell. Big brother, it's just a farewell. Perhaps we will meet again if fate allows. I need to go to a very distant place to find a solution. I've always believed in my instincts. That old guy Tang Jun. You should go find him when you have time. Just tell him I'm going into a death retreat and to take care of my spear hall. If he dares to take advantage of the situation, I will destroy his Haotian sect. I know his character well. He won't do anything reckless. Don't worry. Please keep an eye on Yuhan for me, Ouyang. Everything I do now and in the future is for him. You know, having a child has really made me indecisive." Haha, big brother, don't worry. I will definitely help protect the spirit hall, and I won't let my little nephew be bullied at all. Hey. Just let Yuhan follow his own path, as long as he doesn't go too far off course. Just keep an eye on him. Don't interfere too much in his growth. After a while, I will have Tianwei send him to Tiando City. You can arrange for him to enter the Tiando Royal Academy. That way, he will be right under your nose. In the academy, apart from life-threatening situations, don't interfere too much. I will temporarily seal his memories, don't worry. I want to just leave before finding a solution. I will know every little thing about him. My spiritual mark is left in that bracelet of his, and in the future, he will regard me as a teacher. I guess, he said, touching his non-existent beard. Big brother, what about you? I have a feeling that we will see each other again. We definitely will. As for us, the secrets of heaven cannot be leaked. Everything has its own destiny. Just follow it. Qianma smiled and patted Ouyang Jia. I'm leaving. Take care, Jia. Dad, who is he? A childish voice came from behind. Just as Qianma was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, looked at the source of the voice, and smiled. Hey, this girl. You don't even recognize your uncle anymore? Luoxue, come here. Ouyang Jia wiped his eyes and called Ouyang Luoxue over. Ouyang Luoxue bounced over to Ouyang Jia, a bit nervous as she looked at the unfamiliar person and said, Daddy, who is he? What? You don't even recognize your Uncle Qianma? He used to hold you when you were a month old. As if recalling something, Qianma playfully punched Ouyang Jia and joked, Oh, we really are getting old and confused. We met when you were just a month old. How could our little princess remember? Right, Luoxue? Qianma smiled at Ouyang Luoxue, ruffled her hair, and continued. I really want to introduce my son to your daughter. That would make us even closer. Ha. This Ouyang Luoxue will definitely be a stunning beauty in the future. I'll reserve a place for my son first. Ha. Both of them laughed, their laughter carefree yet bittersweet. After the laughter, Qianma disappeared. Ouyang Jia's tears began to fall as he reminisced about their childhood play and their sparring during their middle age. Brother, when will we meet again? Your younger brother is waiting for you. The heavenly Might Douluo was waiting outside the main hall, and with 2 hours left until sunset, it was time to head back. Qianma vanished first without saying much. The heavenly Might Douluo followed closely behind. Upon reaching the top of the city gate in Tiando City, Qianma stood with his hands behind his back, watching as Qin Yuhan bounced slowly toward him from afar. Old 7, do you think I should seal his memories of me? I feel like that would be too cruel for him. Brother, I think it's better not to see him. Just go now. I'll say you went to a faraway place and can't accompany him anymore, but you will meet again in the future. I can't bear to seal this memory of his. Qianma cried. Yes, he cried. For Qin Yuhan, it was 8 happy years. And how could it be any different for Qianma? These were his happiest 8 years. They would meet again in the future, and he didn't want his son to see him and say, Hello, uncle. Perhaps this was just a bit of selfishness on his part. Everything that needed to be said has been made clear. Tell Yuhan, I've always loved him. After taking one last look at his son walking on the road, as if trying to imprint his image in his mind, a flash of light occurred, and he disappeared. The heavenly Might Do also glanced at the self-entertaining Qin Yuhan, thinking, Child, it's fate. I hope you can persevere. Uncle Tianwei, where's my dad? The angel Douluo is on an important mission and wants to be back for a short while. Let us head back to the Spirit Hall first. Tianwei Douluo, it seems that it's not quite what you told the Grand Priest just now. It's okay, it's similar enough. Chapter 15. A man's tears are not easily shed, just not at the heartbreaking moment after returning to the Spirit Hall. Time flew by like flowing water, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this time, Qin Yuhan had been constantly worried about his father, asking the heavenly Might Douluo for news about him every day. However, each answer he received filled him with disappointment and anxiety. Every time he saw the heavenly Might Douluo, Qin Yuhan would eagerly ask, Is there any news about my father? Where is he now? The heavenly Might Douluo would always shake his head helplessly, replying, Not sure. He hasn't returned. These brief words felt like a sharp sword piercing Qin Yuhan's heart. Day after day passed, and Qin Yuhan's mood grew heavier. He couldn't understand why, after such a long time, there was still no news from his father. He began to suspect that something might have happened or that his father was in danger. These thoughts constantly swirled in his mind, making it hard for him to eat or sleep. Despite this, Qin Yuhan firmly believed that his father would definitely return. He silently told himself to be strong and not to be defeated by worry. Thus, he buried this concern deep in his heart, focusing on his cultivation and improving his strength. Because only by becoming stronger could he help his father in the future, alleviating his troubles. During the days of waiting, Qin Yuhan gradually came to understand a principle. Some things cannot be forced and must be left to nature. He believed that as long as he persevered, there would come a day when his father would return home. Qin Yuhan, despite having the soul of an 18-year-old. Just couldn't understand why his father had to leave without saying goodbye, not even seeing him that day. So he no longer asked about Douluo, as it would be pointless to ask. Qin Yuhan's personality has become quiet and reserved in the past 6 months, no longer as lively, cheerful, and mischievous as before. The heavenly might Douluo has also noticed all of this. Qin Yuhan no longer indulges in play and is focused on cultivation. Douluo comes to find Qin Yuhan in the morning, and he is meditating and cultivating. In the afternoon, a servant comes to deliver lunch, but he is still meditating and cultivating. In the evening, while cleaning the porch, he is still meditating and cultivating. For half a year, Qin Yuhan has been repeating this cycle. A day of cultivation followed by a day of practicing against wooden stakes in the Soul Arena of Soul City. Engaging in practical combat. Qin Yuhan's strength has already surpassed level 30, and he just needs to obtain a soul ring to break through to Soul Sovereign. The foundation he has built over the past 6 months is very solid, and his soul power far exceeds that of soul masters of the same level. His combat skills have also significantly improved through battles in the soul fighting arena, allowing him to fight above his level. The current Qin Yuhan is like a training machine, devoid of any emotions. Xiaohan, you should take a break. You can't train like this. It will lead to a deviation in your practice. Qin Yuhan seemed to not hear and continued to walk towards the soul fighting arena. Xiaohan, stop. Qin Yuhan continued walking, showing no signs of stopping. Douluo appeared behind Qin Yuhan, directly grabbing his arm and coldly saying, "What are you doing now? Who do you think it's worth? Do you think your father would want to see you like this?" At this moment, Qin Yuhan turned his head to look at Douluo, tears rolling down his cheeks and falling to the ground, and said, "He doesn't want me anymore, no matter what kind of person he hopes I would be." Before Qin Yuhan's journey, he was an orphan on Earth. He grew up in an orphanage, where the children shared similar fates of being abandoned or fostered by their parents. The term fostered sounds somewhat better than outright abandonment. But in reality, there's not much difference. For Qin Yuhan, the feeling of being abandoned was deeply rooted in his heart, becoming an indescribable pain and aversion. However, everything changed when he crossed over to the Douluo continent. He met Qian Mo, a person who gave him eternal love. Over the past 8 years, Qin Yuhan spent relatively happy times. He finally experienced the warmth of a family and the care of a father. This period allowed him to gradually forget the loneliness and solitude he once felt. But suddenly, Qian Mo disappeared silently for several months. Although the elder offerings told him that Qian Mo had gone to carry out a mission, Qin Yuhan had a strong premonition that things were not simple. He suspected that Qian Mo might have encountered something unfortunate, and this sense of unease continuously eroded his heart. What puzzled him even more was why no one was willing to tell him the truth. He could not understand why everyone was keeping secrets from him, not allowing him to know the reality. This concealment made him feel angry and helpless. He longed for the truth instead of being kept in the dark. Qin Yuhan was very confused and puzzled. He felt abandoned by his father. Although the reality might not be that he was actually abandoned, he still felt extremely upset, especially mentally. Seeing Qin Yuhan's state, the heavenly might Douluo could no longer bear to scold him. He understood that an 8-year-old child had to face the sudden departure of his father, and that feeling of abandonment would make anyone uncomfortable. Xiaohan, come with me. The heavenly might Douluo took Qin Yuhan to the residence of the Azure Phoenix Douluo, knocked on the door, and then brought Qin Yuhan inside. Third brother, you talk to Xiaohan about big brother's matter. After saying that, he opened the door and left. Uncle Qingfeng, please tell me the truth. What happened to my dad? Is he dead? Qin Yuhan still had tears in his eyes, as if he was about to break down and cry. Xiaohan, come here and sit with uncle. Qin Yuhan rubbed his eyes and sat beside Douluo. Douluo gently patted Qin Yuhan's little head and said, Xiaohan, your father is not dead. He is so strong. Who could harm him? But he indeed has some unspeakable troubles that he must resolve himself. When he decided to leave secretly, do you know what he was thinking? I have known your father for nearly 100 years, and I have never seen him like that. Douluo looked up at the ceiling and continued, when you were preparing to leave for Tiando City, and we were discussing matters there, he cried, shedding tears I had never seen before. A man doesn't easily shed tears, but when it comes to sorrow, it's different. He loves you more than anyone else. In the future, you two will definitely reunite. Once he resolves his matters and uncovers the truth, he will surely meet you. You have to believe in him. Douluo spoke a lot to Qin Yuhan, and it took 2 hours for Qin Yuhan to come out of Qingfeng Hall. Looking at the Douluo, who had been waiting outside, He smiled and said, "Uncle Tianwei, let's go to the Douluo forest tomorrow. I need to obtain my third spirit ring." Seeing that Qian Yuhan's condition had improved significantly, he understood that it would take time, and it was already quite an achievement to be like this now. He couldn't help but feel that such matters were best handled by someone as thoughtful as third brother. The other 5 rough men, well. Tianwei Douluo said with relief. Only Qian Yuhan himself knew how much his personality had changed in these few months. In the past, he could barely be considered a half-hearted socialite. When encountering unfamiliar strangers, he might manage a few casual remarks. However, now, when faced with those he wasn't very familiar with and had a relatively plain relationship with, he couldn't even be bothered to say a single word. Qian Yuhan had long wrapped his heart tightly since Qian Mo left him. He suffered a heavy blow. Moreover, he had been practicing alone, without any emotional entanglements, which made him gradually accustomed to this lonely and desolate way of life. Although the uncles who worshipped him still cared for him, as usual, he still missed his father. Qian Yuhan quietly sat in the pavilion at the top of the Wuhuan mountain, gazing into the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire world in an orange-red hue, resembling a beautiful painting. Although he still felt anger and dissatisfaction over his father's sudden departure. After learning from the Qingfeng Douluo that they would definitely meet again in the future, a hint of anticipation surged in his heart. As a new writer, I hope all the readers will support me and also provide criticism and guidance. When I was young, I read the Douluo novels and found this IP quite entertaining. At that time, I also wanted to create my own Douluo. Unfortunately, the academic pressure in high school was too great, and I couldn't realize this small wish. Now, I finally have the time, and I will do my best to write. Please urge me to update and support me. I sincerely ask all the readers for help. Chapter 16. It was all just a dream, such a terrifying dream. The night was deep, and the moonlight spilled like water into the room as Qian Yuhan quietly lay on his bed. After the patient guidance and companionship from the Qingfeng Douluo, his mood gradually calmed down, and his mental state showed significant improvement. The heart that had been shrouded in obsession and pain was now slowly regaining its peace. Over the past 6 months, Qian Yuhan had been like a mad warrior, throwing himself into cultivation without regard for anything else, as if life was solely about cultivation. But now, he began to understand that life is not just about pursuing the enhancement of power. There are many more important things to pay attention to and cherish. What he wanted to do now was to be the best version of himself, to progress steadily and cautiously, and to meet his father in a composed, healthy, and safe manner. As his thoughts drifted, Qian Yuhan gradually fell into a dream. In the dream, he saw the path of his future, filled with challenges and opportunities. He met many people, returned to Tiando City, and joined an academy. There, he experienced many ups and downs and made several close friends. Suddenly, the dream shifted. Everything beautiful shattered like a broken mirror, piece by piece. Dark clouds overwhelmed the city, obscuring the sun and sky. Qian Yuhan stood alone in the sky, overlooking the vast and boundless continent below. In his hand, he tightly gripped a blood-red longsword, its blade shimmering with a crimson glow, surrounded by a thick aura of blood, as if the entire blade had been soaked in blood. This blood aura enveloped the sword, imparting a strong sense of murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Mysterious golden runes were etched on the blade, emitting a faint golden light that contrasted sharply with the blood aura, adding an extra layer of mystery and majesty. Above the hilt, a scarlet gem was embedded, resembling an eye, which slowly opened at this moment, revealing a fierce aura that instilled fear and trepidation. Qian Yuhan's left hand slowly raised, and a golden yellow ring appeared at her wrist, gently floating in the air and emitting a soft glow. Qian Yuhan was clad in silver and red battle armor, which shimmered with silver light and was adorned with exquisite patterns and runes, making it appear particularly magnificent and solemn. However, what was most striking were the 8 pairs of blood-red arms extending from Qian Yuhan's back that were unarmored, stretching behind him as if showcasing immense power and authority to the world. Behind Qian Yuhan, a blood-red halo shone with dazzling brilliance, seemingly containing boundless power that made it hard to gaze directly at, like a deity descending to the world. Even more shocking was that among the crowd below were familiar offerings and elders from the spirit hall, along with many others, all simultaneously releasing their martial souls. Soul rings activating, as thousands unleashed their soul rings, instantly illuminating the entire continent beneath them. Interesting. A group of ants. With a wave of his right hand wielding a long sword, a sharp sword aura instantly slashed towards the land. As the sword aura descended, the ground seemed to tear apart, revealing a massive abyss before everyone's eyes. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy spread out, distorting the surrounding air. The might of this sword aura was astonishing. In an instant, thousands of powerful beings were struck down, collapsing to the ground. Their bodies were pierced by the sword aura, blood gushing forth and staining vast areas of land red. The remaining powerful beings looked on in terror at this scene, their hearts filled only with fear and despair. Qin Yuhan saw another terrifying version of himself swing down with a strike, then prepared to gather strength for the next attack. No, don't. Qin Yuhan shouted, but he couldn't stop what was happening in front of him. That terrifying Qin Yuhan couldn't hear what he was saying at all. With the next strike, very few people survived. He looked at the fallen Tian Wei Douluo, Qing Feng Douluo, and Pope Xiao Hui lying in pools of blood. No. In an instant, he opened his eyes, his body drenched in cold sweat. It dawned on him that it was just a dream, such a terrifying dream. And that person in the dream, was it me? Yes, it was me, the adult me, the future me. Sunshine broke through the clouds, casting light on the earth. In the distance, the mountains, the sun was gradually rising, revealing more than half of its body. Forget it. Let us get up and practice. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Qin Yuhan woke up from his training state, the sky was completely bright. He glanced at the clock. There was still half an hour until the time he had agreed upon with Uncle Tian Wei. So, he quickly washed up, packed his gear, and went out. Arriving at the residence of Tian Wei Douluo, the Tian Wei Hall in the Spirit Hall, he saw Tian Wei Douluo already waiting at the door for him. Qin Yuhan hurried over, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Uncle Tian Wei, I'm late. Sorry for keeping you waiting." No. It's me who is too anxious, too eager to see our little Han. Ha! Are you all ready? Qin Yuhan nodded and said no more. Tian Wei Douluo secretly sighed, but still wore a kind smile on his face. Let's go. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Stardo Forest, Qin Yuhan told Tian Wei Douluo that, just like last time, he would wait outside for him. This time, his target was a defense spirit beast around 20,000 years old, so there was no need for assistance. Qin Yuhan wanted to use this opportunity for breakthrough training. Fighting against opponents of the same level or slightly stronger in the soul arena of the Spirit City was far less effective than engaging in life-and-death battles with powerful soul beasts. Qin Yuhan did not want to miss this chance. Not long after entering the Stardo Forest, a voice that seemed to be calling for help reached his ears. Qin Yuhan quickly adjusted his posture and rushed towards the direction of the sound. "Young lady, run. We've stirred up a giant ant nest." A woman in her 30s was sprinting with 2 girls around 10 years old. Countless small giant ants were chasing after them. The woman, dressed as a servant, was followed by 2 girls, one in splendid attire and the other in a simple white dress with a light blue eye symbol on the back. Clearly, these 2 were accompanying the richly dressed girl for training. The 3 were members of the Ice God sect. The girl in luxurious clothing was Ouyang Luoxiue, the young lady of the Ice God sect, while the girl in the white dress was her close friend Nana. The servant was Xiaolan, Ouyang Luoxiue's exclusive maid. "I've sent out a distress signal. People from the sect should be coming to rescue us soon. Young lady, we still need to keep running toward the outskirts." "Hold on," Nana said. "Why are we so unlucky? I should have listened to Sister Xiaolan." Ouyang Luoxiue stopped running and turned to Xiaolan, saying, "If we keep running like this, I feel my stamina won't last until the rescue arrives. Sister Xiaolan, I'll assist you. Let's see if we can delay their pursuit for as long as we can." Ouyang Luoxiue maintained absolute calm in the crisis, displaying a maturity beyond her age. Truly a talented girl. "Young lady, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety," Xiaolan said. "Don't say such discouraging words. First soul skill, Ice Spirit Blessing." A light blue staff appeared in her hand, pointing at Xiaolan. The first soul ring at her feet shimmered, and white snowflakes surrounded Xiaolan. Ouyang Luoxiue's first soul skill was an Ice Attribute Enhancement skill, which could strengthen herself or provide a boost to others. Fourth soul skill, Ice Dragon's Breath. The 4th purple soul ring at Xiaolan's feet glowed as she unleashed a blue wave of light towards the nearby ant swarm. The wave instantly froze the small, giant ants it touched. Xiaolan slightly rotated her head, and the wave turned to the side, sweeping out in a fan shape. Soon, all the small giant ants within sight were frozen. 3rd soul skill, Ice Dragon Shock. The 3rd soul ring at Xiaolan's feet glowed as she leaped into the air and then slammed down hard onto the ground. The shockwave shattered the small giant ants that had been frozen into ice blocks. "Huh, we're safe now." Strange, I distinctly felt a powerful force approaching us just now. These small giant ants shouldn't carry such pressure, Xiaolong pondered. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the earth sank 100 meters away from Ouyang Luoxue and the others, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a gigantic giant ant crawled out from the ground. Chapter 17. Why does this guy only say aha? It's so annoying. A huge giant ant emerged from the ground where it had sunk 100 meters away. Its pair of front legs had evolved into sharp blades, and the two pairs of wings on its back indicated that this giant ant had reached 10,000 years of age. The 1,000-gene ant evolves wings when it breaks through the 10,000-year mark, and when it reaches 50,000 years, it will grow a second pair of wings, and at 100,000 years, a third pair. Clearly, looking at this 1,000-gene ant, it has likely surpassed the 10,000-year mark for some time, but it definitely hasn't reached 50,000 years. This is bad. A 10,000-year soul beast, little Lon silently exclaimed in her heart. We are no match for a 10,000-year soul beast, Ouyang Luoxue said solemnly. Soul beasts from 10,000 to 50,000 years correspond to soul saints. From 50,000 to 99,999 years correspond to soul Douluos, and those over 100,000 years correspond to title Douluos. Miss, you should leave first. I'll try to hold it off for a while longer. You need to get away quickly. Little Lon had already made up her mind to face death. She would ensure the safety of her mistress's retreat, even if it meant her own demise. Let's go together. You can't hold it off for too long by yourself. If you die, we won't be able to escape. Come on. Ouyang Luoxue's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on the 1,000-gene ant 100 meters away. Little Lon was moved. Her mistress was thinking so deeply. Indeed, she could only hold on for at most a minute, and with her mistress just stepping into the soul sovereign rank, how far could she run? First soul skill, Ice Spirit Blessing. The yellow soul ring beneath Ouyang Luoxue's feet flickered. Ice Spirit Blessing activated, granting a temporary evolutionary enhancement to the ice attribute within Little Lon. The 1,000-gene ant sensed the fighting spirit of the three people opposite and kicked off with its four legs, charging towards Ouyang Luoxue and the others. 100 meters. 50 meters. Second soul skill, Ice Domain. The second purple soul ring under Ouyang Luoxue's feet flickered, centered on Ouyang Luoxue, a domain with a radius of 50 meters spread out. The 1,000-gene ant was enveloped within it. The ice domain can restrict the opponent's movements, slow down their speed, and reduce their attack power, while also enhancing the ice attribute abilities of soul masters on the right side within the domain. It is a very domineering skill that strengthens one's self while limiting enemies. This shows that Ouyang Luoxue's talent is also extremely extraordinary. Fourth soul skill, Ice Dragon's Breath. The fourth purple soul ring beneath Xiao Lan's feet flickered, charging up for a powerful wave of light. Soul power concentrated at a single point, unleashing with full force. The 1,000-gene ant halted its charge, its sharp blade directly stabbing into the ground, and with a lift of its arms, it raised a massive rock in front of it. The Ice Dragon's breath collided directly with the rock, causing it to explode with a loud sound. The 1,000-gene ant was still injured by the residual shockwave, staggering backward. The rock absorbed a significant amount of damage, but the 1,000-gene ant's proud, powerful arms suffered slight injuries. The 1,000-gene ant looked at its arm, which was bleeding green blood, and let out an angry howl towards the sky. It charged at the three once again. Not good. The rock block raised by the 1,000-gene ant absorbed a significant amount of damage, and the remaining damage was not fatal at all. It seems like it has been provoked even more, Nana said beside Ouyang Luoxue. Second soul skill, Frost Slash. The yellow second soul ring under Nana's feet flickered, and she condensed an ice blade in her right hand, slashing it towards the 1,000-gene ant. An icy blade charged towards the 1,000-gene ant, which, undeterred, chose to take it head-on with its body. The ant was pushed back a few meters, but did not suffer any damage. It was merely slightly knocked back by the aftershock. The defensive power of the 1,000-gene ant is surprisingly formidable. First soul skill, Ice God Slash. The first soul ring under Ouyang Luoxue's feet flickered as her right hand condensed a beautifully crafted ice blade, adorned with gemstones. This is Ouyang Luoxue's second martial soul, the Ice God Battle Blade. Indeed, Ouyang Luoxue possesses twin martial souls. The first martial soul is inherited from her mother, the Ice God Staff, which is still in the initial stage of the Ice Spirit Staff phase, while the second martial soul is inherited from her father, the Ice God Douluo's martial soul, the Ice God Battle Blade. With a single slash, Ouyang Luoxue aimed directly at the right arm of the 1,000-gene ant. The powerful force directly severed the ant's right arm, breaking through its tough outer shell and cutting it off entirely. This is the attack power of the Ice God Battle Blade. The strength of a martial soul is the most fundamental basis for a soul master's soul skill strength. The gap is too obvious. It is evident that the ice blade in Nana's hands cannot compare to the Ice God Battle Blade, as it stared at its slowly severed right arm. The Thousand-Gene Ant's eyes instantly turned blood red. Gathering all its strength into its left arm, it swung down with all its might. A slash rushed towards the three, the sound of wind cutting through the air proving just how powerful this strike was. This was the Thousand-Gene Ant's full-force attack. A 10,000-year-old Thousand-Gene Ant relies not only on its astonishing defensive power, but also on its overwhelming strength, which is the most lethal. Named the Thousand-Gene Ant, it signifies the ability to unleash a weighty force effortlessly. Desperate. Third soul skill, Ice Dragon Guardian. The third soul ring under Xiao Lan's feet lit up, creating a protective shield around Ouyang Luoxue and the others. Just as the fierce attack was about to collide with the shield, bang! Ouyang Luoxue and the others were not sent flying by the Thousand-Gene Ant strike, and the shield remained intact, as if the attack had not hit the Ice Dragon Guardian at all. In reality, it indeed had not. As the thick smoke dissipated, a young boy dressed in platinum armor, wielding a dazzling sword, stood in front of the three. It was Qian Yuhan, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion just 1 hour after entering the Stardow Forest. Friend, this place is very dangerous. You should leave quickly, Ouyang Luoxue said to the boy, who was about the same size as her. Qian Yuhan did not hear what Ouyang Luoxue said clearly and simply replied with a casual Seeing that he did not move, Ouyang Luoxue shouted, "Did you hear what I said?" This time, Qian Yuhan truly heard Ouyang Luoxue's words, nodded, and replied, Ouyang Luoxue exclaimed, You heard me, and still aren't leaving? Do you want to accompany us to the grave? The Thousand-Gene Ant also saw another little boy coming and was ready to fight to the death, charging towards the four with its exhausted and heavily injured body. It's over. You can't escape now. Let's fight one more time. Sister Xiaolan's spirit power is insufficient. Nana, you and this little brother transfer your spirit power to me, and I'll unleash the Ice God Slash again, Ouyang Luoxue said to Nana and Qian Yuhan. Okay, Luoxue, Nana replied without hesitation, and began to transfer her spirit power to Ouyang Luoxue, looking at the spirit power barely enough to unleash the Ice God Slash. But not strong enough to kill the Thousand-Gene Ant, she anxiously said to Qian Yuhan, Did you hear what I just said? Qian Yuhan. After a sound of acknowledgement, he gathered his soul power into the bright divine sword in his hand. Ouyang Luoxue, why does this guy only say It's so annoying. Can't he understand human language? Forget it. First soul skill, Ice God. Ouyang Luoxue was preparing to unleash the Ice God Slash. But just as she was about to launch it, she suddenly saw Qian Yuhan swing his sword, and a powerful slash was instantly unleashed. This brilliant slash was as swift as lightning, directly crashing towards the Thousand-Gene Ant. At the moment of impact between the light slash and the Thousand-Gene Ant, a loud bang echoed. Immediately afterward, a tremendous shockwave stirred up thick smoke, enveloping everything around. Ouyang Luoxue widened her eyes, astonished at the scene before her. She didn't expect Qian Yuhan's movements to be so fast, actually getting ahead of her. Moreover, the power exhibited by his slash left her in shock. However, she quickly regained her composure, preparing for the next battle. Chapter 18. So beautiful. As time passed, the smoke gradually dissipated, and the figures previously hidden within began to emerge. The Thousand-Gene Ant's gaze had become extremely vacant, as if it had lost the light of life. Its body slumped helplessly to the ground, motionless. Shortly after, a fountain of blood gushed out, splattering on the ground around. It turned out that the Thousand-Gene Ant's head and body had completely separated. The head of the Thousand-Gene Ant rolled aside, still wearing an expression of shock and disbelief. All of this was thanks to Qian Yuhan. His attack was incredibly precise, as swift as a bolt of lightning, directly severing the head of the Thousand-Gene Ant. Ouyang Luoxue stared blankly at Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan patted the non-existent dust on his hands and said, Done. You can actually speak normally. How could you tell I couldn't? Hearing the voice behind him, Qian Yuhan turned around. Wow, so beautiful. Although she was just a 10-year-old girl, having seen countless beauties in short videos from the original world, Qian Yuhan could tell at a glance that this girl would definitely grow up to be a stunning beauty. Ouyang Luoxue had skin as white as snow, translucent and delicate like mutton fat jade. Her big, sparkling eyes shone with bright light, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky. Her long hair was neatly tied into a low ponytail, smooth and silky, swaying gently like a beautiful waterfall. She exuded a unique charm, radiating a mature allure that was incongruent with her age, as if she had undergone the baptism and sedimentation of time. This charm made her stand out in the crowd and drew attention. Ouyang Luoshua, who had been stared at for a long time, couldn't help but blush and said, "You are really rude. How can you stare at a girl like this?" Qian Yuhan reacted to this and quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I've never seen a girl as beautiful as you. I'm really sorry." Seeing Qian Yuhan's shy and awkward demeanor now, Ouyang Luoshua's lips curled up slightly. This guy is actually quite amusing. He's completely different from how he was during the battle. Ha ha ha. So how do you plan to compensate me for my emotional distress? Ouyang Luoshua tilted her little head and asked Qian Yuhan with a smile. Little Lan and Nana were dumbfounded. They had never seen the young lady talk so much with a guy before. Sister Lan, did Luoshua just smile? It seems so. This was the first time they had seen the young lady smile at someone other than the ice god Douluo. Emotional distress fee? Yes. You stared at me for almost a minute. I thought I encountered a pervert. It scared me. So, pay up. Qian Yuhan. What a female bandit. But I'm just a pervert, hee hee. But what should I do if I didn't bring any money today? How about leaving a name and address? And you can send me the money when you get home? I'm from the Ice God sect. Ouyang Luoshua. Wait, are you serious, miss? Of course I'm serious. What do you think? If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have saved you. This money-loving person, really, falling into the money pit. Ouyang Luoshua dared to scold me. Hearing Qian Yuhan's complaints, Ouyang Luoshua widened her eyes and pointed at him with her right hand. The young lady is getting angry. This little brother is so fierce. Nene sighed. But Ouyang Luoshua didn't continue to glare at Qian Yuhan. Instead, she smiled at him, her smile becoming even brighter. Xiaolan and Nana. All right, I'm just joking. Thank you for saving me. Just look, have you seen enough? If not, should I? Ouyang Luoshua deliberately dragged out her last syllable. Enough, enough. Well, it's normal to help out when there's trouble. You haven't told me your name yet? Huh? Oh, I'm Qian Yuhan. If there's nothing else, I'll go absorb my soul ring now. Just in time as I need a third soul ring. After saying that, he hurriedly ran towards the corpse of the Qianjun ant. Qian Yuhan. This woman is so strong. She actually used a mental attack. After absorbing the soul ring, she just left. It's too terrifying. Hey, wait. Ouyang Luoshua looked at Qian Yuhan, who was really going to absorb that soul ring, and shouted, "That's a 10,000-year soul ring. You can't absorb it." Qian Yuhan seemed not to hear anything, running to Qianjun ant's side, summoning the light divine sword. The light divine sword pulled at the soul ring, absorbing its power. This little brother's martial soul, Xiaolan said. Sister Xiaolan, do you feel very oppressed too? Feeling suppressed? Nana, you too? Nana nodded. Ouyang Luoshua looked at Qian Yuhan, who was absorbing the soul ring not far away, and said in a daze, "Even my martial soul is affected." What? Nana and Xiaolan exclaimed. Shuh, lower your voice. That guy's in a critical phase of absorption. Don't disturb him. So Nana and Xiaolan lowered their voices and whispered, "Young lady, your martial soul can also be suppressed by that sword. Yours is a divine-level martial soul. The Ice God Battle Blade martial soul is indeed a genuine divine-level martial soul. Is there really a martial soul that can suppress divine-level martial souls?" This guy is not simple. Ouyang Luoshua secretly sighed in her heart. In Qian Yuhan's spiritual world, he was in a chaotic space, surrounded by a strong aura of darkness. He felt a powerful soul force approaching him. It was the soul power of the Qianjun ant. "I didn't expect your soul power to be so strong," Qian Yuhan said in surprise. The light divine sword flickered with dazzling light, fiercely clashing with the sharp front blade of the Qianjun ant. The overwhelming force made Qian Yuhan's arm feel sore, but he still gripped the sword hilt tightly, not retreating at all. Time passed second by second, and nearly an hour had gone by. The Qianjun ant was also covered in wounds, especially its right arm, which had been severed again, bleeding profusely. Qianjun ant, who have I offended with my right arm? Everyone is trying to chop my right arm off. Qian Yuhan raised the sword of light and charged at the weakest midsection of the Qianjun ant. The Qianjun ant quickly swung its left arm in an attempt to block the attack. However, it missed. It turned out that it was just a clone of Qian Yuhan, while his real body had already taken the opportunity to move to the side of the Qianjun ant. He leaped into the air, swinging the sword of light, and accurately struck the midsection of the Qianjun ant. The soul of the thousand-gene ant was struck by this fatal blow, directly touching its weak point. It let out a mournful cry, slowly dissipating with endless reluctance. Indeed, the thousand-gene ant was filled with regret. If it weren't for its initial carelessness and underestimation, how could it have had its right arm severed by those three seemingly insignificant women? Its heart was filled with rage, yet it could not turn the situation around. As the thousand-gene ant dissipated, this chaotic spiritual world began to regain its calm. Qin Yuhan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the divine sword of light floating in front of him. 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, rose up, and he smiled. 3rd soul ring done. Now, Qin Yuhan's divine sword of light has 3 soul skills. 1st soul skill, light slash. 2nd soul skill, light shadow doppelganger. 3rd soul skill, light guardian. Soul power level, level 32 soul master. 1st martial soul, divine sword of light. 2nd martial soul, Azura demon sword sealed. Our Qin Yuhan is about to return to the Spirit Hall, and after returning, the Spirit Hall Academy arc will begin. Sneak peek. Qin Yuhan will stay at the Spirit Hall Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy until he is 12 years old. The first half of this period will have a significant impact on him. He will meet some really good brothers and also encounter some not-so-good people. The recently recovered spirit of Qin Yuhan will face deadly blows from some bad students at the Spirit Hall Academy. This will also lay the groundwork for the romantic drama between the male and female leads later on. How can we highlight the female lead's goodness without comparison, right? Don't worry, the romance between the male and female leads will be super sweet later on. It's all about building up first. The upcoming plot may be somewhat depressing, but it might only last for about a week, so everyone hang in there and don't give up. Please support with more updates and data. Douluo is here begging for my parents. Chapter 19, Spirit Hall Academy, here I come. Qin Yuhan stood up and summoned the bright divine sword. Turning around, he saw Ouyang Luoxue and the other 3 leaning against a tree, fast asleep. Qin Yuhan, these 3 people are really good people. They actually stayed here to help me protect the law instead of leaving. Qin Yuhan walked over to Ouyang Luoxue, who was sleeping soundly against another girl. Nana smiled and said, "You've worked hard." He then went to a nearby bush to pick up the bags they had dropped before saving the 3 of them, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and started writing something. After a while, he folded the written note neatly and placed it on the ground next to Ouyang Luoxue. Then he took out a blanket from the cold-resistant golden bracelet and covered the 3 of them completely. Although the weather was still pleasant during the day, it could get quite cold at night when the wind blew. After finishing everything, he prepared to leave. Before departing, he looked back at the beautiful girl and said, "How could I ever get enough of this?" He then turned around and summoned the wings of light to fly away. Tianwei Douluo was waiting at the edge of the Stardow forest as before. Based on his instincts, Qin Yuhan should have reached the edge of the core area of the Stardow forest this time. Going further it might mean encountering 10,000-year soul beasts, so he was always on high alert. But he soon saw a light point slowly flying towards him, and the light gradually grew larger. The one approaching was indeed Qin Yuhan. "Xiaohan, you're back so soon?" Tianwei Douluo asked. "Uncle Tianwei, I encountered a few soul masters being chased by 10,000-year thousand-June ants, so I helped them out, and it suited me just right. That's why I was quicker this time." Qin Yuhan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. In reality, Qin Yuhan had just saved the day in a critical moment. Ouyang Luoxue and the others had exhausted their soul power and severed one arm of the thousand-June ant, and he just happened to take advantage of the situation at the end. Was it big gain? There must have been quite a reward for fighting the 10,000-year thousand-June ant, Tianwei Douluo said as he pulled Qin Yuhan onto the Mingyi white tiger. Listening to Tianwei Douluo's question, Qin Yuhan fell into deep memories. His thoughts gradually drifted away, back to that unforgettable moment. In his mind, a stunning figure emerged. Her beauty was breathtaking, as if she were the most beautiful painting in the world. Her smile was as warm as a spring breeze, capable of melting all cold frost. Her snow-white skin radiated an alluring glow, making one unable to resist being enchanted. Her eyes were like a deep starry sky, sparkling with charming light, as if they could penetrate one's soul. Qin Yuhan was immersed in memories of her and couldn't extricate herself. Every detail was vividly presented in front of his eyes. I've gained quite a lot," Qin Yuhan replied dazedly. Ha, that's good. Go back, make some adjustments, and get ready to attend the Martial Soul Hall Academy. It's about time to go to school. The heavenly might Douluo did not look at Qin Yuhan, his gaze fixed ahead. "Okay, no problem. But Uncle Tianwei, can you promise me one thing?" Go ahead. Uncle will do his best to help you. It's not a big deal, it's just that when the time comes, Can you conceal my identity and let me attend school as an ordinary student? Otherwise, as soon as the heavenly might Douluo heard this, he understood what Qian Yuhan was trying to say and interrupted before he could finish. Ha ha ha, the grand offering has really raised a humble and low-key child. If he hears you say this, he will definitely be overjoyed. Upon hearing the heavenly might Douluo mention his father, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but feel downcast. It's all my fault for talking too much. But you have to believe that your dad loves you very much. He is looking for ways to solve the problem, and you are becoming stronger. When you meet again, it will surely be a moment of clarity facing the rainbow. The heavenly might Douluo patted his own mouth and said, Qian Yuhan, how well said. Why is it called a broken mouth? It's so well articulated. Uncle Tianwei, I understand. I'll see you at the peak again, Dad. Tianwei Douluo was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, good. Ha ha, what to see you at the peak again. Good child, the future is promising. Ha ha ha. Listening to Tianwei Douluo's uninhibited laughter, Qian Yuhan also laughed loudly. It had been half a year since he last laughed so heartily. It felt great. Oh, it makes me so angry. That damn thing. A sharp cry echoed through the Stardow forest. It was the young lady of the Ice God sect, Ouyang Luoxue, throwing a tantrum. This Qian Yuhan, bastard. Ouyang Luoxue cursed while crumpling the paper in her hand and tossing it aside. Nana was very curious about what had gotten Ouyang Luoxue so upset. She picked up the crumpled paper that Ouyang Luoxue had thrown away, unfolded it, and read its content. Ouyang Luoxue, thank you very much for protecting me while I absorbed the soul ring. I don't know how to repay you, but if we have the chance to meet again, I will definitely repay you well. Also, I consider myself lucky this time. You all got hurt for this Qianjun, and while I only contributed a little at the end, yet I alone reaped the benefits. I'm really sorry about that. Again, I express my apologies and gratitude for your help. Oh, by the way, Miss Luoxue, you really look beautiful when you sleep. I've never seen a girl who drools while sleeping like you do. Ha! My writing isn't very good. Please don't mind. Yuhan has no way to repay you, and I look forward to seeing you all again. Qian Yuhan, this little brother. Nana was laughing so hard that she seemed to forget everything around her. Her laughter was filled with teasing and mischief, making the entire scene light and joyful. Drooling, ha, you're killing me. She continued to joke, as if she had seen the funniest thing in the world. However, Ouyang Luoxue's face turned red, clearly a bit embarrassed. She tried to hide her shyness, but Nana mercilessly exposed her true feelings. Nana, Ouyang Luoxue called out playfully, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. But Nana seemed unconcerned, still laughing happily, while shouting Nana's name. Ouyang Luoxue quickly snatched the letter that Qian Yuhan had left for her from Nana's hand. Her movements were quick and decisive, drawing attention. Oh, Luoxue, what's wrong? Are you moved? Nana teased, her eyes sparkling with cunning. She seemed to see through Ouyang Luoxue's thoughts and deliberately teased her. Ouyang Luoxue's face turned even redder as she hurriedly retorted, Who? Who is moved? This letter is just evidence. If I encounter him again, I'll use it to blackmail him. Her tone was firm, but her eyes revealed a hint of barely detectable panic. In the Wuhuan city, in the Hall of Heavenly Might. Xiaohan, I will arrange for a maid to take you to the academy in 5 days. 5 days later is just the start of the school term. And this is what you need for school. Your uniform and supplies are all prepared. When the time comes, just wear the uniform and pack up the rest. She will come directly to your place to pick you up. Okay, uncle. The heavenly might Douluo also gave Qian Yuhan his own token for emergencies. Qian Yuhan returned to his room, looking at the photo of himself and his father on the bedside table, and said to himself, Dad, I will work hard to become stronger, I will. Dad, do you know, I miss you so much. 5 days later, Qian Yuhan arrived at a grand school gate, guided by a maid arranged by the heavenly might Douluo. It was the entrance to the Wuhuan Temple Academy, with the words Wuhuan Temple Academy engraved in gold above the archway. Wuhuan Temple Academy, here I come. The story of Wuhuan Temple Academy officially begins now. Friends watching from behind, please take a moment to click and encourage me to update. Those capable brothers, please click on the free gift in the gift options to help support me, and let me feel great with the data. Thank you. Chapter 20, A Terrible First Experience at School Wuhuan Temple Academy, here I come. Upon entering a large tent with a row of tables, Qian Yuhan put down his heavy luggage and approached the table to ask, Hello, I'm a new student. Is this where I sign in? On the other side of the table, the person responsible for sign-in was probably an older student who looked down on these newcomers. He didn't answer Qian Yuhan's question right away. Instead, he was casually picking his nose, completely ignoring the gazes of those around him. With his movements, a small clump of mucus stuck to his little finger. Then, without any concealment, he flicked it off with his thumb, sending the disgusting thing flying to the side. At that moment, he also propped his leg up, looking very relaxed, as if he were the boss of the place. His posture and expression reminded one of those idle, carefree street delinquents. He was just a complete slacker. The older student responsible for sign-in glanced at Qian Yuhan and lazily said, "Yeah, what's your name?" Seeing how indifferent this person was, Qian Yuhan also decided not to give him a good face, and coldly replied, "Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan." The older student mumbled, slowly flipping through the sign-in book. Hey, cutting in line, cutting in line." A voice came from behind Qian Yuhan. A sturdy boy rushed up from behind him, clumsily bumping into several people who were waiting in line behind Qian Yuhan. This boy, named Dai Shengxi, walked up to Qian Yuhan and said, cutting in line, cutting in line." In the Douluo continent, the enrollment age is 8 years old. Dai Shengxi seemed to have taken growth hormones. He was a head taller than Qian Yuhan and had a sturdier build. Qian Yuhan is already considered tall and strong among his peers, but Dai Shengxi is even more exaggerated. Those who don't know might think he is a teenager. Qian Yuhan coldly said, "No, you have to go to the back of the line. There are so many people behind, brother. Isn't this a bit unfair?" Dai Shengxi originally thought Qian Yuhan would agree immediately, and was smiling as he walked over to let the sign-in guy, Huige, sign for him. But upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, the smile on Dai Shengxi's face instantly disappeared. "I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say that again?" "Go to the back of the line." Annoying. "Hey, brother, did you find my name?" Qian Yuhan glanced at Dai Shengxi, then turned to the person in charge of the sign-in, Brother Hui, and spoke. Hearing Qian Yuhan's words, Dai Shengxi instantly got angry. No one had ever spoken to him like that before. "Sign in your mother." With that, Dai Shengxi grabbed the sign-in book that Brother Hui was flipping through and forcefully tossed it aside. Brother Hui, who was in charge of the sign-in, was a bit enraged. However, he had heard from others at school that this person named Dai Shengxi had an impressive background, with powerful figures backing him. So he could only manage to squeeze out of you. Dai Shengxi was notorious for being a spoiled rich kid. His family, the Dai family, had his father, Dai Tianheng, who was the head of the Dai family and the captain of the second squad of the inspection team under the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Xiao Hui, which was a significant position. Brother Hui, knowing Dai Shengxi's deep background, could only swallow his anger. "Get lost," Qian Yuhan shouted coldly. The air around seemed to turn cold, and his mood had sunk to the lowest point. At first, he was met with indifference from the new student sign-in supervisor, and then encountered rude and boorish people. This series of events greatly diminished his enthusiasm for the upcoming learning life at the Spear Hall Academy. The excitement and anticipation he once felt had now been replaced by disappointment and anger. He couldn't help but start to doubt whether he had truly made the right choice in coming to this place to study. "You brat, seeking death." The second soul, Dai Shengxi, also stopped being verbose and directly released his martial soul, the saber-toothed ghost tiger. Just as the yellow second soul ring was about to light up under his feet, a commotion could be heard nearby. Who is causing trouble over there? Can't even sign in properly? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, which belonged to the director of education, Han Shui, who was welcoming new students at the school gate. Han Shui had heard the disturbance from the sign-in tent not far away and came over to see what was happening. As soon as she entered the tent, she saw Dai Shengxi preparing to release his soul skill and quickly called out to stop him. Then she noticed the sign-in book that Dai Shengxi had thrown to the ground, and her expression immediately turned cold as she pointed at the book and asked, "What's going on here? Who did this?" Everyone's gaze turned towards Dai Shengxi, and Han Shui understood what had happened from their expressions. "What is your name?" "Dai Shengxi." "Teacher, this is between him and me. You don't need to interfere." Dai Shengxi answered Han Shui's question and added a remark. Han Shui closed her eyes, trying hard to control her emotions, as she was already on the verge of exploding. Han Shui opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and then continued to speak to Dai Shengxi. "After you finish signing in, come to my office. It's in the administrative building, room 440. Has this student completed a sign-in?" She then looked at Qian Yuhan, who had his eyes closed, and addressed the responsible senior student, Brother Hui. Qian Yuhan was too lazy to look at the clown like Dai Shengxi and simply closed his eyes, preferring not to see and thus not be bothered. Hearing Han Shui ask Huige if he had signed in, Qian Yuhan directly answered for him. "No, he hasn't found it yet," and got interrupted. Huige beside him sighed, startled when he heard Qian Yuhan suddenly speak. He was afraid Qian Yuhan would report him to the head teacher for neglecting the new students earlier. However, Qian Yuhan didn't mention it. His gaze filled with gratitude. He quickly picked up the sign-in sheet from the ground and flipped through it even faster than before, glancing at it and not seeing the name Qian Yuhan, so he hurriedly turned to the next page. In less than 5 seconds, he found it and promptly marked a check next to the name. Qian Yuhan's mood improved a bit as he looked at Brother Hui, thinking, this Brother Hui understands quite well. He didn't mention the matter of neglecting the new students, which is a way of repaying kindness. Haha. All right, I've signed you up. Qian Yuhan, you are in class 1 the first year. Enter through the east main gate of this teaching building. In the first classroom on the left is your class. I see you have applied for a dormitory. The dormitory building is the one at the northernmost end of the northern accommodation area by the playground, and the room number is 101. Well, the rest you can explore slowly. Have a pleasant study experience. At the registration desk, Brother Huey's attitude made a complete turnaround, informing Qian Yuhan of his class and location, and he also noted that he had applied for accommodation, clearly stating where he would be staying. Qian Yuhan. This teacher has a strong oppressive power over the students. After Qian Yuhan listened to Brother Huey's message, he first bowed to Teacher Han beside him to express his gratitude, then nodded to Brother Hui. Afterwards, he picked up his heavy luggage and walked towards the dormitory area. Qian Yuhan planned to first go to the dormitory building to store his luggage and tidy up his own bed in the dormitory before exploring the campus. Chapter 21 Dormitory 101. Upon entering the dormitory building, Qian Yuhan found the door of the dormitory numbered 101. Qian Yuhan pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of 4 bunk beds with desks underneath. Each desk was spotless, and the windows were open, letting in a breeze. Qian Yuhan chose a bed that was a bit farther from the door. Next to the bed is a large personal storage locker, which requires identity verification and password setting before it can be used. Qian Yuhan set the password, opened the cabinet, and put all the daily necessities from his luggage inside. In less than an hour, he finished organizing everything. Just as Qian Yuhan was preparing to go out and explore the school as planned, the dormitory door opened. A young man with short white hair entered. His hair was as white as snowflakes, exuding a unique charm. His face was pale as snow, with delicate and smooth skin, seemingly flawless. His jawline was well-defined. His bright, clear eyes resembled 2 brilliant stars, radiating an enchanting glow. His eyebrows were thick and neat, slightly raised, revealing a hint of heroism. Describing him as a flower boy would not be an exaggeration. In terms of appearance, he and Qian Yuhan were equally matched, each possessing their own unique charm. Hi, hello there, brother. I'm Mu Chun, from Class 2, the young man said with a smile. Hello, I'm Qian Yuhan, from Class 1. Qian Yuhan replied, Brother, you're quite handsome yourself. Likewise, you are too. Just then, 2 more people entered dormitory 1011 after another. Ah, so 2 have already arrived. We thought we would get here first, one of them said. Qian Yuhan looked over and found that the 2 were actually identical twins, looking exactly the same, making it impossible to tell them apart. All right, I'm Tang Xian, the older brother, and this is my younger brother, Tang Chen. We are biological brothers born from the same mother. Haha, no fakes here. Tang Xian said, patting Tang Chen's shoulder beside him. So how do we distinguish between you 2 in the future? Mu Chun, who was next to Qian Yuhan, asked. Voice, Tang Chen answered, not bothering to say another word. Qian Yuhan and Mu Chen nodded. The voices of Tang Xian and Tang Chun were indeed very different. As the younger brother, Tang Chen's voice was quite deep, while his older brother Tang Xian had a rather, well, lecherous duck-like voice. Ha ha ha, then we are all here, right? I'm in Class 2. My name is Mu Chun, and he is Qian Yuhan from Class 1. Mu Chun was a very lively and cheerful E-type person, introducing himself while also introducing Qian Yuhan to the Tang brothers. In fact, they had only known each other for less than 5 minutes, but it felt like they had been friends since childhood. So you are Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian said in surprise. What, do you know me? Qian Yuhan replied, fearing that Tang Xian would discover his true identity. Oh, just on the way to the dormitory, I overheard a group chatting about someone named Qian Yuhan who offended Dai Xingxi. Dai Xingxi has now been called to the principal's office for scolding. They said her days might not be easy from now on, Tang Xian explained. Are you familiar with Dai Xingxi? Qian Yuhan couldn't help but squint his eyes. Huh? Of course not. We came from Tiando. As soon as we entered the school, we heard them talking about a playboy who came to Wuhuan Academy, and after asking around, we found out it was Dai Xingxi. He's in the same class as us brothers, all in Class 4. Tang Xian exaggeratedly pulled at his face, looking very pained. Brother Yuhan, you need to be careful of him from now on, Tang Chen reminded, unlike his brother, who was just standing by. I understand. Thank you. Kian Nu did. Let's not stand around anymore. Yuhan has finished unpacking, and the 3 of us are still carrying our luggage. Mu-chan realized that his shoulder was painfully sore, having been too focused on chatting and still carrying his luggage. Qian Yuhan quickly made space for the three of them to enter and tidy up. He turned to the others and said, "You all tidy up first. I'm going out to see where the cafeteria is. Let's go eat together later." "Sure. All right," the three replied, strolling through the Spirit Hall Academy. Qian Yuhan marveled at how large this academy was. This reminded him of when he read the book Douluo in his original world before he crossed over, where the Spirit Hall had powerful and numerous soul masters, which seems to have a basis now. The area of the Spirit Hall Academy could be said to be the largest in the entire continent at present. The area of a lake here could rival the total area of several soul master schools in the subordinate kingdoms of the Tiando Empire. In the center of the lake was a small island, on which stood a palace-like structure. "What is that?" Qian Yuhan squinted, wanting to see it more clearly, but the building was still shrouded in mist. "That building on the island is the soul tower that all lower-grade students at the Spirit Hall Academy aspire to." A male voice sounded next to Qian Yuhan. He turned to see a short, chubby boy. The boy looked at Qian Yuhan and extended his hand, saying, "Let's get to know each other. My name is Fong Qing. I'm in the second year." "Qian Yuhan, first year, class 1. First year, class 1? Then you're in the same class as my sister. You haven't been to class yet, right? You'll see her tomorrow. My sister's name is Fong Ya. She's a big beauty." Qian Yuhan reached out, and the two shook hands. Fong Qing raised an eyebrow and teased, saying, Qian Yuhan, curious after hearing Fong Qing mention the Soul Tower, asked, "What is the Soul Tower?" "The Soul Tower, I heard, has been standing there since before the establishment of the Spirit Hall. Later, when the Spirit Hall took control of this area, the ancestors of the Spirit Hall researched and developed this building. They discovered that cultivating inside this tower could accelerate the enhancement of soul power, with the effects becoming more pronounced the higher one goes. So that's its purpose." Qian Yuhan looked at the distant building, faintly glowing, filled with longing. This tower is mysterious, with a total of 9 floors, and only 6 floors have been developed so far. The Academy originally wanted to discuss with the Elder of the Spirit Hall about forcibly breaking through with force, but it was reportedly vetoed by the Judgment Elder. It is said that there are terrifying things on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors, and there is a powerful barrier blocking the corridor between the 6th and 7th floors, making it impossible to open. Qian Yuhan, the Elder of Judgment? Dad? Why did Dad veto it? Is there something even more terrifying on the 7th, 8th, or 9th floors of this tower? Did Dad leave just to find a way to counter that thing? Wow, Qian Yuhan is completely lost in his thoughts and has misunderstood everything. "Bro, what are you thinking?" Fong Qing patted the dazed Qian Yuhan, who was leaning against the railing. "Senior Fong Qing, where did you learn all this? This should be classified information of the Spirit Hall, right?" Qian Yuhan was startled and came back to his senses, asking. Fong Qing looked around, leaned closer to Qian Yuhan's ear, and whispered, "Let me tell you, my family has some internal connections in the Spirit Hall, you know?" After saying that, he returned to his original position, smiled, and winked at Qian Yuhan, implying, "You know what I mean? Bro is well connected." Chapter 22. Everyone shows their quirks. Qian Yuhan and Fong Qing chatted a bit about the daily management of the academy, and then they parted ways. Qian Yuhan walked into a square, where a giant stone at the entrance bore the words Angel Square. So this is Angel Square, the popular gathering place for students of the Spirit Hall Academy. As Fong Qing said, looking at the statue in the center of the square, his eyes reddened again. That was the statue of the current Judgment Elder, Qian Mo, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall. Qian Yuhan, why are you so hopeless? Every time you see something related to him, you want to cry. Stop crying, stop crying. Qian Yuhan despised herself in her heart, truly scolding herself. She had just heard Fong Qing say that the statue in Angel Square was that of the contemporary Judgment Elder. The Academy displayed his statue to encourage students to take him as a role model and strive towards his achievements. Whenever a new Judgment Elder was appointed, the statue of the previous Elder would be reduced in size and then sent to the Judgment Elder Hall of the Wuhuan Palace for storage and remembrance. Qian Yuhan then remembered that when he went to his father's place before, there were statues of different figures placed on both sides of the main hall's axis, all facing the angel's phantom. Qian Mo once said, "They are all as devout believers of the angel god as I am." As her thoughts returned, Qian Yuhan no longer lingered in the Angel Square. It was already dusk, and Qian Yuhan returned to dormitory 101, where she saw her 3 roommates sitting cross-legged on their beds, practicing their cultivation. Qian Yuhan, no matter how we practice, it's so competitive. Let's go eat. Qian Yuhan said. Mu-chan opened his eyes, yawned, and said, let's go. I've been waiting for you for almost an hour. I just sat here and fell asleep. Let's set off. Kionihan, aimaslep. What about Tang Xian and Tang Chun? Are they not coming? They are coming. They just finished a cycle. Tang Xian said as he opened his eyes. Me too, let's go. Tang Chun also said. Mu Chun was taken aback, then angrily said, what's wrong with you guys? Didn't we agree to sleep together? Practicing secretly, huh? Saying this, he was about to climb up the ladder to Tang Xian's bed to hit him. Seeing this, Tang Xian quickly explained, it's not that. I'm just trying to practice a bit to improve my strength. If that Dai Xingshi comes after me, I need to be ready to fight back, and I have to prepare for his retaliation. If I don't practice more to strengthen myself, how can I handle that? Tang Chen nodded in agreement. It makes sense. We do need to practice well. I'll let you off this time. Mu Chun released the ladder and jumped down from it. Ha 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 ha. The four of them in the dormitory all laughed. Qian Yuhan, I don't know about the others in the academy, but the people in dorm 101 feel very warm and friendly, and I like this atmosphere. The four of us arrived at the cafeteria and looked up at the giant menu in front of us, which is 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. The food is abundant. Wow, is the academy this extravagant? Tang Xian said, his mouth agape in shock. Qian Yuhan was thinking about what to eat and finally chose a plate of musu roe, mushroom and pork. Rice. The cafeteria's big menu lists the ingredients for each dish for reference. Ingredients. Lingmu chicken eggs, black fungus. 10-year-old Mu Bei black pig pork. Just as he was holding the rice and looking for a seat, he suddenly felt someone bump into him. Qian Yuhan looked down and found that his dinner was all spilled on the ground. Qian Yuhan turned around to see who it was, and it turned out to be an old acquaintance, Dai Xingshi. Oh, I'm sorry, classmate, I didn't mean to, Dai Xingshi said insincerely, then quickly turned and left. Qian Yuhan coldly watched his back, a fire of anger igniting in his heart. He knew that this was intentionally done by Dai Xingshi, but in front of so many people, he couldn't lose his temper. How despicable! Qian Yuhan gritted his teeth in silence. The other three saw this scene and came over to comfort Qian Yuhan. Don't be angry, Yuhan. Let's buy another one. Yeah, it's not worth it to argue with someone like that. Qian Yuhan nodded. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Dai Shangshi looking over at him with a smug expression, as if provoking him. Qian Yu was labia, Hans Anje, intensifia. And he secretly vowed that during the next Academy Soul fighting competition, he would definitely teach him a lesson on the arena. He had heard Fang Qing say that releasing one's martial soul in the cafeteria would result in punishment. So he swallowed this anger with gritted teeth. After dinner, when he returned to the dormitory, Qian Yuhan asked everyone if they knew how to play Do Di Zhu, and everyone looked confused. Yuhan, what is Do Di Zhu? It's a card game. What's a card game? Qian Yuhan. They don't know poker? This time it's Qian Yuhan who is confused. There really can't be anyone who doesn't know poker. Qian Yuhan suddenly remembered that this was not the original world. There shouldn't be playing cards in Douluo continent, so naturally, they wouldn't know about Do Di Zhu, a popular card game in China. It's just a game, a card game. I'll take some time to bring out a full deck, and the four of us can play together. It's quite fun, Qian Yuhan said to everyone. Soon, everyone laid down on the beds, and before long, Mu Chun had already started snoring. Tang Xian looked at Mu Chun on the opposite bed speechlessly and sighed. Is this guy a sleep god? He has been sleeping all afternoon, and now he is lying down again. Can he really sleep that much? Everyone's body is different. Maybe he just has a hyper-somnolent constitution. Haha. Qian Yuhan also chimed in. Qian Yuhan was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking. After all, this is Douluo continent, which is different from the original world. Some things that exist in the original world should not exist in Douluo continent, like playing cards. If I create these things that Douluo continent doesn't have, and let Uncle Tianwei and the others promote them using the influence of the Spirit Hall, wouldn't I become the richest person on the continent? Haha. Seeing Qian Yuhan lying on the bed and grinning foolishly, Tang Xian supported his forehead with his right hand and said, Mu Chun is a heavy sleeper, and Yuhan is grinning. Our dormitory. By the way, I have a business that can make money. Are you in? Make money. At this moment, Tang Chun suddenly sat up. Tang Xian rolled his eyes at his money-loving brother and said to Qian Yuhan in exasperation, Tang Chun is just a money slave, prioritizing money above all else as long as it doesn't violate his principles. Qian Yuhan, Tang Chun is quite contradictory. How can one make big money without violating some principles? So he can't really be considered a financial slave. I can participate, but I don't have much business acumen. However, I can bring beautiful women over to help make your products famous. Qian Yuhan, you're trying to get girls to advertise? Huh? This isn't a lack of business sense. Tang Xian has no self-awareness at all. Haha. And trying to get girls, you're just being lecherous. Qian Yuhan looked at Tang Xian and smiled. How do you know? My brother, and I should be a year older than you guys, but it's a bit strange for me to say this. Back then, in my first year at Tiando, there was a beautiful classmate. I couldn't help myself and ended up sneaking into the girls' bathroom to watch her shower, and I got expelled in the end. Schools over at Tiando wouldn't take me anymore, and my brother didn't want to be alone at school. Worried it would be boring, so he dropped out with me. In the end, we managed to enroll here on the last day of the Spirit Hall Academy's admissions. Qian Yuhan was stunned. Tang Xian was really outrageous, peeping at a female classmate taking shower. This brother's really something. Dorm 101. One is a heavy sleeper. One loves to laugh foolishly. One is a money slave. One is a pervert. Haha. Truly a bunch of oddballs. Chapter 23. School bell who Linner the next morning. Early at dawn, before it was even light, Qian Yuhan woke up. Back when he was at home, Qian Yuhan's routine was always very regular and had become a habit. This regular lifestyle made him feel comfortable and secure. At this moment, hearing the snoring sound from his roommates, Qian Yuhan quietly climbed down from his bed, carefully avoiding making any noise. He picked up his toiletries and silently walked towards the washroom. In the washroom, Qian Yuhan splashed his face with cold water and quickly brushed his teeth before swiftly returning to his bed. Once back in bed, Qian Yuhan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate and cultivate. He adjusted his breathing and focused his attention on the flow of spiritual energy within his body. Through meditation, he aimed to enhance his cultivation and strengthen both his body and soul. Qian Yuhan, it's my turn to roll you guys now, except for Mu-chun. After an hour, the sky was completely bright. Mu-chun seemed to sense something. When it got light, it was time for people to get up, and he sat up suddenly. You, what the heck? You all roll me. Mu-chun exaggeratedly covered his chest with both hands, pretending to be in agony, which was hilarious. Tang Xian and Tang Chun also got up one after another, tidied up their class materials, and went to their respective classrooms. Qian Yuhan is in Class 1, Grade 1, at the very end of the corridor, the furthest from the entrance. Tang Xian and Tang Chun arrived at their classroom door first, waved their hands, and entered the classroom. Mu-chun and Qian Yuhan continued walking in when suddenly, Mu-chun elbowed Qian Yuhan in the back. Yuhan, look over there, she said, nodding her head toward the side. Following the direction, Qian Yuhan saw a girl with a graceful figure, with curves in all the right places. Mu-chun pulled Qian Yuhan quickly to the front of that girl, pretending to chat with Qian Yuhan while her eyes were fixed on the girl, as if she were mesmerized. Wow, she's stunning. Qian Yuhan poked at the dazed Mu-chun, who then snapped back to reality and whispered to Qian Yuhan. After saying that, they noticed the girl looking at them with a strange expression as they were walking in a particularly odd posture. Qian Yuhan walked normally, while Mu-chun walked backward, her body pressed against Qian Yuhan. Because they were whispering earlier, Mu-chun's mouth was directed at Qian Yuhan's face. From the girl's angle, it looked like they were bent over, and she stared at them oddly before quickly wanting to distance herself from the scene. Ah, so you're also a pervert. Qian Yuhan clicked her tongue and hurriedly pushed Mu-chun aside. Huh? What do you mean? Mu-chun looked confused. After all, during their chat yesterday, someone had already started snoring and fell asleep. And no, it's nothing. Are you not going to class too? Qian Yuhan quickly changed the subject. Well, by then, Mu-chun waved her hand, then quickly leaned in close to Qian Yuhan's ear and said, that girl is really pretty. Look, she's still walking ahead. She must be in your class. Why not go for it? Get lost. Qian Yuhan directly shoved the grinning and somewhat lewd Mu-chun into the classroom before heading to Class 1 herself. Internally, she couldn't help but sigh. Mu-chun is quite handsome. If only she didn't always show such a creepy side, she would probably have a lot of admirers. What a pity, really. She didn't know who could handle him in the future. Earlier, Qian Yuhan had been walking straight and hadn't seen what the girl looked like. She only caught a glimpse of her nice figure when Mu-chun pulled her forward. Qian Yuhan was also curious about what this girl looked like to have captivated Mu-chun like that. Once he entered the classroom, he saw the girl who was already sitting in the last row. The reason he noticed her at a glance was simple. She wasn't wearing the school uniform. Qian Yuhan was the last one to enter the classroom. They originally had 5 minutes left before the bell rang, but after the commotion with Mu-chun, they ended up leaving a bit slower. As soon as Qian Yuhan entered the door, the class bell rang. The teacher standing at the podium was also quick to act and directly called for class to begin. The whole class stood up in unison, just like soldiers. Even the beautiful girl, who wasn't wearing a uniform, did the same. Someone was still standing there in a daze at the front. Hello, classmates. Hello, teacher. The students in the class bowed in unison to the teacher at the podium, and the teacher returned the bow to Qian Yuhan before saying, please sit down. This student, you're not late. Are you hoping to stand in punishment? The teacher said with a smile, looking at Qian Yuhan by the podium. Oh. Qian Yuhan reacted and walked to the last row, only to find that there was a seat next to the beautiful girl who wasn't wearing a school uniform. Sigh. I guess I'll just sit here, Qian Yuhan mumbled softly. The two boys sitting in front of Qian Yuhan were feeling quite pleased that the school beauty, Hu Lin'er, had sat behind them. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's murmurs, their pupils trembled. The two said, just make do with your seat. If you don't like it, switch with me. You're so ungrateful, not knowing how lucky you are. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. One of them couldn't help but turn around and say, hey bro, that's not right. What about our school beauty Hu Lin'er? Qian Yuhan. School beauty? Hu Lin'er? Oh, I'll pay more attention next time. School beauty? I haven't heard of her. Qian Yuhan turned to look at Hu Lin'er beside her. Well, she does look quite good, but she's not as impressive as the girl I met in the Starry Forest. That girl named Ouyang Luo Shui is really beautiful. Although they're still just kids and haven't fully developed yet, this Hu Lin'er seems a bit precocious. Her chest has already grown to a B-cup size, while Ouyang Luo Shui looks like she might be a bit older than me. And normal development during puberty should also be around a B-cup. Qian Yuhan's mind was filled with the image of Ouyang Luo Shui, completely unaware that he was staring blankly at Hu Lin'er. The two in the front row looked at Qian Yuhan with smug expressions. How about it? Our school belle is beautiful, right? Hu Lin'er indeed had a face that was as cold as ice, and the temperature around seemed to drop significantly. Our school belle? Am I familiar with you? Turn back around quickly. Just then, after scolding the front row duo, Hu Lin'er was about to unleash her anger on Qian Yuhan when she realized how handsome he was. No wonder that guy. So she didn't continue her tirade, but instead cleared her throat. Qian Yuhan came to his senses and noticed he had been staring at the girl, feeling embarrassed. He turned his head back and hurriedly flipped through the books on his desk. Staring at me for so long isn't appropriate, and you don't even apologize. This is too easy, isn't it? I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. I just suddenly thought of something else. Qian Yuhan still wanted to explain something, but Hu Lin'er raised her hand to interrupt him and said, stop, I don't want to hear your explanation. After watching for so long, I've already taken advantage of the situation. How are you going to compensate me? What do you want me to do for compensation? Upon hearing Qian Yuhan say this, Hu Lin'er's lips curled up slightly. Chapter 24. Kid, I will make you regret coming to this academy. Seeing Hu Lin'er curl her lips, Qian Yuhan suddenly felt that things were not looking good. He quickly said, we can't do anything illegal. Seeing Qian Yuhan so flustered, Hu Lin'er smiled even more brightly, remembering that they were in class and didn't laugh out loud. Hu Lin'er thought, this guy is quite amusing. She wanted to keep teasing him. What illegal things are you talking about? I don't know. Hu Lin'er leaned forward, closing the distance between them. You don't mean that, do you? Hu Lin'er intentionally elongated her words. Qian Yuhan felt an unbearable heat all over his body and swallowed hard. He was so uncomfortable that he couldn't speak. How old are you? Your thing is so small. He couldn't help but retort after hearing Hu Lin'er's words. Who has small? And you, talking as if you're so big, you have a chest like an airport. Qian Yuhan couldn't stand the teasing from Hu Lin'er about his little brother. How could he endure this? Although his body was that of an 8-year-old kid, his soul was that of an 18-year-old young man. Could he really tolerate it? So he shot back with a direct reply. Even though he was speaking against his conscience, Hu Lin'er's chest was definitely not an airport. What does airport mean? Qian Yuhan, I forgot that there are no planes here, so where would the airport come from? Doesn't that mean my insults were in vain? It's fine, as long as you know I'm insulting you. All right, just kidding. Treat me to lunch at noon, and we can consider my mental distress fee settled after all this time. Qian Yuhan, woe to your mother. Qian Yuhan inwardly cursed, but since he had indeed been staring at the person for a long time, he didn't say anything further and simply nodded in agreement. Is your little meeting over? A voice came from the direction of the podium. Qian Yuhan, it's over. I forgot that class had already started. Thinking about it, I looked at my neighbor, Hu Lin'er, with resentment. But then I thought again, this woman is too scary. Just now, I almost couldn't hold back. No wonder Mu-chan reacted so ridiculously upon seeing her face. I need to stay away from people like this in the future. It's terrifying. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she was a fox spirit in her past life, and her cultivation level must be very high. It must be like that. Far away in Tiando, Ouyang Luo Shui sneezed. The whole morning was spent with the teacher introducing the school's rules, activities, and welfare rewards to the students. The homeroom teacher of Qian Yuhan's first grade class is Zhou Yu, a 67th level soul emperor. She is very eloquent and knows how to attract people's attention. It was clear from the first class that she is a good teacher. As soon as the class bell rang, Teacher Zhou did not extend the class. Everyone rushed out in a flurry, running to the cafeteria. Just as Qian Yuhan was about to get up, his left arm was grabbed by a hand, It was Hu Liner. Remember to treat me to a meal, okay? Wait for me in the cafeteria. I'll go back to the dorm to get some things first. Don't even think about escaping. After saying this, she winked at Qian Yuhan and then got up to walk toward the door. The people still in the class exclaimed, "Damn, why can this guy hook up with the school beauty in the first class?" I'm not convinced. When they arrived at the cafeteria, it was packed with people, all of them looking like scavengers, their eyes shining at the sight of delicious food. "Looks like you didn't break your promise." A captivating voice entered Qian Yuhan's ears. Without needing to look, he knew who it was. "Is that Hu Lina?" "Yes." The school beauty came to the cafeteria to eat. Didn't Tiwi hear that she only eats meals cooked by her family as chef? Why is she here at the cafeteria? Yes, she came a few days before registration and has always had someone delivering food to her. Her family has a bit of money. She came a few days early? Yeah, I heard it was for the college's opening ceremony activities and to participate in the rehearsals ahead of time. Hearing the discussions around him, Qian Yuhan understood the general situation. Opening ceremony? What opening ceremony? You don't know? The day after tomorrow afternoon, there are no classes. It's the opening ceremony. And there is also a welcome party in the evening. Didn't they say anything to you after you signed in? No. I had a bit of a conflict with someone during check-in, and after I signed in, I just left. It was pretty chaotic in that tent. That's fine. Now you know. I want to eat that hand-pulled chicken. Hu Liner pointed to a stall in the front right. Seeing the price of the hand-pulled chicken on the huge menu above the crowd, the corner of Qian Yuhan's, I couldn't help but twitch. One serving costs 1,000 gold soul coins. Qian Yuhan, this damn woman is really picky, asking for 1,000 gold soul coins. Look at her. 1,000 at a time, truly precious. Not as good as Ouyang Luoxue. Fine. Qian Yuhan gritted his teeth and agreed. Agreed just like that? Your family must be quite wealthy. Hu Liner originally wanted to tease him, but she didn't expect Qian Yuhan to actually agree. You better hurry before I change my mind, Qian Yuhan said in a low voice. Let's eat this hand-pulled chicken together. I'll just order a rice bowl. Hu Liner said, You're actually quite nice. Qian Yuhan glanced at her and then went to queue up. You go find a seat first. I'll wait in line. Hu Liner thought, This guy is actually quite nice. Is it really a bit too harsh to treat him like this? While Qian Yuhan was in line, he heard a commotion behind him. Hey, make way, make way. Hurry up, move aside. That guy, go to the back of the line. My boss is hungry and needs to eat first. Qian Yuhan turned around, and his gaze immediately became cold. A chill radiated from his entire body. Qian Yuhan's classmates. Hey, do you feel like it's getting a bit colder? Yeah, it's only September. It shouldn't be this chilly. I'm already shivering. Qian Yuhan turned back and ignored the commotion behind, continuing to stand in line. Before long, the noise grew louder, and Qian Yuhan knew that the group had arrived. Hey, make way, my big brother wants to eat. Who does your big brother think he is? He needs to wait in line like everyone else. Qian Yuhan furrowed his brows tightly, his expression as gloomy as a sky heavy with dark clouds. His voice was deep and powerful, as if it came from the abyss, sending chills down one's spine. However, despite his serious tone, there was no trace of emotional fluctuation, like an iceberg, cold and resolute. Only those who truly understood Qian Yuhan could realize that this emotionless language was a manifestation of his extreme anger. When Qian Yuhan became utterly calm, it was precisely when he was most terrifying. At this moment, a raging fire of anger had ignited within him, only forcibly suppressed. Let me see who is blocking my way to a meal. Dai Shengxi's voice came through. Indeed, the earlier commotion was caused by Dai Shengxi's lackeys stirring up trouble and driving people away. Qian Yuhan immediately spotted Dai Shengxi walking slowly behind them. As soon as Dai Shengxi's hand touched Qian Yuhan's shoulder, it was instantly bounced back. Dai Shengxi was shaken and staggered back repeatedly. Dai Shengxi, so strong. Is he a senior? He must be, and a very strong senior at that. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to offend you. Dai Shengxi immediately changed his expression, becoming directly flattering like his sycophants. The change of face is quite fast, Qian Yuhan coldly snorted. Dai Shengxi's expression paused. This voice sounds a bit familiar. Qian Yuhan has been facing away from Dai Shengxi, so Dai Shengxi does not know Qian Yuhan's identity. Qian Yuhan slowly turned around after speaking. What a flattering and fawning guy. I look down on you. You, Qian Yuhan, it's actually you. Get lost. Go to the back of the line. Otherwise, with everyone here spitting on you, you could drown. Dai Shengxi's face turned red with anger, nodding his head while constantly muttering good, and turned to walk to the back. Good, nice. Let us dampen his spirits. Cheers and applause kept coming. Qian Yuhan, are you just leaving like this? He doesn't seem like someone who would swallow his anger. Dai Shengxi, fuming, walked out of the cafeteria, thinking to himself, Qian Yuhan, just you wait. The big gift I prepared for you is just beginning. Keep being arrogant, kid. I will make you regret coming to this academy. Chapter 25, Friendship Match, Part 1. After Dai Shengxi left, Qian Yuhan didn't wait long before he bought some hand-pulled chicken. 1,000 gold soul coins is just a small amount for Qian Yuhan. But since it's not money he earned himself, it always feels unsatisfying to spend. On a tray, there was a bowl of hand-pulled chicken and 2 plates of rice, just enough to set down. Qian Yuhan carefully held the tray and looked around for Hu Liner. When Hu Liner saw Qian Yuhan with the tray, she quickly stood up and waved her hand. Qian Yuhan saw her waving and walked towards her. The campus belle is greeting someone. Is it me? I see her waving and smiling at me. Stop being narcissistic. She's clearly smiling at me. Bah, she's smiling at me. Me? Where Hu Liner is. There's bound to be some unrest. Have you considered wearing a veil or something? Aren't these people annoying, calling out to you in your ear? Qian Yuhan set his tray down and sat opposite Hu Liner, saying. Hu Liner smiled and said, What's wrong? Feeling jealous? All right, I'll think about it next time. Who's jealous? I'm just giving a friendly reminder. Do you understand the reminder? Qian Yuhan was really afraid of the school beauty of this academy, feeling as if she had him completely under her control every time. Thinking about his current state, he increasingly felt pathetic. Should he just strike hard and win her over? As soon as this thought appeared, Qian Yuhan quickly shook his head, tried to throw it out of his mind. Qian Yuhan, you are really hungry, wanted to win over that woman. Besides, you're only 8 years old now. What are you thinking? Qian Yuhan lowered his head and focused on eating, ignoring the outside world. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would be teased by Hu Liner again. This scene made the other students feel extremely frustrated. Not just anyone could have a meal with the school beauty. Although Hu Liner had only been at the school for less than a month, her beauty had spread like wildfire since she appeared at the rehearsal. Now, after more than half a month of development, even though she hadn't officially started school yet, her fame had already been established. Seeing Hu Liner sitting and eating with Qian Yuhan today, their hearts shattered. Their goddess was already having a meal with a guy, which was not a good sign. The key point was that this guy was also very handsome. Qian Yuhan, who was burying his head in his food, said to Hu Liner, who was sitting opposite him, I'm done eating. I'll leave first, bye. After saying that, he stood up, took his plate, and left in one go, not giving Hu Liner a chance to say another word. Watching Qian Yuhan flee in a panic, Hu Liner shook her head and smiled helplessly, muttering to herself, Is he really that scared of me? At that moment, a boy stood up from his seat and walked over to Hu Liner. Just as he was about to speak, Hu Liner interrupted him with a curt get lost. After escaping from the cafeteria, Qian Yuhan let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had been pardoned, and walked towards the dormitory. In a corner where Qian Yuhan couldn't see, a figure watched his back with a sinister smile. You stir up my brother. Just wait. Bro, what are you doing sneaking around? A female voice suddenly sounded behind a shadow, startling it so much that it shuddered. Nothing. Let us go. I'll take you back to your dorm so you can rest. You have class in the afternoon. Okay. The boy and girl then walked towards the dormitory. Back in dorm 101, Qian Yuhan climbed onto his bed. He was very tired, or rather, mentally exhausted. It was the first time he had been toyed with like this by a girl, treated like a plaything. Yuhan, I heard you've already hooked up with a school beauty. Quick enough. Mu Chun, who had just returned from the cafeteria, overheard many people discussing. Just now, a very handsome guy was having a meal with the school beauty, and it seems they're in the same class. Hearing this discussion, Mu Chun reported it to Qian Yuhan. What do you mean I hooked up with her? It's more like she hooked up with me. Qian Yuhan instinctively retorted. Wow, Yuhan, you have a chance. There's an old saying, a girl chasing a boy is like a layer of gauze. This beauty is chasing you. Just secretly smile, Mu Chun said, shocked by Qian Yuhan's words. I don't feel anything for her right now. Take it slow, don't rush. I'm telling you, he said. Meanwhile, Hu Liner, who had just left the cafeteria, was pulled into a corner by a masked boy. So, did it work out for you guys? Not so fast. I'm telling you, you better hurry up, otherwise your mom's business in Wuhan City. The masked boy threatened. Don't you think this is a bit too much? Just because you're wearing a mask doesn't mean I don't know your identity. I can't be bothered to expose you. Too much. Hu Liner, you dare talk to me like that? Don't forget your family. All right, I get it. Stop rushing me. You use your family's resources to help our business, and I'll help you with one thing. And we'll call it even. Just don't bother me again, okay? Hu Liner, you wouldn't have really developed feeling for that guy, would you? You crossed the line. You better leave. I promise I'll do what I said. After saying this, Hu Lin Air directly shook off the masked boy's hand. The masked boy snorted coldly and left. Hu Lin Air looked up, gazing at the sky, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion and helplessness. Her brows slightly furrowed, and her lips pressed together as if she were contemplating something important. Her expression appeared somewhat puzzled, as if she felt at a loss regarding the current situation. She stood there quietly, unmoving, like a statue, blending into the surrounding environment. A gentle breeze brushed through her hair, swaying it lightly, adding a touch of tranquility and mystery. Is this too unfair to him? What should I do? Returning to reality, Hu Lin Air went back to her dorm, feeling a bit absent-minded. Her roommates looked at her, unsure of what had happened, and seeing Hu Lin Air lying on the bed without moving, they felt hesitant to disturb her. So, you can rest assured. Just focus on your studies in life. If it's meant to be, you'll naturally come together. Mu Chun had been advising Qian Yuhan for half an hour, speaking with great confidence, like a love guru. In reality, most of these love gurus, the strategists behind them, are often novices in romance, focusing only on theory and never having practiced, just like the person who was currently lecturing. At that moment, Tang Xian and Tang Chun entered the room. Their teacher had delayed them, so they had just returned from the cafeteria. Hey, aren't you guys resting? Don't you have a friendly match this afternoon? Tang Xian looked at the energetic Mu Chun, puzzled. Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun. Friendly match? I don't know, who told you? Huh, you guys don't know? Our homeroom teacher said there will be a friendly match between classes 1 and 2 in the afternoon, and also told us we could go watch if we had nothing else to do. Tang Xian explained, while Tang Chun beside him nodded and added, so, you guys should lie down in bed and take a quick rest to adjust your state. Reminded by Tang Chun, Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun quickly lay down on the bed and closed their eyes. Not long after, Mu Chin's snoring echoed throughout room 101. Chapter 26, Friendly Match, Part 2. Mu Chun slept for about an hour before being awakened by the urge to urinate. Oh no, I can't hold it anymore. Mu Chun hurriedly got out of bed and rushed to the bathroom, leaving Qian Yuhan stunned. Is there really such a way to wake someone up? Well, in the original world, I had also been awakened by the urge to urinate. If I couldn't hold it in while dreaming, the result would be Qian Yuhan no longer recalls the painful original memories. At 12 years old, he even drew maps. How embarrassing. Shushin Mu Chin returned, looking great, and after taking a bath, he felt as if he were floating. Only then did he notice that Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun were all awake, and he asked, aren't you guys taking a nap? Tang Xian had a black line on his face. Was it that they didn't want to sleep? Someone's snoring was loud enough to keep the other 3 from sleeping at all. You sleep for an hour, and the snoring has caused the neighbors to come over 2 or 3 times. How can we sleep? Tang Xian rolled his eyes at Mu Chun. I'm sorry, brothers. You guys sleep a bit longer. I won't sleep anymore. Forget it. In half an hour, we have class anyway. No more sleep, Qian Yuhan said, looking at the Soul Guide clock in the dormitory. I'm really sorry. How about this? I'll cover your dinner. Sure, the 3 of them said in unison. Mu Chen. Why do I feel like I've been framed? By the way, Yuhan, how old are you? Let's sort ourselves by age in 101. I was born on August 20th. Then you're younger than me. You're the 4th brother in 101, Yuhan. I'm the 3rd. Tang Xian is the eldest, and Tang Chun is the 2nd. The 4 brothers of 101 don't seek to be born on the same day, but wish to die on the same day. If we're going to die, you can go ahead. I don't want to die yet. Tang Chen's words instantly shattered the emotional scene that Mu Chun had built for brotherhood. Hey, 2nd brother, don't say that. 4th brother, how confident are you about our class this afternoon? Quite confident, Qian Yuhan nodded confidently. Wow, 4th brother, I believe you can beat others in our class, but me? Not necessarily. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow at Qian Yuhan confidently. Then the 2 of us, as the older brothers, will definitely come to watch your 101 internal battle this afternoon. Tang Xian patted the shoulders of Qian Yuhan and Mu Chen. Big brother, whether Mu Chen can fight me in the end is still uncertain. Qian Yuhan smiled. Ha. It seems 4th brother is really full of confidence. 2nd brother, I have high hopes for you. Dan Tian Patet Qian Yuhan. In fact, friendships in youth are the purest, untainted by any other factors. Unlike the brotherhood scene in the officialdom, which is nothing at all. On September 5th, 8028 in the Douluo calendar, Tang Xian and Tang Chun were 9 years old, while Mu Chun and Qian Yuhan were 8. These 4 people had no idea what stunning achievements awaited them in the future. You call me Big Brother, and in times of danger, I will ensure my brother's safety. I am your brother, and in dire situations, I will help my brother escape. 4th brother, what is your martial soul? Tell me. On the way to the classroom, Mu Chen asked. You'll find out later. It's a secret, Qian Yuhan said mysteriously. TCH, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Just so you know, I'm already at level 29, almost at the threshold of level 30. Not bad, third brother. But you better be careful when you encounter me. Of course. What did you just say? Mu Chun initially nodded in satisfaction, enjoying the feeling, but then felt something was off and asked, Huh? I said you better take it easy on me when you encounter me. What's wrong? Qian Yuhan walked ahead, covering her mouth and giggling. When she reached the entrance of Class 2, Mu Chun said to her, Fourth, wait for this afternoon, while my brother will give you a good lesson. I'm waiting. Qian Yuhan waved her hand and walked towards Class 1 without looking back. The head teacher of Class 1, Zhou Yu, entered the classroom behind Qian Yuhan, walked up to the podium, and tapped the blackboard, instantly silencing the noise in the classroom. Kids, I believe you have heard from other classes that this afternoon we will have a friendly match with Class 2. The rules are simple. It's a knockout system. Whoever stands last represents their class, and that class wins. For our class, if someone stands last, they will be the class leader of Class 1. Do you all understand? Understood. The students shouted. Everyone in Class 1 was filled with excitement. The same scene unfolded in Class 2. The two classes gathered in the school's dual soul zone. The dual soul zone of the Spear Hall was large, containing 3 standard duel arenas. In a while, everyone from our class will participate in the matches. I don't expect you to perform exceptionally well. Just give it your all so I can understand your specific situation and plan your teaching accordingly. Class 1, victory is ours. Class 1, victory is ours. Zhou Yu was a passionate dual soul enthusiast and had her own unique insights into the study of martial spirits. She graduated from the Spirit Hall Academy and was an outstanding graduate of her class. A few years ago, she was specially invited back to teach. Hearing the spirited cheers from Class 1, Class 2 was equally determined. Class 2, go for it. The head teacher of Class 2 was also a female teacher named Han Xian. Han Xian was the same age as Zhou Yu, but she graduated from the Tiando Royal Academy and was a teacher who emphasized theoretical education. Although Han Xian's soul power was not high, only at level 51, her theoretical knowledge was unmatched by Zhou Yu. Both had their advantages. Zhou Yu combined theory with practice more closely, while Han Xian emphasized theoretical groundwork and practical testing, focusing more on rational combat. The two class teachers, Zhou Yu and Han Xian, took turns as judges. The first group of students is coming to the stage. In the first match, Han Xian served as the judge. A boy from Class 1 jumped onto the duel platform, followed by a girl from Class 2. Boy versus girl? Classmate, I think you should find a girl to fight with later. It's not honorable for a boy to win against a girl. The girl smiled lightly and said, Come on, I like challenging battles. Zhao Chanqian, level 22 agility attack soul master, please enlighten me. Alright, then let's battle. Lu Hui, level 24 power attack soul master. Both of them summoned 2 yellow soul rings beneath their feet, a standard soul ring configuration. Zhao Chanqian's second soul ring flickered, and she swiftly moved without a sound. With a light shout, she disappeared from her original position. Space teleportation? She can actually use space teleportation, which only title Douluo can do. Hu Liner said beside Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan shook her head, denying Hu Lin Er's words as she observed the situation on the field. Her soul skill should be able to instantly enhance her speed, allowing her body to move away at an incredibly fast pace, which gives the impression of spatial teleportation. In reality, she did not use spatial power to distort space for teleportation. It was merely a rapid movement within the current space. Qian Yuhan's words are not wrong. It is just as he said. This is because Qian Yuhan had also asked his father about the difference between spatial teleportation and ordinary teleportation. This is exactly Qian Mo's explanation. Zhao Chanqian's martial soul is the ghost shadow leopard, and the silent effect of her second soul skill combined with her extremely fast speed give a feeling of disappearance. At this moment, Zhao Chanqian has already moved behind Lu Hui. Zhao Chanqian straightens her right leg, applying pressure to her center of gravity, causing herself to quickly come to a halt. The leopard claws of the ghost shadow leopard envelop her hands in purple claw shadows. After stopping, Zhao Chanqian kicks off with her left leg, propelling herself towards Lu Hui's back. Be careful, someone shouted. Lu Hui seemed to have anticipated this, calmly shouting, Second soul skill. Chapter 27, Friendly Match, 3. Zhao Chanqian moved to Lu Hui's direct rear with incredible speed. Then she charged towards Lu Hui's most vulnerable spot, his back. Second soul skill, Four-sided barrier. Lu Hui's yellow second soul ring glowed beneath his feet, and 4 stone walls suddenly rose around him. Zhao Qianqian was moving towards Lu Hui at such a high speed that when the stone walls suddenly appeared, she had no time to stop and crashed directly into them. Immediately, Zhao Qianqian was sent flying back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. After being knocked back to the ground, Zhao Qianqian quickly wiped the blood from her mouth with her sleeve. She then stood up again, her yellow first soul ring glowing beneath her feet. Qin Yuhan looked at Zhao Qianqian, who had already been injured, and his fighting spirit increased rather than diminished. He sighed inwardly, what a tough girl. Not all weak. Instead, she became braver in battle. If she continued like this, her achievements wouldn't be low. What's wrong? Are you interested? Hu Lin air teased, noticing Qin Yuhan staring intently at the arena. I was just watching the match. By the way, why are you sitting next to me? There are so many empty seats over there, Qin Yuhan explained, having not paid much attention to the girl beside him, thinking she was just an ordinary girl. Because I wanted to sit next to you. Is that reason satisfactory? Hu Lin air said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuhan's face turned red. He silently scolded himself. Why did I ask so many questions? I shouldn't have probed further. Next time, I definitely won't say anything more to her, or I'll accidentally be teased again. First soul skill, Ghost Shadow Strike. Zhao Qianqian activated her first soul skill. As a speed-type soul master, Zhao Qianqian exhibited the typical explosive speed characteristic of this type. Her entire body was covered by a black mist and then disappeared from her original position. Lu Hui's second soul skill also finished releasing, leaving him completely exposed in front of his opponent. Zhao Qianqian's shadow moved swiftly around Lu Hui, leaving behind black afterimages like a circle, sealing off all of Lu Hui's escape routes. Zhao Qianqian wasn't in a hurry and waited for her opponent to reveal a flaw. Lu Hui remained calm, closing his eyes and sensing the fluctuations of the air around him, trying to find Zhao Qianqian's movement pattern. 1 second, 2 seconds. Instead, Zhao Qianqian felt confused. She hesitated. She didn't know if Lu Hui was intentionally revealing a flaw or if he had given up. However, she believed it was the former. Therefore, she continued to circle outside, oblivious to the fact that her soul power was quietly depleting. This is not good. If Zhao Qianqian continues like this, she won't have much soul power left. If she fails to land a hit, she'll lose, Hu Lin air remarked, observing the situation in the arena. This time, Qin Yuhan expressed his agreement. Zhao Qianqian also felt that her soul power was nearly depleted and could only gather it for one final surprise attack. With this thought, Zhao Qianqian gritted her teeth, concentrating her soul power in her hands and legs. Liu, feeling the fluctuations at his 2 o'clock position while keeping his eyes closed, clearly sensed a significant amount of soul power there. First soul skill, Savage Giant Strength. Lu Hui's first soul ring glowed, and he opened his eyes, charging in the direction of 2 o'clock. Although Zhao Qianqian was moving quickly while gathering her soul power, Lu Hui had long since understood her movement patterns. Bow. Enhanced by his first soul skill, Lu Hui accurately struck Zhao Qianqian, who had moved to the 2 o'clock position, sending her flying with a punch. Zhao Qianqian was stunned. She intended to launch her final surprise attack from where she had gathered her soul power, but in that instant, she was knocked away. Initially, she saw Lu Hui charging towards the place where she had gathered her soul power, thinking he believed that was her true position, so she continued with her original plan. However, just as she was about to reach her planned position after moving rapidly, she was struck. So strong, this guy, Mu Chan from Class 2 said, noting Lu Hui's precise prediction and lack of unnecessary movements. Lu Hui did not stop. He charged directly at the flying Zhao Qianqian. What is he doing? Is he going to continue attacking? Qianqian is already injured. It's unlikely she can keep fighting. If she gets attacked again, it will surely leave her with hidden injuries. The students of Class 2 exclaimed and debated. Suddenly, Lu Hui leaped and caught Zhao Qianqian, who was about to fall to the ground. The two landed steadily. Zhao Qianqian was held in Lu Hui's princess carry, her face somewhat pale. Seeing that Zhao Qianqian looked unwell, Lu Hui apologized. I'm sorry. I thought you could take a hit. I didn't expect to hurt you. I'm really sorry. Hearing Lu Hui's apology and realizing she was being cradled like this, her cheeks turned slightly red. It's okay. It's normal to get hurt in a fighting spirit match. Seeing how things ended up, the audience let out a sigh of relief, followed by waves of applause, acknowledging Lu Hui's strength and character, as well as recognizing Zhao Qianqian's courage in facing the battle without retreating. Watching this scene, Qin Yuhan couldn't help but think of Li Wei, whom he had met earlier at the Ice God Arena, who had that pretentious demeanor after being beaten by his parents. shaking his head and sighing. He really can't compare to Zhao, Qian, even by half. The first match, Class 1, Lu Hui wins. Han Xin announced. Zhou Yu replaced Han Xin and continued. Next, please send the next contestant from Class 2 to the stage. I'll go. Class 2 Han, level 24 control type, Great Soul Master. The competition began. Zhou Yu declared as both sides were ready. After several rounds of fierce battle, Lu Hui found Han's flaw and landed a hit, achieving a 2-match winning streak. However, Han's martial soul, the extremely rare soul bell, posed significant restrictions on Lu Hui's martial soul. Each time he attacked, he was significantly affected, slowing down his attacks and giving his opponent many opportunities. Unfortunately, Han lacked powerful offensive soul skills. This meant that Lu Hui, whose martial soul was centered on attack and defense with the dark gold Terraclaw bear, still had a certain advantage. However, if both sides had more soul skills in the future, Lu Hui's advantage would vanish, and he would only be left questioning his existence. Class 1, Lu Hui wins. Lu Hui then won 2 more matches, but due to insufficient soul power, he relied entirely on the brute strength of his martial soul to win these 2 matches. In the end, he won the last match, but collapsed under the burden. Let's have each class send out 1 more person, Zhou Yu said. In this friendly match, the first to go up actually didn't have the advantage. This type of competition is similar to a ring match system. The first to go up will naturally struggle to defend as they run out of soul power. Qin Yuhan discovered that this loophole had been lurking there all along. Hey, how long are you planning to be a coward? Just wait, it's not time yet, Qin Yuhan replied without thinking. Suddenly feeling something was off, she thought, what do you mean by being a coward? I'm lying low, you silly girl. You're the silly one. You're silly. The two of them suddenly started arguing without any warning. The people around watched the two quarrel with black lines on their faces. The friendship between the two classes hadn't even been established yet, but these two seemed to have deepened their friendship a lot, even while cursing at each other. For some reason, it felt like they were being fed a mouthful of dog food. Chapter 28, Friendship Match, Part 4. The competition continued, with many more contestants taking the stage. The current winner on the field was struggling to keep going, but he didn't give up. He had won 3 consecutive matches and wanted to challenge Lu Hui's for consecutive wins to bring glory to his class. Student from Class 1 could now take the stage. Han Xin said, "Are you going up, coward?" Hu Liner asked. "No, you go if you want to." Qin Yuhan was too lazy to argue with Hu Liner anymore. If she called her a coward, so be it. Just let it end. I'm tired. I'm coward. I'll go up. Hee hee. It's time for me to show off. Hu Liner rubbed her fists and raised her hand. As she walked onto the battle stage, the audience instantly erupted. The school beauty is on stage. Liner is invincible. Liner will win. Many students from other classes came to watch just to see Hu Liner, with quite a few skipping afternoon classes just to catch a glimpse of her. Hu Liner, level 26 control system soul master. Please take care of me, she said while winking at her opponent. The boy from Class 2 stood there dazed, waving at Hu Liner with vacant eyes, completely entranced by her charming figure, unable to extricate himself. First soul skill, Foxtail Needle. The yellow first soul ring under Hu Liner's feet flashed, and a dozen white long needles shot toward her opponent. Class 1's Hu Liner wins. The audience seemed to not have reacted. Was that a one-hit kill? Good. Liner is beautiful. Liner is strong. Liner, wait for me. I'll be up there to boost your score soon. You must wait for me. Listening to the audience's silly comments, Qin Yuhan rolled her eyes. They really have no shame. Qin Yuhan understood that Hu Liner's martial soul was likely a fox-type martial soul with charm attributes, capable of controlling opponents mentally. Additionally, since the opponent's soul power was insufficient, their defensive capabilities had drastically decreased to almost 0, which allowed for a successful strike. The classmates from both classes watched the school beauty on stage, especially those from Class 2 who had previously wanted to go on stage but now hesitated. With both looks and strength, if they truly injured her, they would be beaten to death by others. If they didn't fight her, they would be ridiculed. Most people thought this way, so no one planned to go up anymore. At this moment, Mu Chun looked around and noticed that no one else intended to go up. He realized that he could take the stage now. If he didn't, his class would lose. Since you guys aren't going, I will. Mu Chun said mischievously. He jumped on a stage and declared, Mu Chun, level 29 strong attack system soul master. Please give me guidance. Come on, Hu Liner replied with a smile. In fact, Mu Chun, who Qin Yuhan had noticed earlier, also noticed something else. The previous boy had looked into Hu Liner's eyes, which led to him being charmed and controlled by her. Mu Chun then took a long strip of cloth from his pocket and covered his eyes. Qin Yuhan could tell at a glance what Mu Chun was doing. This third brother has some skills. Hu Lin Air, brother, look at her. Is she not good looking? Hearing that alluring voice, Mu Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of impulsive desire, wanting to control himself to uncover the cloth that covered his eyes. Just as his right hand was uncontrollably trying to lift it, his left hand stopped his right hand, and Mu Chun regained his senses. She actually broke through my fox demon domain. Hu Lin Air looked at Mu Chun in surprise. She never expected that a boy could withstand her domain and not get lost in it. Her fox demon domain was immensely powerful against young people with immature minds. But for slightly older or more mentally mature boys, the confusion effect would significantly decrease. Beautiful lady, you are very beautiful. I already saw your lovely face that day. Now, let us battle. The yellow first spirit ring beneath Mu Chen's feet flickered. First spirit skill, golden crocodile tail. Suddenly, Mu Chen's martial spirit manifested, growing a golden crocodile tail. He then turned his body sharply and forcefully swung the thick tail. The tail was covered with sharp conical spikes on both sides, glinting coldly and looking terrifying. When this powerful tail was swung out, a powerful air wave was instantly generated, rushing towards Hu Lin Air at an astonishing speed. Where the air wave passed, it seemed as if the air was torn apart, producing a deafening sound of wind, making people turn pale. This indicated that the attack power of this air wave must be extremely strong. If it hit the target, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hu Lin Air did not give up either. Her second spirit ring flickered. Second spirit skill, Fox Demon Mist. A purple mist slowly emanated from her body. Mu Chun's attack concentrated on the mist, making no sound as it passed directly through it without hitting anyone. Unable to target, Mu Chun focused and realized that this domineering defensive god-level skill could truly be called god-level. The unable to target state could immunize against all physical attacks. However, energy attacks could still hit. Hu Lin Air's second spirit skill allowed her to merge into the mist, achieving immunity against physical attacks. However, since Mu Chen's first spirit skill attacked with an air wave, this state could only weaken the attack power but could not be resisted. Therefore, when Hu Lin Air revealed her true form, she still suffered significant injuries. Why are you so ruthless? Seriously, showing off how strong you are, right? Don't stop me. I'll go take him down a notch. Seeing Hu Lin Air was injured, some of her brainless fans couldn't sit still and stood up, cursing at Mu Chun. However, Mu Chun was not affected. Instead, he extended his right hand to his ear, seemingly mocking the audience, urging them to curse louder. Bastard! I'm going to kill him. Count me in. I'm going to. Damn it, let us get him. Zhou Yu was also angered by these uncultured kids, her face darkening, and beside her, Han Xen couldn't help but reprimand them directly. Shut up. Anyone who talks nonsense, get out. Don't ruin the good atmosphere of our two classes. Back to the battle. Hu Lin Air snorted coldly. Don't think I'll admit defeat just because of this. Nine-tail external soul bone skill. Nine-tail fiery light slash. Hu Lin Air actually has an external soul bone. Hian Yu Han exclaimed. Everyone present was stunned. An external soul bone. Hu Lin Air's external soul bone skill. Nine-tail fiery light slash temporarily enhances her martial spirit, raising it to a higher level. For example, with two tails, she can temporarily evolve into a three-tailed form during this skill. Using the power of the top-tier beast martial spirit, the Fox Demon, the tail slashes through the air wave attack towards the opponent. Each tail can unleash an attack. Furthermore, when the phantom of the Fox Demon appears, it can instantly release a range-based charming ability. It can be said to be a skill that combines group control and single target attack, extremely domineering. This also indicates that Hu Lin Air's talent is extraordinarily exceptional. Hu Lin Air's martial spirit is indeed the divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. Of course, she only becomes a true divine beast when her fox demon martial spirit evolves into nine tails. At present, her fox demon martial spirit can only be considered a top-tier beast martial spirit. Every 10 levels, her martial spirit gains an additional tail. So Hu Lin Air's innate one tail means she naturally has an innate soul power level of 10. Now her martial spirit is a two-tailed fox. The phantom of the three-tailed fox was gathering power, and the three tails were swung out, producing wind sounds. Although each air wave was slightly weaker than Mu Chen's attack, there were three of them, and their power should not be underestimated. Mu Chen did not sit idle either. His purple second spirit ring flickered. That's right. Mu Chen also has a purple second spirit ring. Second spirit skill, Golden Light Shield. Chapter 29, Internal Battle. Light Sword vs. Golden Crocodile, Part 1. Hu Lin Air Soul Bone skill was activated, sending 3 slashes towards Mu Chun. Mu Chun activated his second spirit skill, Golden Light Shield, enveloping himself in dazzling light. Boom! The collision of skills stirred up a cloud of dust. As the smoke dissipated, Mu Chun remained unharmed. However, the golden light surrounding him had dimmed considerably. Hu Lin Air had used her soul bone skill, draining her soul power, and was completely unable to continue fighting. Mu Chun had used 2 spirit skills, one for attack and one for defense, and his soul power consumption was not significant. If we talk about Hu Lin Air's current only flaw, it is that releasing her charming skill consumes too much soul power. Basically, she can only attack with all her strength once, succeeding or failing. I lost. Hu Lin felt unwilling, but she indeed knew she could not continue fighting and could only concede defeat. Class 2's Mu Chun wins. Please have a student from Class 1 come up. Are you still not coming up? What are you hiding? Hu Lin Air was clearly still unwilling to accept defeat, looking at Qian Yuhan, who was still in position, feeling furious and sarcastically venting. Of course, I'm going up. I still want to take down my third brother a notch. Besides, winning or losing is common in battle. Don't throw a tantrum just because you lost. Qian Yuhan got up and, as she walked past Hu Lin Air, said something without stopping for long and headed toward the stage. Hu Lin Air turned around, looking at Qian Yuhan's back, not knowing what she was thinking. I'm coming. Teacher Zhou, the friendly match. Qian Yuhan versus Mu Chun. The match begins. Come on, third. Fourth, go for it. Take him down. Suddenly, 2 cheers came from the stage. Who could it be? Of course, it was the other 2 members of Dormitory 101, Tang Xian and Tang Chun, who had just been ranked this morning. They rushed over right after class, afraid of missing the duel between the 2. Luckily, they made it just in time before Hu Lin Air faced off against Mu Chun. Yuhan, I'll go easy on you, Mu Chun said with a sly smile at Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan smiled slightly and got ready for battle. Qian Yuhan, level 32 strong attack system soul master, please guide me. Suddenly, a rich golden light surged from Mu Chun's body, and under the cover of this light, his body rapidly transformed. His originally tall and thin physique began to swell, with muscle lines becoming clearly visible, exuding a strong sense of power. His skin gradually turned golden. At the same time, there was little change in Mu Chun's head except for his eyes, which turned golden and flashed with a fierce light. His arms and legs became thick and powerful, and his upper body clothing and pants were torn apart, leaving only a pair of shorts. This was the terrifying enhancement of physical strength given to Mu Chun by the Golden Crocodile, King Martial Soul, as if he could easily tear steel apart. At the moment the martial soul manifested, Mu Chun radiated a powerful aura. His momentum was as heavy as a mountain, leaving people in awe. The Golden Crocodile King is a top beast martial soul comparable to divine beasts, and Mu Chun also has a full innate soul power of level 10. Otherwise, how could he have reached level 29 in less than a year since awakening his martial soul? Apart from having opportunities, the quality of a martial soul must be the most important factor. Qian Yuhan was also quite puzzled. Are there really so many soul masters with innate full soul power in Douluo continent now? His father Qian Mo himself, and now he has also discovered Mu Chun and Hu Lin at the academy. Qian Yuhan didn't know what kind of strength his older brother and second brother had. If they also had complete innate soul power, that would be impressive. Before going on stage, Qian Yuhan decided to ask them later in the evening. Back on stage, Qian Yuhan showed no sign of fear. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet, and he tightly gripped the bright, divine sword in his hand, emitting a sacred glow. Bro, my martial soul feels a bit off. Me too, it's like fear. Yeah, I'm feeling that too. This 4th brother's martial soul is not simple. Not many can make our martial souls feel fear. On the audience platform, Tang Xian and Tang Chun felt their martial souls tremble significantly due to the glowing sword summoned by Qian Yuhan, and they discussed among themselves. Mu Chun looked at Qian Yuhan in shock. You're a soul master? The audience, hearing Mu Chun's words, snapped back to reality from their shock. They were all stunned by the long sword summoned by Qian Yuhan, and all weapon martial soul masters felt considerable pressure, with some weaker ones struggling to breathe. He's actually a soul master. He's just an 8-year-old kid like us. How could he have reached the level of soul master? Is it really that incredible? Hey, isn't this Qian Yuhan the one who had a conflict with Dai Xingxi in the cafeteria a while ago? With such strength? It's no wonder he has the ability to stand against Dai Xingxi. You're right. It seems there was a conflict during the sign-in, and it was Director Han who settled it. The crowd discussed back and forth. Among the first-class students, Liner was also very shocked. This guy is actually a soul master? I thought my talent was already extraordinary. With my top-tier beast martial soul and my family's training over the past 6 months, I've only reached level 26. That guy named Mu Chun should also have a top-tier beast martial soul. Looking like a crocodile? He must be from some big family too. Otherwise, how could he reach level 29 in just 6 months? Liner thought about her family's training for her, but felt regretful due to the recent economic downturn and the corruption of some elders in her family, which hinted at signs of decline. Before the school year started, she sought help from the Dai family, with whom she had previously built a rapport. If it weren't to save her family, she wouldn't have had to associate with someone like Dai Shengxi, which made her very upset. It's not what you think. Nothing inappropriate happened between them. They're just too young, huh? Looking at the motionless Mu Chun, Qian Yuhan joked, "Third brother, don't be afraid. My soul ring is fake." Fake? Don't scare me. The soul power fluctuations you're emitting can't be faked. Fourth brother, don't think I'm afraid of you. Qian Yuhan, my soul ring is really fake. It's actually 1 purple and 2 black. At the same time, I heard that there's a friendship competition in classes 1 and 2. The director Han Shui, who just finished class, also came to watch the match, standing beside the 2 responsible teachers, observing the 2 contestants on the field. Mu Chun made the first move, forming hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, a golden-yellow aura radiated from his body, and he soared into the sky, creating a golden-yellow barrier that enveloped the 2. This is a domain. Han Shui squinted her eyes as she looked at the golden-yellow barrier on the field, exclaiming in shock. The 2 class teachers beside her were also dumbfounded. It's rare to see someone with a domain. The 2 teachers exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. Hosting a friendly match uncovered several promising talents, Lu Hui and Liner from Class 1, and Mu Chun from Class 2. Oh, and that 8-year-old soul master Qian Yuhan really shattered their perceptions. Promotion is in sight. The first soul ring under Mu Chen's feet flickered. First soul skill, golden crocodile tail swipe. Qian Yu's lips curled up slightly. Brothers who have seen the latest chapter, please move your little hands to urge for updates. Thank you. There will be one more update tonight. Chapter 30. Internal War 101. Lightsaber Battle with the Golden Crocodile, Part 2. Mu Chen's yellow first soul ring flickered as he activated his first soul skill, Golden Crocodile Tail Swing. Qian Yuhan was calm and collected, holding the bright, divine sword in his right hand, with the yellow first spirit ring flickering beneath his feet. Light slash. The bright divine sword unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Mu Chun. The 2 shock waves collided head-on, and the impact caused both of them to stagger backward. The collision site was shrouded in thick smoke, making it impossible for Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun to see each other's positions. A large crack was left on the ground. Mu Chun stood in the arena, but Qian Yuhan had vanished from sight. Where'd he go? Could he have been knocked away? Ha ha ha, maybe he really was. These 3 spirit rings can't be fake, right? Huh, can spirit rings be faked? Of course they can. The Douluo continent is full of wonders. I've heard from my family about rare spirit herbs that can change the form of spirit rings, but they are extremely scarce and have no market value. The discussions among the crowd resumed. Mu Chun also looked around, puzzled, searching for Qian Yuhan's figure. Mu Chun knew that this strike could not possibly defeat Qian Yuhan, let alone knock him away. He was just wondering where he was. Tang Xian in the audience was the first to spot Qian Yuhan in the sky and patted Tang Shun, who was looking for Qian Yuhan. He's over there. Saying this, Tang Xian pointed to a glowing orb in the sky. Is that the 4th one? It really is the 4th one. He can actually fly. Even Tang Chun, who had always been calm, was now agitated. He continued, he's not the type with a flying martial soul. Wait, could he be a twin martial soul? I don't think so. Tang Xian shook his head. It's an external spirit bone, a pair of wings. The director of instruction, Han Shui, immediately recognized that it was not a martial soul, but a genuine spirit bone, an external spirit bone. Distinguishing the flying ability granted by external spirit bones from that obtained through martial soul manifestation is quite simple. The flying ability gained through martial soul manifestation involves energy bodies resembling wings, whereas the ability granted by spirit bones consists of physical wings with flesh and bones. I didn't expect to encounter these exceptionally gifted children in this match. Xiaoyu, Han Xin, you both did a great job organizing this friendly match. I will report to the school about holding more activities like this in the future. Also, please inquire about these children's specific situations afterward. I need to report to the higher-ups at the school. These children must be retained in the Spirit Hall. Their future is limitless. Han Shui's gaze remained fixed on Qian Yuhan, as if she were looking at a treasure. Indeed, Qian Yuhan at this moment was a gem in Han Shui's eyes, achieving soul master strength at just over 8 years old. With a martial soul whose name cannot be called out, but is undoubtedly a top-tier martial soul, along with possessing an external spirit bone. Such talent is rare in a millennium and must not be let go. After giving her instructions, Han Shui hurriedly left. She needed to report to the dean quickly to create a more detailed training plan for these talents. Mu Chen also felt the pressure in the air and looked up. A glowing orb in the sky unexpectedly split into 3, then descended, surrounding Mu Chen. Now, Mu Chen was facing 3 Qian Yuhans. This was Qian Yuhan's second spirit skill, Bright Shadow Clone, which created 2 clones with 80 of his strength. Well, guess clones, huh? I'm the best at that, hee hee. Mu Chen closed his eyes, and his right arm emitted a brown light. A spirit bone? Qian Yuhan looked at Mu Chen's right arm and thought to himself. Indeed, this was the Earth King right arm bone of Mu Chen, which he had accidentally obtained as a 100-year soul bone when acquiring his first soul ring. Savage Shock. The skill Savage Shock of Mu Chen's Earth King right arm bone was activated. Still in the state of his martial soul, Mu Chen kicked off with his strong legs and soared into the air, then transformed his arms into something resembling the front claws of an alligator, smashing down fiercely towards the 3 Qian Yuhan clones. Mu Chen's plan to deal with the Qian Yuhan clones was simple and brutal. To use the overwhelming area attack skill to cover all 3 Qian Yuhan bodies, leaving both the clones and the main body with nowhere to escape. Qian Yuhan also noticed this. At this moment, the purple 3rd spirit ring under his feet shimmered. Radiant Guard. The Radiant Guard skill was activated, a soul skill granted by the 10,000-year spirit ring that Qian Yuhan had recently obtained. Why is it purple? Of course, it was because he had consumed the spirit ring transformation pill. Originally, his 3 spirit rings consisted of 1 purple and 2 black, but they were disguised as 1 yellow and 2 purple. Qian Yuhan gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, thrusting the bright, divine sword straight into the ground. Looking down upon the world like an emperor, a sacred figure slowly emerged behind him, raising its right hand to summon a golden protective shield around Qian Yuhan. The main body did this, and the clone mirrored the action. However, the phantom was somewhat fainter than the main body, and the shield's glow was also dimmer. But there was little difference from the main body's display. One could hardly tell the difference without a close look. Mu Chen slammed down with both arms, and 3 Qian Yuhans formed protective shields for defense. Boom! A massive roar echoed throughout the fighting soul arena, startling many birds, which flapped their wings in a panic and flew up into the sky from the trees. Mu Chen landed back on the fighting soul platform, panting heavily. Releasing 2 high-intensity attack skills in succession had thrown his soul power into a bit of disarray. Mu Chen believed that the dust and mist stirred up by this collision would not dissipate so quickly. Just as he was about to adjust his state, he noticed a point of light rapidly approaching from the dust, growing larger and brighter, dazzling enough that Mu Chen could barely open his eyes. He could only shield his eyes with his hand, and in an instant, the blinding light vanished. Mu Chen felt a moment of disorientation and suddenly realized something and was about to turn around. A long sword was already resting against Mu Chen's neck. With another move, it could slice it open. Mu Chen shook his head and helplessly said, "All right, 4th brother. I'm not your match. I admit defeat." The long sword in Qian Yuhan's hand disappeared, and he smiled as he pulled up Mu Chen, who was just about to adjust his state for another battle. This time, it was a narrow victory. If it weren't for you, 3rd brother, consuming a lot of soul power fighting Hu Liner, the outcome of this match could have been uncertain. Mu Chen knew that Qian Yuhan was giving him face. After being pulled up by Qian Yuhan, he hugged him and whispered in his ear, "Thank you. Also, don't think I don't know. Even if I were at full strength to fight you, my chances of winning would be less than 1 in 10. You don't know how others attack. I just clashed with your defense skill and truly felt helpless. Your defense skill is difficult to break even for a soul sect. Wait until I train some more, and I'll take you down." Saying this, he patted Qian Yuhan's shoulder, and the two exchanged glances. Ha 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 ha. The applause and cheers from the audience, the applause from the 2 class teachers, and the applause from the students of both classes were endless. They put on an exciting offensive and defensive battle for everyone present. Chapter 31. I am not someone you can provoke. After the friendly match ended, with Qian Yuhan defeating Mu Chen, no one from classes 1 and 2 wanted to challenge Qian Yuhan anymore, so he ultimately became the victor. Mu Chen, hugging Qian Yuhan, headed toward the cafeteria. Mu Chen was starving. The only thought in his mind was to eat. On the way to the cafeteria, the Tang brothers, Tang Xian and Tang Chun, caught up with them. After the friendly match ended, the Tang brothers had just walked from the spectator stand to the waiting area for classes 1 and 2 when they learned that the two had already left. So they rushed over without stopping. Old Four, you're impressive. Calling you a prodigy is no exaggeration, Tang Xian panted as he caught up and patted Qin Yuhan's shoulder. Where am I? It's just that my martial soul is a bit better. By the way, what is your martial soul? It seems to have a suppressive effect on my brother and me with the Haotian hammer. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian quickly inquired, Haotian hammer? So it turns out that the elder brother and second brother are disciples of the Haotian sect. This sect is known as the #1 sect in novels from the original world, but it was forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall and no longer appears. My martial soul, is the Bright Divine Sword. Bright Divine Sword. As soon as this name was mentioned, the three present widened their eyes in shock. Wow. Although I've never heard of it, just the word divine makes it sound very impressive, Muchin remarked. Old Four, you would happen to have a divine-level martial soul, would you? The usually quiet Tang Chen couldn't help but ask. Not too sure. Are you at full innate soul power? Muchin asked. Ah, right. Full innate soul power at level 10, Qin Yuhan said directly. Qin Ma once told him not to easily reveal that he was born with a full soul power of level 20. So he directly said he was born with a full soul power of level 10. That should be a top-tier weapon soul. If it were a divine-level weapon soul, I've heard that would mean a full soul power of level 20 from birth, Muchin explained. Tang Xian and Tang Chun nodded in agreement. Tang Xian said, both of our weapon souls are mutated weapon souls. Mine is the Heavenly Thunder Haotian Hammer, and his is the Earth-Shaking Haotian Hammer. Fortunately, the mutation has gone in a good direction, and the quality of our weapon souls has increased rather than decreased. We also have a full soul power of level 10 from birth. Qin Yuhan, goodness, 101 is no longer a peculiar place. It's a chaotic dance of monsters. A dormitory full of innate, full soul power. I can't even imagine it. My martial soul is inherited from my dad's Golden Crocodile King, a top-tier beast martial soul. Golden Crocodile King. Qin Yuhan always felt like he had heard about this martial soul somewhere. Mu Chun continued. My dad is the current second elder of the Spirit Hall. Golden Crocodile, Douluo Chen Yu. Qin Yuhan. He is Uncle Jean Yi's son? No wonder this martial soul name sounds familiar. It seems Uncle Jean, he hasn't mentioned my name at home, which is good. So, have you told your dad about our situation? Qin Yuhan asked. Not yet. I'll talk to him about it when I go back this weekend. Don't worry, Lao Si. I'll definitely get him to help you build connections so you can directly join the Spirit Hall as a leader in the future. Huh? Qin Yuhan. Uncle Jean, he knows that I came to the Wuhuan Temple Academy to study, but he probably doesn't know that I have concealed my identity. I hope that when Muchin tells him, he will understand the reason for my actions. I just hope that he won't be shocked and expose my identity. Qin Yuhan thought to himself when he heard Tang Xian ask nearby, Your dad is called Chen Yu. Why are you called Muchin? Is your surname Mu? Hearing Tang Xian's question, Muchin's expression darkened as he slowly replied. My mother had a difficult labor when she gave birth to me and passed away just a few days later. My dad was heartbroken and, missing my late mother, gave me her surname to commemorate her. I'm sorry, it's nothing. The four of them chatted casually when suddenly, a commotion caught their attention. They approached to find a group of girls huddled closely together, forming a tight circle. In the center of the circle was a girl squatting down, tightly curling her body and using her hands to protect her head, as if trying to hide completely. Her posture appeared very fragile and helpless, evoking a sense of pity. The girls around her stood very close, leaving almost no space for the girl in the middle to escape. Their expressions were serious and focused, seemingly applying some sort of pressure or threat to the girl in the center. The entire scene was filled with a tense and uneasy atmosphere, making it feel somewhat oppressive. You freak. Who are you going to harm looking like that? How did a worthless person with level 1 innate soul power even get in here? Did you sell your body to get in? Really? Poor little thing. The girl squatting replied weakly, I am not like that. But it was clear that it was of no use. Seriously, doing this at just 8 years old. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hurry up and get lost. It's bad luck being in the same school as you. Yeah, bad luck. Get lost. As they spoke, a girl who was as round as a ball pushed the squatting girl. And since the girl was still squatting, the push was quite forceful, causing her to fall to the ground, unable to watch any longer. Qin Yuhan was about to step forward when Mu Chun pulled him back and turned to him with a hint of anger, asking, Third brother, what are you doing? Why are you pulling me? Fourth, just calm down for a moment, Mu Chun quietly explained in Qin Yuhan's ear. Then he pointed at one of the girls in the group, a well-proportioned girl in a black long dress adorned with many jewels. clearly the leader among them. Do you see that woman in the black dress? The one who's all flashy? I see her. Do you know her? Mucha nodded and said, that girl is from our grade, also a new student in class 5, named Vina. The other girls are probably her followers. This girl has quite a background. She's the daughter of the head of the Wei family in Seoul Master City, really wealthy. Her family even has a super Douluo stationed. Not an elder of the Spirit Hall, but the elders of the Spirit Hall have to show him some respect. Hell, what a Wei family. Seems just like that Dai family, Qian Yuhan coldly mocked. Then he continued, I'm going to take care of this today. Qian Yuhan immediately shook off Mu Chen's hand and walked towards the group of girls. Stop right there. Qian Yuhan shouted in a deep voice. Who are you? The one in the lead, named Vina, asked. I am someone you can't afford to provoke. Oh, someone I can't afford to provoke? What's your name? Let me see if I can afford to provoke you, Vina said mockingly. Ha. Come on, sis. Don't mess with him. We still need to deal with this wretch. One of the followers joked. Qian Yuhan's face turned extremely cold. At that moment, a voice from the side interrupted. I'm Mu Chun. Do you think you can provoke me, Miss Vina? Mu Chun? You. He is my brother. We are united as one. How about it? Can you still provoke us? Mu Chun directly interrupted Vina. No. Then hurry up and disappear from my sight. I don't want to lay a hand on a girl. Mu Chun interrupted her again, speaking in a deep voice. The aura emanating from Mu Chun was no weaker than that of Qian Yuhan just moments ago. Let's go, he said, making a gesture to the girls behind him, and they quickly dispersed. Vina also hurriedly made her escape. Qian Yuhan. Sigh, if this world doesn't have some strength, it really won't work. Without strength and background, it's simply hell. Qian Yuhan let out a deep sigh. Chapter 32, Fang Ya. Tindo Empire, Ice God Sect. I met the Ice God Douluo. Qing Feng Douluo said as he and Tian Wei Douluo cupped their hands in salute to Ouyang Jie, who was sitting on the throne. You two don't need to be so formal. I'm like a brother to your grand offering, and you're also brothers, so we are brothers as well. There's no need for such formality. What brings you to the Han Hall? Qing Feng Douluo replied, Then I shall address you as Brother Ouyang. The Ice God Douluo nodded with a smile. Before our elder brother left, he mentioned wanting my family's young master to attend the Tiando Royal Academy for studies. Is it the only matter? I was just wondering why, with the school year having started, I hadn't heard anything about that kid Xiao Han. I was planning to come and ask you about the situation. Ouyang Jie seemed a bit anxious, unable to remain calm when it came to matters related to Qianmo. Interrupting. No, Brother Ouyang, please don't rush. Let's finish speaking. Brother Ouyang. The admission age for the Tiando Royal Academy is 12 years old, and Yuhan is only just 8.5, which is clearly insufficient. However, at our Wuhuan Palace Academy, students can enroll at 8 years old. We several offerings have discussed and decided to let Yuhan study at the Wuhuan Palace Academy, which will also make it convenient for us to take care of him. So we trouble you, Brother Ouyang. The Ice God Douluo wanted to say something, but then thought about the learning atmosphere at the Tiando Royal Academy, and that studying at the Wuhuan Palace Academy would also allow several offerings to protect him, which would be more reassuring. He then continued, Thank you all for taking care of my nephew. Brother Ouyang, you are too polite. Yuhan is also our treasure that we have watched grow up since childhood. Don't worry. We came here to inform you, so that you wouldn't worry. Inside a bedroom of the Ice God Sect. Miss, we have investigated thoroughly. That kid named Qian Yuhan, among just the 3 of you, is studying at the Wuhuan Palace Academy. In class 1 of the 1st grade, a person in a blue cloak said respectfully while kneeling on one knee. Ouyang Luoxiu nodded and said, All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. You may leave now. The blue-cloaked attendant hesitated for a moment and added, That kid named Qian Yuhan seems to have some background, miss. You may leave, Ouyang Luoxiu said. How could someone with that kind of martial soul not have a background? After the person left, Ouyang Luoxiu muttered to herself, Wuhuan Palace Academy. Qian Yuhan and the 3 others walked towards the girl who was lying on the ground. When the girl saw them approaching, she visibly trembled. Don't be afraid. It's okay now. Those people have left. I'm Qian Yuhan. This is Mu Chun. And those 2 with a bit of a creepy vibe are Tang Xian and Tang Chun. We mean no harm. Qian Yuhan squatted down to reassure her. Thank you, the girl said, looking down. Are you a new student this year too? Which class are you in? The girl nodded. I'm in class 1. Oh, how come I haven't seen you today? What's your name? Fangya. Qian Yuhan felt that the name sounded very familiar. Fangya, with the surname Fang. Senior Fang Qing also has the surname Fang, and it seems he mentioned having a younger sister. Do you have an older brother named Fang Qing? How do you know? Do you know each other? Upon hearing that Qian Yuhan seemed to know her brother, her previously vigilant heart relaxed a bit. Yes, we chatted together before. Qian Yuhan nodded and said, Tang Xian, who was beside them, asked curiously. Then why are the classmates bullying you, Fanya? I don't know. I met them when I was signing in, but I didn't have much interaction. I just felt their expressions were unfriendly at that time. So I didn't pay much attention and wanted to stay away from them. But they've been talking about it for the past 2 days. And Fanya's eyes began to get moist. I didn't expect girls could be like this. I know that girl Wayna is quite self-important and arrogant. I never thought she would actually bully others. I can't believe it, Mu Chun said angrily. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qian Yuhan, third brother. Don't tell your family about this. You can help her for a moment, but you can't keep helping her. Qian Yuhan turned to Fanya and asked, They just said you have a first-level innate soul power. What does that mean? Facing Qian Yuhan's inquiry, Fanya lowered her head again. After a little while, as if she had made up her mind, she raised her head to look at Qian Yuhan and the others, and said, When I awakened my martial soul, it underwent a mutation, and my martial soul was sealed, turning into a little chick. Normally, our family awakens the Scarlet Flame, Phoenix, martial soul, and Phoenix-type martial souls are prone to mutations. However, some mutations are harmless, like my brother's mutation into a Blackfire Phoenix. But my martial soul's mutation is indeed fatal. Qian Yuhan. Fang Qing turned out to be a Blackfire Phoenix martial soul. My martial soul originally had a faint divine beast phoenix power at the beginning, but it appeared for just a moment and then disappeared. Along with my soul power, my martial soul became extremely weak. Listening to Fang Ye's words, the three of them empathized and felt sorry for her. Why 3 people, you ask? Because Mu Chun saw Fang Ye's chapped lips and went to buy her a drink. Mu Chun ran back, handing a bottle of drink to Fanya. Thank you. Fanya smiled slightly at Mu Chun. Mu Chun was instantly frozen in place, his gaze deeply attracted by Fanya's smile. That smile was as beautiful and captivating as spring flowers blooming, seemingly capable of dispelling all gloom and sorrow. Her eyes were bright and gentle, like 2 brilliant stars, sparkling with enchanting light. At that moment, he forgot everything around him, with only Fanya's stunning face in his sight. Her lips slightly curled upward, revealing a row of neat white teeth, shining like pearls. Mu Chun felt as if he had seen the most beautiful thing in the world, and his heart involuntarily began to race. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but the excitement in his heart was uncontrollable. Seeing Mu Chun, who was already dazed, Qian Yuhan and the others shook their heads and smiled wryly. Qian Yuhan looked at Tang Xian and said, Looks like your lecherous nature should be passed on. Ha ha. Hearing Qian Yuhan's teasing, Tang Xian looked at Mu Chun and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Fanya looked at the dazed Mu Chun and giggled, thinking, this guy named Mu Chun is quite interesting. Let's not just stand here foolishly. Let's go to the cafeteria. It's my treat today. Qian Yuhan patted Mu Chun on the shoulder and said to Fanya, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun. Once Mu Chun came back to his senses, he repeatedly exclaimed, Okay. Tang Xian and Tang Chun also chimed in, sure. Fanya's cheeks turned slightly red, and she shyly lowered her head, her gaze flickering as if she wasn't quite used to such situations. She gently bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation and unease. But not wanting to dampen Qian Yuhan's spirits, she finally nodded to indicate her agreement. Chapter 33. Your brother is so incompetent. In the cafeteria, Mu Chun appeared exceptionally excited, continuously asking Fanya what she wanted to eat and drink. After a while, he even began to introduce various dishes, analyzing the effects of each dish. Through casual chats with Qian Yuhan and the others, Fanya learned that Tang Xian and Tang Chun were disciples of the Haotian sect of the Heaven Do Empire. Qian Yuhan was quite mysterious but seemed to rely on his father, and Mu Chun had the biggest background, as he was actually the son of the Wuhuan Temple's worshipper. Fanya smiled as she looked at the animated person in front of her, feeling a surge of warmth and joy. She listened carefully to every word he said. Mu Chun was passionately introducing things to Fanya, seemingly wanting to share everything he knew with her. His gestures were exaggerated and vivid, making it hard not to be infected by his vitality. Fanya gently covered her mouth and laughed. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of silver bells. Her smile was like flowers blooming in spring, beautiful and moving, making the surrounding air feel fresh and pleasant. Fanya not only possessed stunning beauty, but was also polite and courteous. Her demeanor was elegant and generous, exuding a unique charm in her words and actions. Her gentleness and kindness made people feel incredibly comfortable and at ease. This made Qian Yuhan even more disgusted with those from Wayna, wanting to stand up for Fanya, a vulnerable classmate. Why should she be bullied by such people for no reason, just because she was more beautiful than them? What kind of mentality is that? only being able to be better than others, and targeting anyone who is even slightly better than oneself. While eating, Muchen asked, Fanya, where's your brother? Isn't he by your side? Fanya shook her head and said, my brother can't always be by my side. Although he is only a little over a year older than me, he also helps with some family matters. Is your family in business? Muchen asked. No. Someone in my family works at the Wuhuan temple, and there are often many matters to attend to. My brother goes to help with some simple things. Qin Yuhan listened to the conversation between Fangya and Muchen, and suddenly remembered that Fang Qing had mentioned to him before that his family had a background in the spear hall, and it seemed that Fangya didn't know much about it. Muchen then said, you should hurry up and find your brother. Let him help you vent your anger. Fangya shook her head again. I don't really want to disturb him. Well, I came to the cafeteria to find him before. He just sent me back to the dormitory. I don't know what he's been busy with lately. Your brother is really not doing his job. Your own sister is being bullied, and he doesn't care. Muchen complained angrily. It's not his fault. He has his own plans, and usually doesn't tell us what he's doing. Even though he has always been indifferent towards me, I can feel that he probably wants to distance himself from me. Maybe it's because of my martial soul. What's wrong with a martial soul? Just because someone has a good martial soul doesn't mean they're superior. Just as Muchen was about to continue, they heard a female voice coming from not far away. Qin Yuhan rolled his eyes. He already knew who had come. Qin Yuhan, you are here, the newcomer said. Can I sit here? It was Hu Lin Er. She had already placed her tray on the table, and her question about Qin Yuhan's opinion was merely a formality. As soon as Hu Lin Er sat down, she said, are you all having a meal together, Muchen? Hu Lin Er looked at Muchen, who, upon hearing his name called, raised his head to meet her gaze. Their eyes met, and Muchen quickly turned his head away, blushing. He thought to himself, how did I manage to resist this school beauty in the afternoon? Before turning his head away, Muchen still remembered to nod, acknowledging Hu Lin Er's question. Hu Lin Er didn't tease him further and noticed the girl sitting across from Muchen, who was eating with her head down. Who is this? She asked. Fanya kept her head down, afraid to speak, worried that Hu Lin Er might treat her like Vina. Qin Yuhan seemed to see Fanya's thoughts and answered for her. Her name is Fanya, and she's in our class. It's strange. I didn't see her during class this morning or at the friendship match this afternoon. Qin Yuhan was about to continue helping Fanya when she raised her head and interrupted. Thank you, Yuhan classmate, but I'll tell Lin Er classmate myself. You know me? Fanya smiled slightly and said, as the school bell, how could I not know you? Hearing this stunning beauty's compliment, Hu Lin Er felt a bit shy and replied, thank you, you're beautiful too. This morning, I was taken by Vina from class 5 to a study room, and she forced me to help her with the tasks assigned by her teacher. It took all morning to finish. After lunch, I ran into my brother who was sneaking around there, and later he took me back to the dormitory. In the afternoon, I went to the soul fighting area, but only to the spectator zone. Fanya said with a bitter smile about her martial soul. She continued, then when I came out, I was blocked again by Vina and her followers. If it weren't for Yuhan and the others, I guess I would have been bullied again. Fanya didn't hold back and shared everything that happened today. Hu Lin Er also said angrily, that Vina is really too much. I didn't expect her to be so unruly at home, but she still doesn't hold back at school. Doesn't she fear embarrassing her family? Do you know her? Qin Yuhan asked. Hu Lin Er nodded. Before school, our families got along well, and we often played together. Sai, that's just how she is. A bit of a bully. It is indeed a bit. Muchen chimed in. Hu Lin Er looked at Muchen and said, classmate Muchen is quite impressive, with a golden crocodile martial soul, just like a worshipper in the martial soul hall. You actually know there's a golden crocodile martial soul in the martial soul hall? How could I not know? My grandfather fought alongside that worshipper against the enemies before. Qin Yuhan thought to himself. Feeling delighted, Muchen is the son of Uncle Jin Yi, which means that Hu Lin Er's grandfather is of the same generation as Uncle Jin Yi. Uncle Jin Yi had Muchen late in life. Haha. Hu Lin Er still has to call both Muchen and me uncle. By the way, there's an outdoor practical exercise this semester. We can form groups of 6 and mix across classes. What do you think? We didn't even know about this. Sounds good, Tang Xin said. I'm fine with it. Tang Chun said coldly, without a hint of emotion. All right then, Qin Yuhan said nonchalantly. Muchen also nodded in agreement. Everyone looked at Fanya, and she said, I'll pass. You guys find someone stronger. I'm afraid I might hold you back. Fanya said with an awkward smile. However, Hu Lin Er directly got up, sat next to Fanya, and held her hand to comfort her. It's okay. I don't think you'll hold us back. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. I believe you have your own charm. Hu Lin Er looked at Fanya seriously, genuinely encouraging her, not pretending. Qin Yuhan looked at Hu Lin Air and thought that she was quite understanding, with strength and not proud or arrogant like Wei Na, which was nice. Fanya looked at Hu Lin Air and said, "Thank you, Lin Air," then turned to the others. Everyone nodded at her, encouragingly. "Thank you all, I'm in." Chapter 34. A letter signed by Shui, the dormitory group of 4 in room 101 separated from Hu Lin Air and Fanya outside the cafeteria. Hu Lin Air felt like she had endless things to say to Fanya and kept chatting away. Fanya showed no signs of impatience and listened carefully to Hu Lin Air recounting her interesting experiences. After Fanya agreed to team up for outdoor practical exercises during the semester, Hu Lin Air chatted with her all the way from the cafeteria to the entrance, holding hands as they walked towards the girls' dormitory. Qin Yuhan. To put it politely, it's called being familiar with others. To put it more straightforwardly, it's just social narcissism. Qin Yuhan looked at his good brother Mu Chun, who was already in a daze, following behind Fanya and the others as they headed towards the girls' dormitory. He reached out and pulled him over. "All right, stop getting carried away. If you keep going, you'll get a demerit. If Uncle Jean finds out." Qin Yuhan realized he seemed to have let something slip after he finished speaking and quickly covered his mouth. "What did you just say?" Mu Chun asked. "Nothing, haha." Nothing. Qin Yuhan awkwardly laughed. He had just said that if you continued to follow them, you would get a demerit, and when Uncle Jean found out, it seemed to have stalled. Tang Chun suddenly interjected, "Uncle Jean, you dare to call my dad Uncle Jean?" Qin Yuhan heard this and quickly said, "Oh, didn't you say your dad is a worshipper of the Wuhuan Palace, the golden crocodile Douluo? We're all brothers here. So calling him uncle isn't too much, right?" Mu Chun thought about it and felt it made sense, but continued, "It's fine for us to say this privately. But if you see him, you must call him Golden Crocodile Douluo. When I went to the Golden Crocodile Hall to find him before, he even asked me to call him the second worshipper. Haha. He's just someone who cares a lot about face." Qin Yuhan. No wonder he was called Uncle Golden Crocodile before, always wearing a stern face. Later, to annoy him, I called him that every time I met him, and over time he got used to it. Although Mu Chun is the son of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qin Yuhan had never met him before coming to the academy. Firstly, Qin Yuhan has a distinguished status. Even as a worshipper, the Pope and the elders needed to seek Qian Mo's consent to meet him, let alone people like Mu Chun. Therefore, in the Spirit Hall, only the higher-ups know of the young Master's existence, and only a few, such as the worshippers, the top 10 elders of the Spirit Hall, and the Pope, know the young Master's true name. The strict confidentiality system of ranks in the Spirit Hall is also one of the reasons why it has stood firm on the Douluo continent for 1,000 years. How many people have devoted their entire lives to reach this pinnacle of power without gaining much? I will be careful when I meet him after understanding this. Qin Yuhan agreed with Mu Chen's words. Just now, Qin Yuhan was sweating. He certainly didn't want to reveal his identity, having hidden it for so long. In fact, from Qin Yuhan's perspective, not exposing his identity to train himself is one aspect. But on the other hand, the feeling of playing dumb while being a tiger is quite nice. Watching clowns like Dai Shengxi and Wei Na perform in front of him is pretty entertaining. However, it's true that it's frustrating. If he didn't hide his identity, would Dai Shengxi dare to act like this towards him? If Fanya hadn't suffered from a soul power mutation and only had first-level innate soul power, would she be bullied by Wei Na and the others? In this world, only with both identity and strength can one live steadily. Qin Yuhan was lost in thought when Tang Xian patted himself and said, "Stop thinking about Hu Liner. Let's go back to the dorm." "I wasn't thinking about her." "No need to explain. We all understand." "Speaking of the third one, you're the same." Qin Yuhan was suddenly at a loss for words. Further explanation would only make things more confusing. Let's just leave it at that. As the 4 of them reached the dormitory entrance, the dormitory administrator called out to them. "Wait, which dorm are you from?" "We're from 101. Mu Chun answered, and the other 3 nodded. The sudden inquiry from the dormitory aunt caught them off guard. "That's right. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did it take you so long to come back?" "Earlier this afternoon, someone delivered a letter saying it was for Qin Yuhan from dorm 101. I've been waiting for you to hand it over. I'm off in a few days, so I wanted to get it to you quickly. I've been waiting for almost 2 hours. Finally, you're here." "Who is Qin Yuhan?" After explaining, the dormitory aunt asked who Qin Yuhan was. "I am," he replied. The dormitory aunt looked at Qin Yuhan, who stepped forward, and thought to herself, "This young man is quite handsome. Take it. I'm leaving now. I need to hurry home." As soon as she finished speaking, the dormitory aunt dashed away. The working people have their own spirit, poor dorm aunt. When they returned to the dormitory, Qin Yuhan walked to his desk, sat down, and took out the envelope from his pocket. Is this a love letter from some girl? Sorry, it couldn't be delivered directly, so I went to the dorm supervisor instead. She really has a big heart. Honestly, why has anyone written me a love letter? You've already captured the school beauty. You can't be straddling two boats, got it fourth? Qian Yuhan ignored Tang Xian and Mu Chen's teasing, opened the envelope, and took out the letter inside, noticing a snowflake symbol in the upper left corner. There was no signature. Who sent this? Looking at the handwriting, it didn't seem like his, Qian Yuhan muttered. He? Which he? Mu Chen seemed to catch some details and asked directly. It's nothing, you guys should hurry and rest. Qian Yuhan didn't provide much explanation. Qian Yuhan wished so much that this letter was written by his father, who had been out of touch for a long time. But just by looking at the clean and neat handwriting, he knew it wasn't. It might have been written by a girl. The letter said, Qian Yuhan, hello. When you open this letter, it represents the continuation of the fate between us. Our first meeting was already a form of fate. Perhaps you may not remember me, but I just want to be your friend, someone you can share your joys and sorrows with. Is that okay? I feel so lonely. In reality, I don't have a friend I can confide in, as they all treat me well out of hypocrisy. I can't distinguish right from wrong in reality anymore. Perhaps our accidental acquaintance before made me think of this method, writing letters to each other without meeting, which can help us avoid various problems in reality. Let us be pen pals and see if we can become close friends in the future. Consider it a small experiment. If you are unwilling, you can stop here, and there's no need to read further. You can tear up this letter and disregard it. If you agree, then we are pen pals, and you can continue reading. There is a small blue mailbox next to the entrance of the Spirit Hall Academy. I have left you a special piece of paper in this envelope, and only this paper can be put into that mailbox. Please use that paper to reply, and I will send you more of that paper later. Someone will collect the letters every morning at 8 o'clock, so make sure to put it in before then. Someone will deliver the letters every afternoon at 6 o'clock, so you can just go and pick it up then. Oh, and please don't be late. This is my first letter, so I don't know what to write. I've been so annoyed these days. There are some pests at school bothering me. It's driving me crazy. Do you have any way to keep them away from me? Also, how is life at the Spirit Hall Academy? I'm really curious about what a day in your school is like. I'm waiting for your reply. You can call me Shui. Shui, smiley face emo, chapter 35. Feelings for her. Qian Yuhan finished reading the entire letter. He smiled and thought to himself, this snow is quite interesting. Qian Yuhan took out the magical letter paper from the envelope that was placed aside. Qian Yuhan looked at the letter paper. Shocked. Is this letter paper so cold? He picked up the pen and began to write a reply. In the letter, Qian Yuhan mentioned the events that happened when he first arrived at school, the 3 quirky individuals in dormitory 101, and some matters regarding the friendly match and Fanya today. He also expressed his strong dislike for the behavior of the privileged second-generation officials who casually bully others, along with some of his thoughts. After finishing the reply, he neatly folded the letter and planned to drop it in the mailbox before class the next morning. Once he finished, Qian Yuhan climbed into his bed, stared at the ceiling for a while, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. The first semester at the academy passed quickly, with each day repeating the routine of morning soul power cultivation for a small cycle, followed by attending classes all day with his roommates in the teaching building. Sometimes in the evenings, he would arrange soul battles with the brothers from 101 for some competition. On weekends without classes, dormitory 101 would invite Hu Lin, Air, and Fanya along with a few friends of the opposite sex to hang out. After 2 months, during this time, Dai Shengxi would often come to mess with Qian Yuhan, and Vina continued to harass Fanya as before. Qian Yuhan is not without temper. Rather, he has chosen to endure. In Qian Yuhan's heart, such people will inevitably pay the price for their actions. Mu Chen constantly advises Fanya, helping her understand that there is more to this academy than just the dark side. The care and mutual support of good friends are the truly beautiful and precious things in the academy, and she already has that now. During the past 2 months of spending time with Mu Chen and others, Fanya gradually became aware of the genuine efforts of her good friends and became more optimistic and cheerful. Mu Chen's soul power has risen from level 29 to level 32, and he has obtained his 3rd soul ring, becoming a soul master. Tang Xian also found a little girlfriend. Although she doesn't look as good as Hu Liner and Fanya, she is not too far off. His soul power level has been raised to level 29, just 1 step away from breakthrough. Tang Chen's life is pretty much the same as before, occasionally saying a word or two. He has the fastest soul power level improvement among everyone, breaking through from level 27 to level 31 in 2 months, reaching Soul Master. Just a month ago, he obtained a 4000 year 3rd soul ring. In the past 2 months, Qian Yuhan focused solely on consolidating his own strength, with his soul power increasing from level 32 to level 34. In Dormitory 101, everyone except Tang Xian reached the Soul Master level. And Hu Lin Air has touched the bottleneck of her breakthrough, which is expected to happen in the next few days. At the same time, during these 2 months, Qian Yuhan's correspondence with Shui has never stopped, as if he has endless things to discuss with this mysterious pen pal. Qian Yuhan has developed different feelings for Hu Liner. During this period of getting to know each other, he discovered that Hu Liner comes from a family with some background, but she doesn't have the demeanor of a young lady at all. She often does her best to help students from poor families with good potential who come to the academy seeking education and training. Qian Yuhan has noticed all of this, and his opinion of Hu Liner has changed from when they first met. Qian Yuhan is not sure if he has fallen for her. He is uncertain about his own feelings. He worries that he might misinterpret Hu Lin Air's intentions and end up unable to even be friends. This feeling of anxiety and uncertainty has been troubling Qian Yuhan lately. Qian Yuhan has communicated with that Snow in the letter, but the Snow did not mention much about it, each time just briefly touching upon it as if casually writing it down. On November 9th, 8028 of the Douluo calendar, on a simple and unadorned Friday afternoon, Zhou gave a motivational speech to the class about the upcoming midterm outdoor practical drill after finishing today's lesson. Children, next Friday is the most distinctive outdoor practical drill activity of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. This event happens every year, and based on the different strengths of each grade, the Academy will assign everyone to different locations. This time, we will be going to the Sunset Forest. Qian Yuhan heard the name, Sunset Forest. Ice and Fire 2 forms I. According to the rules, we can team up across classes. I see that everyone in our class has already formed teams and is ready to go. This is your first outdoor practical exercise, so there's no need to be afraid. The Academy has chosen a location for you that won't pose any life-threatening danger as long as you don't run around recklessly, so you can rest assured about that. By the way, a few people in our class have already broken through to Soul Zone, which is great. Don't worry if you haven't broken through yet. This event is an opportunity for you to improve and break through your bottleneck, so make sure to seize it. Alright, that's all for now. Class dismissed. As soon as the command was given, everyone rushed out in a flurry. Qian Yuhan walked side by side with Hu Liner in the corridor of the teaching building. Qian Yuhan said to Hu Liner, Liner, you must seize this opportunity. It's a great chance for a breakthrough. Qian Yuhan's relationship with Hu Lin Air is actually just a thin layer of paper away, and in this world, there's no definition of early romance. It's just that Qian Yuhan is still adapting and trying to find the answer to whether their bond is better as friends or as a couple. Hu Lin Air smiled and said, What's the matter? Don't you have confidence in me? If this young lady wants to break through, it will be easy. If someone like Wayno were to say something like this, Qian Yuhan would feel quite annoyed, but when it comes from Hu Lin Air, it feels different, almost playful. What are his feelings for her? Qian Yuhan is beginning to sense that he has some answers now. As for Hu Lin Air, she understands Qian Yuhan's hesitance and is not in a hurry for him to make a decision. This allows Qian Yuhan to let go of his burden and think carefully about their relationship. However, Hu Lin Air has her own inner conflict, a hidden struggle that belongs solely to her. After dinner, Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin Air returned to the dormitory, where they saw Tang Xian grinning foolishly and Tang Chun, who was watching Tang Xian with a look of speechless disbelief. My brother just received a gift from Xiaoyu, Tang Xian's girlfriend, and is over the moon about it. It's been almost half an hour. Ah, man in love, Qian Yuhan said, looking at the grinning Tang Xian. Don't talk about others. Aren't you the same with Hu Lin Air? Tang Xian teased without any emotion. As for my relationship with Lin Air, I just don't understand what you're still considering. If you like her, just boldly confess. Qian Yuhan, boldly confess. Chapter 36. Start outdoor practical training. Qian Yuan, a bold confession? Do I like her? Yes, I do like her, and I don't want my hesitation to make her misunderstand and miss out in the end. I'll confess after the practical training next week. Qian Yuhan secretly made up her mind. In the blink of an eye, it was the Thursday of the following week, the day before the practical training. Qian Yuhan was packing her belongings in the dormitory. After checking everything and confirming it was all in order, she planned to go out for a stroll. After saying goodbye to Mu Chun, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun, who were still tidying up, she stepped out, walking aimlessly along the path of the academy. She glanced at her shadow under the streetlight and let out a quiet sigh. Qian Yuhan has actually liked Hu Lin Air for quite some time. However, he is just an 8-year-old child. Yet, Qian Yuhan understands deep down that he is still too young, and dating seems somewhat unrealistic. In his view, at the age of 8, one should focus on learning and growing rather than getting entangled in romantic feelings too early. This idea is deeply rooted in his heart, making him hesitant to cross that boundary. Every time he sees Hu Lin ere, Qin Yuhan feels his heart race and his cheeks flush. He silently observes her every move, paying attention to her likes and interests. Although he knows that such behavior may be considered childish or silly, he cannot control his emotions. At the same time, Qin Yuhan begins to ponder what his feelings for Hu Lin ere truly are. Is it simply a crush? Or is it real love? He is uncertain because he has never experienced anything like this before. But regardless, he hopes to protect this feeling and not let it get hurt. In the real world, starting to date at 15 or 16 is considered early, let alone at just 8 years old. Qin Yuhan was walking along the road, kicking stones underfoot, recalling what Tang Xian had said to him a few days ago. Isn't it common for 8-year-olds to have romantic relationships? There are several villages under our sect, and believe it or not, many people are already getting married and having children at 15 or 16. Qin Yuhan, it seems I'm still influenced by the original world. Since I have come to this world, I need to quickly adapt to these changes, which come from all aspects of life. As I walked, Qin Yuhan arrived at the iconic building of the Angel Square, which is also one of the landmark buildings of the Soul City. Huh, Junior Yuhan? A voice suddenly came from behind. Qin Yuhan turned around to see that it was Fong Qing. What are you doing here alone? Are you troubled by something? Qin Yuhan shook his head and adjusted his emotions. He didn't want Fong Qing to know his current thoughts. After all, the two of them were just in a senior-junior relationship, not as close as Mu Chun and the others. So it was best if fewer people knew about this. I heard you guys are going to the Sunset Forest tomorrow. Ah, right, Fong must have told you. Qin Yuhan thought the answer was certain, but unexpectedly, Fong Qing shook her head and said, "It's not my sister. It's a good friend of yours from your grade who said that. My relationship with my sister is actually average. My family want me to take care of her more in the academy." Qin Yuhan was a bit surprised. Is this really his brother? However, it might also be because Fangya has a first-level innate soul power. If others at the academy found out about their relationship, Fong Qing would probably be unable to hold his head up there. So he kept his distance from his sister at the academy. Even so, Qin Yuhan still felt that Fong Qing was a bit excessive. Brother Fong Qing, I have to go. I have some things to do. Let's chat another time. Bye. Qin Yuhan quickly ended the chat and hurried away. Watching the place where Qin Yuhan disappeared, Fong Qing's lips curled up slightly. The next morning, Qin Yuhan took the letter he had written the day before and went for a morning run, dropping in the mailbox along the way. This time he didn't write much. Just informed Shui that he might not be able to write for the next few days as he needed to focus on practical training in the forest. Explaining was also a form of respect for the other party. At 8 in the morning, at Angel Square, the first-year students lined up in front of the Qian Mo statue for roll call. Han Shui stood right in the middle of the formation, and under the pressure of the director, no student dared to speak. Qin Yuhan, as the class monitor, stood at the front of the line and couldn't help but sigh at the sight of Han Shui. No matter what world it is, the intimidation of the position of the head teacher is equally terrifying. Class 1 is present. Class 2, present director. Class 7, one person is missing. Directoran. Who's missing? Lu Yu. Oh, fine, expel him. Everyone. Expel. Just like that, he's expelled. This brother is a bit unfortunate. Damn, being late just once leads to expulsion. That's ruthless. The crowd's murmurs erupted at that moment. Quiet. Han Shui amplified her voice with soul power, and the discussion instantly vanished. This is to set an example. Those who are not punctual can never achieve great things. If you can't even manage to arrive on time for something as simple as this, what can you do in the future? Usually, when you're late for class, I turn a blind eye, but for such a significant gathering, I have zero tolerance for tardiness. Report. At this moment, a voice reached everyone's ears. It was the latecomer. Lu Yu. Lu Yu? Yes, director. Lu Yu seems unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Lu Yu, you are expelled. Lu Yu. Directoran. Can I know the reason? Lu Yu. I have zero tolerance for tardiness at such major gatherings. This time, you cannot be forgiven. Thus, the students in the front row could clearly see Lu Yu's hands and legs trembling, as if he would explode at any moment. Director Han, you can't expel me. Give me a reason. On my way here, a senior fainted, and there was no one nearby, so I carried him to the infirmary, which delayed me a bit. If you don't believe me, you can ask the doctor at the infirmary. Being able to say this with such confidence, I will believe you this time. However, there must be a punishment. When you return, you'll have to stay after school every Saturday night. Lu Yu let out a huge sigh of relief and repeatedly thanked her. Qin Yuhan smiled at this scene that often appears in the original world. It turns out that this act is performed in every world. After this brief interlude, Each class, led by their homeroom teacher, boarded the assigned soul-guided spaceship. Once everyone had boarded, the spaceship took off, heading straight for the Sunset Forest. Through the glass window, they looked down at the Spirit City. The outdoor practical training began. Chapter 37, Subconscious Actions in the Ice God Sect of the Tiando Empire. In a room that was completely different from the surrounding environment, a large bed was immediately visible upon entering, with various stuffed toys placed at the head of the bed. Opposite the bed was a very large dressing table, where a stunningly beautiful woman was reading something. This woman was Ouyang Luoxue, the young lady of the Ice God Sect. The Sunset Forest, huh? Ouyang Luoxue murmured softly as she looked at the letter in her hand. Then, as if pondering something, she fell silent, her watery big eyes glancing to the side as if planning something. Liu Lao. Ouyang Luoxue raised her head and said calmly. An old man dressed in a deep blue Taoist robe instantly appeared in Ouyang Luoxue's boudoir. I am here, Mississippi. What is your command? Is the Sunset Forest far from the Ice God Snow Mountain? Miss, it's not really far, but today is your birthday, and the sect master ordered a grand birthday banquet for you. Are you planning to go out? That might not be appropriate. It's nothing. It won't delay anything. I'll be back by evening. What birthday banquet? Heh, it's just an excuse to make friends. How klitsch. Ouyang Luoxue rolled her eyes, expressing her disdain for the so-called grand birthday banquet. What about the miss? Depart for the Sunset Forest. Let's go there to have some fun. Miss, I need to inform the sect master. Ouyang Luoxue raised her hand to interrupt the continuing words of the old man Lu. Liu Lao, there's no need to tell him. Let's go. However, this time Ouyang Luoxue directly glared at the old man Lu, and he said no more. Liu Lao thought to himself. Anyway, the sect master's order to me is to listen to the miss and protect her safety. I have not violated the sect master's instructions, so what am I afraid of? Following the miss means I have food to eat. Who in the entire Ice God sect doesn't know the sect master's position in front of the miss? Yes, the Ice God Douluo, who is famous throughout the continent, is a thorough daughter slave. Liu Lao followed Ouyang Luoxue to an open area outside her boudoir, summoned an ice dragon, and flew towards the Sunset Forest with her. On the other side, the fleet of soul-guided spaceships from the Spirit Hall Academy slowly descended at the entrance of the Sunset Forest. The scattered soul masters at the entrance of the Sunset Forest looked at the majestic fleet of spaceships, shocked beyond measure. What kind of power is this? So terrifying. 7 soul-guided spaceships. Are you blind? Didn't you see that symbol on the side? This is the spaceship of the Spirit Hall Academy. Spirit Hall Academy? That particularly powerful academy? Yeah, I heard from rumors that they are bringing their first-year students here for outdoor practical training. First year? They're only 8 years old and are already brought out for practical training. Indeed, they must be exceptionally gifted. No wonder they are the strongest academy on the continent. The scattered soul masters exchanged words. Some of their comments fell into the ears of some students from the Spirit Hall Academy, who immediately stood up straighter, filled with pride. They thought to themselves, we are the elites of the Spirit Hall Academy. How can we possibly be compared to those ordinary soul masters? They're just older and have stronger soul power than us. At our age, they would just be our prey. Qin Yuhan looked around at the proud expressions of the students from other classes and couldn't help but shake his head. Seeing the chaos among the new students who had just disembarked from the soul-guided spaceship, Han Shui let out a helpless sigh. She stood in front of everyone, and all the students saw the stern-faced director, quickly lining up by class. Qin Yuhan, awesome, that's the feeling. They all wore the uniform of the Spirit Hall Academy, as required. It was a set of black robes, embroidered with the golden Spirit Hall emblem, appearing particularly solemn and imposing. They lined up at the entrance of the Sunset Forest, very neat and orderly, like a disciplined army ready for action. Each person's face was filled with confidence and pride, as if they were already prepared to face any challenge. Under the command of Director Han Shui, Class 1's head teacher, Zhou, you led the first class to enter. The class leaders of each class stood at the end of the line. Just as Qin Yuhan walked to the front of the line, Dai Xingxi, who was at the front of Class 4, said to Qin Yuhan, enjoy this practical training, Qin Yuhan ignored the boring person. Dai Xingxi, what's wrong with you? Why are you standing at the front of the line, so high up? Hurry up and move to the back. You can't stand in line according to the rules and still talk. What do you want to do? Dai Xingxi's teasing expression immediately vanished, and he sulkily walked from the side of Class 4 to the back of the line. Dai Xingxi had intentionally stood at the front of the line to annoy Qin Yuhan. Who would have thought that Qin Yuhan wouldn't pay any attention to him? And he ended up getting scolded by Han Shui. The members of Class 1, led by Zhou Yu, entered the Soul Beast Forest through the gate of the Sunset Forest. It wasn't the first time for most of them to enter the Soul Beast Forest, except for Fanya, who was only level 5. The vast majority had entered the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for soul rings under the guidance of strong individuals at home. Qian Yuhan had indeed ventured into the Soul Beast Forest twice on his own, making him more fearless. Qian Yuhan, Hu Li Na, and Fanya were waiting at the place they had previously agreed to meet with Tang Xian, Tang Chun, and Mu Chun. Mu Chun quickly joined them, greeted Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin Air, and then hurriedly stood next to Fanya. Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin Air, right after Class 3 passed by, students from Class 4 began to come in one after another. Tang Xian and Tang Chun saw the four of them and jogged over. Thus, the rehearsal of the 6-person group was complete. Dai Shangxi walked past them, gave Qian Yuhan a thumbs up, and then turned his hand, instantly pointing the thumb down. Qian Yuhan couldn't help but smile, a naive clown. Qian Yuhan directly ignored him and instinctively pulled Hu Lin Air towards the depths of the forest. The remaining 4 also ignored Dai Shangxi and followed Qian Yuhan into the forest. Qian Yuhan was walking in front, unaware that he was subconsciously holding Hu Lin Air's hand. At first, Hu Lin Air felt a bit flushed when he held her hand, wondering how bold Qian Yuhan was to hold her hand directly in front of so many people. Now, Hu Lin Air understood that Qian Yuhan's earlier action was completely instinctive, and she could clearly feel that his hand was trembling. Qian Yuhan was currently experiencing an inner collapse. He never expected that he would suddenly be holding Hu Lin Air's hand. When he realized it, he was reluctant to let go, because the feeling of holding hands was indeed very different. Qian Yuhan, in the original world, laughed to death, a single dog, all alone. He had never even held a girl's hand. This was the first time Qian Yuhan encountered such a situation, and he was at a loss, holding her hand and trembling. Hu Lin Air looked at the slightly forward Qian Yuhan, pretending to be calm, and smiled faintly. She said nothing. There was no need to say anything. Hu Lin Air, this guy is getting shy. Chapter 38, Surprising Words. Yo, Lao Si, you're quite good at this. Mu Chun teased, following closely behind Qian Yuhan and Hu Lin Air. Qian Yuhan turned his head to look at Mu Chun and said, "Go away. What is this called?" Hey. Qian Yu's face turned red directly, and she released Hu Lin Air's hand, walking over to Mu Chun and giving him a hard pat on the shoulder, saying, "Get lost. Hey, big brother, why didn't you bring your little girlfriend?" Mu Chun suddenly shifted the topic to Tang Xian. Huh, she's already formed a team. Besides, isn't our group already full? Are we supposed to kick you out? Dan Qian Zito un pesti. Mu Chun was taken aback by Tang Xian's sudden remark. No way. As expected of a good big brother, taking care of his buddies, unlike some people. While saying this, Mu Chun glanced in Qian Yu's direction. Qian Yuhan rolled her eyes in response. Amidst the commotion, the group ventured deeper into the forest. The 6 of them chatted and laughed as they walked, resembling students on an outing rather than participants in a practical training exercise. Suddenly, a loud noise came from a bush beside them. "Shu, wait, it seems like something is surrounding us." Qian Yuhan suddenly called to a halt the playful crowd with a serious expression. Mu Chun quickly protected Fanya, who was beside him, as she had the lowest strength and needed to be safeguarded. Under Qian Yuhan's feet, 1 purple and 2 black soul rings were released, but the soul rings flashed and disappeared. "Fourth brother, did you just..." "Fourth brother, your soul rings?" Tang Xian and Tang Chun stood behind Qian Yuhan, feeling as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. What did they just see? 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, rising under Qian Yuhan's feet. What happened? It seemed that Qian Yuhan had not yet reacted, but upon hearing what Tang Chun said about the soul rings, he suddenly remembered that he forgot to take his medicine. Did you guys miss it? How could I possibly have such a monstrous soul ring configuration? What kind of freak would that be? Qian Yuhan looked at his 2 older brothers, who stood there with puzzled expressions. Feeling that he might not be able to fool them, he was already prepared to confess. Then he saw the 2 exchange glances and nod at each other. Tang Xian said, "We must have just misseen things, haha. Let's get ready to face the enemy." Tang Chen reminded Tang Xian in time, and he summoned his earthquake Haotian hammer with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appearing at his feet in the best configuration. Tang Xian was also quick to act. He stomped his right foot and raised his right hand, causing a bolt of lightning to strike down from the sky. In Tang Xian's hand was the Haotian hammer, faintly surrounded by arcs of lightning, which was his martial soul, the heavenly thunder Haotian hammer. 2 yellow soul rings rose beneath his feet, and Tang Xian showed signs of breaking through level 30, wanting to take this opportunity to advance. Tang Xian's talent was actually greater than that of his younger brother Tang Chun, but he had wasted much of his training time due to his relationship with Xiaoye. Fortunately, a few days ago, Tang Chun, Mu Chun, and Xin Yuhan had held a small criticism meeting in Dormitory 101, which woke him up and helped him return to his usual training routine. He didn't seek to practice more, but just wanted to maintain the same level of practice, ensuring that he wouldn't practice less. His girlfriend Xiaoya also expressed understanding and support. They would discuss their relationship later. Suddenly, several red demon stone monkeys jumped out from the bushes, bouncing around on the nearby trees, appearing extremely agitated. Not good, it's the red demon stone monkey. Fang Ya, protected by Mu Chun, pointed at the monkeys on the trees. What kind of soul beast is the red demon stone monkey? Mu Chun asked Fang Ya, who was beside him. The red demon stone monkey is a pack-oriented soul beast that excels in team combat. It has all red fur and a face that looks like a withered bone, hence the name red demon stone monkey. This group of monkeys must have a leader directing them. If we kill it first, the monkey group will go into a frenzy and then gradually disperse to join other groups. How do you know so much? You can tell what kind of soul beast it is at a glance. Mu Chun looked at Fang Ya, who was speaking confidently, in shock. It's nothing. I've loved reading since I was little and learned to recognize characters and such. I read some books about soul beasts in my family's library before, so I know. Qian Yu was also quite shocked. Although the words were simple and calm, it was precisely this calmness that demonstrated Fang Ya's terrifying knowledge and memory, allowing her to immediately articulate her thoughts upon encountering reality, making a striking impression. Heaven closed the door on Fang Ya, but at the same time, it opened a window for her. Now we just need to find the leader hiding behind this. Hu Liner listened to Fang Ya and said, Elder brother, you attack the left. Second brother, you attack the right with Liner and Mu Chun. Protect Fang Ya well. Qian Yuhan remained calm in the face of the monkey group and quickly organized simple divisions. Facing a monkey group that outnumbered ours, he made sure that our divisions responded efficiently, minimizing the possibility of one side's strength being insufficient and allowing the other side of the monkey group to encircle us. Understood? Everyone replied. The bright divine sword appeared in Qian Yu's cold hands, radiating brilliance. In an instant, he charged towards the left side where the monkey group was. Tang Xian followed closely behind, gathering his strength and leaping into the air. The yellow first soul ring on his body flickered, activating his first soul skill, Thunder Strike. The heavenly thunder Haotian hammer in Tang Xian's hands crackled with electric arcs, resembling the embodiment of a thunder god, and he smashed it down towards the monkey group directly in front of him. The monkey group reacted quickly, hurriedly dispersing to dodge and evade. However, the power of Tang Xian's Haotian hammer should not be underestimated. The first soul skill enhanced the lightning attribute of his Haotian hammer, resulting in greater area damage than before. In an instant, a large number of monkeys were knocked out cold. The monkey group clearly became more frantic, instantly turning into chaos. Furthermore, it seemed that the monkeys had already experienced some kind of intimidation, as they appeared extremely anxious when confronted, as if something terrifying was threatening their lives from behind, frantically disregarding the stunned monkeys and wildly charging towards the group. First soul skill, Light Slash. Qian Yuhan swung his bright divine sword with all his might, sending a sword Qi charging towards the group of monkeys. What a fierce attack! This sword Qi is surprisingly powerful. This sword martial soul truly deserves its divine title. Tang Xian, who had just finished hammering, thought to himself as he watched Qian Yuhan's first soul skill, Sword Qi Slash, being unleashed. During the previous friendly match, Tang Xian was in the observation area, and because of the distance, Qian Yuhan's first soul skill didn't seem as strong, now that it was released right beside him. It's no wonder it could easily break through the Golden Crocodile King's martial soul defense during the friendly match. Mu Chun was using his second soul skill from the back to fend off the stray monkeys that were approaching, knocking them back into the front battlefield, sending them flying away. Behind a distant tree, a figure was hiding, observing the battle. Chapter 39. All-rounder on the right side of the monkey group. Hu Liner and Tang Chun were also launching a strong offensive. Hu Liner spread her double-tailed fox's charm ability, deliberately avoiding Tang Chun so he wouldn't be affected. Those with weak willpower found it difficult to break free from her charm, standing there in a daze, losing their ability to attack. Moreover, these simple-minded human ancestors were even less capable of resisting. A group of monkeys stood there, entranced, and when Tang Chun brought down his hammer, those monkeys vanished in the beautiful illusion. The Monkey King behind the group of monkeys clearly could not stay any longer and jumped out from behind, seeing their leader emerge. The monkeys immediately felt more at ease and slowly retreated in unison. The Monkey King was noticeably larger than the other monkeys, its size akin to a small hill. Powerful and imposing, its muscles were well-defined, seemingly containing endless strength. Its sturdy limbs were as solid as massive tree trunks, each muscle fiber clearly visible, full of explosive power and tension. The width of these limbs was comparable to that of the small monkeys' bodies, making one marvel at its strength. When a monkey king walked, the ground trembled slightly under its weight, as if the earth itself feared its majesty. The 8,000-year red demon stone monkey king, Fanya said from behind the crowd. Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, and Hu Lin Er saw the monkey king appear behind the monkey group and retreated, no longer continuing their attack. They were unsure of the monkey king's strength if they charged directly at Mu Chun. They didn't know if Mu Chin's second soul skill could withstand it, if it couldn't hold up given the monkey king's current level of anger. They feared it would cost them their lives. Therefore, to prevent any accidents, they adopted a conservative strategy and retreated to confront the enemy together. Watching Qin Yuhan and the others enter battle mode, they glanced back at their severely injured monkey companions. The red demon stone monkey king let out a furious roar, his eyes turning blood red, emanating a red blood aura. This was the bloodthirsty ability of the red demon stone monkey. When it reached around 5,000 years, its strength would undergo a transformation, gaining an enhancement skill known as bloodthirst. Starting from 5,000 years, the fur of the red demon stone monkey would gradually darken, turning deep red after 10,000 years. More than half of the fur on this stone monkey king's head had already turned deep red, indicating that its cultivation was around 8,000 years. Mu Chun stared blankly at Fanya, whom he was protecting, and couldn't help but want to shield her even better. She was simply a know-it-all. The other four silently praised Fanya's knowledge in their hearts, but they couldn't turn back to commend her, as doing so would allow the stone monkey king to attack. A deep and fierce roar suddenly erupted, echoing like thunder for miles around. This roar seemed to come from a giant beast in the abyss, carrying endless pressure and authority, instilling fear in the hearts of all. As the roar rang out, countless birds took flight from the surrounding woods, panicking and fleeing as if startled by the sudden sound. In various corners of the Martial Soul Hall Academy, members of other groups also heard the roar, stopping their actions with expressions of surprise and alertness. Some began to speculate about the source of the roar. Some said it was a warning from a powerful soul beast, while others believed it was a mysterious strong person showcasing their strength. However, no one knew the true answer and could only guess in their hearts. The red demon stone monkey king pounded its chest and charged at Qian Yuhan and the others. First soul skill, Light Slash. Qian Yuhan's yellow first soul ring flashed, and the sword energy struck the red demon stone monkey king, only slowing its attack speed. Fox Spirit Domain, activate. Hu Lin Er unleashed her Fox Spirit Domain, but it seemed ineffective against the bloodthirsty red demon stone monkey king. Fanya immediately remembered something and quickly reminded, don't release the Fox Spirit Domain. It consumes a lot of your soul power and has no effect on the bloodthirsty stone monkey king. The bloodthirst state not only enhances its physical strength, but also makes it immune to all weakening and control-type abnormal states. Okay, hearing Fanya's reminder, Hu Lin Er quickly ended her Fox Spirit Domain. Then her first soul ring flashed. First soul skill, Foxtail Needle. Hu Lin Er activated her first soul skill, Foxtail Needle, but the red demon stone monkey king directly met the attack with its head. It shook its head to the sides to dispel the skill. Of course, the stone monkey king's head was already injured, but the bloodthirst state made its sense of pain temporarily disappear, so it continued to charge at the group. Qian Yuhan saw this, and the purple third soul ring beneath his feet lit up. Bright Guardian. The third soul skill of Qian Yuhan was activated, forming a humanoid shadow behind everyone, embracing them in its arms. It radiated light all around. The Crimson Demon Stone Monkey King collided with this humanoid phantom and was directly knocked back repeatedly. Afterward, his bloodthirsty skill ended, leaving him in a state of weakness and exhaustion. Coupled with the damage he had sustained while in the bloodthirsty state, the pain was released in an instant, causing the Stone Monkey King to fall directly to the ground in discomfort. After Qian Yuhan finished releasing his skill, Mu Chun, who had been protecting Fanya, seemed full of fighting spirit. He had been protecting Fanya all this time, which made him itch to fight. And now he was just right to bully this weak 8,000-year soul beast. Watching Mu Chun charging up to use his first soul skill, Qian Yuhan knew that this strike would be enough to deal a fatal blow to the Stone Monkey King. Qian Yuhan was about to ask Mu Chun to stop, but Mu Chin's golden crocodile tail had already been unleashed. Oh, this third brother. The Stone Monkey King lying there seemed to sense that it could not escape death, and it closed its eyes, giving up resistance. With its eyes closed, The Stone Monkey King was engulfed in darkness, when suddenly a light appeared in the dark, followed by a strong sound of wind slicing through the air. The Stone Monkey King slowly opened its eyes and looked at Qian Yuhan standing in front of it, somewhat taken aback. Not only it, but Mu Chun and the others also did not react. The wind blew through the leaves, which slowly fell from the sky, and they all stood there foolishly for about 20 seconds. Old Fourth, what are you doing? Third brother, don't kill it. Don't you feel it? They seem to be fleeing for their lives. That's why they were so hostile when they encountered us. Just think about it. If something threatening your life is chasing you from behind, and there are obstacles in front, wouldn't you fight desperately? It has seemed that way. Indeed, we didn't provoke them. Their behavior is very unusual. That's right. The Red Demon Stone Monkey is a soul beast that usually lives in groups and is relatively gentle. I'm puzzled as to why they are acting so strangely. Qian Yuhan looked at the crowd, seemingly understanding his actions. He turned and squatted down to look at the Stone Monkey King and asked, "Is something chasing you?" The Stone Monkey King nodded. This 8,000-year-old soul beast had already developed intelligence and could understand human language. The Stone Monkey King weakly pointed at Qian Yuhan and his group. Us? What's wrong with us? The Stone Monkey King shook his head. Is it Soul Masters? Are Soul Masters chasing you? Qian Yuhan immediately realized. This time, the Stone Monkey King nodded to indicate the answer was correct. You all should leave. Take good care of your kin. I understand the actions you've taken to escape for your lives. Go ahead. Qian Yuhan finished speaking and took out a bottle of healing elixirs from the Cold Heart Dragon God's golden bracelet. He took out one and handed it to the Stone Monkey King. This is a healing elixir. The injuries you have are just superficial, and you should be fine after taking it. The Stone Monkey King hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to swallow the elixir. Qian Yuhan. Hesitation is normal. Who knows if this pill is poisonous? After the Stone Monkey King consumed it, he realized his wounds were healing rapidly, and he was overjoyed. That's how monkey-type soul beasts are. They get distressed quickly, but they also get happy just as fast. You can distribute these to your injured clan members. We're just trying to protect ourselves, not intentionally trying to harm you. The Stone Monkey King nodded, picked up the bottle, and walked towards the back, disappearing into the shadows with his clan. Let's go, Qian Yuhan said to the other five. Mu Chun clearly saw what the pill looked like just now and looked at Fanya. Fanya seemed to have also figured out what the pill was. And when she looked up, she met Mu Chen's inquiring gaze and nodded at him. Mu Chen looked at Qian Yuhan, swallowed the non-existent saliva, and asked Old Four, "Could that pill of yours be a top-tier Xinling pill?" Chapter 40, Fierce Battle with the Stinger Scorpion King, Part 1. Qian Yuhan was slightly taken aback, as she didn't expect that her casual action would be noticed by Mu Chun. Qian Yuhan thought for a moment and realized that Mu Chun, being Uncle Genie's son, must have heard of such pills. What? Did I see it wrong? They're just some ordinary little pills. Qian Yuhan tried to brush it off like the time when his soul ring almost got exposed. However, Mu Chun wasn't buying it. He shook his head and said, "There's no way I could mistake it. That is definitely a Xianling Dan, and its grade is definitely not low. I've smelled the fragrance of top-grade Xianling Dan before, and the scent that wafted out when you opened that bottle just now is exactly the same as the one I smelled before." Mu Chen's eyes were fixed on Qian Yuhan, who remained calm and continued. "All right, this thing was something my father obtained by chance." Qian Yuhan sighed to himself, thinking that he really should win an Oscar for his acting skills. Telling a lie without a hint of blush or a racing heart was extraordinary. Was it a stroke of luck to obtain it? Did he just give it away? Huh, it's not like I don't know its true value otherwise. Would I have given it to the soul beast? Qian Yuhan pretended to look regretful, as if he had truly lost a precious treasure. Fourth brother, what you did was too reckless, too reckless. Each of these top-tier Xianling pills is a priceless treasure. Well, you did well, Tang Chun said as he walked over and patted the visibly regretful Mu Chun. Fourth brother did the right thing. We can't be like some soul masters who are bloodthirsty. The descendants of the Stone Monkey Prince were severely injured, and I think fourth brother's actions were justified. But that was... Mu Chun wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Qian Yuhan raising his hand. Qian Yuhan said, "Hey, third brother, I know you mean well, but the things are already given away, so it's settled. I'll be more careful next time." Yes, indeed. Next time Qian Yuhan would definitely be more cautious and not take out those things he got from Qian Mo so ostentatiously. "Hey, where's Lin Air?" Qian Yuhan looked up and didn't see who Lin Air, so he asked the others. Fanya said, Lin Air said she was thirsty, and when she heard the sound of a stream over there, she went to scoop up some water to drink. She asked us to wait for her. Qian Yuhan nodded. By the creek, Hu Liner looked coldly at Dai Xingxi and said, "What do you still want? Don't go too far, I tell you." Indeed, The mysterious person who Liner encountered in the cafeteria earlier was Dai Xingxi. Wu Liner, you dare talk to me like that? What? Do you think that silly Qian Yuhan can back you up? Or do you think Qian Yuhan can help your family through this crisis? You bastard. Facing Dai Xingxi's aggressive retort, Hu Liner was momentarily speechless, but still cursed. Ha ha, it seems you really like him now. He not bad. I warn you, this is the last time I help you, and please fulfill the promises we made to each other immediately, otherwise. Liner, you actually threatened me. Don't forget who provided the funds for your family's recent turnover. This is the last time. Once it's done, we are even. For now, you just need to... Dai Xingxi moved closer to Hu Liner and whispered something in her ear. After he finished speaking, Hu Liner looked shocked. You're crazy. You want to take Yuhan's life? No way. You just said you would let me help you this last time. I want you to help me this time. Being untrustworthy is not something you can do. Dai Xingxi looked at Hu Liner with a sly smile. Hu Liner was speechless. After 2 or 3 seconds, she sighed and said, fine, I agree. But let me make it clear, I'll only be responsible for taking you to the edge. Hu Liner's mind raced, thinking about how to help Qian Yuhan avoid this crisis, but she still had no clue. To stabilize Dai Xingxi for now and prevent him from doing anything outrageous, she could only agree for the time being. No problem. Dai Xingxi chuckled softly as he walked past Hu Liner, even giving her a slap on the backside as he passed. Hu Liner glared angrily at the retreating figure of Dai Xingxi. That bastard, I will definitely kill him. Hu Liner muttered under her breath. The conversation between Dai Xingxi and Hu Liner by the creek was overheard clearly by someone hiding in a nearby bush. This sound-absorbing soul guide is quite useful. Hu Liner the Dai Xingxi, Lu Lao, Tangzu. An elderly man dressed in a deep blue robe nodded in understanding of the woman's intent to secretly protect someone. Understood, miss. He then disappeared. I'm back. Shall we continue? Yuhan, you led me to a place where I bumped into the red demon stone monkey. This time let me lead. Hu Liner bounced back to the group and said to everyone. The other 5 nodded in agreement and followed Hu Liner deeper into the forest. In the earlier part, they could still see some movements of soul beasts. But after walking for 30 minutes, now, there was no sound at all around them, a complete silence. Qian Yuhan looked around and saw many soul beast skeletons. Green mist surrounded the bones. We should stop moving forward. I think I might have taken the wrong path, Hu Liner said as she led everyone to a sparsely populated area where soul beasts were rare. I feel the same way. This place is a bit eerie, Mu Chun said, unconsciously leaning closer to Fanya. Seeing Mu Chun getting closer, Fanya covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking to herself, Mu Chun is quite attentive. Fanya already had a good impression of Mu Chun, and this trip only increased her feelings. Just as Tang Xian was about to say something, he noticed groups of small scorpions rapidly approaching, densely packed enough to give one goosebumps. Fanya looked at those small scorpions, as if searching for something in her mind. Why does it look so much like? Like what? Mu Chun asked. I think they look like pincer scorpions. If that's the case, we need to leave quickly. If they signal back, their king will come out. The pincer scorpion king is generally capable of fighting above its level and is extremely powerful, with strong toxicity. Toxic? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go. Mu Chun said, planning to pull Fanya back the way they came. Old third, it might already be too late. Tang Xian heard a strange noise behind him and felt a surge of alertness. He quickly turned to look back. He saw a giant scorpion appearing about 100 meters behind them, its massive body and fierce pincers sending chills down their spines. This scorpion stood like a small mountain, exuding a suffocating aura. Its appearance instantly blocked their retreat, like an insurmountable barrier. Tang Xian's heart sank as he realized he and his companions were trapped in a desperate situation. Facing such a powerful enemy, they had almost no chance of escape. Fear began to spread, but Tang Xian tried hard to remain calm, knowing that panic would only worsen the situation. Mu Chen's face turned pale, and with a trembling voice, he asked, what should we do? Tang Chun took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then answered tremblingly, I don't know, but we must find a way to deal with this situation. Chapter 41. Fierce Battle with the Pincer Poison Scorpion King, Part 2. We need to stay calm and not panic. Tang Chun was doing his best to suppress his inner fear. The Pincer Poison Scorpion King is an extremely dangerous soul beast, with a cultivation level of 50,000 years. And even 100,000-year soul beasts do not dare to easily enter its territory. Fanya looked around at the environment, and green toxic gas was starting to spread all around. This is bad. It released a toxic circle. We are surrounded, Fanya said with a look of despair, addressing everyone ahead. What do we do now? The Poison Scorpion King behind us is blocking our way back, and in front is its cave, which we definitely can't enter, Mu Chan said with a desperate expression, not expecting to successfully enter the tiger's den under the lead of the campus bell. Hu Liner also had a cold expression, secretly cursing, damn Dai Xingxi. He probably anticipated this, which is why he agreed to only bring us to the edge of the nest. Damn it. Hu Liner looked apologetically at everyone and said, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Qian Yuhan, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun almost said in unison, it's okay, we'll face it together. Fanya also said, come on, we definitely won't be in trouble. The Scorpion King, having already gained intelligence, looked at its prey, chattering away, and felt as if they were already making their last words. It thought that no one could save them now and decided to watch their emotional drama, treating it as a pre-meal entertainment segment. On the other side, Dai Xingxi and Weina formed a team. She couldn't believe that Tang Chun and Tang Xian were actually grouped with that little minx Fanya. It made her furious. Why should she get a team up with brother Tang Chun? Weina complained to her little followers. Hee, they must be dead by now. Don't think about your brother Tang Chun anymore. Whoever teams up with Qian Yuhan is opposing me, Dai Xingxi. The only outcome is death. Hearing Dai Xingxi's cold words ahead, Weina immediately changed her previously arrogant demeanor, walked over to Dai Xingxi, and wrapped her arms around his. Seductively saying, I wasn't thinking about Tang Chun. Anyone opposing brother Xingxi is just looking for trouble. In my heart, brother Xingxi is the best with looks and strength. Listening to Weina's flattery, Dai Xingxi looked pleased and content. He lifted Weina's chin with his free hand and then kissed her, completely ignoring her little followers behind her. The kiss was intense. After they separated, Dai Xingxi asked, did you just mention Fanya? What's wrong with her? Breathing heavily after the passionate kiss, Weina replied, I heard she teamed up with Qian Yuhan and the others. What's the matter? Dai Xingxi's expression froze, thinking, oh no, how could she be with that jerk Qian Yuhan? When they entered the setting sun forest, he only thought that the girl next to Qian Yuhan looked like Fanya and didn't think much of it. He didn't expect. This is bad. Cough. Cough. I think we just need to give them a warning. There's no need to take their lives, right? Let's go tell the teachers. If someone really dies, neither of our families can protect us. Dai Xingxi said, quickly pulling Weina towards the teacher's camp, unaware that Weina's face was terrifyingly dark. Back with Qian Yuhan and the others, he said, we only have one chance left. We have to wait for the teachers to rescue us. By the way, let's make some noise to make it easier for others to find us. Qian Yuhan said to the other five. Qian Yuhan swept his right hand over the cold-hearted dragon god gold bracelet on his left wrist, holding a bottle in his hand and handing it to Fanya, saying, the pills in here were obtained by my dad by chance from the outer battlefield. Taking one can immunize you from the damage caused by toxic gas for half an hour. He then handed each of the other 5 people 2 pills. Looking at Fanya, he continued to advise, those little scorpions have no attacking power, but you still need to be careful not to get stung by them. Dodge from the side. Fanya nodded, understanding that with her current strength, she couldn't help them much. Not being a burden was the best assistance she could provide. Mu Chun looked at the pills in his hand, and then at Qian Yuhan, who was explaining something to Fanya, and thought to himself, this 4th one is not simple. He has so many Tian-long detoxifying pills. Qian Yuhan finished giving instructions to Fanya, and the 6 of them took the Heavenly Dragon detoxifying pill together. Except for Fanya, the other 5 released their martial souls and prepared for battle. The Toothclaw Poison Scorpion King looked at everyone mockingly, and a piercing roar echoed through the sky, creating shockwaves that knocked everyone back repeatedly. So strong. This might be a 10,000-year-old beast, Qian Yuhan thought to himself. Indeed, this Toothclaw Poison Scorpion King had reached a cultivation level of 20,000 years. Its power was far beyond that of the 1,000-gene ant they had encountered before, just by looking at the Scorpion King's robust limbs and its terrifying scorpion tail. One could tell its strength was extraordinary. Fox Spirit Domain, activate. Golden Crocodile Domain, activate. Hu Liner and Mu Chun quickly changed their hand seals and released their respective innate domains. The Fox Spirit Domain could confuse the user, but for a soul beast of the Toothclaw Poison Scorpion King's caliber, the confusion effect was minimal, but it was better than nothing. The Golden Crocodile Domain enveloped the 5 of them. Fanya had hidden in the bushes on the side, and it could enhance the power attributes of allies within the domain. This power boost was particularly significant for Mu Chun, while the enhancement for the others was not as substantial, but still, as the saying goes, better than nothing. Mu Chun was the first to activate his first soul ring, which glowed yellow. The golden crocodile swung its tail, and Mu Chen's martial soul possessed him, causing a thick crocodile tail to whip fiercely toward the poison Scorpion King, unleashing a golden slash aimed at it. I'm here to assist you, Third brother, Tang Xian, activated his second soul ring. Thunderstrike. He raised the heavenly thunder Haotian hammer high above his head and forcefully lifted it toward the sky. In an instant, the originally clear sky seemed to be covered by an invisible giant hand, becoming dim. Dark thunderclouds rolled like ink. The Haotian hammer that Tang Xian held high traced an arc in the air before suddenly swinging downwards. In an instant, it was as if the thunderclouds had been triggered by some mechanism, and a thick bolt of lightning roared out from the clouds like a giant dragon, carrying a destructive momentum, crashing directly toward the top of the poisoned Scorpion King's head. Light slash, foxtail needle, earthquake. Tang Qian's second soul skill followed closely behind. Qian Yuhan, Hu Lin'er, and Tang Qian's attacks followed closely behind. Facing attacks from three directions, front, above, and below, the pincer poison Scorpion King remained expressionless and motionless. 5 attacks struck the pincer poison Scorpion King directly. Beautiful. It hit. Mu Chen shouted. The 5 attacks almost hit the pincer poison Scorpion King at the same time. Boom! With a deafening roar, 5 different colored soul skills exploded simultaneously on the pincer poison Scorpion King, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire battlefield, making the surroundings as bright as day. The tremendous energy impact seemed to tear the air apart, producing a sharp and piercing whistling sound. Immediately afterwards, the powerful shockwave generated by the explosion of the soul skills spread outwards, raising billowing thick smoke and forming a massive dust cloud that obscured the sky. The ground also began to tremble violently under this powerful force, as if it would crack and collapse at any moment. At that moment, everyone's gaze on the battlefield was focused on the pincer poison Scorpion King, anxiously watching for its reaction, filled with anticipation and apprehension. As the thick smoke cleared, the previously unharmed pincer poison Scorpion King stood there, still motionless. Chapter 42. The Disappeared One. As the smoke dissipated, the pincer poison Scorpion King, unscathed, stared at Qian Yuhan and the others as if provoking them. How is this possible? Tang Xian exclaimed in shock. Even the usually quiet Tang Chun was stunned and said, the full force strike from 5 people was actually resolved just like that. At that moment, the pincer poison Scorpion King flickered, and its massive body instantly disappeared without a trace. Qian Yuhan immediately became alert, closing his eyes to sense the fluctuations in the surrounding air. Just behind the crowd, the air disturbances became increasingly intense. Qian Yuhan suddenly opened his eyes. Be careful. Use your defensive skills. As he spoke, Qian Yuhan took the lead, his purple third spirit ring flashing beneath him, and a golden humanoid shadow enveloped everyone. Second spirit skill, body protection golden light. At the critical moment, Mu Chen was also quick to respond. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, he immediately released his own second spirit skill for defense. Third spirit skill, Haotian body protection. Tang Qian's third spirit ring lit up beneath him, which was exactly the third spirit skill he had just obtained. Among the disciples of the Haotian sect, Haotian body protection is considered a must-have spirit skill. Therefore, beneath the mountain where the Haotian sect is hidden, there is a spirit beast, the iron-horned rhino, that can provide this spirit skill, and it is raised by specialized personnel. Almost every disciple of the Haotian sect has this skill as their third spirit skill, and Tang Chun specifically took a week off to challenge the iron-horned rhino to obtain it. Tang Chin's Earthquake Haotian hammer has a certain restraining effect on the iron-horned rhino, making it quite easy for him to obtain his third spirit ring. Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun, and Tang Chun unleashed their 3 major defensive skills simultaneously. In addition to the human-shaped phantom, a golden protective shield and a brownish-yellow shield were also formed. As expected by Qian Yuhan, the claw-poison Scorpion King instantly flashed behind the crowd. Its strong and powerful scorpion tail struck out like lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the 2 layers of protective shields were easily shattered, producing a crisp, breaking sound. The human-shaped phantom also dissipated instantly under the overwhelming power of the attack. What should we do? Tang Xian said. Our defensive skills can only withstand its ordinary whip strike this time. Everyone stared at the claw-poisoned Scorpion King, which had gathered a completely emerald green sphere in front of its chest. Then the scorpion tail struck out this emerald green sphere. The sphere flew up into the sky and exploded at about 30 meters above the ground, forming a toxic mist barrier that enveloped Qian Yuhan and the other 6 people, including Fang Ya hiding in the bushes, as well as the poisoned Scorpion King itself. Inside the green gas shield, toxic mist spread everywhere. Qian Yuhan, not good. The effectiveness of the Tianlong antidote pill has been greatly reduced. Damn it. Everyone felt dizzy. Fanya was the first to lose her grip and stumbled out of the bushes, then collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion. Seeing Fanya fainted, Mu Chun shouted loudly, "Fanya!" However, because Mu Chun shouted loudly, he inhaled a large amount of toxic mist, and his head grew heavier until he also fainted. Qian Yuhan, Hu Lin Er, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun were still using their soul power to resist the poisonous mist. The poisonous Scorpion King was not in a hurry. It planned to watch its prey fall one by one before enjoying them slowly. It had deliberately set up this poisonous mist barrier to savor its meal alone, and its disciples could not enter this toxic gas barrier at all. Tang Xian and Tang Chun also fainted. Hu Lin Er began to feel dizzy as well. Qian Yuhan knew he had to break this poisonous barrier quickly. He got up and summoned his external soul bone, the Radiant Wings. The light released by the Radiant Wings had a certain restraining effect on the poisonous mist. As this barrier was formed by vapor, the light from the wings dispelled a significant amount of the mist, making the entire poisonous gas barrier become hazy. The poisonous Scorpion King looked at the little bug flying in the sky, glowing brilliantly. The poisonous Scorpion King thought, "This light is so annoying, die, little bug." With that thought, it leaped up vigorously, and as it saw the poisonous Scorpion King charging towards it, it swung its massive scorpion tail, sending a greenish-blue slash directly toward Qian Yuhan. Qian Yu held the divine sword of light in his cold hands. The second soul ring at his feet flickered, shadow clone of light. Qian Yuhan was surrounded by a strong glow that enveloped his entire body, and then this glow split into three. The attack from the Tooth-Claw Poison Scorpion King hit the glow but did not explode. Instead, it continued to fly toward the sky through the glow. Qian Yuhan took advantage of the brief void state during the casting phase of his second soul skill, Bright Shadow Clone, to evade this attack. Immediately after, the three Qian Yuhans unleashed 3 light slashes at the falling Jaw-Claw Scorpion King, which remained as still as before, completely unharmed. Qian Yuhan didn't know how to break through the defenses of the Scorpion King, so he could only temporarily release a light slash in the sky to prevent the Scorpion King from launching a fierce attack on him. On the ground, Hu Lin couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Linear. Qian Yuhan shooted anxiously at the fainted Hu Lin. The Scorpion King saw this flaw and directly swept its tail, sending Qian Yuhan and his 2 avatars flying. Qian Yuhan spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to control his body as he flew through the air, and it took a long distance before he began to fall. Fortunately, he landed on a branch, which cushioned his fall, and he ultimately passed out there. There were many snake-type soul beasts in the tree, and a century-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was eyeing the unconscious Qian Yuhan, ready to pounce, but was scared off by a group of monkeys and had to leave reluctantly. The Scorpion King, feeling very frustrated after knocking Qian Yuhan away, realized that it had just thrown away its food, which would upset anyone. There were only 6 people to begin with, and now one was missing. Just as the Scorpion King approached the fainted group, an ice shield suddenly appeared above it. The ice shield fell quickly, trapping the Scorpion King inside. The Scorpion King crashed into the edge of the shield, stumbling slightly. It then began to strike the ice shield with its proud hook. After about a minute, the ice shield was finally shattered, but it was so thick that the Scorpion King couldn't see who was messing with it from inside. After breaking the ice shield, it looked around and saw an old man in a dark blue robe standing right in front of it. Another woman was carrying its food and seemed completely unconcerned. These 2 were Ouyang Luoxue and Elder Lu from the Ice God sect, who was responsible for protecting her. Ouyang Luoxue draget Hu Lin Tang Xuan, Tang Chen, Mu Chen, and Fanya together, but she didn't find Qian Yuhan. When they arrived, they saw the Scorpion King about to attack them, and with a glance from Ouyang Luoxue, Elder Lu understood her intention and stepped forward to block the Scorpion King, while Ouyang Luoxue focused on rescuing people. "He's gone," Ouyang Luoxue shouted to Elder Lu. Elder Lu waved his right hand, and the Scorpion King was trapped in another ice shield. The Scorpion King exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell? Miss, who is missing? How did he disappear?" "Elder Lu, let us take them back to their teacher's camp first. There is still one person missing from their team, and something might have happened to him. After we send them back, we need to go look for him," Ouyang Luoxue said anxiously to Elder Lu. "Okay, Mississippi. They are poisoned, so we need to get them to their teacher for treatment quickly." After saying that, Elder Lu waved his hand, and everyone present disappeared. After the Scorpion King broke the ice shield, it found itself facing an empty space. Chapter 43. A Spring, 2 Forms. Dual Births, the Ice and Fire Dual Eyes. Dai Shengxi and the others finally returned to the teacher's camp. Teacher, something's wrong. We just saw a team from Class 1 heading towards the territory of the Scorpion King. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, Zhou Yu, dropped the cup in her hand onto the floor in shock. What did you say? Which team was it? It seems to be Qian Yuhan's team. The Scorpion King? I remember there's only one Scorpion King in the Sunset Forest, and it's nearly 50,000 years old. This is bad. Directoran. We need to go rescue them immediately. Zhou Yu said anxiously to Director Han. Yes, let us hurry. We'll go together. Han Shui was equally resolute. This was a matter of life and death. She quickly pulled Zhou Yu and prepared a rush to the Scorpion King's territory. A roar echoed from the sky. The roar was deafening, and Han Shui and the others looked up to see an ice dragon circling in the air before landing in front of them. On the dragon's back stood an old man and a little girl, along with 5 children in the uniforms of the Wuhuan Hall Academy, lying on the dragon's spine. Elder Lu brought Ouyang Luoxue and the 5 poisoned and unconscious individuals before them. Is that Leno? She asked with Yuhan. They've been rescued. They're fine. Elder Lu transferred the 5 individuals from the dragon's back to Han Shui and the others with his soul power. Cough, cough. Fortunately, we passed by and were able to help. But they are deeply poisoned and need urgent treatment. Delaying could leave lasting effects. He stroked his white beard, pointing at Fanya. This girl has very low soul power and has absorbed quite a bit of poison. She needs immediate help, or her life will be in danger. Thank you for your rescue, sir. We express our gratitude on their behalf. Sir, when you rescued them, were there only these 5 people? Ouyang Luoxue asked. I don't know. When we arrived, there were only these 5. That person. Ouyang Luoxue felt very upset. She came to see Qian Yuhan again, but he was not among them. He might have been eaten by the Scorpion King first. I'll take them back to Wuhuan City for treatment. Zhou Yu, you coordinate with 2 class homeroom teachers to look for Qian Yuhan, and the remaining teachers will stay behind. Han Shui quickly made arrangements and summoned a soul guide flying ship to take the unconscious 5 back to Wuhuan City. Dai Shengxi sighed in relief as she watched the returning 5, thinking to herself, luckily, she is fine. Ha, great. That idiot Qian Yuhan is probably dead. It's so satisfying, ah ha ha ha. Dai Shengxi's emotions were clearly written on her face. Ouyang Luoxue, seeing Dai Shengxi's ugly expression, knew exactly what she was thinking. Ouyang Luoxue and Qian Yuhan exchanged letters. So she knew that Dai Shengxi had always been provoking Qian Yuhan and had been relentless just because of a little conflict during the school registration. Therefore, Ouyang Luoxue had no good feelings towards Dai Shengxi. Dai Shengxi's earlier report was so passionate that it made it seem like she hadn't persuaded Qian Yuhan and the others, which nearly led to their disaster. She acted so sincerely in front of the teachers, constantly mentioning brotherhood. Ouyang Luoxue coldly smiled. If I ever meet this person again, I really need to teach her a lesson. She disgusts me. On the other side, Qian Yuhan, who had been knocked away, was hanging on a tree and nearly got eaten by a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Fortunately, a group of monkeys scared the snake away. A large monkey, alternating its left and right hands, grabbed a branch and swung over to the tree where Qian Yuhan was. This large monkey was the Red Demon Stone Monkey King that Qian Yuhan had spared not long ago. Seeing Qian Yuhan hanging on the tree, with blood at the corner of his mouth, the monkey knew he was seriously injured. Since Qian Yuhan had spared its life and helped its descendants with pills, it came to repay the favor. The monkey mimicked human behavior, opened the bottle of Xianling Dan that Qian Yuhan had given it earlier, poured out a pill, and stuffed it into Qian Yuhan's mouth. Qian Yuhan naturally had no chewing ability, so he could only let the Xianling pill dissolve in his mouth and absorb its medicinal effects. Qian Yuhan's injuries visibly healed, and after a while, he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself hanging on a tree and twisted left and right until the branch broke, allowing him to fall to the ground. Looking up at the red magic stone, Monkey King in the tree and the bottle of elixir it held, Qian Yuhan immediately realized that it was this red magic stone Monkey King that had saved him. Qian Yuhan nodded at the red demon stone Monkey King, smiling as he took out a bottle of Xianling Dan and beckoned the red demon stone Monkey King to come down. The red demon stone Monkey King looked at the identical bottle and knew it was the same thing as the one in its hand. This is for you. Thank you for saving me, Qian Yuhan said. The red demon stone Monkey King waved its hand. Don't refuse. I have to repay you for saving my life. The soul beast didn't understand such human sentiments and thought that since Qian Yuhan had clearly stated it again, it was something it deserved, so it happily accepted it. By the way, where's this place? The red demon stone Monkey King shook its head, indicating that it didn't know either. Qian Yuhan walked forward for about 500 meters and soon saw a cave. The red demon stone Monkey King, worried that Qian Yuhan had not fully recovered. Thought about escorting him a bit further, especially since he had given so many elixirs. It understood such matters. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King followed behind Qian Yuhan as he headed straight into the cave. The cave looked eerie and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. A damp atmosphere surrounded the area, creating a sense of cold. The walls and floor were covered in moss, and the air was filled with a decaying smell. The rocks above were uneven, as if they could fall at any moment. The cave was exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of dripping water echoing within. Water dripped from the stone walls, one drop after another, falling into a small puddle on the ground, making a crisp sound. Each drop would create tiny splashes before merging back into the puddle. As time passed, the puddle gradually deepened, and ripples began to form on the surface of the water. These ripples spread out, encountering other ripples and merging before ultimately disappearing. New droplets continued to fall, keeping the water in the puddle in a constant state of flow. This continuous sound created a bizarre atmosphere throughout the cave, reminiscent of scenes from a horror movie. As he walked, Qian Yuhan suddenly saw a glowing point of light ahead. Qian Yuhan transformed his walk into a run, heading towards the light. The light grew larger and larger. Qian Yuhan knew he was nearing the cave entrance. Once he exited the cave, he immediately felt the air was incredibly comfortable and refreshing. The ground was covered with all sorts of colorful grass, flowers, and various plants. A small dirt path, seemingly formed naturally, connected the cave entrance, as if welcoming visitors. This cave entrance was situated on the cliffs surrounding the area. Qian Yuhan followed the winding path in front of the entrance, making his way down along the cliff. Qian Yuhan looked over and was instantly shocked, his eyes wide open in disbelief. A spring gives birth to two forms. Is this really the Eye of Ice and Fire? Did I accidentally stumble upon it? Sorry, brothers. I was busy all day this Saturday and just got home. I quickly want to make it up to everyone with a chapter. My apologies, my apologies. Let's just consider Saturday a sick leave. I beg for your forgiveness. There will be another chapter on Sunday, but I need to rest well first. Bye-bye. Chapter 44. Yuhan tastes the immortal herb. Qian Yuhan. Wow, am I the chosen one? I just encountered it directly? Wasn't it said in the original book that there was a rather weak titled Douluo guarding this place? But there's none. I just walked in like this. With an excited heart, suppressing his trembling hands, Qian Yuhan slowly walked to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Hiss, so cold, Qian Yuhan exclaimed. Yes. Qian Yuhan was standing on the side of the blue spring, the cold extreme ice spring. He quietly gazed at the scene before him, a wave of shock surging in his heart. Behind him, the Red Devil Stone Monkey King couldn't help but tremble. Even with its strong body, it could not withstand the icy breath emitted by the cold extreme ice spring. Qian Yuhan felt that bone-chilling cold, as if it could penetrate his soul. What a cold extreme ice spring. Qian Yuhan marveled. Just the drop in temperature from the air above made one shiver if he fell in. He couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. He only felt that he might instantly freeze into an ice block. Thinking this, Qian Yuhan quickly retreated. The Red Devil Stone Monkey King, this old beast, was quite clever. As soon as it sensed the cold, it retreated to a very, very far place. Qian Yuhan focused his gaze and saw a faintly glowing object in the center of the icy spring. It resembled a brilliant pearl, quietly floating in the spring, with the surrounding cold air seemingly swirling around it. Qian Yu muttered to herself, that must be the octagonal xianbing grass. This is a treasure born from the coldest ice spring in response to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Her voice was filled with awe and desire. The octagonal xianbing grass is a rare wonder in the world, said to only grow in places of extreme cold and abundant spiritual energy. And the coldest ice spring before her is undoubtedly the perfect environment for nurturing the octagonal xianbing grass. Although the interior of the extreme north has a suitable temperature, it cannot sustain plant life, while the outer areas are not cold enough. Only this coldest ice spring can do it. Qian Yuhan was thinking, while the Red Magic Stone Monkey King had already walked over to the red spring. The blue spring was too cold, and seeing the red spring on the other side, which should be warmer, it walked towards the red spring with determination. However, the further it walked, the more something fell off, as the temperature around it was rising rapidly. When the Red Magic Stone Monkey King took another step forward, the ground suddenly burned its foot. Unknowingly, it had already reached the edge of the red spring. Oh no! The Red Magic Stone Monkey King, startled, quickly retracted its foot and hopped backward. Qian Yuhan heard the tragic cry of the Red Demon Stone Monkey King, turned his head to look, and saw this absurd and hilarious scene. Qian Yuhan walked with a smile towards the clearing at the junction of the two springs, sat cross-legged, and said, "Come here, this place is good for staying." The Red Demon Stone Monkey King seemed to be grumbling as it approached Qian Yuhan. "The spiritual energy here is quite abundant, and we're the first to arrive. I came for the herbs, and you can cultivate here, which will greatly enhance your training speed. Just don't touch the spring water or get too close to it, and nothing will happen." After understanding Qian Yuhan's explanation, the Red Demon Stone Monkey King nodded. "This will be my vegetable garden from now on, huh? You can cultivate here and act as my security guard. A mutually beneficial arrangement." The Red Demon Stone Monkey King nodded in agreement, clearly not fully understanding Qian Yuhan's earlier comments about the vegetable garden and security guard. However, it understood the concept of mutual benefit and agreed. So easy to fool. No, so straightforward, Qian Yuhan said with a grin. The Red Demon Stone Monkey King then lay down and began its own cultivation, and what Qian Yuhan did had nothing to do with it. Kia ni Yuhan, heya. While lying down to cultivate, third brother should learn from him. Mu Chun, who is feigning on the spaceship. Thank you. Qian Yuhan sat on the ground, resting his chin on his right hand, wondering how to obtain those two flowers. One was the 8-angled mysterious ice grass from the cold extreme ice spring, and the other was the fiery apricot blossom from the blazing sun spring. He had no idea what their current strength was. Did the book mention it? He didn't know. He had forgotten. Forget it, forget it. Qian Yuhan stood up and summoned the sword of light in his hand. Qian Yuhan swung the bright divine sword towards the cold extreme ice spring, and the bright divine sword flew towards the octagonal Xianbing grass like a blade disc. The bright divine sword was not afraid of the cold. Qian Yuhan thought to himself, "Sword spirit of the bright divine sword. Thank you. Because of you, the seasons are warmed." The bright divine sword directly severed the octagonal Xianbing grass, and then Qian Yuhan summoned the bright divine sword with a gesture. The bright divine sword instantly returned, lifting the octagonal Xianbing grass that was about to fall into the spring. The octagonal Xianbing grass floated above the bright divine sword and was slowly transported to the shore. Qian Yuhan used the same method to bring over the fire apricot blossom. The two immortal herbs were originally separated by two extremes, but now Qian Yuhan had brought them together. How should I consume them?" Qian Yuhan looked down at the 8-pointed Xianbing grass and the fire apricot blossom and said, "By the way, although they aren't as cold and hot as spring water and can be touched, they are both highly poisonous." Qian Yuhan suddenly thought. At that time, it seemed that the method in the book involved consuming two types of fairy herbs simultaneously to neutralize the toxicity. With that in mind, Qian Yuhan quickly took a corner of the 8-pointed Xianbing herb and a petal from the fierce fire apricot blossom and hurriedly swallowed them both at the same time. Not bad. Qian Yuhan was just about to sigh that nothing was happening when suddenly he felt his heart pounding violently. Thump, 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 it beat faster and faster. And Qian Yuhan felt as if all the meridians in his body were clashing in a battle of ice and fire. He curled up on the ground, enduring the waves of pain that surged within him. The pain lasted for about half an hour, and Qian Yuhan lay on the ground, drenched in sweat from the agony. Huh. Qian Yuhan adjusted his breathing. Did it work? He felt that his physical strength had increased significantly. Qian Yuhan successfully absorbed the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Qian Yuhan is now not afraid of fire or ice, and also possesses the ability to be immune to all poisons. Qian Yuhan is still very hesitant. He is unsure if he truly possesses these abilities. He wants to try, but he is afraid of failing and dying in such a ridiculous way. Qian Yuhan, you won't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Charge! Qian Yuhan's heart actually still wanted to try and gain the upper hand. After a round of self-encouragement, he jumped directly into the cold extreme ice spring with a standard diving posture. The Red Magic Stone Monkey King, who had just opened his eyes after a nap, saw Qian Yuhan jumping into the cold extreme ice spring and thought he hadn't woken up yet. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and went back to sleep. The Red Magic Stone Monkey King was indeed capable of cultivating even while sleeping, which was very suitable for Mu Chun, as it was his ideal cultivation method. With a splash, Qian Yuhan jumped into the cold extreme ice spring without hesitation. At the moment he entered the water, he did not feel the bone-chilling cold or pain. Instead, a warm sensation surged in his heart. For Qian Yuhan, the cold extreme ice spring seemed to transform into a comfortable hot spring, making him feel incredibly relaxed. He enjoyed this wonderful experience, gradually relaxing his body and immersing himself in the warm water. In the cold extreme ice spring, Qian Yuhan felt the water gently caressing his skin. as if nature was giving him a tender embrace. He closed his eyes, quietly enjoying the tranquility and comfort of this moment. As time passed, Qian Yuhan noticed some subtle changes in his body. He could feel a powerful energy flowing into his body from the cold extreme ice spring, nourishing his muscles and veins. This energy's nourishment made his body stronger and also greatly enhanced his mental power. Qian Yuhan opened his eyes, excitement sparkling in his gaze. Afterward, Qian Yuhan replanted the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot flower back in their original positions. Although they had been cut in half, there were still plants, and inserting the stems back into the ground would allow them to grow roots again. As they were both immortal herbs, their vitality was even more tenacious, and they would definitely survive. Okay, grow well, and I'll come back to see you in a while. Octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot flower, please spare us. Chapter 45. Meeting the Pope after Qian Yuhan had just replanted the octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot flower. He returned to the shore and woke up the snoring red magic stone Monkey King. Wake up, eat this. Remember to eat both things at the same time. The red magic stone Monkey King, just waking up and feeling groggy, simultaneously ate the octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot flower that Qian Yuhan had left for him. Suddenly, the red magic stone Monkey King became fully alert, and a wave of pain began to spread through its body. Qian Yuhan explained from his side, just bear with it. Once the pain passes, you won't be afraid of freezing or burning anymore, and you'll be immune to all poisons. This spring water will be your hot spring. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's explanation, the red magic stone Monkey King relaxed quite a bit, but the pain still made it curl up on the ground. However, a soul beast is indeed a soul beast. Its body strength is incomparable to that of a soul master. After just 10 minutes, it was fine again. Try this spring water first. The red magic stone Monkey King walked to the hot spring, and this time, it did not burn its feet. It felt that it was effective, closed its eyes, and jumped straight in. Then it floated on the surface of the hot spring. The red magic stone Monkey King moaned in the pool, its claws splashing in the water, feeling quite comfortable. Remember, do not harm the two immortal herbs in between the two springs, and do not touch those on the shore either. You can cultivate either on the shore or in the pool. Qian Yuhan reminded him at the right time that he was really afraid that one day he would get too comfortable and destroy this place. From now on, I'll call you Sun Wukong. The red demon stone Monkey King nodded, having completely trusted Qian Yuhan. Call me whatever you want. Let me do whatever you ask. I feel that this kid can help me soar. Qian Yuhan plans to come back here after a while. Next time, he intends to bring Fanya along. Fanya definitely knows more than he does. She should have learned quite a bit from the books she read before about which immortal herbs can help his brothers enhance their strength. After Qian Yuhan explained some matters to Sun Wukong, he returned along the same path from the cave. This outdoor practical exercise ended prematurely due to Qian Yuhan's team encountering the Tooth Claw Poison Scorpion King, which resulted in 5 people being poisoned and unconscious, and 1 person going missing. Everyone gathered and prepared to return, and on the way to find Qian Yuhan. Zhou Yu and others also met Qian Yuhan, who was returning. Qian Yuhan explained a little, but didn't mention the matter of the ice and fire duality eye. Zhou Yu took Qian Yuhan aboard their class's Soul Guide airship, which took off and returned. Han Shui, who had returned early with the 5 poisoned and unconscious students to the Wuhuan Palace Academy, had already disembarked from the airship. The Academy's medical team hurriedly sent the 5 students to the infirmary for detoxification and treatment. Outside the medical room, several teachers from different grades were chatting. How unlucky are these kids to encounter the Scorpion King? Fortunately, they only inhaled some toxic mist. If they had been stung, most of them will be dead. Yeah, and one of them, Han Shui, seems to be missing. Really? What should we do? Poor kids, they're only 8 years old. At that moment, the Academy's president, Han Tianyin, happened to pass by outside the infirmary. Since it was just after class, there were many people in the corridor, and the teachers didn't notice the president's arrival, so he overheard their conversation. A first-year student had an accident. President Han Tianyin walked over and asked the chatting teachers, President, hurry up and answer my question. I report to the Pope's Hall every week. If something happened, tell me quickly. One of the teachers said, it's what we just talked about. A 6-person team accidentally encountered the Scorpion King. 5 of them are poisoned and unconscious and are being treated inside. And 1 is missing. We don't know if they found them yet. What is the name of the missing child? I think it's Qian Yuhan. The president turned and left, pondering the matter and feeling it necessary to report this situation. The Wuhuan Palace Academy is a very important branch of the Pope's Hall, with the Elder Hall and Awakening Hall being 2 major branch halls of the imperial capitals and all departments of the Wuhuan Palace are directly managed by the Pope's Hall. It can be said that the Pope's Hall is the most powerful institution of the Wuhuan Palace, with only the worship hall on par with it. Han Tianyin felt that this matter needed to be reported to draw the attention of the Pope's Hall. Although he believed he would likely be scolded by the Pope this time, the outdoor practical training for new students was proposed by the Education Department of the Wuhuan Palace and decided by the Pope's Hall. Han Tianyin had always felt it was inappropriate, but had not found an opportunity to report to suggest its cancellation. This was a good opportunity. Han Tianyin was a titled Douluo strongman, but his strength was still insufficient to join the Elder Hall. He was still a bit short of that. However, he was highly regarded by Pope Xiaowei and was given an Elder token even without joining the Elder Hall. Holding the Elder token, Han Tianyin approached the Pope's Hall to request an audience with the Pope. Without this Elder token, meeting the Pope would require multiple approvals, which is quite complicated. This Elder token saved Han Tianyin a lot of trouble. Soon, the guarding soldiers opened the door, signaling that he could enter. As Han Tianyin passed through the grand and majestic door, he was greeted by the sacred Pope's Hall. Only high-ranking individuals could enter here. Han Tianyin knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Holiness." "Get up, Tianyin. There's no need to be so formal between us," the Pope said. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Han Tianyin stood up. Xiaowei, seated on the throne, symbolizing supreme power, asked, "Didn't the morning meeting just end not long ago? Why are you back?" "Your Holiness, I just returned to the academy and heard that something quite serious happened, so I hurried to report to you." "What could be serious enough to concern you?" "Your Holiness, I've hesitated for a long time about this matter. It's the outdoor practical training for new students. I've always opposed it since it was proposed by the Education Department." Xiaowei interrupted directly, "Tianyin, I know you've always opposed this matter. Most of the council members agreed to implement it. There's not much I can say. It's been 5 years since its implementation, and nothing has happened, right? Your Holiness, I mentioned before that if something goes wrong just once, it would be disastrous. And now it has indeed happened. Are you saying there's been a problem this time?" Xiaowei asked. "Yes, Your Holiness. A team accidentally encountered the Scorpion King, resulting in 5 individuals, Hu Liner, Mu Chun, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, and Fangya, being poisoned and unconscious, while Qin Yuhan is missing." "What?" Xiaowei suddenly shouted, releasing an overwhelming aura of a super Douluo. Xiaowei listened carefully. He was clear about the others. But Mu Chun was the son of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Qin Yuhan was the young master. Only a few in the worship hall, and Xiaowei himself knew that these 2 prodigies had enrolled this semester. Now that both had encountered an incident, Xiaowei couldn't remain calm. Chapter 46. A former devil teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy, Han Tianyin, looked at the out-of-control Pope and felt scared. From that question, he sensed anger and fear. "Your Holiness, a 6-person team unexpectedly encountered the Scorpion King during outdoor practical training, and 5. Han Tianyin was repeating what he had just said when Xiaowei suddenly interrupted him. "From today on, the outdoor practical training for new students at the Wuhuan Palace Academy is hereby cancelled." Han Tianyin was overjoyed and continued, "Your Holiness is wise. But what about those council members? Does what I do need their approval?" Xiaowei said, "I will issue a papal decree. Those who violate it will face death." Xiaowei's aura softened a bit with this decision, and he continued, "By the way, have they found the one named Qin Yuhan? Reporting to Your Holiness, not yet. I tell you, Han Tianyin, you must find this child for me. Whether alive or dead, he must not die. Yes, I will do my utmost to search for him. By the way, what about the teachers leading the teams? Shouldn't there be hidden protection during such outdoor training? Your Holiness, it's impossible for teachers to protect every group in time. This is also the biggest drawback of such activities." That makes some sense. This is also a decision-making mistake on our part. This incident has reminded us that there are still many areas in the academy that need further improvement. Let's start with the reform of the teaching staff. After a series of discussions, Xiaowei and Han Tianyin generally agreed on a framework. All right, other aspects can be addressed gradually, but the reform of teachers should begin with this year's new students to provide the best teaching environment for the academy students. The dual teacher teaching method you mentioned earlier seems feasible. One focuses on theory, and the other on practical combat. The combination of both is what is truly needed for combat. Tianyin, you go back and draft a proposal. I'll give you the green light to expedite it." "Yes, Your Holiness." Han Tianyin was delighted this time. Not only had he abolished the outdoor practical training activity he most wanted to get rid of, but he also received many unexpected joys. Han Tianyin usually kept his emotions in check, but today he walked with an unusual sense of triumph. as if every step was filled with the feeling of having achieved something in life. He returned to the Wuhuan Palace Academy and summoned the responsible teachers from each grade to a meeting. Xiao Wei was very supportive of his dual teacher training plan and had prepared a lot, but every time he reported it, it was suppressed for various reasons. This time, I found an opportunity to meet the Pope directly, and I didn't expect His Holiness to support it so much. This makes everything easier. All the grade directors walked into the conference room and took their seats. Han Tianyin distributed the plan for the Seoul Guide text printing room that had been arranged since his return. The grade directors glanced at each other to observe their reactions. Han Tianyin looked at everyone. Some nodded in agreement, some showed thoughtful expressions, and others simply shook their heads without any pretense. After reading it, Han Shui expressed her support and walked over to Han Tianyin, saying, "Dean, all the first-year freshmen have returned safely, including the missing Qian Yuhan." Zhou Yu said he was directly knocked away by the tail of the Scorpion King and was saved by a red demon stone monkey king they had rescued earlier. Han Tianyin listened to Han Shui's report, his expression fluctuating. He was delighted that Qian Yuhan was found and safe, but it felt absurd that he was knocked away by a tail and then saved by a red demon stone monkey. How strange. Ahem. Thank you, Director Han. Everyone has generally reviewed the plan, which has received the Pope's approval. Originally, those who opposed the plan had nothing more to say after this statement. The Pope, one of the highest authorities in the Spirit Hall, and they, as common civilians, were merely teachers. There was no point in saying more. This plan will start with the first-year freshmen. Director Han, please inform the homeroom teachers of your grade that each class's teachers should arrange who is responsible for practical or theoretical content. The teachers responsible for the other content can volunteer. And finally, the college will make arrangements after the information is reported. Of course, the homeroom teachers who select the second teacher must submit an information form for review, just like hiring new teachers. For practical classes using the Soul Fighting Arena, you will have priority. Okay, Dean, I will convey this immediately. All right, directors, is there any other issue? Oh, by the way, the dual teaching plan for subsequent grades will be carried out in succession, and I will inform you then. You can take the plan to study further. Meeting adjourned. Han Shui went to the first-year teacher's office and held a meeting with the 7 homeroom teachers, discussing the content conveyed by the dean. Among these teachers, Zhou Yu was the happiest. Although she was a fan of soul fighting, she was a theoretical teacher and could only impart a little practical experience to her students. Although she was at level 67, that was mainly due to her excellent martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile. Indeed, Zhou Yu was an outer disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. However, she always advocated combining theory with practice, which perfectly matched the new teaching method. Han Xian, who was a theorist and emphasized theory first, naturally felt somewhat resentful, but the college had arranged it, so she could only find a practical teacher for class 2. Zhou Yu already had a candidate in mind. Zhou Yu leaned happily against the shoulder of the handsome man beside her, her face beaming with a sweet smile. She slightly turned her head to look at this handsome man, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. How about it, Yazzie? Didn't you just happen to be unable to stay at the Tiando Royal Academy? Come and be a practical teacher here. We're always so far apart, only able to meet during holidays. It feels really bad. The handsome man was Zhou Yu's husband, Yu Zhang. Yu Zhang playfully poked Zhou Yu's nose and said, Xiao Yu, didn't you say we wouldn't talk about work during our breaks? We're both workaholics, and I finally managed to take a half-month annual leave. Shouldn't we enjoy it together? Oh, I'm talking about serious matters. I don't want to be in a long-distance relationship anymore. It's too painful. Isn't there just the right opportunity? Our college's new teaching reform aligns perfectly with my educational philosophy. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. We won't be long distance anymore. My educational philosophy can be realized at the college. And our college is excellent enough to suit your taste. I'll think about it. Yu Ziang had a worried expression. It was that he was reluctant to leave the Tiando Royal Academy, but he was reluctant about his students there. What? Are you reluctant to leave those kids? Zhou Yu immediately saw what Yu Ziang was thinking, and he nodded in response. Aren't they about to graduate soon? They're all in the royal class and will surely become the imperial guard of the Tiando royal family in the future. They must be busier than ever. You're not leaving forever. There are still winter and summer breaks. Zhou Yu said. Yu Ziang nodded. All right. Then let us see if those dozens of kids in your class can handle my training. I believe in them. Just write a resignation letter and have it sent back. That way, the old guys at the academy won't give you trouble. Those committee members are quite nice. The reason I don't want to stay at the Tiando Royal Academy is because of those spoiled brats in the royal class. It's really, I understand. Don't think too much about it. It's time to sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet them. UNT mind giving them a little scare? Will you? A new devil teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy. Zhou Yu smiled brightly, radiating sunshine and beauty. Wife, I've already agreed to you. Should you also satisfy me? What are you doing? I hate you before Zhou Yu could finish her sentence. Yu Xiang directly picked her up and carried her into her room. If there is time tonight, I'll add a chapter later. I will definitely make up for the 2 chapters that were not updated on Saturday. Next chapter preview. What is the teaching style of the devil teacher Yu Xiang like? Stay tuned to see if Qin Yuhan can handle it. Hulin and Fong are still in the hospital, so Qin Yuhan has to endure it alone, haha. Chapter 47. Hellish Training, Part 1. While Zhou Yu and Yu Zhang were enjoying their time together, Qin Yuhan was called by Han Shui to go to the Dean's office with her. Qin Yuhan was taken aback. What's going on this late at night? Goodness. I'm going to see the top boss here directly. Did I break some major rule? Qin Yuhan went through everything that had happened in the past few days in her mind. No, there was only one instance of the outdoor drill where someone went missing. Han Shui seemed to see what Qin Yuhan was thinking and said, "Don't be nervous. The Dean is definitely not looking for you to cause trouble. So you can rest assured." Qin Yuhan nodded. The 2 of them arrived at the Dean's office. After Han Shui knocked on the door, a voice came from inside. "Come in." The voice was very deep and powerful. Han Shui gestured for Qin Yuhan to go in. Qin Yuhan. Huh? Am I the only one going in? Forget it, coward. Qin Yuhan walked in, and Han Shui helped close the door, providing the 2 with a space for a private conversation. Qin Yuhan walked in and saw a middle-aged man wearing crescent-shaped glasses, flipping through some documents on the desk. Qin Yuhan could clearly see the big title above, Class 1 Practical Teacher Yu Ziyang. Han Tian slightly raised his head and looked at Qin Yuhan, saying gently, "You're going to become famous after this outdoor practical exercise." Dean, I dare not. It's because of me that for some reason we stumbled into the territory of the tooth-claw scorpion. Qin Yuhan took the initiative to take on the responsibility. And Han Tian smiled and said, "Haha, this is also a kind of training, isn't it? Child, you did very well. If I only looked at your actions, I wouldn't believe you were just an 8-year-old kid." Cough, 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 Dean, you were joking. Han Tian looked at Qin Yuhan, and his originally kind smile became even softer. "Child, you clearly have a story to tell. Can you share it with me?" Han Tian, combining what Han Shui had told him about this child's talent, and how shocked the Pope was to hear about Qin Yuhan's disappearance, thought that Qin Yuhan's identity must be extraordinary. It's common for a child to go missing in a city, especially in a place like Wuhuan City, which is filled with all kinds of people, let alone a child going missing in the Soul Beast Forest. Han Tian felt that someone like Xiao Hui, who had experienced many storms, wouldn't be so alarmed by a missing student. Therefore, this little friend Qin Yuhan must have a special identity. Han Tian's thoughts were mostly correct, except he didn't connect it to the grand enshrinement of the Wuhuan Hall, Elder Qianmo. How could a dean of a college possibly know these secrets? Dean, I've lived with my dad since I was little, and I usually have a few uncles who play with me. But my dad has been away on a mysterious mission for a long time and may already be dead. Qin Yuhan spoke in a low voice, and Han Tian looked into Qin Yuhan's eyes, which were bright and clear, not darting around, proving that he was not lying. Qin Yuhan is indeed speaking the truth, so he feels at ease. His father is Qianmo, and several of his uncles are the offerings in the offering hall. Qianmo has indeed gone out and hasn't been in contact for a long time. In his eyes, he is already dead. It's been hard on you, child. Dean, I have an early class tomorrow. Can I go back to rest now? Qin Yuhan said it so bluntly, and Han Tian couldn't say much more. It was indeed getting late, and he still needed to ensure the students' sleep quality. After all, they were still growing. Qin Yuhan left the dean's office, nodded to Director Han Shui, and hurried towards the dormitory. Han Shui entered the office and asked, "How is the dean? Does this kid have any background?" Han Tian shook his head and sighed, replying, "This child comes from an ordinary family. He's a good kid, humble and polite, quite impressive." Han Shui did not continue to inquire about Qin Yuhan's background. Changing the topic, she looked at the report that Zhou Yu had given to Han Tian. "What do you think of Yu Ziyang? He graduated from the same class as teacher Han Xian, both from the Tiando Royal Academy, and was offered a lucrative teaching position right after graduation. Zhou Yu met him while studying deeply at Tiando, and they fell in love. They both say that Yu Ziyang is a treasure. However, his teaching style is a bit." Han Tian looked at the training style section on the form, which read, "Strict, ruthless, high standards, and strict requirements. This person is interesting. I have high hopes for him. Haha. By the way, Dean, Yu Ziyang has his own unique training content. He requires the academy not to interfere with his teaching," Han Shui added in a timely manner. "All right, let him have it. Let's see what kind of changes this couple can bring to the new student class. We'll wait and see. The next day, as usual, Qin Yuhan had written a letter detailing his experiences in the Sunset Forest, but omitted the part about the Ice and Fire 2 instruments. He stuffed the letter into the mailbox during his morning run. Everything was normal, except that he was the only one in dormitory 101, which felt a bit lonely. No one was joking and playing with him on the way to class, making it even more boring. Without Hu Linner to tease him, he felt that the day was going by without much meaning. When he arrived at the classroom, Qin Yuhan saw Zhou Yu and another handsome middle-aged man standing at the podium and felt a bit puzzled. But he didn't think much of it and found a seat to sit down. All right, students, let me introduce you. Starting today, we will begin the dual teacher training program arranged by the Academy. Simply put, we will have practical and theoretical teachers teaching separately, making it more professional. This is your new teacher, Teacher Yu. Let's give him a warm welcome. Hello, everyone. My name is Yu Ziang, and I will be your practical teacher. Yu Ziang had a cold and emotionless demeanor, and his tone was devoid of any feeling, which was completely different from the Yu Ziang from the previous night. This was his teacher persona. He had no choice but to maintain this FAAD. This morning will be a practical class, and in the afternoon, we will have half a session of practical class first, then a theoretical class, depending on the situation. If you do not finish the training content assigned to you in the afternoon, then the theoretical class will be taken up, and I'm sorry, but you'll have to come to class for the theory lesson after dinner. His few words left the entire class in stunned silence. All right, it seems everyone is in shock, so I won't waste any more breath. Gather at the Academy gate. As everyone arrived at the Academy gate, it was the coldest time of the year. Early in the morning, they were pulled to the school gate, and the wind blowing made it feel even colder by the riverside. The temperature difference between day and night was too great. Although it was spring-like in all seasons, the days and nights at this time were not warm at all. Many people were rubbing their hands to keep warm, and some were breathing out warm air. All right, over here is the iron clothing. Everyone put one on, and we can start running. We'll run around the school and enjoy the scenery of the Academy along the way. This will be the only task for the morning, and you must not stop. Remember, not even once. If anyone is caught stopping, well, you'll regret it. Iron clothing? No way, teacher. Running all morning without a break. That would be killing me. There were many discussions among the students in Class 1. Qin Yuhan was the first to walk towards the pile of iron suits, took one and put it on, then silently started running. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. You all will be soul masters in the future. Without good physical strength, how are you going to fight against soul beasts? How will you engage in tug-of-war with them? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Zhou Yu laughed from the side, saying, your show of power is quite impressive, I must say. Upon hearing Zhou Yu praising him, Yu Zhang looked around and noticed that the classmates had all run away. He quickly made a funny face at her and said playfully, what can I do? I have to keep up this persona. It's really tiring, you know? The morning's training will continue tomorrow. There are still a few devilish training sessions that haven't been presented yet, so look forward to it. The third update is complete, and I've made up for one update from Saturday. We'll continue tomorrow. Thank you for urging updates. Chapter 48, Hellish Training, Part 2. Qin Yuhan was leading the way at the front, running while his soul power was also in operation. Qin Yuhan was quite surprised. He didn't expect that operating his soul power in this way would make it flow more smoothly through his meridians. However, this method was a bit too exhausting. He was already sweating profusely before completing one lap. And it was also because the Wuhuan Temple Academy was just too large, occupying nearly 1/5 of Wuhuan City. For those who are not familiar with the scale of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, it looked like a grand palace from a distance. After all, it was the #1 Soul Master Academy on the entire continent, attracting young soul masters from all over to seek education. Without some strength and connections, it was indeed difficult to get in. Many students in Class 1 were gritting their teeth and persevering, driven by Qin Yuhan. In each of their hearts, there was a spirit of not wanting to lose. They were peers, and if one could do it, so could the other, and even better. They all maintained this attitude. And seeing Qin Yuhan continue to lead in front, they naturally had no thoughts of slacking off. Looking at the children who had already run 2 laps, Yu Ziang felt quite gratified. How are these kids? Asked Zhou Yu. Very good. Not many students could receive Yu Ziyang's affirmation because he had very high standards and placed great importance on first impressions. His previous students had also started with extreme long-distance running, and indeed it was extreme. However, about 99 of the students ultimately could not meet his requirements, with some even cheating. But the students of Wuhuan Temple Academy surprised him. Those who could persist undoubtedly held a firm belief and strong willpower. Strong willpower was also the most crucial and precious treasure in becoming a strong individual. Zhao Ke from class 1 said, class leader, class leader. I can't hold on much longer. Hang in there, hang in there. Class will be over soon. Are you really going to give up like this? Qin Yuhan was currently out of breath, but still encouraged Zhao Ke, who was just an ordinary student in class 1, but very hardworking. They met during a morning run and later started running together, becoming good friends. In fact, Qin Yuhan didn't know how much longer they had until class was over. He was just relying on his willpower to keep going. There were broadcasting soul devices on the outdoor street lamps, and every time they ran past one, they hoped to hear the sound of the school bell that gave them hope for freedom. The current dual teacher course structure was quite simple, with practical classes and theory classes, each taking up half a day. On the first day, they had practical classes in the morning and theory classes in the afternoon, and then switched it around the next day, with theory in the morning and practical in the afternoon, repeating this cycle. Finally, the class bell rang. Qian Yuhan and the others collapsed to the ground as if they had received a pardon, gasping for breath. Students from other classes, having finished their lessons, came out of the classrooms and looked at class 1's miserable state with a hint of glee. Han Shui established the rules. On the first day, odd-numbered classes would have practical lessons in the morning and theoretical lessons in the afternoon, while even-numbered classes would do the opposite. The practical teacher for class 3 was their homeroom teacher, Rin Lei, who took them directly to the soul-fighting arena for practical explanations. The students from class 5 and class 7 were meeting their practical teachers for the first time. Their homeroom teachers were theoretical instructors, so it was natural for the teachers to chat a bit more. Thus, both classes had a relatively easy time. In contrast, the members of class 1 were sprawled on the ground, completely motionless. They had no energy left, and even Qian Yuhan was no exception. They had run nearly 6 to 7 laps around the academy, amounting to about 60 to 70 kilometers. In just 4.5 hours from 8:30 to 12, they had covered that distance. Even though they could use their soul power, once it was exhausted and they couldn't rest and recover in time, they had to rely on their bodies to endure until class was over, which was quite impressive. Yu Xiang nodded in satisfaction, saying not bad, with an emotionless tone as class ended. Does this teacher have any feelings? How can he say things without any emotion? What is he feeling right now? And will he always be like this? A male student weakly commented. Someone else chimed in, yeah, I feel like my legs are about to break, and my waist feels like it has aged 10 years. I think I saw him smile earlier. He nodded with a smile, Qin Yuhan said. Qin Yuhan's words were like a thunderclap on a clear day, and everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yuhan slowly stood up, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart. Everyone, let's quickly get up and run a few more steps to the cafeteria for a meal. Otherwise, if we arrive late, we'll have to stand in line for a long time. That would truly be painful. Qian Yuhan timely reminded everyone. Then, with heavy steps, he wobbled towards the cafeteria. He currently had only one thought: eat, take a shower, and sleep. After finishing his meal, Qian Yuhan limped with his heavy legs towards the dormitory building. Upon entering room 101, he gritted his teeth, supported himself on the stairs, and collapsed onto the bed. Whether it was due to exhaustion or the way he fell asleep, Qian Yuhan started snoring this time, and his sound was no less than Mu Chen's. Fortunately, Tang Xian and Tang Chun were still in the infirmary, as the toxins had not been fully expelled, and they remained in a state of unconsciousness. Mu Chen, Hu Linia, and Fanya were the same. Even after all the toxins were expelled, they would still need to be observed in the infirmary for a while. The venom contained in the toxic mist released by the Scorpion King is extremely dangerous, and they're all just kids, so it's better to be cautious. This toxin has been studied before, and it's difficult to handle. Expelling the toxins must be done gradually. If extracted all at once, it would require a powerful soul force to inject. At the moment the soul force is heavily infused, the toxins would crazily damage the poisoned person's internal organs and meridians, which is the most problematic aspect. The toxicity is strong, and it cannot be completely absorbed at once, but luckily, the amount inhaled by Mu Chun and the others this time was not large, and the damage to their bodies would require some time to recover. Qin Yuhan stretched and yawned. Upon waking up, his whole body ached, especially his thighs and lower back, feeling worse than death. Looking at the clock hanging on the dormitory wall, he exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm late." Qin Yuhan couldn't care less about the pain in his body, quickly changed into his school uniform and grabbed his class supplies before rushing towards the teaching building. Oh no, he muttered to himself as he ran, realizing that he was already 10 minutes late for class when he opened his eyes. This is bad. When he finally arrived breathless at the classroom door, he found that the classroom was empty except for Teacher Zhou and Teacher Yu. What was going on? When Qin Yuhan was still in doubt, Zhou Yu smiled and said, "You're here. You're the first one to arrive. Come in quickly. Qian Yuhan looked at Zhou Yu smile and felt increasingly uneasy, as if his scalp was tingling. As he walked toward the desk with them, he felt a chill behind him. Once seated, he looked at the still smiling Zhou Yu and the grim-faced Yuko Yang, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Today was too busy, filled with classes and not a moment to rest. During break time, he had to rush to borrow others' homework. This is the first update of the day. I'll continue writing tonight. Do you think Qian Yuhan's feelings are accurate? Hee. In these past few days, with all the struggles and exhaustion in reality, I'm sorry, little Qian Yuhan, but I'm going to double all of that onto you. Hee. Chapter 49, Hellish Training, Part 3. Qian Yuhan felt that things were not that simple. What awaited them would be a storm of blood and gore. Soon, many classmates rushed to the classroom door like Qian Yuhan. Upon seeing only a few people in the class and the amiable Zhou Yu on stage, they sensed that something was wrong. Before Zhou Yu could say anything, they hurriedly ran to their seats to sit down. This continued for an hour, and except for 2 empty seats, everyone in Class 1 was present, sitting very straight. Classmates, since everyone is here, let's start the lesson, Zhou Yu said calmly. The crowd looked at Zhou Yu on stage in shock. Zhou Yu glanced at Yu Ziyang, who nodded and went out, conveniently closing the classroom door behind him. What's wrong? Don't anyone have class? Everyone shook their heads like a rattle drum. Looking at Zhou Yu, their eyes seemed to express a desperate thirst for knowledge, eager to learn theoretical concepts, as if they were starving. They even wanted to make up for the missing hour in the afternoon of the next day. Zhou Yu conducted a simple afternoon class from 2:30 to 5, extending it by an hour. The material was straightforward. It covered the restraining relationships between soul masters, but she also provided many interesting real-life examples, making the afternoon much more enjoyable than the morning. However, 5 minutes before the class ended, Zhou Yu's words shattered their pleasant fantasies. That's it for today. Your class was late by an hour today, so you have to make it up. As the saying goes, today's work should be done today, but I don't have time today. I have to go to a meeting. The crowd immediately stiffened, sensing what was coming. Your teacher Yu has plenty of time. He just needs to get to know you better, so he'll be the one teaching you. Gather at the first soul fighting arena at 7 tonight. And don't be late. Class dismissed. I'll let you go early so you can hurry to eat. Eat more. Knowing they couldn't escape today, Qian Yuhan took the lead and dashed out of the classroom, heading straight for the cafeteria. The others quickly caught on and followed suit, charging down the first-year corridor like a group of bandits entering a city. The noise was thunderous, and if it were on the ground, it would surely be a scene of dust and chaos. Seeing this sudden influx of bandits, the cafeteria ladies were momentarily stunned. Auntie, hurry up and serve the food. For liang of rice, this dish, that dish, this one too, what's that? Forget it, just give me one. One of the students directed the cafeteria lady to serve one dish after another, like playing a drum. Goodness, how long has it been since you last ate? Qian Yuhan said, it's very simple. Annie, do you have any nourishing dishes that can alleviate fatigue and weakness? Yes, this dragon scale, soft-shelled turtle soup is great. Very nourishing. But child, your body is still too small. 100-year-old one will do. There was a teacher before. Oh, they were so weak. They directly had a 10,000-year one. It cost almost 10,000 gold marriage coins. Qian Yuhan, no, I'm not that kind of Sue. I'm really Sue. Aunt, it seems you've misunderstood. I'm just a bit weak because I've trained too hard and my body is a little tired. Do you have anything to relieve fatigue? Oh, yes, we do. This lunch lady obviously felt awkward because she misunderstood the meaning. This fried meat slices, made from silver moon wolf meat, is very suitable. This thing has a pretty good recovery effect for healing-type soul beasts. About 100 years is just right. 200 gold soul coins. Qian Yuhan turned to look at the menu hanging diagonally above, noticing that the section for fried meat slices had many different types of meat. Silver moon wolf, which has a strong recovery ability, can effectively alleviate fatigue and has good healing effects on minor wounds. That's it. I'll have 2 yang of rice, hey? Can you give me some more meat? Don't shake it. After finishing his meal, Qian Yuhan returned to the dormitory to rest for a while, lying on the bed and spacing out for a bit. He didn't dare to close his eyes and sleep, fearing that no one would wake him up and he would oversleep again. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was already 7 o'clock. The class lined up at the number 1 soul arena, and Qian Yuhan counted the number of people and reported to Yu Ziyang that everyone was present and they could start the class. Tonight's activity was very simple, an obstacle run. Running again. Come on, teacher, I really can't take it anymore. My legs are still shaking. My waist still hurts. I won't be happy in the future. The crowd complained one after another. Listening to their complaints, Yu Ziyang tried hard to control his laughter, but the little person in his heart was already laughing happily. These kids are so interesting. Ha! However, He maintained a poker face and displayed his soul rings, releasing his pressure. Wow, 7 ring soul saint. The crowd quieted down when they saw the soul rings. And Qian Yuhan led them to start running. They climbed over walls, crawled through small holes for 10 meters, and then ran around poles. In any case, they just had to run according to the designated direction in the entire number 1 soul arena. Yu Ziyang watched the 48 students running and felt very proud. I spent an hour thinking about this and spent an afternoon preparing it. So enjoy it. The hour felt incredibly long, as if a century had passed. This obstacle run seemed easy, but after running a lap, one would realize that it was not that simple. It could really tire you out. Qian Yuhan and the others completely lost track of time. They were just mechanically repeating the actions of running and overcoming obstacles, each time requiring them to exert all their strength. Sweat soaked their clothes, and their breathing became heavy and rapid. But they dare not show any signs of slackening because Yu Ziyang was watching them nearby. During this time, they had been struggling against their own limits. Yu Ziyang was in the preparation area, with the lights on, reading a book on self-cultivation for soul masters. Looking at the clock again, it had been almost 2 hours. That was enough. All right, everyone, let's stop here for today. Hurry back to your dorms to shower and rest. You all performed very well today, and the girls did even better. I hope you can persevere. The future belongs to you. What the others didn't know was that Yu Ziyang rarely praised his students in front of them. If this statement were to be heard by his former students at the Tiando Royal Academy, they would surely doubt whether their ears were malfunctioning. Qian Yuhan was taking a hot shower in the dormitory bathroom, the warm water flowing over his body, as if washing away all the fatigue of the day. Hey, class, one of the new student group, come to the guard room on the 1st floor. Your class teacher has brought you homework. The dormitory supervisor shouted from the hallway. What? There's homework for theory class. Chapter 50, Soul Evolution. After hastily finishing the theoretical assignments, Qian Yuhan took out the letter he had retrieved from the mailbox after dinner. Looking at the letter, Qian Yuhan felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. This pen pal, Shui, really understood him. Through their correspondence over this period, Qian Yuhan felt that they connected well. Shui wrote in a carefree manner, daring to express everything, complaining about this and that, as if there was an endless supply of things to say. Happy events were shared with Qian Yuhan, and feelings of anger and sadness were also poured out to him. Qian Yuhan feels that this Snow must be a person with many stories, but just lacks someone to confide in. Now, he is very willing to be that person to listen to her share her life and stories, and to share with her the various rights and wrongs he has encountered. In a previous reply, Snow mentioned that she is a girl, an ordinary student at the Tiando Royal Academy. Qian Yuhan has had this feeling for a long time. From the content of the letter, it's clear that her emotions are very delicate. She is an emotional person. Additionally, she sometimes writes endlessly about trivial matters at school, which suggests that she should be its Sundra little princess. Qian Yuhan recalled that she had mentioned coming from the Heavenly Royal Academy, and today, as practical instructor, Yu Ziyang, whom she saw in Han Tianing's office yesterday, was also from the Heavenly Royal Academy. She asked if he recognized him and complained to Shui that Yu Ziyang was like a devil, because she was really too tired. Qian Yuhan wrote a few hundred words and then put down her pen, going to bed to rest. The next morning, she still habitually went for a morning run with Zhao Ku, even though they had been worked like animals all day yesterday. There was no way to change their biological clock easily. Half an hour before class in the morning, Qian Yuhan went to the infirmary to visit the 5 people who were still in a coma. The doctor in the infirmary told Qian Yuhan that they would probably wake up tomorrow, and today was the last time for toxin extraction. Qian Yuhan nodded and took another look at Hu Lin Air. A few days later, Hu Lin Air and Fanya returned to class, but they were still quite weak. Yu Ziyang arranged appropriate recovery training for them to help them regain their strength during practical classes, while Qian Yuhan and the others continued their devilish training. By the time Hu Lin Air and the others returned to Class 1, Qian Yuhan and his group had already been undergoing intense training for a week and had gotten used to it. They could clearly feel that their physical fitness had improved significantly. The previous training with the Ice and Fire 2 instruments, I and the Immortal Grass, combined with this week's high-intensity training, enabled Qian Yuhan to better absorb the residual effects of the octagonal Profound Ice Grass and the fiery Apricot Blossom, raising his soul power by 2 levels to level 36. The other 3 members of Dormitory 101 learned about the devilish teacher, Yu Ziyang, from Qian Yuhan and looked at him with sympathy and respect. From Shui's reply, Qian Yuhan also learned that Yu Ziyang was a very capable teacher. Although strict, his students ultimately admired and respected him because he laid a solid foundation for their future cultivation paths. The higher-ups of the Tiando Royal Academy were furious upon receiving his resignation letter, desperately searching for him without success. They only learned from Qian Yuhan's letter that he had gone to the Spirit Hall Academy and assured Qian Yuhan that he would never betray him. In the following half-semester, the four of them in Qian Yuhan's dormitory, Hu Lin Er and Fanya often studied and sparred together. One starry night, Qian Yuhan confessed to Hu Lin Er, breaking through that layer of glass and becoming a couple admired by everyone. During a short break in the semester, he also took Fanya to the Sunset Forest again. Originally, Hu Lin Er was invited, but she declined, saying she had a lot of things to handle at home. Of course, this time Qian Yuhan also invited the title Douluo, disguised as an old man pulling a cart, to accompany them. Title Douluo. As a dignified title Douluo, I have to disguise myself like this to be a bodyguard. Following Qian Yuhan's instructions, title Douluo waited outside the cave. Thinking to himself, what could these kids be doing inside? He didn't ponder further and entered a meditative state for cultivation. Qian Yuhan was not mistaken. Fanya also had some knowledge of herbs. She had read many books on rare celestial herbs in her family's library. And as soon as she entered the Eye of Ice and Fire, she was shocked. It turned out that these rare celestial herbs were all gathered in such a place rich in spiritual energy. While Fanya was marveling, she felt a force seemingly drawing her towards a certain direction, and she slowly walked towards it. Fanya, where are you going? Fanya ignored the call and walked straight towards a corner. Qian Yuhan followed Fanya to a small corner near the hot spring at the Eye of Ice and Fire. The two looked at a plant resembling a sunflower, radiating an orange-yellow glow. Upon closer inspection, the plant was primarily of vibrant orange color, with the middle part of each petal and the stem a striking deep red, dazzling like flames. This color combination made it look very unique, as if it were emanating a fierce heat. It was immediately apparent that this was a type of fire-attributed immortal herb, emitting energy fluctuations significantly stronger than those of ordinary plants. Is this the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Fanya exclaimed, shocked to the point of being speechless. This is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Qian Yuhan Ikuit. Qian Yuhan remembered that in the original novel, the protagonist gave one of his brothers this, and after that, the evil fire in his body disappeared, and he improved a lot. Why don't you give it a try? Huh? Me? Can I? Qian Yuhan smiled when he heard Fanya say this. Of course, you can. You originally have the phoenix martial spirit, but it has undergone some mutation. You still possess fire attribute abilities within you. Taking it might yield unexpected benefits. Fanya was delighted. She had heard from her family that the coxcomb phoenix flower was a treasure they had been searching for, said to provide a qualitative enhancement when consumed. Of course, she also knew how to consume the coxcomb phoenix flower from her readings. Following what she learned from the books, she took it and immediately felt her body begin to heat up. Qian Yuhan looked at Fanya, whose face was quickly turning red, and he was completely clueless, thinking that something unexpected had happened, so he was flustered. Right, let's go find Uncle Tianwei. He remembered that Uncle Tianwei was outside the cave, and he might know what was going on. As Qian Yuhan was about to turn around and seek help, Fanya slowly spoke up. I'm fine. I feel like this coxcomb phoenix sunflower is refining my martial soul. I think it's reshaping my martial soul, so there should be no problem. You don't need to worry. Fanya was half squatting there, panting as she continued. I feel like I can hold on. After half an hour, Fanya seemed a bit fatigued. Her legs softened, and she knelt on the ground, curling herself up and shivering. It seemed she was still mumbling, I can hold on. I can do it. Another half an hour passed, and Qian Yuhan, who had been watching Fanya, saw her suddenly raise her head and emit a very loud phoenix cry. The martial soul had evolved. Chapter 51, The Rebellious Child. Fanya looked up, and a loud phoenix cry reverberated throughout the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Even the Tianwei, Douluo, who was meditating outside the cave, was startled by this cry. As the saying goes, all creatures have their terrestrial beasts and flying birds. Among terrestrial beasts, the dragon is supreme, and among flying birds, the phoenix reigns. If a terrestrial beast encounters a phoenix, it must bow in submission. Similarly, if a flying bird meets a dragon, it must also bow in deference. This is the sound of phoenix. How do these two little ones attract a phoenix? I need to go in and take a look. The Tianwei Douluo muttered to himself. Just as he was about to enter the cave, he saw Qian Yuhan and Fanya walking out. You guys. Uncle Tianwei. Just now Fanya's martial soul evolved by chance inside, evolving into a two-headed fire phoenix. Upon hearing Qian Yuhan's words, the Tianwei Douluo's mind was completely occupied with disbelief. What? It evolved in less than an hour. Damn, what a rebellious child. The Tianwei Douluo felt it was too unexpected, too shocking. Qian Yuhan had no need to tease the Tianwei Douluo. He was simply stating the truth. Fang Ye's martial soul awakened and evolved into a two-headed fire phoenix. According to Fang Ye herself, this should have been a mutation of her martial soul. But it was so powerful that it was in a self-sealing state, which was why her martial soul form had previously been that of a chick. After consuming the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the seal was lifted by a trace of phoenix power contained within, allowing the martial soul to recover. Therefore, Fang Ye's soul power had been suppressed before, and now it was released, directly increasing from level 9 to level 29, a full 20 levels. It was unimaginable, a terrifying enhancement brought about by a top-tier martial soul. The two of them greeted Uncle Tianwei and then walked back into the cave. The Tianwei Douluo shook his head and sighed, and then closed his eyes to meditate again, returning to the ice and fire yin-yang, Qian Yuhan, under Fang Ye's guidance, dug up quite a few celestial herbs, leaving their roots behind to ensure they could grow and survive. The Red Demonstone Monkey King was still cultivating nearby. If it weren't for the phoenix cry earlier, it would have planned to sleep for a whole week. Qian Yuhan, let him show me if the pool was done wrong. He slept so deeply that he didn't even know he came in just now. After about an hour, Qian Yuhan and Fang Ye finished their tasks and left the ice and fire yin-yang. Hearing the noise, Tianwei Douluo also ended his meditation and transformed the Ming-Yi White Tiger into a horse-drawn carriage, taking the two of them back to the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Ming-Yi White Tiger, a dignified top-tier martial soul, actually made me turn into a carriage. If it weren't for the fact that he used to feed me meat, By the time they returned to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, it was already dark. Qian Yuhan greeted Tianwei Douluo, and then Tianwei Douluo disappeared. Why does this coachman feel a bit familiar? It seems like I've seen him at a family gathering before. Are you mistaken? He's just a poor coachman. How could he possibly attend a gathering at your house? Qian Yuhan secretly scolded himself, feeling extremely regretful. He realized that Fang Ye was not only a young lady from a wealthy family, but her family also held a certain status and influence in the spirit hall. This meant that they were likely to have connections with Uncle Tianwei and may have even invited him to banquets or other social events in the past. Fang Ye thought Qian Yuhan made a good point, nodded, and didn't think much more about it. The Tang Sindoa who was strolling down the street suddenly sneezed. Could it be that he had caught a cold? Qian Yuhan walked into the school gate, passed by the mailbox, took the letters, and tucked them into her bag. She followed Fang Ye to the cafeteria and had a simple meal before they each returned to their dorms. This was just the first day of a 3-day holiday, and many people were at home and wouldn't return. In dorm 101, Qian Yuhan was all alone. It didn't matter where she slept, it was all the same. She would go back to check tomorrow. It had been almost 5 months since she last went home. Qian Yuhan said to her disk. Looking at the reply letter, Dear Qian Yuhan, recently, I've been really annoyed. Those guys from Atieno Royal Academy are really getting on my nerves, following me around like a pesky bug. When I scold them, they even say it's a good scolding. They've lost all sense of shame. Seeing the 3 exclamation marks in a row, Qian Yuhan smiled slightly. This girl must be quite angry, Oh, and by the way, didn't you say that you Ziyang came to your school? The few classmates he taught before found out and started clamoring to have him come back, saying they wouldn't attend class if he didn't. I happened to run into it. Those committee members looked so gloomy, as if they had just suffered a breakup. I almost couldn't help but laugh. If I had laughed, it would have been a disaster, and I probably would have faced a scolding. But hey, I held it in. How impressive is that? Qian Yu's smile grew wider at the corner of her mouth as she shook her head and continued to watch. By the way, I'm already level 40. You haven't seen a 10-year-old level 40 soul master, right? How are your friends doing? Have they recovered? I guess you don't have time to write me back either, especially since your girlfriend just suffered such a serious injury. Now that she's recovering, you must want to cherish the time together. At this moment, what girls want the most is their boyfriend's care, comfort, and hugs. Hurry up and go on a nice date with your girlfriend. That's all I'm writing for now. If you have time, write me back. Someone will check the mailbox every day anyway. Bye. Snow Qian Yuhan felt strange looking at the sudden change in the tone of the message from Shui, not knowing what had happened while writing it. As it seemed a bit angry, seeing that Shui mentioned Hu Linner, he realized that as her boyfriend, he should indeed take care of and be concerned about her. However, before she left yesterday, she had said that he didn't need to look for her because she had too much going on at home and probably wouldn't have time to accompany him. Qian Yuhan sighed as she recalled what Hu Linner had told her yesterday. She knew that Linner's family was also in business, but Linner herself said it was a small business, so why were they so busy? As she thought about this, Qian Yuhan suddenly remembered the playing card she had mentioned to Mu Chun and the others before, which didn't exist in the Douluo continent. This could be an opportunity to quickly seize the market and make a hefty profit. She found a blank piece of paper and roughly sketched out a framework based on her intuition. She became so absorbed in writing that she didn't know what time it was when she finally fell asleep at her desk. Hu Linner was indeed busy. Her home had become a chaotic mess. Looking at the several ledgers on the table, Hu Linner was deep in thought. How could her clueless father borrow so much money? This wasn't the way to fill a financial gap. Although Hu Linner was only 8 years old, she was already familiar with basic accounting. As she played with the abacus, staring at the red numbers in the ledgers, she genuinely felt that her family was in trouble. Just then, a knock on her bedroom door broke the tranquility. "Open the door, it's me." As soon as she heard the voice, Hu Linner knew who it was. It was that disgusting guy again. How'd he come back again? "What's the matter? Speak quickly," Hu Linner said coldly, not wanting to engage with him at all. "Hee, you little bitch dare to talk to me like that? You're going to regret it. My family just signed a long-term cooperation contract with Hu Biao, and you have to help me at the academy unconditionally. That's part of the contract." "What? Oh, you didn't know? Then that means your father has basically sold you out. You'd better ask him about it. Now, the first thing you can start doing is..." Dai Xingxi said something to Hu Linner. Hu Linner shook her head repeatedly, backing away in a panic. "No, I absolutely can't do that. Please let me go. Any other condition would work, but I really can't do this." "Can't? Just because you say so?" "Let me tell you the truth. Your family, the Hu family, basically needs my Dai family to support all your businesses now. The Hu family is already a puppet of my family. You know, your father has been stealing taxes thanks to his connections with the financial department of the Spirit Hall." "You?" Hu Linner looked at Dai Xingxi in disbelief, her hands trembling, her emotions clearly on the verge of breaking. "Stop with the use. Do you really like him that much? What's so great about him? Proud and arrogant, looking down on others. He acts tough, but in the end, he's just an orphan abandoned by his father." Dai Xingxi had learned from a friend that Qian Yuhan had seemingly been abandoned by his father and became an orphan half a year before enrolling in the academy. "Why do you always have to cause trouble for others? You're a person of status. Why be so petty with an ordinary person?" When Hu Linner heard Dai Xingxi mention tax evasion, she became extremely fearful of him. Yes, fearful, a deep sense of dread. However, Hu Linner still questioned Dai Xingxi. "Bastard." Dai Xingxi's aura surged violently. His sword-toothed ghost tiger spirit manifested, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beneath his feet. Although Hu Linner had broken through a bottleneck during her previous battle with the Poison Scorpion King and only needed 1 more soul ring to become a soul master, she hadn't had time to obtain it due to her poisoning. "How dare you talk to me? You filthy woman. The moment you agreed to that thing, you don't deserve to be with him forever. You're still helping him. How pathetic." Dai Xingxi turned and shot Hu Linner a disdainful glance before opening the door and leaving, slamming the door behind him. Hu Linner lowered her head, speechless. She had indeed developed feelings for Qian Yuhan. She thought to herself, if Yuhan knew the truth, would he forgive me? But the things Dai Xingxi had just said and the demands he had made her feel unworthy to say that she truly loved Qian Yuhan. Indeed, Dai Xingxi had previously coerced Hu Linner to get close to Qian Yuhan, hoping they would be together, only to betray him later and make him suffer. Such a despicable act, such a dirty heart. Then, she didn't know how Dai Xingxi had heard that Qian Yuhan wanted to do something with playing cards to seize the market. Dai Xingxi wanted her to get Qian Yuhan to hand this over to him as his girlfriend, which would then be transferred to the Dai family, allowing him to taste the bitterness of betrayal. What kind of deep-seated hatred would lead someone to treat a poor orphan abandoned by his father like this? Qian Yuhan should still be lying alone in the dormitory. Hu Linner thought as she looked out the window, her eyes moist, and ultimately a tear rolled down her cheek. The next morning on the second day of the holiday, Qian Yuhan got up and went for his usual run. This time, he ran for a shorter period, returned to his dormitory, quickly tidied up his things, and planned to go home to see his uncles and inquire about his father's news. This holiday lasted 3 days, including the previous Saturday and Sunday, making a total of 5 days. The key was that there was no ridiculous rescheduling system like in his original world. Just the absence of that system made Qian Yuhan feel that this place was fantastic. During this time, he had been trained to the point of near numbness by Yu Ziang, and it was just the right time to go back, rest well, and quickly recharge for the long-term devilish training ahead. Returning to his home in the Spirit City, next to the Elder of Judgment and the Grand Offering Hall, was a very simple and low-key villa. It had no extravagant decorations, just a small garden with a tea table, a chair, and a pavilion. The spring water flowed past the pavilion from the rockery, resembling a paradise, tranquil and peaceful. Lying on his soft big bed, he took a nap and slept straight until noon. Qin Yuhan could have continued sleeping, but was awakened by a knock on the door. Young master, are you there? A voice called out along with a knocking. Qin Yuhan rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door of his bedroom, only to see Qin Douluo standing at the door. Ever since he brought Qin Yuhan back, Qian Mo no longer neglected this villa and directly moved in with Qin Yuhan. He couldn't let his son rest in the office like he did, sitting cross-legged. Qian Mo set up a barrier outside the villa, allowing only specific people to enter, so the villa's main door wasn't locked. Uncle Qing Feng, what brings you here? When did you come back, Yuhan? You didn't even come to chat with your uncle? Really? If it weren't for Xiao Hui telling me you were back, I wouldn't have known. Xiao Hui is looking for you. You should go to the Pope's palace. Huh? The Pope's palace? What do I need to go there for? What does Uncle Xiao Hui want? I don't know that. He didn't say. Qing Douluo shook his head and waved his hand. Then, as if remembering something, he paused and said, Hey, since you're back today, come to my place tonight. Uncle will treat you to a meal. Qin Yuhan was about to say something when Douluo Qing Feng interrupted, saying, You cannot refuse. Qin Yuhan smiled and shook his head, saying, I didn't say I wouldn't go. I was just about to agree when you caught me off guard. Ha 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 ha. That's because Uncle was too anxious. Who told our Yuhan to be so likable? The Blue Phoenix Douluo didn't stay long either, chatting for a bit before leaving. After sending off the Blue Phoenix Douluo, Qin Yuhan ate the lunch brought by the attendant while thinking, What does Uncle Xiao Hui want with me? He has never called me to the Pope's palace before. It must be something important. Is there news about Dad? Wait, that's not right. If it were about Dad, how could Uncle Qing Feng not know? Whatever. I'll find out the answer soon. Dad, where are you? When can we meet? I've been practicing so hard. Chapter 53. The Pope summons Qin Yuhan, took a short nap after lunch, then got up to tidy up his appearance. After all, he was going to the papal hall, and there were other people present, so he needed to pay attention to his image. He picked up the offering order left by his father and headed towards the papal hall. Along the way, many people were watching this elegantly dressed child. Who is this kid? Which family does he belong to? Hey, don't point and talk about him like that. Dressed like this, he must come from an extraordinary background. Although the people around were whispering, Qin Yuhan could still hear them clearly, and he really didn't like being talked about like that. Qin Yuhan just wants to live a simple life. If he really wanted to become famous, it would be completely fine to make a name for himself in the Douluo continent with the strength and promotional capabilities of the Spirit Hall. If that were the case, the people around him would definitely come over and flatter him, calling him Young Master one after another. Qin Yuhan and Qian Mo's villa is located in the famous Mingyue Villa area of Wuhan City. The Mingyue community is right next to the ladder leading to the Pope's main hall. Therefore, stepping out of the villa allows for direct access to the ladder, which is very convenient, especially for the mid-level leaders of the Spirit Hall. However, the real high-ranking officials live directly on the mountain, and that is truly convenient. Qin Yuhan really enjoys the feeling of blending in with ordinary people. Staying at the top of the Spirit Hall would be too boring. Here, it's much more convenient to stroll around Spirit City. This aspect of his current residence is exactly what he likes the most. Even though it takes nearly 40 minutes to climb the heavenly ladder to reach the offering hall, he finds it quite enjoyable. After walking up the internal heavenly ladder of the Spirit Hall for 20 minutes, he arrived at the square halfway up the mountain. This square is famously known as the Spirit Square. It is said that the first soul master in human history awakened their spirit here, and this open space was named Spirit Square by later generations. The choice of this location for the Spirit Hall also has its reasons based on this consideration. Spirit Square is vast, about the size of 4 standard football fields, with a golden angel statue in the center, surrounded by fountains. There are also many benches around the square for resting. Dense woods envelop this square, and from the outside, it appears quite mysterious when viewed from the ground. Only those affiliated with the Spirit Hall can come here, and they naturally know that the Spirit Hall has been dedicated to the angel deity for generations. The angel statue in this square is one of only 2 public statues. The other is the true angel statue in the Great Offering Hall. Passing through Spirit Square and continuing up the steps opposite leads to the Pope's Palace, the office location at the core of the Spirit Hall's power. Next to it are many small towers resembling fairy tale castles, with the spire of the Pope's Palace already piercing the clouds. The surrounding small towers are where the senior officials of various departments of the Spirit Hall work, making it convenient for them to report directly to the Pope and facilitating management, which is why these small towers were built nearby. Though they are much shorter than the Pope's Palace, Qin Yuhan reached the end of the sky ladder, facing the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, which was decorated in a very luxurious and magnificent manner. Countless gems were embedded in it, shimmering under the sunlight. Qin Yuhan took out the offering order, and after the gatekeeper checked it, he respectfully knelt on one knee before an 8.5-year-old child, saying, "Greetings, great offering." This offering order was genuine and authentic. Seeing the spirit was like seeing a person. Right in front of him was the great offering. "Get up. Thank you, great offering." The soldier's eyes were still on the offering order in Qin Yuhan's hand. After all, this was an offering order, something many people would never have the chance to see in their lifetime, and it was the great offering order. The offering to the Pope's palace was a matter of an instant flash. No need to walk through the front door. When Qin Yuhan wanted to go to the offering hall, it was mostly the offering who would directly take him up. So this was basically the first time for both sides. "Take me to see the Pope." "Yes." The gatekeeper nodded in response, waved his hand, and opened the great door of the martial soul hall. The attendant led the way, with Qin Yuhan following behind. Qin Yuhan visited the Pope's palace when he was very young, but he barely remembered it. This time, he was shocked by the surrounding scenery upon arriving at the Pope's palace. After entering the main gate, he found himself walking up a staircase made entirely of pure diamonds, surrounded by 1,000-year-old Yulong pines. If the Yulong pines were in the market, they would start at 100,000 gold soul coins, let alone those that were 1,000 years old. The closer he got, the more he felt the grandeur of the Pope's palace. The guard asked Qin Yuhan to wait for a moment outside the main hall of the Pope's palace while he went in to announce his arrival. Soon, the guard came out, bowed, and said, "Please come in." As soon as the guard finished speaking, the golden main gate suddenly became transparent, resembling a water gate, rippling and allowing a clear view of the interior of the hall. This startled Qin Yuhan. Wow, how advanced is this door? As he approached the main hall of the Pope's palace, he saw Pope Xiao Hui sitting on the papal throne, flanked by armored guards. Upon seeing Qin Yuhan enter through the door, he raised his hand and waved to the guards, who then orderly left the main hall. Once the guards had all exited, Xiao Hui smiled and asked, "Yuhan, how'd you been during this time at the academy?" "I'm doing well, Your Holiness." "Why call me Your Holiness? That's just silly." All right then, Uncle Xiao Hui." Xiao Hui could clearly see that Qin Yuhan was doing this on purpose. Feeling very pleased inside, their young master had finally grown up. Although he was only 8 years old, he was already so sensible. He recalled how the great offering had left without even greeting him, and during that time, Qin Yuhan was extremely silent, worried that he might suffocate from it. Now, this lively and cheerful Qin Yuhan was the one they knew. Xiao Hui's joy stemmed from the fact that Qin Yuhan had adjusted well. That was the best thing. "Uncle Xiao Hui, did you call me here for something important?" It's like this, Xiao Han. Recently, the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire have had quite a few collaborations, mainly in the field of education. After you graduate from the first grade, the Spirit Hall Academy plans to have an exchange program with the Tiando Royal Academy. Each will send a team of exchange students, and I would like you to join this team and study at the Tiando Royal Academy for 4 years starting next year. Is that okay? If Uncle Xiao Hui thought it was a good idea, Qin Yuhan naturally had no objections, but the Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Yuhan intentionally prolonged the sound. Xiao Hui, knowing Qin Yuhan's thoughts, immediately said, "Don't worry. The Tiando Royal Academy will definitely provide us exchange students with the best teaching environment and teachers. Of course, Yuhan, your identity won't be revealed to them. You will just be an ordinary second-year student." Qin Yuhan nodded in agreement upon hearing Xiao Hui's words. After all, it was Xiao Hui who personally requested his opinion, so it would be inappropriate for him to refuse. After leaving the Pope's hall, Qin Yuhan also had his own thoughts. Chapter 54. Wow, you were actually a max-level boss. Qin Yuhan walked up the heavenly ladder to the martial soul square and sat on a bench. Qin Yuhan learned that he would be going to the Tiando Royal Academy for his second year of study, and it would be for 4 years. He was actually reluctant to leave his friends in the dormitory, and even more so, to part ways with Hu Lin'er. He now wanted to find Hu Lin'er to chat, intended to go to her home. But before the break, she had directly told him that her family was too busy to meet. Qin Yuhan felt empty inside. "Huh, Old Fourth, how'd you get here?" At this moment, a familiar voice came, and Qin Yuhan looked up to see Mu Chun looking at him in shock. He had just come across this ladder in Wuhuan City out of curiosity and climbed up. Don't lie, that ladder is guarded. To come up, one must verify their identity. Only those with status can ascend. Mu Chun ruthlessly exposed him and continued to ask, "Old Fourth, I thought you were not simple in the academy. Abandoned by your father? A divine-level martial soul can be abandoned? A top-tier Xianling Dan can be given away just like that, and a Tianlongyidu Dan can be taken at will. Tell me the truth. What background do you really have?" "Don't worry, third brother. I will definitely keep it a secret for you." Hyun Yuhon looked up Mu Chen. knowing that he could not hide the truth any longer. So he honestly revealed everything. Oh my, the fourth one. You are actually that particularly mysterious young master. A top-tier boss. Although Mu Chun said he was prepared, he did not expect Qian Yuhan's identity to be so extraordinary. The son of the Grand Offering. After all, his surname is Qian. Hey, don't tell anyone else. Okay, I only told you about it in the academy. Leonard doesn't know either. It seemed that we are both the same, wanting to keep our identities hidden while coming here to learn. It's just that, I ended up exposing myself directly while you were better at hiding. No. You can hide better. I'm going to Douluo Royal Academy for exchange studies in my second year. Is this already decided so early? Did you know about it beforehand? Muchin nodded and replied, yeah, I heard my dad mention it before, saying that our class would select a few to go to Douluo Royal Academy for exchange studies. But the selection will start next semester, and you've already secured a spot. Qian Yuhan shook his head upon hearing this. Since the Pope said so, how could he refuse? Uncle Xiao Hui was, after all, an elder. Anyway, Qian Yuhan had already confronted Mu Chun, and, as the son of the golden crocodile, Mu Chun surely knew the Pope as well. So Qian Yuhan simply told him directly, oh, so you want to see the Pope? Qian Yuhan nodded. He found me and then asked for my opinion. I had no reason to refuse, so I agreed. Hey, Lao Si, are you worried here because you're concerned about being in a long-distance relationship with Uliner? Hee. Qian Yuhan remained silent, lowering his head and not responding to Mu Chun. Seeing his state, Mu Chun knew he was right. Don't worry, there will be a selection competition next semester, and our college will definitely send the most outstanding students for exchange. After all, it's an exchange between two major forces, and the exchange students will serve as their respective business cards. This card must be impressive to showcase their attitudes. Mu Chun comforted Qian Yuhan and continued, moreover, with Uliner as strength, I feel she shouldn't have any problems passing the selection. Are you going? Me? Of course not. Fangye is still in the college. Qian Yuhan smiled slightly and said, if I tell you that Fangye is very likely to be selected for the exchange study program next semester if she participates in the selection competition, would you still go? How is that possible? She's only at level 9. If it weren't for her deep theoretical knowledge recognized by the academy, she would have been advised to withdraw long ago. Look, you don't trust her at all. Her martial soul has already awakened and evolved. In terms of quality, your golden crocodile king can't compare to hers. How is that possible? Wait, what did you say, Fourth? Fangye's martial soul has awakened? Qian Yuhan nodded. Yes. On the first day of the holiday, I took her to a place and unexpectedly obtained a coxcomb phoenix sunflower. After she consumed it, her martial soul evolved into a two-headed fire phoenix. Wow, coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Two-headed fire phoenix. After Fangye awakened her martial soul, her soul power directly increased by 20 levels, and now she's at level 29, not far from breaking through to Soul Sovereign. Wow, then I must go. I'll go tell my dad right now. Qian Yuhan quickly grabbed Mu Chin's arm and said, Hey, don't be anxious. Don't you want to take revenge for the friendly match? I think next semester we can have another match. Isn't it more fulfilling to pass the selection based on our strength? Mu Chin lowered his head in thought and then nodded in agreement with Qian Yuhan's words. Qian Yuhan also felt good because Mu Chin mentioned that there would be a selection competition next semester. He was quite confident in Lin Er's abilities and believed that she would easily pass the selection, which instantly lifted his spirits. After Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun agreed to have a rematch next semester, he said he would tell his older brother and his second brother when they returned to the academy. The 6-member group for the outdoor exercise went together to communicate, which was simply fantastic. The two of them forgot that Tang Xian's little girlfriend was also from the Spear Hall Academy, and her strength was quite average. This matter was simultaneously forgotten by both. All right, since you've laid it all out, let us go to my house and have a good meal together. I said, hey, let us go. Stop dawdling. Before Qian Yuhan could finish speaking, Mu Chun made the decision for him and directly pulled him along. They walked up the sky ladder again, this time not through the main entrance of the Pope's Hall, but took another path at the end of the ladder. Qian Yuhan was not very familiar with this path. Previously, he was teleported back to the Mingwei community by Qian Mo, or Tianwei, Douluo, and he had never taken this route before. What? Never been this way before? That shouldn't be the case. My dad used to teleport me back. Mu Chun, my dad has never been this nice to me. As they walked up the small path, they saw a huge architectural complex that was very ancient and sacred. Qian Yuhan was familiar with these buildings. It was the offering hall, where the offerings practiced and worked. The offerings usually lived in a luxurious villa area on the other side of the Pope's Hall with the elders and the Pope. making it very convenient for the spirit hall's higher-ups to commute. Following Mu Chun, they arrived at the Golden Crocodile Hall where the second offering practiced, and pushed open the hall door to enter. Dad, I brought my classmate. Mu Chun shouted as soon as he entered. Shut up, keep your voice down. You little rascal. Bring your classmate in. I'm in the training room. Mu Chun continued to lead Qian Yuhan forward and then rushed through an archway, turning left to see a tightly closed door. Mu Chun knocked on the door. Guomin. Mu Chun brought Qian Yuhan inside. Qian Yuhan walked in and saw Jin Edo Luo sitting cross-legged on the futon in the center of the room, practicing. You little rascal is back. How's school going? You even brought a classmate back with you. What's your classmate's name? Qian Yuhan said. Uncle Golden Crocodile, long time no see. Chapter 55, a different kind of final exam. Uncle Golden Crocodile, long time no see. Qian Yuhan looked at the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was meditating and cultivating, and smiled. How bold. The Golden Crocodile Douluo said in a low voice, emitting a terrifying pressure that instantly forced Mu Chun and Qian Yuhan to kneel on the ground. Mu Chun looked at Qian Yuhan, his eyes filled with resentment. He had clearly told Qian Yuhan before that his father cared a lot about how others addressed him. To his surprise, his good brother immediately called him Uncle Golden Crocodile. They weren't that close, were they? Even if he was the young master, that shouldn't be acceptable. Mu Chun was clearly overthinking it. The Golden Crocodile Douluo opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the two. As soon as his gaze fell on Qian Yuhan, the pressure was lifted. Xiao Han, it's you little rascal. Ha ha ha. Come here and let Uncle take a look. Mu Chun thought. When has Dad ever treated me like this? Qian Yuhan walked over, bowed, and clasped his hands towards Golden Crocodile Douluo, saying, Uncle Golden Crocodile, you really are something. Just now you were releasing your pressure to suppress me and Mu Chun. Qian Yuhan pretended to be angry, turning his head to the side, deliberately, to sulk. Mu Chun was extremely shocked. Goodness, how could Qian Yuhan act like this in the academy? Is he being spoiled? And Dad, surprisingly, is very happy. All right, you little rascal. I knew from the beginning that Uncle is sensitive about certain things. I just didn't know it was you. If I had known it was you, could you still act like this? It's all your fault. I don't care. Mu Chun said he would treat me to a meal. Uncle, aren't you supposed ha 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 ha. You little rascal. You're waiting for me here, right? All right. I'll have someone prepare for you. Today, let us have a good chat, just the two of us. Qian Yuhan nodded in response and glanced at the already dazed Mu Chun, giving him a wink. Soon, the attendant came to inform them that everything was ready and they could dine. Let's go eat. Mu Chun and Qian Yuhan followed the Golden Crocodile Douluo to the dining hall. The three chatted while eating. Mu Chun, you rascal. Why didn't you tell me you and Xiao Han are roommates? Saying this, he patted Mu Chun on the back, causing Mu Chun to spit out a mouthful of rice. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, Dad, what are you doing? You could just say it without being so hands-on. What else with all the nonsense? Seriously, you little rascal. Even you couldn't help but laugh. I just found out today that he is the young master of the Wuhuan Hall, the son of Uncle Qian and Mo. Did I not tell you before? The Golden Crocodile Douluo looked puzzled, then continued, it's true. Back then, Xiao Han came to the academy and said he wanted to hide his identity. So he didn't tell you. Ha. He really didn't tell you. Ha. Seeing the Golden Crocodile Douluo like this, Mu Chun helplessly covered his face and shook his head. This old man. Son, I heard from His Holiness the Pope that you encountered the Teeth Claw Scorpion King and got poisoned. How are you and Xiao Han doing? Is everything okay? Don't worry. Old man, Dad, it's fine now. The poison has been expelled. I'm fine too. Don't worry, Uncle. That's good to hear. You two kept hiding your identities from each other when you first entered the academy, living in the same dorm. It must have been quite a good relationship. This is why I let Mu Chun conceal his identity when enrolling. Having a special identity can actually hinder life in the academy. Dad. You did make the right decision this time. But I revealed my identity on the first day, while the fourth brother hid it too well. Golden Crocodile Douluo revealed your identity on the first day? Golden Crocodile Douluo cleared his throat and said, How can you say that? By the way, what do you call Xiao Han? Fourth brother? Well, Uncle, in our dorm, we ranked ourselves by age, and I'm the youngest, so I'm the fourth brother. Mu Chun is third. I call him Sangge. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at the two, seemingly recalling something, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Oh no, my dad is starting to act silly again. Mu Chun's sudden remark broke the atmosphere. Golden Crocodile Douluo glared at his unreliable son and said, Get out of here, you ungrateful brat. He then looked at Qian Yuhan, his voice softening as he continued, You two remind me of my brothers and me when we were young. We had even more fun than you. After school, we would go on adventures together. Your father, the eldest brother, would take us to the nearby Spirit Beast Forest to explore. The 8 of us were inseparable, playing together from childhood to adulthood. Back then, we were just about your age, and I don't know how we were so bold, 8 little brats fighting against a 30,000-year-old dark golden terraclaw bear. And we actually won. Reflecting on the past, Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled and shook his head. Qian Yuhan felt a bit down when he heard Golden Crocodile Douluo mention his father. Seeing Qian Yuhan's expression, Golden Crocodile Douluo understood that he was thinking about his father. So he comforted him, saying, "The great offering has his own tasks to attend to, and you have your own adventure story to continue. You two will definitely meet again. This is something he promised you and will surely fulfill." "Uncle, I understand. I will continue to work hard in my cultivation." Qian Yuhan interrupted as Golden Crocodile Douluo was about to offer more comfort. Mu Chun, who was nearby, noticed the atmosphere was a bit too heavy and teased. Hey, eat up. This braised chicken is going to get cold. If you don't eat, I might finish it all myself. I even saved a few pieces for you. Ha ha, eat. Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded along with Mu Chen's words, encouraging Qian Yuhan to eat more. Then he changed the subject and asked, "By the way, I heard that old Lu Min from the education department of the Spear Hall said your academy has undergone educational reforms?" Qian Yuhan nodded and replied, "Yes. Each class has 2 teachers for theory and practical lessons. I think the effect is quite good." Mu Chan said, "Yeah, but I heard that our final exam has changed. It's different from before. It seems that the practical assessment now accounts for 50, and the theoretical assessment also accounts for 50, so the ratio has changed. At the same time, the practical assessment has become a soul battle competition. It's randomly matched, and everyone competes 3 times, with the practical teachers from each class scoring and taking the average. Finally, the highest score will be recorded as the practical assessment score. That's pretty good." Genie Douluo looked at the 2 chatting back and forth and smiled with satisfaction. After finishing their meal, Qian Yuhan chatted with Jean Douluo about daily trivial matters for a while. Noticing it was getting late, he said his goodbyes and left. Mu Chen wanted to see him off, but Qian Yuhan declined, wanting to wander around by himself. After Qian Yu left, Golden Crocodile Douluo patted Mu Chen's back, signaling him to come over. In the lounge, Golden Crocodile Douluo sat on the sofa with Mu Chen and said, "Son, you should learn well from Xiaohan. He possesses many qualities that you lack, so you need to learn from him." "Yeah, I know. Lao Si is very outstanding. Tell me about the other 2 people in your dormitory." "Those 2 are a pair of twins and also disciples of the Haotian sect. The elder one is named Tang Xian, and the younger one is named Tang Chun." As soon as Golden Crocodile Douluo heard this, his eyes widened in surprise, and he said, "Tang Xian and Tang Chun. What a coincidence." Chapter 56. Reply, "What a coincidence." "What's wrong, Dad? Do you know them?" Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded and then laughed, saying, I'm just amazed that you 4 kids are really fated to meet. You should be quite young. Probably when you and Yuhan were about 2 years old. I, your uncle Chinamo, and Tang Zhun, the father of Tang Xian and Tang Chen, went to visit the Ice God sect. There you, Yuhan, and the Tang brothers, along with the Ice God Douluo's daughter, were all put in one room to play while we went to drink. Later, we heard from the servants that you 5 got into a fight in the room, and it was quite intense. In the end, Yuhan pulled the little girl and pointed at the other 3 of you, making a funny scene. Haha. Mu Chen was taken aback. I didn't expect that we 4 had met before. Fate is truly amazing. Qian Yuhan returned to the Mingyue villa and sat cross-legged on the bed to practice. Qian Yuhan has now reached the bottleneck of level 37 and feels that a breakthrough is imminent. After absorbing the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, there is still a considerable amount of natural energy left within Qian Yuhan. If all of it is absorbed, it is estimated that he could reach the soul sect level. It seems that this semester's final practical exam will require all-out effort to strive for a breakthrough. Qian Yuhan controlled his soul power to flow through every meridian in his body, feeling nourished all over as the soul power coursed through him. Qian Yuhan thought to himself, this feeling is so wonderful, warm, and comfortable, just as the soul power flowed into his sea of spirit and continuously nourished it. Qian Yuhan suddenly felt a significant fluctuation in his sea of spirit. Moreover, he sensed that there were 2 forces in his sea of spirit clashing against each other. Qian Yuhan hurriedly entered the sea of spirits, and as soon as he entered, he discovered that his martial soul, the radiant divine sword, was engaged in fierce combat with a blood-red orb of light. The radiant divine sword seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. Feeling uneasy, Qian Yuhan quickly transmitted his soul power to the radiant divine sword. After a few rounds of clashes, The radiant divine sword ultimately managed to suppress the blood-red orb of light. With the sword tip pointed downwards, the blood-red orb appeared to be sealed. No longer restless under the control of the radiant divine sword. Finally calm. Qian Yuhan let out a light sigh. Qian Yuhan woke up from his cultivation and was surprised to find that the divine sword of light and the blood-red light mass had just been fighting within his body. The blood-red light mass had spilled out a significant amount of power, which his body absorbed completely, causing his soul power to directly break through. Qian Yuhan was overjoyed, and then thought, what if I control the bright divine sword to release that blood-red light ball after a certain interval, and then assist the bright divine sword in suppressing it? In that case, the energy emitted could be absorbed and transformed by myself. And wouldn't it speed up the enhancement of my soul power? But right now, what Qian Yuhan needed to do was to consolidate his cultivation. This was something he did every time he made a breakthrough, firmly consolidating his cultivation so that he could go further in the future. Of course, this was the first lesson his father, Qian Mo, taught him. Unknowingly, a few days of vacation had come to an end. The students and teachers of the Wuhuan Hall Academy gradually returned to school for classes. Everyone was quite busy because in half a month there would be a theoretical exam, and in another half a month, a practical assessment. The first-year theoretical teachers were busy preparing exam papers, while the practical teachers were busy planning assessments, allocating venues, and randomly grouping students for matching opponents. As for the students, they were, of course, buried in their studies. Qian Yuhan and Hu Liner had been studying together at the library for 3 or 4 days since returning to school. From their first meeting after returning, Qian Yuhan noticed Hu Liner's fatigue. She had no energy at all. Qian Yuhan walked up to Hu Liner, patted her on the head, and asked, why did you tire yourself out like this during the holiday? Don't you think you should take a good rest? As Qian Yuhan patted her head, Hu Liner's cheeks instantly turned red. She shook her head and said, no need. I didn't spend enough time with you during the holiday. So now I have to make up for it and spend time with my boyfriend. Seeing the concerned look in Qian Yuhan's eyes, Hu Liner couldn't help but feel tears welling up as if they could fall at any moment. What's wrong? Why are you crying? And no, it's nothing. Hu Liner rubbed her eyes and turned her head away, not wanting Qian Yuhan to see. By the way, I heard Mi Chun and the others chatting in the infirmary earlier that you plan to start business. Qian Yuhan was taken aback by Hu Liner's words and said, oh, yes, I plan to create a board game for entertainment. Oh, can you tell me more about it? Qian Yuhan teased, haha, not bad. Are you planning to invest in me? Miss Hu? Hu Liner smiled slightly. That depends on whether it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. It's a guaranteed profit. Qian Yuhan looked at the wall clock and realized it was getting late. So he said, let's wait until I have time to explain it to you in detail. It's already so late today, and I have a practical class tomorrow morning, so I need to get a good rest tonight. Qian Yuhan reminded her. As soon as Hu Liner heard that there was a practical class tomorrow morning, she thought of Yu Ziyang's teaching and immediately felt a shiver. She quickly packed her things and pulled Qian Yuhan out. Hey, slow down. Ha, no way. I don't want to be worn out in practice tomorrow. The practical assessment is coming up soon. After leaving the library, the two walked side by side for a while before parting ways. Qian Yuhan went straight to the dormitory, while Hu Liner was outside, pacing and looking down, not knowing what she was thinking. Hu Liner, I'm sorry, Yuhan. I can only do this. I hope you can forgive me. Qian Yuhan went to the mailbox to collect today's replies before heading to the library to study. Looking at the letter from Shui, all the fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate. I've been so busy these past few days that I didn't have time to write back. I just kept reading Shui's letters. This time, glancing at the clock, I thought, since it's already this late, I might as well pick up my pen and write a reply. Shui, I'm really sorry. I've been so busy preparing for finals these past few days. Also, the reason I didn't T-reply earlier is that I took a break and went home to rest. I forgot to tell you, so I apologize. You're so generous. A person of great tolerance, like a prime minister who can hold a boat in their belly. You surely one-team mind, right? These days I've been catching up with Liner. Her theoretical classes are much better than mine. I really need her help to catch up, or I might fail the first semester. It's strange, but when I returned to school, seeing her so exhausted really made me feel bad. Yet she just smiled. Then she asked me if I was planning to start a business, saying that Mu Chun told her about it. I had mentioned to you before that I plan to start a new type of card game business. This requires investment. What do you think about asking Liner to invest in me? But then I thought, her family doesn't seem to be doing well right now. So asking her for investment might increase her pressure. These days have really worn me out. I have a practical class tomorrow morning. By the time you read this letter, I'll probably be suffering from a brutal beating in the practical class. Haha. Anyway, Forgetting to write back these days doesn't mean I don't value our pen pal friendship. I've really been busy. I'm glad to see you happy every day. You mentioned having a fight with your best friend. These are just small matters. Hitting is affectionate. Scolding is love. How could there not be conflicts between best friends or brothers? It's precisely because of these small conflicts that it shows your relationship is strong, right? Timely communication and heartfelt discussions can resolve things immediately. I hope you restore your so-called broken friendship with your best friend soon. Best wishes. Qin Yuhan, Douluo Calendar, 8029. January 8th, Chapter 57, What is Hu Linner up to? Sneaking around? After finishing the letter, Qin Yuhan looked at the other three who had already fallen into dreamland, feeling that this atmosphere was really nice. After simply washing up in the washroom, Qin Yuhan went to bed and also fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Yuhan went for a morning run with Zhao Ku again. After running 2 laps and reaching the front of the dormitory building, Tang Xian also came out and directly joined them. Qin Yuhan asked, "Big brother, why are you up so early?" Tang Xian replied, "Well, this time when I went back, my dad said I've gained weight. I looked down and realized I really do have a little belly now. I need to exercise and lose some weight. Otherwise, Xiaoyu might start to dislike me." Tang Xian scratched his head and looked at the person next to Qin Yuhan, saying, "Who is this?" Qin Yuhan replied, "This is Zhao Ku from our class." "Hello, nice to meet you," Tang Xian said, extending his hand. Seeing Tang Xian being proactive, Zhao Ku quickly reached out his hand as well, and the two politely shook hands. Qin Yuhan, "Hey, is it really necessary? It feels like leaders are meeting each other to exchange pleasantries, and it sounds quite official." When Qin Yuhan ran to the gate for the last lap, he stopped by the mailbox to drop off a letter before returning to the two. "What's this? Old 4? Zhao Ku directly explained for Qin Yuhan, the class leader. This is a reply letter he's writing. He basically goes there every morning to drop off the letters. Hian Yu Hanu did. Goodness, 4th, you've even made a pen pal. Do you know if it's a guy or a girl?" Qin Yuhan said, "I feel it should be a girl." Tang Xian looked at Qin Yuhan, who was saying this without changing his expression, and in his heart, he also dismissed the idea that Qin Yuhan was playing both sides. It should just be a pure pen pal relationship where they write letters and chat with each other. But Tang Xian still teased, "Does Lena know about this?" Qin Yuhan shook her head. "Hey, 4th, aren't you afraid that Linner will get jealous when you write letters to other girls? We've both given each other enough space. And I really see this as pure friendship between pen pals with no other intentions. I believe Linner can understand that. Besides, we've never met in person." Qin Yuhan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tang Xian raising his hand. "Hey, all right. Look at you, you're so anxious. We didn't say anything about you and that girl." Zhao Ku nodded in agreement with Tang Xian's words. Tang Xian continued, "I think you need to talk to Hu Linner to avoid any misunderstandings. It's much better to explain proactively than to be passively interrogated after being found out. At least it proves that you have a clear conscience, right?" Tang Xian's words timely struck a chord with Qin Yuhan, who found them very reasonable and nodded in agreement. This last lap was a relaxation lap, basically just walking to lower the heart rate. The three of them chatted casually about some end-of-term matters. They chatted their way back to the dormitory, and after Tang Xian and Qin Yuhan took a shower and changed into clean clothes, they woke up Mu Chun and Tang Chen. Once the two were ready, they all headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yuhan looked around and didn't see Hu Linner, so he thought he would find a time to tell her about his pen pal during class. However, when class started, he found out that Hu Linner had taken a day off today. "Qin Yuhan, what's going on? Didn't Lin Air study with me last night? Why is she taking leave today?" On the other side, because the theory teacher didn't come this morning, class 4 canceled their theory class and turned it into free activity. Tang Xian was wandering around outside, while Tang Chan went straight back to the dormitory to cultivate. Xiaoyu was still in class and couldn't look for her. So, she thought about strolling around the academy. Walking along a small path, he saw a familiar figure ahead. Tang Xian muttered to himself, "Is that Hu Lin Air? What's she doing here? Isn't there a practical class for the 4th class this morning? She should be at the soul fighting arena." Just as he was thinking this and about to go greet her, he saw Hu Lin Air looking around sneakily, then walking toward the spirit soul forest. Tang Xian was even more puzzled. What is Hu Lin Air up to, sneaking around like that? Out of curiosity, Tang Xian followed Hu Lin Air into the spirit soul forest. The Spirit Soul Forest is a particularly mysterious place within the Spirit Hall Academy, mostly filled with various trees for students to rest and enjoy, but there is also a small part with some very dangerous plants. Tang Xuan followed Hu Lin Air closely, fearing she might encounter those dangerous plants, like the demon eye tree he had stumbled upon before. Just thinking about that experience made him shiver. Hu Lin Air seemed very familiar with the place, weaving in and out as if she often came here. Following her, Tang Xian unsurprisingly lost track of her and left in frustration, planning to wait until the fourth class was over to tell her about it. In a clearing surrounded by spiritual pines in the spirit soul forest, a figure was waiting. It was Dai Shangxi, and Hu Lin Air passed through sideways between two trees. What is going on? You actually made me take leave from class this morning? Hu Lin Air said with a disgusted tone. Lin Air, can you be a little nicer to me? How did you do with what I told you on the day I took leave? Hu Lin Air asked curiously. How do you know Johan wants to start that car business? Hee, you don't need to worry about that. Just pay more attention to this matter. It's a great opportunity to save your Hu family. My family will provide funding for your family. So hurry up and get that car business plan from him. This way, our two families can seize the market early, and your family's cash flow will be sufficient to recover. And then, Hu Lin Air asked coldly. Dai Shangxi was clearly taken aback by Hu Lin Air's question. And then? What then? Of course, it will be our long-term cooperation in the future. You continue to seduce Qian Yuhan, and when he becomes infatuated, you dump him. That will definitely hit him hard, and then I will tell him the whole truth. Just thinking about it is thrilling, right? You are shameless. We are in the same boat now. I'm telling you, Hu Lin Air, don't think that speaking up for Qian Yuhan is good for him. You haven't done a single good thing for him. Dai Shangxi's last remark hit the nail on the head, and Hu Lin Air immediately stiffened, feeling exposed. I also ask you to stop while you're ahead. Otherwise, I can go to Yuhan and confess everything to him personally, even if it means he will hate me forever. Really? I forced you? Think carefully about it. Dai Shang, she walked up to Hu Lin Air and whispered in her ear. Don't forget the engagement between our two families. If it weren't for that childhood betrothal, do you think your family's financial troubles would have been kept hidden until today? Lin Air, why don't you understand? Even though you've always treated me like that before, I feel disgusted inside. You bastard. Hu Lin Air shouted. All right. Dai Shang, she walked through the grove and left. Hu Lin Air couldn't hold back her tears, flowing down uncontrollably. Why? Why was I born into such a family? If I had known it would be like this, facing these issues in a wealthy family, I would rather live a poor and ordinary life. Chapter 58. Choi Su Lin Air was deeply struggling. On one hand, for the sake of her family, she had to get along with Dai Shangxi and the Dai family to get through this difficult time. On the other hand, she didn't want to treat Qian Yuhan this way, as it would be unfair to him. The former was for her family, while the latter was for love. Choosing the former would mean Qian Yuhan would be nothing more than a toy to be played with, while choosing the latter would mean neglecting her family that raised her. Now, Hu Lin Air faced these two choices. How should she choose? It was still not too late to make a choice. Wiping her tears from the corners of her eyes, Hu Lin Air walked out of the spirit soul forest. Hu Lin Air walked along the little path in the academy, feeling tired and resting on a bench by the side of the road. Looking at the picturesque scenery around her, she felt it was so mundane, so ordinary. Hu Lin Air was barely about to turn 9. She thought that learning to use an abacus could help her family with small matters, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? The fate of the entire family depended on her, relying on her to help Dai Shangxi deal with the boy she really liked. And she had to agree to his childish idea just to save her large family. It was ridiculous. Wandering between these two choices, she eventually arrived at Angel Square. Sitting in Angel Square, she stared blankly at the statue of the Judgment Elder, Qian Mo, in the center of the square. How should I choose? Who can help me? The first person who Lin Air thought of was Qian Yuhan, but he was now an orphan, abandoned by his father, and could only take care of himself during the holidays. Fangya? She had a decent relationship with Fangya, who was said to be the young lady of a prominent family. If she could help the Hu family, then she would have to suffer Dai Shangxi's threats anymore. Yes, I'll go find Fangya. Hu Lin Air sat in Angel Square for the entire morning, and without having lunch, she went straight back to her dormitory to rest. She planned to talk to Fangya in the afternoon. Qian Yuhan finished the class, and Mu Chun was waiting at the door of the classroom. Mu Chun asked, is class over? Yes, Qian Yuhan nodded in response. Oh, I didn't ask you, the fourth one. I'm asking Fangya. Mu Chun grinned and looked at Fangya behind Qian Yuhan. Qian Yu looked at Mu Chun with a glare and walked past him. Hey, fourth brother, look at you getting all worked up. I was just joking. I specifically waited for you. I have something to discuss with you. Oh, let's not talk here. Let's go eat first. We can discuss while we eat. Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun, and Fangya went to the cafeteria together. Class 4 was having a theory class, and the cafeteria was located between the classroom and the fighting area. So the three of them didn't bother to go back to the classroom to look for the other two, thinking they would just meet up in the cafeteria. After each of them ordered their lunch, they carried their trays to an empty table to sit down. As soon as they sat down, Qian Yuhan asked Mu Chun what he wanted to say. Looking at the anxious Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun didn't tease him any further and said, "This morning we didn't have class, so I was wandering outside. Guess who I ran into? Who? Linner." Linner? Qian Yuhan and Fanya both expressed their confusion simultaneously. They were in the same class as Linner, who had taken leave today, saying there was something at home. Yes, it was Linner. I saw her sneaking into the spirit forest, and it felt like she was wandering around there for a long time, and then I just lost track of her. Hey, Lao Si, are you two having a fight? Qian Yu shook her head in denial and said, "No, we were studying together in the library last night." But she looked very tired and listless. Maybe she was too busy at home during the holiday, and it wore her out, so I told her to go home and rest. As a result, she asked for leave this morning, saying there was something at home. How could there be something at home and still go to the soul forest? Mu Chun said, puzzled. At this moment, Fanya promptly reminded, could it be that Linner is meeting someone in the soul forest? Mu Chun had a sudden realization and said, yeah, I think what Fanya said is very likely. Saying there's something at home is definitely just a cover. But who could Linner be meeting? Qian Yuhan listened to Mu Chun and Fanya's conversation, not saying a word, but lowering his head to eat, lost in thought. Who did Linner meet? Did someone from her family come to the academy to look for her? Or is it some other friend in the academy? Linner has been feeling strange lately. She has been absent-minded. Just yesterday, she told me that while in the infirmary, she heard you, Sangu, talking about me wanting to start a poker business, and she wanted me to tell her more about it. I thought that with so many things going on at her home, I should involve her. When she mentioned that, I initially thought about asking her to help me invest a little, but then I reconsidered. She's already busy enough, and I shouldn't add to her troubles. Mu Chun scratched his head, thinking, did I ever mention this to Linner? I only remember telling Fanya about it. At this moment, Fanya said, if you want to invest, it's not that hard. Back in the infirmary, Mu Chun casually mentioned your matter to me. On the first day of the holiday, I talked to my brother about it again. He said it shouldn't be a problem and that it seems feasible. Then he hurried off to do who knows what. Maybe he wanted to discuss it with the adults at home. If you want to invest, you can come to me too. Qian Yuhan nodded. Anyway, when he talked to Mu Chun and the others, he only mentioned a general framework and didn't go into any other details. If he really needs Fanya's help, he can tell her the details later, and it won't delay anything. After Mu Chun and Qian Yuhan returned to the boys' dormitory to rest, Fanya went to the library to read for a while. The three of them parted ways at the cafeteria entrance. Fourth, does Fanya have an older brother? Do you know him? Yeah, his name is Fong Qing. He's a chubby guy. He's a year older than us, now in his second year. I've met him a few times and chatted. Seemingly recalling something, Qian Yuhan added, third brother, do you know if there's a family steward with the surname Fong in the spirit hall? Listening to Qian Yuhan, Mu Chun seemed to be recalling. It seems there really is. The deputy minister of the finance department seems to have a surname Fong. What was it? I can't remember clearly. Fong Qing had mentioned before that his family had some connections in the spirit hall, and he had brought it up more than once. Qian Yuhan guessed it must be a significant position to make him so proud. He pretended to be modest about having some connections, but in reality, he was just flaunting his family background. Such people are not worth getting close to. So Qian Yuhan never actively sought out Fong Qing. It was always Fong Qing who bumped into him and chatted about this and that. Fanya was different. She didn't talk about having connections like her brother did. On the contrary, she didn't mention it at all and acted like an ordinary student. This trait was quite similar to Qian Yuhan, who admired and appreciated Fanya, albeit just in the sense of heroes appreciating heroes. When they arrived at the dormitory, they found that Tang Xian and Tang Chun had not returned yet. With nothing more to say, they each went to bed and fell asleep. In the afternoon, the theory class began. Hu Lin Er didn't sit with Qian Yuhan today. Instead, she went to sit with Fanya. Mu Chun sat next to Qian Yuhan, looking at him angrily. Look at your girlfriend ruining my good deed. Chapter 59. If you don't come, I'll come find you. Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun sat in the last row, watching Hu Lin Er talking to Fanya with tears in her eyes. Fanya had a worried expression, shaking her head from time to time, and resting her chin on her hand as if deep in thought. The two of them could only listen to the class out of boredom. After class, Hu Lin Er sat in the front row, and without waiting for Qian Yuhan to react, she immediately took off running, leaving Qian Yuhan stunned. What's going on? Why does Lin Er look at me like I'm a plague? Mu Chun also seemed to notice that something was off with Hu Lin Er and pulled Qian Yuhan to find Fanya to get some clarity. As soon as they reached Fanya, she seemed to know what they were going to ask and replied directly. Lin Er, her family is facing a serious problem, and she's already overwhelmed. You two should just not add to the chaos. Qian Yuhan realized. So it turns out that he has always been a troublemaker for Lina? Qian Yuhan's mood suddenly plummeted to the lowest point. How could his relationship with Lin Er have turned into this? It felt even worse than their previous friendship. Was it something he did wrong? Seeing Qian Yuhan's despondent state, Fanya couldn't help but feel that he was truly pitiful. So she had to help Hu Lin Air with this matter. It couldn't turn out as Dai Sheng she had envisioned. Why should Qian Yuhan have to suffer? Yes, Hu Lin Air had told Fanya everything. Fanya also clearly understood the character of Dai Shangxi. At the same time, she learned another thing. Hu Lin Air knew about this because of herself, which led to Dai Shangxi finding out and subsequently asking Hu Lin Air to deceive Qian Yuhan regarding the details of the plan. That's right. Earlier Fong Ye had mentioned this to Fong Qing, and Fong Qing hurriedly left to find Dai Shangxi and report to him. Dai Shangxi and Fong Qing had known each other for a long time, since a family gathering. Fong Ye despised attending such gatherings, so she was in her study reading at that time. When Fong Qing learned that a new student dared to challenge his brother, he went to inquire with Dai Shangxi and found out it was Qian Yuhan. He later discovered that Qian Yuhan was in the same class as his sister Fong Ye, which allowed him to easily find him whenever he wanted. After learning the whole story, Fong Ye felt ashamed of Dai Shangxi's and her brother's actions. Looking at Hu Lin Air, who was just avoiding Qian Yuhan, it was hard to imagine how Qian Yuhan would react when he learned the truth. He would probably go mad. According to Hu Lin Air, she didn't want to treat Qian Yuhan this way and felt unworthy of his kindness, so she decided to give up and simply pretend to dislike him, distancing herself and telling him she no longer liked him, hoping he would be completely heartbroken and give up on her. This seemed better than the consequences caused by Dai Shangxi's schemes. Fong Ye had quietly advised her in class earlier to just be clear with Qian Yuhan. He would likely understand her concerns. And wasn't she sincere towards him now? Hu Lin Air shook her head and said, Xiaoya, my motives for approaching him are not pure. It's only after getting familiar that feelings develop over time, but it's not genuine. For me, it's not. To be precise, from the moment I approached him with that motive, I became unworthy of him. Letting him feel despair and leaving me is probably the best choice. Given the situation, hurting him was inevitable. Fong Ye nodded, respecting Hu Lin Air's decision. After the three parted ways, Qian Yuhan had no mood to eat anymore. After retrieving today's reply from the mailbox at the entrance, he returned to his dormitory. Qian Yuhan was thinking, is their relationship really coming to an end like this? What went wrong? When he returned to the dorm, Tang Xun and Tang Xian hadn't come back yet. They were probably still eating in the cafeteria. Qian Yuhan took out some stationery. He hadn't read the reply yet, but he picked up the pen and began to write. Shui, sigh. I'm encountering a bit of trouble here. I don't know what happened between my girlfriend and me. Just yesterday, we were happily studying together in the library. But this morning, she suddenly faked being sick. I suspect she went to meet someone, and this afternoon, she has started avoiding me completely. Did I do something wrong? I'm really confused right now. I don't believe our relationship is ending so abruptly, but it feels like that's the direction it's heading. Do you think I should let go? Was our relationship just a momentary impulse? A hasty decision? Sigh. Everything around me feels so unreal. This afternoon, she was chatting with another friend of mine, and I wonder what they talked about. That friend is also hiding something from me, which is exhausting. I really think I need to participate in the exchange program in the second year. I was worried about being in a long-distance situation, but now it seems that giving each other some space to reflect on the reasons would be better, don't you think? In the second year, our two colleges will exchange students, and I will go to your school. I can finally meet you, my mysterious pen pal. Haha, I'm so annoyed. Please don't think I'm being chatty. I have no one else to vent to. My brothers? No way. How would they see me? A man who can't get over a heartbreak? I believe they wouldn't think that way, but I still feel uneasy about it. We're different, right? I can vent to you, and you could just think I'm crazy. Haha. Speaking nonsense in our hearts won't affect our lives, and I actually think that's pretty good. Right now, I feel like I might become silent and reticent again when facing others. If I were an invisible person, maybe I wouldn't have to deal with these issues. Like my girlfriend deliberately avoiding me and not telling me the truth about these little things. Maybe I really need to lock myself away from the outside world. That seems fine. How have you been lately? I haven't read your reply yet. I feel like going into your letter with some negative emotions might affect my reading. How about I wait a few days until I feel better before I read it? I believe you know I haven't read your reply and are probably pouting in anger, right? Don't be mad. Qian is sending some remote comfort. Best wishes. Qian Yuhan at this moment in the Royal Academy of Tiando. A servant delivered the morning's letters to Ouyang Luoshue's desk. Ouyang Luoshue had spent the entire day in a mimicry training area for her soul fighting class, and usually, she would go to collect the letters herself, but today, she had someone else deliver them for her. Opening the letter and reading the reply from Qian Yuhan, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw the line, "By the time you read this letter, I guess I'm being tortured by teacher Yu Ziyang. It turned out this troublesome guy was also being trained hard, and by that devil of a teacher, no less. What's wrong, Luo Xue? Why are you laughing so happily? Is your pen pal's letter that exciting? I should get one too, one of Ouyang Luo Xue's roommates said. He, a big fool, is probably suffering more than us today. Ouyang Luo Xue whispered with a slight smile, her head lowered. She thought to herself, I wonder if he saw the letter I sent him today, what he thinks about this exchange activity. If you don't come, I'll come find you. Then she looked back at what Qian Yuhan had written, feeling a bit strange about it, and asked herself about many details regarding the Oak faction's business, squinting her eyes as she recalled the scene she had seen that day in the Sunset Forest. Chapter 60, Final Practical Assessment, Part 1. At the Royal Academy of Tiando, Ouyang Luo Xue sat by her desk, deep in thought. She remembered seeing Hu Lin'er talking with another boy in the Sunset Forest, and it seemed they had a falling out, but she was sure they were conspiring about something. From her correspondence with Qian Yuhan, Ouyang Luo Xue had learned about Hu Lin'er's general appearance, and upon seeing her that day, she confirmed that she was indeed as beautiful as described. Therefore, she recognized her identity with just one glance. As for the person next to Hu Lin'er, she had Lu Lao, who was beside her, remember his appearance and planned to investigate later. Not long ago, Lu Lao reported back to her that the person was Dai Shengxi, the eldest son of the Dai family from Wuhuan City, a well-known playboy in the area. Combining some clues Lu Lao had gathered, Hu Lin'er had pieced together the whole situation quite accurately. That troublesome guy, Sai. It's better not to interfere too much. This is his own business, Ouyang Luo Xue thought to herself. Ouyang Luo Xue was a bit tired today as well. She wrote a letter of 200 to 300 words recounting the strange events of the day before washing up and going to bed. A few days later, the final exams at the Wuhuan Temple Academy were approaching. Hu Lin'er had been avoiding Qian Yuhan these past few days, and every time Qian Yuhan saw Hu Lin'er trying to dodge him, he felt a tightness in his chest and sighed with his head down. Qian Yuhan worked tirelessly to learn and cultivate in order to alleviate her inner anxiety. In the past few days, Qian Yuhan continuously absorbed the residual heavenly and earthly elemental force within her body during her cultivation, breaking through to level 38, which left Mu Chun and Tang Xiantang Chun greatly shocked. Qian Yuhan took out 3 celestial herbs from the cold heart dragon god bracelet, while the 4 of them were resting in the dormitory, giving one to each of his 3 brothers. He gave Mu Chun the diamond dragon heart sunflower, Tang Xian the heavenly thunder soul, devouring grass, and Tang Chun the wonder mushroom, heavenly chrysanthemum. The 3 of them looked at Qian Yuhan as he directly took out 3 top-grade celestial herbs, rubbing their eyes in disbelief at what they were seeing. Any one of these celestial herbs could stir up a battle among soul masters in the soul master world. And here they were, appearing so unremarkably before them, making anyone feel a bit incredulous. This is the Diamond Dragon Heart Sunflower? Qian Yuhan looked at the already dull Mu Chun and smiled, nodding without saying a word. You really are my biological father. In the Golden Crocodile Hall. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo. Aki, what's going on these past few days? Have you all eaten? Hurry up and absorb it before the practical assessment begins. Once the practical assessment starts, you won't be able to absorb the power of this celestial herb completely, but it should be enough for you to improve your strength. After Qian Yuhan finished speaking, he turned and went to bed to rest. Tang Xian and the other 2 suppressed their inner excitement and joy. Looking at Qian Yuhan's current state, Tang Xian sighed inwardly. Old Four's emotional wounds probably won't heal for a long time. What happened to him? It must be something with Hu Lin'er. We brothers can all see this. There can't be any problems among us, so the problem must lie elsewhere. The 3 shook their heads and sat on their own beds, absorbing the effects of the medicinal herbs. Today happened to be the weekend break, and after an hour, they finally finished absorbing. The current levels of the group were Tang Xian, level 34, 3-ring soul master. He had broken through after battling the Tooth Claw Poison Scorpion King, and later found a teacher to help him obtain the 3rd soul ring. Tang Chun, level 35, 3-ring soul master. Mu Chun, level 36, 3-ring soul master. In the afternoon before the theory class ended the next day, Zhou Yu emphasized again to the classmates about the importance of reviewing theory and preparing for the practical assessment. The method for this practical assessment would involve randomly drawing lots to match opponents, followed by soul battles. After the battles, the practical teachers from each class would score simultaneously, and the average score would be the final practical assessment grade. Although there were slight modifications to the details of the practical assessment, the overall structure remained the same. After Zhou Yu provided a few more tips for tomorrow's theory exam, he announced that all courses for this semester had officially concluded. After class, everyone rushed out. Some went to the cafeteria to queue for food, some went to the library to secure seats for evening study, while others simply returned to the dormitory to relax. Qian Yuhan and others, under Mu Chen's leadership, chose to go eat first. They asked Fanya to help reserve a few more seats. After Fanya agreed, she hurried towards the library. After finishing their meal, Qian Yuhan and the others brought a portion for Fanya and headed to the library together. As soon as they entered the library, they saw Fanya waving at them. When they reached her, Mu Chen placed the food in front of Fanya and then looked at the empty tables. There were a total of 5 tables, and he couldn't help but frown. Xiaoya, isn't Hu Liner coming? Mu Chen asked. Fanya noticed that Qian Yuhan was looking at her, seemingly eager for an answer to this question. Fanya shook her head and said, Liner had something at home and went straight back. She won't be living on campus anymore. She's switched to commuting. After Fanya finished speaking, she noticed that Qian Yuhan's expression didn't change at all upon hearing this answer, but she could read a sense of sadness in his eyes. As if he had made up his mind, Qian Yuhan said, Fanya, you have contact with Liner, right? When you have the chance, please tell her this. If she has met another better guy and is distancing herself from me, just tell me directly and I will step back. But please don't keep doing this. It's really hard to bear. Fanya looked at Qian Yuhan and silently nodded. The 5 of them then focused on their studies in the library, and no one brought up the matter again. The theoretical exam began, and the theory questions were set by the teachers of each class. After the exam, some felt the questions were too difficult, while others thought the teachers were lenient and that the questions were easy. Qian Yuhan is the latter. After finishing the theory class, he rarely smiled. Seeing Mu Chen's worried expression, he guessed that the exam paper set by their class teacher was indeed quite difficult. After all, Teacher Han Xin has a deep theoretical foundation, and the lessons she teaches are even more profound, which likely results in more challenging questions. Hey, old 4. The paper set by Teacher Han in our class is too difficult. If we can pass, we should be thankful. Qian Yuhan looked at Mu Chen beside him, who was complaining, and patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying it's okay, believe in yourself, you can definitely make it. The practical assessment starts tomorrow, and the match list will be released in the afternoon. If we get matched up, then I will definitely avenge that arrow from the friendship match. I'm waiting for you. In the afternoon, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, Mu Chun, and Qian Yuhan each look for their names on the display board. It's a pity I can't torture you anymore, old 4. I'm matched against Wang Yu from class 7, Tang Xian said, pretending to be regretful. Tang Chun followed up, saying, I'm matched against Zhao Ke from class 1. How about old 4? Is he strong? Qian Yuhan replied, I feel like I have the strength to fight. Mu Chun said, I'll fight with Vina. Haha, I won't hold back. Let her treat Xiaoya like that. Mu Chun said angrily, Lao Si, who are you going to fight? Tang Xian patted Qian Yuhan and asked, Dai Xingxi. Chapter 61, Final Practical Assessment, Part 2, Qian Yuhan said coldly, Dai Shangxi. Mu Chun clenched his fist and said, I can't believe it. This match will definitely be full of highlights. Tang Xian nodded and patted Qian Yuhan's shoulder, reminding him, 4th brother, this Dai Shang, she is quite something. His saber-toothed tiger martial soul shouldn't be underestimated. He's extremely fast and has high attack power. He recently broke through to the 3rd ring. Just as Tang Xian was about to continue, he was interrupted by Qian Yuhan. Don't worry, big brother. I won't underestimate him. I will fight with all my strength, and as for his abilities, I'm not interested in knowing them. Winning would make it seem like I had the advantage. Good boy, you've got guts, Tang Chun suddenly said, startling Qian Yuhan beside him. The 4 of them directly returned to the dormitory from the group announcement board to continue their training. The effects of the celestial herbs given by Qian Yuhan to the 3 of them are indeed too powerful. It would take at least half a month to completely absorb them. Currently, they have only absorbed about the tip of the iceberg, but the energy they have absorbed from their respective celestial herbs has already given them a qualitative enhancement, which demonstrates the strength of top-tier celestial herbs. After Mu Chun absorbed the Diamond Dragonheart Sunflower, the defense of his Golden Crocodile King Martial Soul became even more astonishing, capable of withstanding the 4th soul skill of a normal soul master. His entire meridian system felt as if it was encased in armor, and the capacity of his meridians has significantly increased. This allows him to accelerate the flow of soul power within his veins, making his cultivation more efficient. Tang Xian absorbed the Thunderbolt Soul-Eating Grass, and the thunder attribute elements surrounding his Haotian hammer became more refined, with the additional lightning damage from his attacks becoming more pronounced. Similarly, his physical condition has also become remarkably strong after being tempered by the Thunderbolt Soul-Eating Grass. At the same time, the Thunderbolt Soul-Eating Grass has greatly enhanced his mental capabilities, and now Tang Xian's mental strength is even slightly superior to Qian Yuhan's. After Tang, Chan absorbed the mysterious fungus sky-connecting chrysanthemum. The Hao Yian hammer became even harder, and its weight significantly increased. The stunning effect added to his attacks has also improved considerably. As for his physical strength, it goes without saying that he has already developed a preliminary form of invulnerability. With astonishing defense, achieving a balance between defense and attack, including Qian Yuhan. The first noticeable effect after absorbing the celestial herbs is the increase in soul power. The enhancement of martial soul attributes and physical strength is the most significant and also the longest process, as the effects vary with the degree of absorption. Once they utilize the winter break to absorb all the energy, they will definitely catch everyone's attention. Of course, the influence of the enhancement of martial soul attributes and physical strength on soul power is minimal. Moreover, all four of them possess top-tier martial souls, with Qian Yuhan having a divine-level martial soul, so the enhancement of soul power they receive from the celestial herbs is not as significant as that of ordinary martial souls. But a boost of about 5 levels is still quite reasonable. The four of them continued to cultivate until the next morning, without even having dinner. Mu Chan was the first to awaken, slowly opening his eyes, accompanied by the sound of his stomach growling. Mu Chen silently lamented, "Wow. I directly cultivated until the next morning. What the heck?" Not long after, the other three gradually woke up as well. Tang Xian stretched lazily and then jumped directly off the bed. "Awesome. I feel completely filled with strength, but I'm a bit hungry," Qian Yuhan casually added. The four of them couldn't help but laugh in unison. Tang Xian signaled for everyone to gather together, putting their arms around each other to form a circle. "Brothers, it's time for us to show our skills in the 101. No doubt about it. Let us get to it. I'm aiming for a perfect score. The first perfect score is definitely mine." Tang Xian was also exceptionally excited today. Qian Yuhan said, "Everyone, let's work hard." After the four of them encouraged each other, they rushed to the cafeteria without stopping. If they didn't go to have breakfast soon, their stomachs could form a band to perform. On the way, they also ran into Fangya, and Mu Chun stopped to greet her. After briefly explaining the situation, they hurried towards the cafeteria. Watching the four rush towards the cafeteria, Fangya smiled slightly. "These boys are quite good, especially." She glanced at Mu Chun, who was chasing behind the other three. The practical assessment began amidst everyone's chatter. According to the prearranged groups, the first-year students were divided into 3 major groups, each undergoing assessments in 3 different spirit fighting arenas. Qian Yuhan and Fangya were assigned to one group, while Mu Chun and Tang Chun were assigned to the second arena, and Tang Xian and Hu Liner were assigned to the third arena. As Fangya had said, Hu Liner had indeed become a day student, rushing in breathlessly as they just entered the spirit fighting arena. In Arena 1, the first match was Zhao Tianyu versus Ma Yang. In Arena 2, the first match was Shangguan Siki versus Ning Yuhan. And in Arena 3, the first match was Tang Xian versus Wang Yu. The announcements from the 3 arenas rang out simultaneously, followed shortly by the sounds of spirit skills clashing and the audience's cheers. In Arena 3, Tang Xian was surprised to find himself placed in the first group. "Then let's fight." First year Class 4, Tang Xian, Assault System Spirit Master, please guide me. First year Class 7, Wang Yu, Control System Spirit Master, please guide me. The two sides displayed their 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floating beneath their feet before gradually becoming illusionary and disappearing. First spirit skill bind. Wang Yu struck first, his yellow first spirit ring flashing as he formed hand seals, causing 2 long vines to extend from the ground towards Tang Xian. "Blue silver grass? Just watch me," Tang Xian said calmly as he saw the vines rushing towards him. He then pushed off the ground, leaping up to evade the attack. Wang Yu sneered, "Heh, it's not over yet." With a point of his right hand, the blue-silver grass vines changed direction and attacked Tang Xian in midair. First spirit skill, Thunder Strike. As Tang Xian soared through the air, his yellow spirit ring shimmered, and the Hao Yian hammer appeared in his hand. The Hao Yian hammer. It's actually the Hao Yian hammer. The number 1 weapon spirit. The audience in Arena 3 gasped in amazement. Some people were not from Class 4 and were unfamiliar with Tang Xian's spirit. The more composed audience members were from Class 4, including Hu Liner. Many from Class 4 had sparred with him in practical classes and knew just how powerful the Hao Yian hammer was. The students from Class 4 breathed a sigh of relief, as there was an unspoken rule in practical assessments that one wouldn't be matched against opponents from their own class. The lightning around Tang Xian's Hao Yian hammer intensified. This time, Tang Xian did not evade but chose to attack directly. Tang Xian. An Assault-type Spirit Master can't be intimidated by a Control-type attack. Let's go all out. The 7 practical teachers watching the 2 on the field, including a teacher from Class 6, commented, "This Control-type kid is too underestimating. Going head-to-head with the Assault-type Tang Xian is not a wise choice." Indeed, Tang Xian's strike was something Wang Yu definitely couldn't withstand. Even if he did, it would only provide Tang Xian with more opportunities to attack. This kid is repeating his old mistakes. As expected, seeing the power of Tang Xian's enhanced Haotian hammer, Wang Yu opted for a solid defense. His hand seals changed, and the blue-silver grass vines above him intertwined to form a shield. However, as soon as Tang Xian's attack landed on the shield formed by the intertwined vines, it shattered. Tang Xian did not stop. Instead, he continued to swing the hammer towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu sighed inwardly. Not good. 3rd spirit skill, blue-silver prison. Brothers, use your little hands to click on the free gift in the gift box, please. I will definitely continue to write. Seeing everyone urging for updates is my motivation to keep going, and I won't let you down. Thank you for the encouragement, everyone. By the way, let me write down the current strength of the main characters. Qian Yuhan, level 37 peak, martial soul, bright divine sword, Shura, demon sword sealed. 1st soul skill, bright slash, 2nd soul skill, bright shadow clone, 3rd soul skill, bright defense. Ouyang Luo Shui, level 41, martial soul, ice spirit staff, ice god battle blade. Ice spirit staff 1st soul skill, ice spirit blessing, 2nd soul skill, ice field. Ice god battle blade 1st soul skill, ice god slash. Other soul skills will be revealed later. No spoilers. Tang Xian, level 34, martial soul, heavenly thunder Haotian hammer, 1st soul skill, thunder shock, 2nd soul skill, thunder strike. 3rd soul skill, thunder shadow. After breaking through, he directly sought his teacher to help him obtain a soul ring. When Tang Zhen learned of this, he wrote a letter angrily scolding him for not returning to obtain the Haotian protective body. And now it can only be left for the 4th soul skill. Tang Chun, level 35, martial soul, earth-shaking Haotian hammer, 1st soul skill, earth split, 2nd soul skill, earth shock, 3rd soul skill, Haotian protective body. Mu Chun, level 36, martial soul, golden crocodile king, 1st soul skill, golden crocodile tail sweep. 2nd soul skill, protective golden light, 3rd soul skill, ferocious golden crocodile. Domain, golden crocodile domain. Fanya, level 29 peak, martial soul, 2-headed fire phoenix. 1st soul skill, phoenix fire line, 2nd soul skill, phoenix in flames. After the breakthrough, Fanya found Yu Ziong during the latter half of a short holiday. And teacher Yu took her to a nearby soul beast forest to obtain 2 top-quality 100-year soul rings. Hu Lin Air, level 31, martial soul, 3-tailed fox spirit. 1st soul skill, foxtail needle, 2nd soul skill, fox charm, 3rd soul skill, enchanting poison mist. Domain, fox spirit domain. Additionally, Qian Yuhan's initial romantic relationship is about to come to a painful end. When heading to Tiando for the exchange, how will a certain person waiting for him in Tiando heal him? Let's look forward to it. Lastly, please, everyone, use love to generate power and urge for updates. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 62, Final Practical Assessment, 3. Not good. 3rd soul skill, blue-silver cage. Wang Yu thought to himself that it was not good. The hand seal changed, and the purple 3rd soul ring beneath him lit up. The 3rd soul skill from the 5,000 years of cultivation of the cave demon spider allows him to control multiple opponents and also protect himself, which is a very good skill. But unfortunately, the blue-silver cage is facing the number 1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Tang Xian's heavenly thunder Haotian hammer directly struck Wang Yu's blue-silver cage. Bang! The blue-silver cage shattered into pieces. 3rd soul skill, thunder shadow. Tang Xian, seizing the opportunity, directly used his 3rd soul skill, transforming into an identical Haotian hammer. That's right. Tang Xian's 3rd soul skill does not directly create 2 clones like Qian Yuhan's bright shadow clone for cooperative combat. Instead, it condenses a lightning hammer resembling the Haotian hammer. Holding 2 hammers, Tang Xian's yellow 1st soul ring flickered, thunder shock. 2nd soul skill, parasite. Boom. Wang Yu showed no sign of retreat, and his yellow 2nd soul ring flickered. It was seen that the blue-silver seeds left on Tang Xian from the earlier attack on the blue-silver vines were glowing with a faint blue light, resembling a time bomb. Oh no, Tang Xian thought, but unfortunately it was too late. The blue-silver seeds exploded, and although each seed's explosion power was small, they were numerous. There was a series of popping explosion sounds on Tang Xian's body. He indeed had been careless. He had long noticed the residual blue-silver seeds on his body, but did not take them seriously. Fortunately, after being baptized by the heavenly thunder soul devouring grass, his physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to withstand it. However, he still had several spots on his body that were blown open, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but nothing else was harmed. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was not doing well. After Tang Xian activated Thunder Shock, both Haotian hammers were flung away into the sky, and then, as if equipped with trackers, they came crashing directly towards Wang Yu. The speed was extremely fast, and Wang Yu had no time to react when he noticed the Haotian hammers in the air. The Haotian hammers fell with a thud, accompanied by the baptism of lightning. Wang Yu endured the electric shock from the lightning and the shockwave effect from the weight of the Haotian hammer hitting the ground, and he was directly knocked unconscious. Tang Xian reached out to summon back the heavenly thunder Haotian hammer, and the lightning hammer created by the third soul skill Thunder Shadow dissipated beside Wang Yu. Tang Xian leaned on the Haotian hammer and slowly stood up. Tang Xian muttered softly, "Damn, it hurts like hell." The first match of the third arena ended. Tang Xian's average score, 90. 5 points. Wang Yu's average score, 75. 8 points. Next, please have the second group of students come on stage. Tang Xian limped towards the first arena, eager to watch his fourth brother's battle. Upon arriving at the first arena, he saw Qian Yuhan and Fang Yu sitting side by side and moved towards them. Fang Yu was the first to notice the disheveled Tang Xian and covered her mouth, laughing. "Brother Xian, what happened to you? Haha. How did it end up like this?" "Ah, don't mention it. So embarrassing." Qian Yuhan heard what Fang Yu said and followed her gaze to see Tang Xian moving. "Big brother, what happened?" he asked. "I was careless during the competition and got injured by the opponent's blue-silver seed explosion." "Sigh, I lost the full score and only got 90 points, Tang Xian replied. Fang Yu comforted him. "Big brother Xian, you are already very impressive. We just had 3 groups compete, and none of us scored above 80. Thanks for the comfort. But it depends on who you're comparing with. If you all perform normally, scoring above 90 is definitely not a problem," Tang Xian said. As the 3 chatted, Tang Xian sat down next to Qian Yuhan, watching the competition on Arena 1. At this moment, Mu Chun, who was in the 4th group of Arena 2, had already arrived at the preparation area. This time he was facing Vina from Class 4, and the fighting spirit reflected in Mu Chen's eyes showed that he would not hold back. After the competition ended, the practical teacher assessed Zhao Rui, 82 points. Haningzi, 88 points. The 4th group of Arena 2 is about to begin. "Please welcome Mu Chun and Vina to the stage for assessment," the announcement rang out. And Mu Chun rubbed his fists, ready to go. However, Vina looked nervous because she knew Mu Chen's background. Knowing that he was close to Fang Yu and hearing from Dai Xingxi that Fang Yu was from the Fang family, she dared not provoke Fang Yu further. Vina wasn't foolish. She understood the consequences of angering Mu Chun and his powerful family, which the Wei family could not afford. But she also knew that Dai Xingxi had been targeting Qian Yuhan, who was an orphan abandoned by his father. She believed Mu Chun was only helping him because he felt sorry for him, which was different from how she viewed Fang Yu. In Vina's mind, Mu Chun and Fang Yu were dating, and a romantic partner was not the same as a roommate. Mu Chun, level 36 Soul Master. Without any unnecessary words, Mu Chun directly revealed his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. His golden crocodile, king martial spirit enveloped him, instantly boosting his momentum. "Vina, level 29 Great Soul Master. Please give me your guidance," Vina said, with 2 yellow soul rings appearing beneath her feet, as both the Wei and Dai families had inherited martial spirits for generations. The Dai family had the saber-toothed ghost tiger, while the Wei family had the soul-eating spirit cat. Golden Crocodile Domain, activate. Mu Chun unleashed his innate domain, the Golden Crocodile Domain. In this domain, he could amplify himself, increasing both attack and defense by 50, which was a terrifying boost, making it one of the top domains. First soul skill, Golden Crocodile Tail. Within the domain, Mu Chen's golden light grew increasingly dazzling, as if he were bathed in a layer of brilliant radiance. The first soul ring beneath his feet suddenly lit up, emitting a strong wave of soul power. With his movement, a thick and powerful tail swung violently, sending a golden slash racing towards Vina like lightning. The slash tore through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound that echoed throughout the space. Mu Chen held nothing back, unleashing all his strength in this attack, which was filled with immense power and destructive force. First soul skill, Godspeed. Second soul skill, Night Raid. Vina knew the strength of this attack and realized she couldn't withstand it. She directly unleashed 2 soul skills simultaneously, enhancing her speed with Godspeed, causing the already fast, soul-eating spirit cat to double its speed, allowing her to evade Mu Chun's golden crocodile tail skill. Although it was called evasion, Vina's body came within less than 10 centimeters of the slash, making it a very close call. Activating the Night Raid skill, Vina quickly darted around the arena, moving so fast that she seemed to disappear, leaving behind 2 black afterimages between her appearances. Vina continued to move rapidly in the arena, searching for an opportunity. Mu Chun smiled slightly, and the purple third soul ring beneath his feet lit up. Third soul skill. Chapter 63. Final practical assessment 4. Third soul skill. Rampaging golden crocodile. The purple third soul ring lit up beneath Mu Chen's feet, and at the same time, his right arm soul bone skill activated. Primal shock. This was the Earth King right arm bone skill that Mu Chun had previously showcased during his battle with Qian Yuhan. The primal shock skill could be described as an area control skill that caused the ground to tremble. Affected by this soul bone skill, Vina's agility decreased sharply. As Vina's speed weakened under the control of primal shock, a glimmer of joy flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. He knew the opportunity had come. He quickly activated his third soul skill, Rampaging Golden Crocodile. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from Mu Chun. Following this, a lifelike golden crocodile appeared before him. This crocodile was entirely golden, shining with brilliant light, as if made of pure gold. Its massive and powerful body exuded a sense of strength. As Mu Chun continued to gather energy, the golden crocodile's size gradually increased. It opened its cavernous mouth, its sharp fangs glimmering coldly, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, the space in front of Mu Chun began to distort due to the presence of the golden crocodile, seemingly unable to bear the immense pressure. Finally, a gigantic golden crocodile, 10 meters long and 3 meters tall, appeared before the audience. Its fierce visage and terrifying aura made all the spectators gasp in shock. This was Mu Chen's third soul skill, Rampaging Golden Crocodile. Tang Chun, watching from the audience, shook his head at the sight of the crocodile formed by the third soul skill and closed his eyes, seemingly mourning for Vina. Go! Mu Chen shouted. The golden crocodile charged directly towards Vina, and the practical teachers knew that Vina would definitely not be able to withstand this blow. If hit, she could even end up with a lifelong disability. The teachers exchanged glances, and the practical teacher from class 4 suddenly appeared on the battle arena. As soon as the teacher landed, he felt a terrifying pressure and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This child was only a soul master, yet the soul skill he released was enough to make even a soul sage like him feel a sense of dread. It was truly incredible. The class 4 teacher appeared in front of Vina, and beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, comprising the best soul ring configuration, slowly emerged. Simultaneously, the black 7th soul ring lit up, and the pressure emanating from it directly weakened the impact of the giant golden crocodile created by Mu Chen's Rampaging Golden Crocodile skill by more than half. The golden crocodile charged straight towards the class 4 teacher, and at the moment of collision, it produced a deafening sound as if the entire arena had been shaken. At the same time, a massive cloud of smoke quickly rose, enveloping the entire battlefield, making it impossible for the audience to see the outcome of this fierce clash. As the smoke gradually dissipated, people were surprised to find that the once ferocious golden crocodile had slowly vanished, replaced by a massive turtle covered in a hard shell. Standing firmly on the battlefield, this giant turtle exuded an air of majesty and mystery, making people involuntarily admire it. It turned out that this was the martial spirit of Class 4's practical teacher, Su Zimo. As a powerful martial spirit, the Xianming turtle not only possessed solid defensive capabilities, but also boasted formidable attack power and vitality. At this moment, under Zhang Cheng's control, the Xianming turtle displayed unparalleled strength, becoming the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. Zhang Cheng's 7th soul skill, the martial soul true body, ended and the Xianming turtle disappeared. Su Zimo slowly descended onto the battle arena and announced, "This match is over." According to the evaluation of the combat teacher, Weina scored 75 points, and Mu Chen scored a perfect 100 points. The arena fell silent for 2 seconds, and then the second arena erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Wow, perfect score. Is he from Class 2? Seems like it. 100 gold soul coins. I want all his information within an hour. However, Mu Chun returned to the audience with a black face, ignoring the flattery, and sat back down next to Tang Chun. I'm so mad. Why did Teacher Su stop me? Tang Chun rarely smiled brightly. Huh, third brother. Don't you know how strong your third soul skill is? Weina could never withstand it. Didn't you see that Teacher Su even used his martial soul true body to block it? Just go and laugh secretly. Tang Chun continued. Your third soul skill is so strong. Why didn't you use it when you encountered the Toothed Claw Scorpion King? Hearing Tang Chen's sudden question, Mu Chen's previously improved expression instantly collapsed again. Don't mention it, second brother. Seeing Mu Chen's stammering appearance, Tang Chun became even more curious. What's wrong? Why are you so lively today? Well, it's nothing much. I did release my third soul skill at that time, but it's a skill that requires charging. The environment back then didn't have the conditions to charge, so I directly released this soul skill instantly, which is ridiculous. The power of charged release and instant release is completely different, but the soul power consumption is the same. After listening to Mu Chen's words, Tang Chen's eyes twitched a couple of times. Third brother, this soul skill of yours is indeed ridiculous. So, that 1 meter long thing next to me at that time was your third soul skill? Mu Chen didn't say anything, just nodded. Tang Chun found it hard to accept for a moment. The incredibly powerful golden crocodile from earlier and that 1 meter long loach from that day were actually released by the same person using the same soul skill. If Mu Chun hadn't explained, Tang Chun would have thought that he hadn't given his all that day and was just slacking off on the side. Mu Chun then added, however, I didn't expect this third soul skill to be so powerful today. This Diamond Dragon Heart Sunflower has an outrageous effect on my physical quality. Soul skill enhancement and martial soul enhancement. Moreover, I feel that there's still quite a bit of remaining elemental energy in my body. If I could absorb all of it. Tang Chun nodded in agreement, as he felt the same way. He couldn't help but exclaim, yes. The effect of the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum I absorbed also amazed me. It enhanced my strength and made me feel an unprecedented power. Mu Chen continued, that's right. Especially my third soul skill, which can exert such powerful might, surpassing my imagination. Tang Chun smiled and said, haha, of course. But speaking of which, we should make good use of the remaining elemental energy to further enhance our cultivation. After all, only by continuously improving can we achieve greater victories in future battles. Mu Chen nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a glance, both eyes shining with determination. They knew that the benefits they gained this time were not just temporary, but a long-term accumulation and enhancement. As long as they practiced hard, they would surely become even stronger in the future. Chapter 64. End-of-Term Combat Assessment 5. In the second arena, Group 13. First-year Class 4's Tang Chun faced off against first-year Class 1's Zhao Ku. Please both sides come to the stage and prepare. The broadcast echoed, and Tang Chun and Zhao Ku stepped onto the battle platform together. First-year Class 1's Zhao Ku, Level 29 Great Soul Master. Please give me guidance. Zhao Ku's eyes sparkled with determination as he shouted loudly. As his voice fell, 2 yellow soul rings slowly emerged beneath his feet, radiating dazzling light. Zhao Ku was filled with anticipation and excitement. Yesterday, when he learned that his opponent was Tang Chun, he immediately realized that this would be a tough battle. However, he did not feel any fear or hesitation. Instead, a strong desire surged within him to fight against a strong opponent, unleash his potential, and see if he could break through the bottleneck that had been troubling him. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and prepared to face this challenge. He believed that as long as he gave it his all, he would gain valuable experience and growth from this fierce battle. At this moment, he could hardly wait to showcase his strength and compete with Tang Chun. First year Class 4's Tang Chun, Level 35 Soul Sovereign, please give me guidance. Tang Chun said with a solemn expression, not daring to take it lightly. Yesterday, his fourth brother had repeatedly warned him that Zhao Ku's strength was not to be underestimated, claiming that he was capable of fighting against him, although he had one more skill than his opponent. The fact that Zhao Ku could still engage him in a difficult fight showed his tremendous potential. Facing such a strong enemy, Tang Chun knew he could not afford to be careless and must give his all. At the same time, he wanted to take this opportunity to solidify his cultivation level after absorbing the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum. First soul skill, Earth Splitter. Tang Chun took the initiative, and his yellow first soul ring quietly appeared beneath him. Gripping the earth-shaking Hao-Ian hammer with both hands, a powerful force surged from his body and gathered in his arms. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and then raised the Hao-Ian hammer high above his head. As he moved, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred up, forming an invisible vortex. Next, Tang Chun exerted all his strength and slammed the Hao-Ian hammer down onto the ground. With a loud bang, the ground violently trembled, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Cracks resembling spiderwebs rapidly spread out from Tang Chen's position, rushing towards Zhao Ku on the opposite side. These cracks multiplied and became denser, eventually connecting into a massive fissure. This fissure continued to expand, emitting a series of deep rumbling sounds, resembling a fierce beast opening its bloody maw, ready to swallow everything whole. At this moment, Zhao Ku's face changed dramatically as he felt an unprecedented pressure. He widened his eyes, knowing that if he could not dodge in time, he would be seriously injured. Tang Chen's earth-shaking Haotian hammer's attack power was not comparable to Tang Xian's heavenly thunder Haotian hammer by just a little bit. Although it was only the first soul skill and merely caused the ground to crack, Zhao Ku, who was present, knew that the power of Tang Chen's strike was enough to rival the third soul skill of an average soul sovereign. 7-kill field activate. Zhao Ku summoned a silver-white long sword in his hand, emitting a faint blue light shield around him. Zhao Ku's martial soul was the top-grade weapon martial soul. The 7-kill sword, known for its offensive power, which could completely match the Haotian hammer. Soul masters who awaken the 7-kill sword martial soul come with a talent domain called the 7-kill field, which is similar to Mu Chen's golden crocodile field. However, unlike Mu Chen's golden crocodile field, which can affect himself and his teammates, Zhao Ku's 7-kill field can only enhance himself and cannot be applied to others. First soul skill, Sword Chi. Zhao Ku's first soul ring shimmered as he waved the 7-kill sword through the air, unleashing a torrent of gray energy that surged forward like a gigantic gray dragon, attacking Tang Chen's first soul skill. However, he did not directly attack Tang Chen, but instead focused on the first soul skill named Earthquake. The fundamental purpose of this approach was to counter strength with strength, preparing for the subsequent battle by weakening the impact of Tang Chen's skills. As the two soul skills collided, a loud bang was heard, and dust flew up, filling the air. When the thick smoke gradually dissipated, Tang Chen's skill still existed, but had lost its initial overwhelming power. Zhao could dodge to the side to avoid the remnants of Tang Chen's first soul skill. Next, the second soul skill, Tremor. A yellow soul ring appeared beneath Tang Chen's feet, and the Tremor skill was activated. This soul skill was a strengthening type, enhancing the weight of the Earthquake Haotian hammer, doubling its weight and significantly increasing its attack power, as Tang Chen planned to launch a direct assault. Zhao Ku understood Tang Chen's intention and welcomed the challenge. The second soul skill, Sword Intent. A yellow second soul ring appeared beneath Zhao Ku's feet, and the 7-kill sword in his hand was surrounded by blue-white runes, emitting a faint white light. Tang Chen gripped the hammer handle with both hands and charged towards Zhao Ku with the significantly heavier Earthquake Haotian hammer. Zhao Ku also advanced with his sword in hand. As the two approached each other, Tang Chen slowed his pace first, adjusting his rhythm to swing the Haotian hammer horizontally. His gaze was firm, his momentum rising, and the Haotian hammer seemed to sense its master's determination, radiating a dazzling light. At the same time, Zhao Ku gripped the 7-kill sword tightly, his eyes glinting with sharpness. He took a deep breath and swung the 7-kill sword towards the Earthquake Haotian hammer. The 7-kill sword traced an arc in the air, carrying a fierce sword aura straight towards the Haotian hammer. When the hammer and sword collided, a tremendous sound erupted, and the powerful force caused the ground beneath them to crack. This force also created a powerful shockwave that spread outward from the two of them. The surrounding arena was lifted by this force, raising a cloud of dust. The left arm soul bone skill of the Crimson Demon Stone Monkey, Bloodthirst. Zhao Ku's left arm suddenly glowed red, and his eyes turned blood red under the effect of the soul bone skill. A faint blue sword aura surrounded him, mixed with the blood-red glow as the soul bone skill was unleashed. Zhao Ku actually had a soul bone, and it was a strengthening type. This kind of clash might be unfavorable for the second brother. Watching the situation on the field, Mu Chun muttered to himself. At the same time, Mu Chun thought to himself, just as the fourth said, this Zhao Ku really has some skills. No wonder it's a showdown between two top-tier weapon soul masters. It's truly exhilarating. The 7-kill sword in Zhao Ku's hand flickered with a sharp light, and every swing carried unparalleled momentum and strength. With the enhancement of the bloodthirst effect from his left arm soul bone, the attack power of the 7-kill sword was significantly boosted. The 7-kill sword clashed with the Haotian hammer, and the sword aura radiating from it swept towards Tang Chen's Earthquake Haotian hammer like a torrential storm. Each sword aura containing terrifying power, as if it wanted to tear the entire space apart. Under this powerful offensive, The earthquake Haotian hammer in Tang Chen's hands began to tremble slightly, seemingly struggling to bear such pressure. Seeing this, Zhao Ke's eyes flashed with joy. He knew he had to seize this opportunity to defeat Tang Chun in one blow, or he would have no chance to turn the tide. As the attacks of the seven-kill sword became increasingly fierce, a trend of suppressing the earthquake Haotian hammer began to emerge. Chapter 65. Final Practical Assessment. 6. Under the enhancement of the Bloodthirst skill from his left arm soul bone, the 2-ring 7-kill sword and the 3-ring earthquake Haotian hammer clashed. With the 7-kill sword seemingly gaining the upper hand, Tang Chun gritted his teeth, and the 3rd soul ring beneath his feet flickered. Activating the 3rd soul skill, Haotian Bodyguard. Upon activation, a yellow protective shield formed around him, helping to alleviate some of the sword aura from the 7-kill sword, allowing the earthquake Haotian hammer to regain the upper hand. A loud bang sounded, accompanied by a cloud of dust quickly spreading. Both combatants were knocked back by the tremendous impact generated from the clash. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands was completely unaware of who was winning or losing. They stared wide-eyed, nervously focused on the situation in the arena. Zhao Ke, gripping his sword, plunged the 7-kill sword directly into the ground, kneeling on one knee, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Tang Chun set the Haotian hammer aside, leaning on its handle, slightly bent forward, also breathing heavily. Both of them appeared somewhat fatigued, yet their eyes revealed a hint of determination and resilience. They seemed to have consumed a great deal of physical strength and energy in this intense duel, but neither was willing to give up easily. Again, Zhao Ke roared to the sky, and his momentum surged. The 7-kill sword seemed to sense its master's indomitable fighting spirit, and the faint blue light surrounding it grew even stronger. The bloodthirst effect faded, and Zhao Ke found himself in a weakened state. He had cast aside his exhaustion. His eyes focused solely on the victory of this battle. Good Zhao Ke, what a man! Tang Chun thought to himself. Come on, let us fight with all we've got. Tang Chun said to Zhao Ke. The earthquake Haotian hammer was enveloped in faint yellow energy, and Tang Chun lifted it back onto his shoulder as the 2nd soul ring flickered again, activating the 2nd skill. Tremor. Zhao Ke closed his eyes, channeling all his soul power, feeling it flow through his veins as if healing his already exhausted body. He slowly closed his eyes, and the next moment, the 7-kill sword floated before him, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared. An astonishing scene unfolded as the 2 yellow soul rings surrounding the 7-kill sword trembled slightly, moving closer together. When the 2 yellow soul rings collided, they emitted a dazzling faint blue light that lasted for half a minute. As the light faded, the 2 yellow soul rings transformed into a single purple soul ring floating above the 7-kill sword. This is ring fusion. Mu Chun squinted at Zhao Ke, exclaiming in amazement. What? Ring fusion? What is that? A classmate from another group asked, confused by the term. Ring fusion is the process of merging 2 or more soul rings together, thereby producing a more powerful force, Mu Chun explained. However, this ability is extremely rare, and only a few people can master it. Moreover, there are certain risks involved. If mishandled, it could lead to the soul rings shattering or even endangering one's life. Therefore, generally, no one is willing to attempt ring fusion. I can't believe this Zhao Ke actually dared to do it. What a crazy guy. During this half-minute, Tang Chun was also gathering energy, and both of them knew this was the final strike. 7-kill sword aura. Tremor. The tremor skill roared like a fierce lion, sweeping forward with an overwhelming force. It sucked in the debris left from the previous battle, forming a violent storm that howled toward Zhao Ke. Meanwhile, the 7-kill sword aura resembled a graceful silver dragon, claws outstretched, bringing dozens of fierce sword slashes, fearlessly charging towards the imposing lion. The 2 clashed fiercely in the air, stirring up a wave of thrilling energy fluctuations. The silver-white giant dragon collided with a fiery orange lion, as if 2 stars were crashing into each other, resulting in a deafening explosion. The entire two-soul arena began to shake violently, the ground swaying incessantly, cracks appearing in the walls, and small stones even started to fall from above the audience stands, crashing down towards the terrified crowd below. The spectators screamed and scattered in panic, creating a chaotic scene. It was impossible to see anything on the arena. Dust swirled up, forming a deep brown barrier that isolated the outside world, making it impossible to glimpse the situation within. Only the muffled sounds of collision and the flashes in the dust continuously reminded people that the clash of skills was still ongoing. After 2 or 3 minutes, the arena seemed to calm down, and the battle between Tang Chun and Zhao Ke was coming to an end. A lost Zhao Ke slumped weakly, collapsing directly onto the Seoul arena, lying flat on his back, staring at the sky. This battle was exhilarating, Zhao Ke said softly, only loud enough for himself to hear after admitting defeat. Indeed, this battle was exhilarating for Zhao Ke. It was a fight that felt truly satisfying. Moreover, he had finally broken through that bottleneck, just one more third soul ring away. When the winter break came, he would go find his mother to help him plan the soul rings for the 7-kill sword, and next semester, he would challenge Tang Chun again. Zhao Ke inherited his mother Chun Qing's 7-kill sword martial soul. So for this top-tier martial soul, his mother surely understood it more deeply than he did, knowing what kind of soul rings would suit him best. You're strong. It's been a long time since I've met an opponent like you. I gained a lot from this battle. Thanks, brother. A voice came, and Zhao Ke sat up to see a hand extended towards him. It was none other than Tang Chun. Zhao Ke smiled slightly, took Tang Chun's hand, and was pulled up. Me too, thanks. Wait for me to get my third soul skill during the winter break, and then I'll come challenge you in the class leader next semester. How about it? Haha, okay. I'll be waiting for your challenge. At that moment, the announcement sounded. The match has ended. According to the evaluation by the practical combat teacher, Zhao Ke scored 98. 5 points, and Tang Chun scored a perfect 100 points. Both sides demonstrated their unyielding fighting will, refusing to give up until the last moment and using every last bit of soul power. This is exactly what we all need to learn from them. Thank you for this spectacular soul battle they have presented to us. The chaos caused by the clash of soul skills in the audience area had also ended, and the spectators found nearby seats to sit down and continue watching the matches. After the announcement ended, the number 2 arena erupted in cheers and applause, a sign of respect and admiration for the strong. This is also the proud spirit of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, respecting the strong, learning from the strong, and becoming strong. In the morning of the number 2 arena, more than 10 matches were held, concluding the schedule for the first day. With so many first-year students, 3 soul arenas held nearly 180 soul battles, spread over 2 days, with more than 20 matches each morning and afternoon, tightly scheduled. As many other grades were waiting in line, the first year of final practical assessment for class 101 had already been completed, and Fanya also finished hers the next morning, achieving a remarkable score of 97. 5. The two-headed fire phoenix martial soul amazed everyone. On the afternoon of the second day of the final practical assessment, the 4 members of class 101, including Fanya, gathered in the number 1 soul arena. One person had not yet been assessed. Qian Yuhan was currently preparing in the competition area. The match between Qian Yuhan and Dai Xingxi would be the final battle of the No. 1 soul arena and also the last match of the entire first-year freshman's final practical assessment. Chapter 66, Final Practical Assessment. And on the afternoon of the last match of the final practical assessment, the number 1 soul arena was filled to capacity. There were students who were originally in the number 1 arena for assessments, as well as some of Dai Xingxi's little brothers who came to watch the show. In Dai Xingxi's eyes, this match was without suspense. What achievements could an abandoned orphan without a family background possibly have? Becoming a soul master was simply a stroke of luck. He absolutely did not believe that Qian Yuhan had this kind of strength. He had learned during outdoor practical training that Qian Yuhan had been knocked away by a Scorpion King with a single strike. The audience was divided into 3 factions. Those supporting Dai Xingxi sat on the east side of the Soul Arena, with his little brothers holding banners to cheer him on, while those supporting Qian Yuhan sat opposite them, with the middle intersection being occupied by the undecided crowd. The final group battle of the Soul Assessment in the No. 1 arena was about to begin. Please, both contestants come to the stage. The familiar announcement echoed, and Qian Yuhan and Dai Xingxi ascended the Soul Arena from their respective preparation zones. Qian Yuhan waved his hand towards Mu Chun and the others, then walked towards the center of the venue. As he was walking towards the middle, Qian Yuhan unexpectedly saw Hu Lin Air's figure among the supporters of Dai Xingxi. Qian Yuhan couldn't help but furrow her brows. How could she be over there? Could it be? While Qian Yuhan was still murmuring in her heart, Dai Xingxi's voice rang out. Qian Yuhan, you match with me today, you're really unlucky. It's indeed quite unfortunate to run into a useless person. It's not interesting at all. All right, Hu Lin Air still want me to go easy on you, but it seems there is no need for that at all. Qian Yuhan looked at Dai Xingxi without saying a word, his expression very gloomy. Hu Lin had never said such things to Dai Xingxi. This was merely a provocation by Dai Xingxi, aimed at making Qian Yuhan extremely angry to facilitate his own attack. Qian Yuhan, Level 37 Soul Master. Dai Xingxi. Level 35 Soul Master. Today I'm going to let you know how powerful your grandpa Xingxi is. Dai Xingxi declared fiercely, and 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Qin Yuhan smiled faintly. The clown talks too much. Without saying anything more, Qin Yuhan directly summoned the bright divine sword. The bright divine sword floated behind Qin Yuhan, emitting a dazzling light. 3 soul rings appear beneath Qin Yuhan's feet, 1 purple and 2 black. Qin Yuhan, then I want to see your strength. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying it all out. With the appearance of the 3 soul rings, everyone present was left speechless. Their first reaction was to rub their eyes, thinking it was an illusion. Mu Chun and the others were also stunned, but Mu Chun knew Qin Yuhan's true identity and quickly recovered. It's normal for the heir of the Spirit Hall to have impressive soul rings, but this is a bit too impressive. What's up with the 4th one? It's different from before. Yeah, 1 purple and 2 black. The brothers Tang Chun and Tang Xian had no idea about Qin Yuhan's true identity and exclaimed in surprise. After the 4th one finishes off Dai Xingxi, you could just ask him directly. You might be even more shocked. Mu Chun said with a smirk. Fanya, who was beside the 3, was also shocked and covered her mouth. This is unbelievable. It's simply against common sense. The only example I know of someone surpassing the absorption limit of soul rings is the Grand Offer of the Spirit Hall. He has 6 black and 3 red. According to the elders in my family, the Grand Offer's power is a gift from the angel god. But what about Qin Yuhan? Are you trying to scare me with soul ring disguising pills? That's boring. Dai Xingxi said dismissively. Qin Yuhan held back a smile, his expression serious as he summoned the bright, divine sword into his right hand, gripping it tightly and ready to strike. Sword-toothed ghost tiger manifest. Dai Xingxi's sword-toothed ghost tiger martial soul instantly enveloped him like a mysterious and powerful force. His previously ordinary hands seemed to be shrouded in a peculiar glow, slowly transforming into a light purple hue, reminiscent of amethyst in the morning mist, faintly shimmering with a mysterious aura. His claws became exceptionally strong, with each finger seemingly containing boundless power. As the martial soul took hold, Dai Xingxi's entire body underwent a marvelous transformation. His height seemed to magically increase, resembling a towering tree growing robustly, straight and upright. His originally fitted shirt could no longer withstand the pressure from his bulging muscles, bursting apart with a pop and scattering into countless strips of fabric that danced in the air. Dai Xingxi himself appeared completely immersed in the state of his martial soul, slightly tilting his head back, with his eyes shimmering with fiery light, exuding the majesty and dominance of a fierce tiger. His aura began to deepen and widen, like a tiger poised to pounce on its prey, ready to showcase its unparalleled strength and might. The surrounding air seemed to grow heavy due to his presence, as if even the gentle breeze dared not approach, fearing to touch the formidable aura radiating from him. Bright slash. Qin Yuhan's resolute face showed no hesitation, as if he had made up his mind long ago. The mysterious purple first soul ring beneath his feet flashed like brilliant stars, its radiance dazzling and captivating. As the soul ring appeared, Qin Yuhan's momentum surged like a flood breaking its dam, a powerful pressure spreading outwards, instilling fear in those nearby. His left and right hands gripped the majestic hilt of the bright, divine sword tightly, channeling all his strength into them. At this moment, the light elements that had been drifting around him seemed to respond to some call, rapidly converging towards the bright, divine sword like a group of loyal soldiers. These light elements intertwined in the air, forming brilliant rays of light, while the bright, divine sword appeared to become their core. As the light elements continued to gather, it seemed to transcend, creating a massive white vortex that spun faster and faster, as if it aimed to absorb all energy from the world. Each ray of light sparkled with endless brilliance, containing infinite power, and Qin Yuhan, drawing upon this accumulated strength, prepared to unleash a fatal strike against the enemy before him, the impending might causing a chill to run down the spine. After the refinement with the top-tier immortal herbs, octagonal xianbing grass, and fierce fire apricot blossom. Although Qin Yuhan's soul power had not increased significantly during this time, his physical strength had risen exponentially, making him unmatched even among ordinary soul kings. This time, Qin Yuhan intended to secure victory with a single blow. Playing tricks, Dai Xingxi looked at Qin Yuhan, who was charging his first soul skill, with disdain. In his view, no matter how much energy was charged into a first soul skill, it wouldn't pose a threat to him. He lifted his right foot and stomped down, causing his third soul ring to light up. Third soul skill, Demon Tiger's heaven-slaying roar. After manifesting his sword-toothed ghost tiger martial soul, with the activation of his third soul skill, a pale white orb of light formed in front of his mouth. Dai Shengshi then let out a resounding roar towards Qian Yuhan, the orb of light charging towards him accompanied by sound waves like a ferocious beast. Qian Yuhan slightly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gathered all his strength onto the bright divine sword in his hand. As he swung his arm, the bright divine sword drew a dazzling arc in the air. At the moment the sword was swung, the space around the bright divine sword seemed unable to withstand such powerful energy, showing signs of shattering. Where the sword passed, the space appeared to be sliced apart, revealing deep, dark fissures. The piercing sound of the wind was so loud that it made people's ears buzz. This bright slash was different from before. It was no longer a single white sword aura mixed with faint yellow light, but transformed into the most dazzling golden yellow sword aura. This light was like a fierce golden holy dragon, spreading its claws, carrying endless majesty and dominance, roaring towards Dai Shengshi. The collision of skills did not create any significant commotion, as Dai Shengshi's third soul skill was truly no match. The golden dragon easily opened its mouth and devoured Dai Shengshi's third soul skill completely, then increased its speed and charged towards Dai Shengshi. On the judges' panel, Yu Ziyang suddenly felt that something was amiss, but it was too late. They could not reach the arena in time to block this attack. If Dai Shengshi was hit, he would surely report to the King of Hell. Sigh. A sigh echoed. The audience in the stands all heard this voice, looking around, but simultaneously noticed that just as Qian Yuhan's golden dragon was about to strike Dai Shengshi, a shadow instantly appeared in front of Dai Shengshi. Chapter 67. Learning the Truth. Everything is Well, Part 1. As the golden giant dragon of Qian Yuhan was about to crash into Dai Shengshi, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. This person extended a finger and gently pointed at the charging golden dragon, causing it to shatter with a deafening explosion, surrounded by the sound of the dragon's phantom breaking apart. All right, let's end this match here. Qian Yuhan wins with a perfect score of 100, while Dai Shengshi scores 70. When everyone clearly saw the face of the person standing on the field, they couldn't believe their eyes. It was actually the Academy's principal, Han Tianyin. Yes, Qian Yuhan's match was precisely arranged by Han Tianyu, as he wanted to see the true strength of this child who had caught the attention of the Pope. Han Tianyin had meetings to attend these past few days, and since he had free time now, he arranged for Qian Yuhan and the others to have this final match. Dai Shengshi said angrily why. Han Tianyin was taken aback. He couldn't believe someone in the Wuhuan Temple Academy dared to shout at him. However, as a principal, he had seen all sorts of situations. He replied in a deep voice, because I am the principal. Dai, I know your family has some background, and that old man from your family would also have to give me some respect. I advise you to keep a low profile in the academy. Not everything can be resolved by your family. As he spoke, Han Tianyin's gaze drifted to Qian Yuhan on the other side, seeing that Han Tianyin's expression was not right. Dai Shengshi quickly nodded an apology. I understand, principal. I will definitely keep a low profile in the future. After the exam, everyone relaxed and let loose. Qian Yuhan was surrounded by the Tang brothers, Tang Xian and Tang Chun, as soon as he returned to the dormitory, feeling as if he had been targeted by a gang. No, big brother, second brother, what are you guys up to? Tang Xian coughed and said sternly forth. Do you consider us brothers? Of course. Then why didn't you tell us? You've kept it from us for so long. Qian Yuhan. Did big brother and his second brother find out? How did they know? Could it be Mu Chun? As he spoke, he glanced at Mu Chun, who was looking at him with an innocent expression, waving his hand to indicate that he hadn't said anything. But in Qian Yuhan's eyes, it was understood as I've confessed everything, you handle it. Oh, I didn't mean to keep it from you. That's all. I really didn't mean to hide it from you. Tang Xian and Tang Chun were already dumbfounded. They hadn't even recovered from the shock. They were nothing like Mu Chun. Mu Chun was in a similar situation as Qian Yuhan, but he had almost revealed everything at the beginning of the school year, so he was able to react quickly. But Tang Xian and Tang Chun, they were just the sons of Tang Zhun, the current sect master of the Haotian sect, which couldn't compare to the Spirit Hall at all. The Spirit Hall was developing too rapidly now, and its scale was too large. How many soul masters in the Tiandou and Xinglua empires wanted to join the Spirit Hall? The Elder Hall and the Worship Hall inside were the beliefs of soul masters. Now, the highest authority of the next generation of the Spirit Hall was right in front of them. How could they react so quickly? Old fourth. So you're the son of Elder Judgment Qian Mo Mian? Qin Yuhan nodded and didn't say much more. So the immortal herbs you gave us before were also taken from the spear hall? Tang Xian continued to ask. At the same time, this was also a question Mu Qian wanted to ask. Although he was the son of the golden crocodile, Douluo, the second elder of the spirit hall, he was completely unaware of what treasures were inside the spear hall because the golden crocodile, Douluo, never talked to him about internal matters. Of course, Mu Qian didn't inquire too much. He only cared about eating, sleeping, and playing. Those immortal herbs weren't left to me by my father. They were ones I happened to pick in the sunset forest. Qin Yuhan recounted the adventure of the ice and fire duality to everyone. As expected of Xiaoya, even this top-tier immortal herb is known to her, very impressive. Mu Qian said excitedly. Tang Xian glanced at Mu Qian with a look of disdain. So according to you, fourth brother, doesn't that mean we can go there to collect immortal herbs anytime and anywhere? Qin Yuhan shook his head and explained, it's definitely not possible. If we want to go there, we have to at least wait for 20 years. What? 20 years is such a long time. Mu Qian was also disheartened at this number. He even had the thought of relying on eating immortal herbs to improve his strength. It would be so much better than the grueling training. This was already the fastest time estimated after careful calculation. The reason that area could nurture immortal herbs was due to the extremely rich elemental energy of heaven and earth there, which created a unique prerequisite for the growth of immortal herbs. If there were too frequent collections of these herbs, this delicate balance would be completely broken, and the elemental energy would inevitably begin to dissipate like smoke. By then, the legendary ice and fire duality might meet a tragic end, forever lost. In everything we do, there must be an appropriate measure and restraint. It cannot be done recklessly and without limits. Listening to Qin Yuhan's clear and profound explanation, the three of them nodded in agreement. They secretly thought to themselves that it was indeed true. It was their fourth brother who thought the furthest. It should be noted that although they were almost the same age, Qin Yuhan displayed a composure and maturity far beyond the three of them, as if he had been tempered by the passage of time, which left them in awe. As the four spent more time together, this gap became increasingly obvious, and the three of them admired their fourth brother more and more, feeling deep respect and recognition for Qin Yuhan's unique charm and wisdom. Tang Xian said this secret. We four must not let it out. The more people who know, the more likely it is that greedy individuals will have ulterior motives. Mu Qian and Tang Qian nodded in response. Mu Qian then said, since our semester is coming to an end, how about we go out for a meal? Let's go. The other three replied in unison. The four headed toward the cafeteria, where the three, except for Qin Yuhan, decided to treat him to a meal. Tang Xian and Tang Qian, knowing that Qin Yuhan was a hidden rich man, felt no guilt about treating him, thinking, he's been hiding this from us. At the cafeteria, the four were celebrating wildly, and looking at the table full of dishes, Qin Yuhan felt no pain at all. Instead, he smiled slightly at his brothers who were happily eating. In his previous world, he had no friends, but meeting these three good brothers in Douluo continent was worth it. Xiaoya, why are you here? Mu Qian looked up and took a breath, only to see Fanya walking toward the four after entering the cafeteria. I'm looking for classmate Yuhan. I want to talk to you about something privately. Brothers, I had a minor procedure today, and the anesthesia has worn off, so I'm still a bit uncomfortable. I need to take a break and adjust myself. I asked my brothers for a day off. After I recover, I'll continue to work hard on my writing. Chapter 68. Knowing the truth, everything is fine. Part 2. I want to talk to classmate Yuhan privately. Are you available now? Fanya walked to the table of the four and asked. Let's go. Qin Yuhan said, and followed Fanya outside the cafeteria. Once they reached a secluded corner outside the cafeteria, Qin Yuhan asked, what's the matter? Is something wrong? It's about Lin Er. Lin Er? What's wrong with her? Qin Yuhan asked anxiously. She doesn't want me to tell you, but I think you should know. What has she been hiding from me? Lin Er is going to take a leave of absence next semester, and she might not come back until we're in the second year. Has something happened to her? Why would it be like this? Sigh. She actually feels very sorry for you. She approached you before at the instigation of Dai Xingxi. Dai Xingxi. How are they related? You should know that Lin Er's family is basically already in decline, right? The Hu family now relies entirely on the Dai family's support to survive. So those old stubborns in the Hu family want Hu Lin Er to get closer to Dai Xingxi. To show goodwill, Hu Lin Er agreed to help Dai Xingxi with 3 things. The first 2 were transfer 40 of the Hu family's land transportation business and hotel business to the Dai family. And the last thing was to get close to you, preferably to become a couple, and then ruthlessly abandon you, making you feel miserable and disgusted. Qian Yuhan listened to Fang Ye's words, his expression growing darker. He was confused by Hu Linner's deception and even more puzzled by what deep hatred he had with Dai Shangxi that would make him resort to such a despicable scheme. However, just as Qian Yuhan was about to say something, Fang Ye seemed to know what he wanted to say and directly said, "You want to say that you feel Linner has genuine feelings for you too, right?" Qian Yuhan nodded. Fang Ye continued, "Indeed, during this time together, she has developed genuine feelings for you. However, in her eyes, being with you feels like she is plotting something inappropriate, which is unfair to you. She also doesn't want to deceive you anymore, because both of you have true feelings for each other. She feels even more guilty about the kindness you've shown her. I understand the situation between you two. Let's do this, tomorrow by Moon Lake. Have her come to meet me. There are some things I want to say to her in person." Fang Ye responded with an M, then thought for a moment and added, "By the way, my brother Fang Qing has some connections with Dai Shangxi, and their relationship is quite good. So keep an eye on that." Fang Ye said, "What about you? I only found out about it recently. They met at a gathering I didn't attend. Lin told me about it. Also, your idea for that card game is great. Don't mention it to anyone you don't trust. Be cautious of my brother. He has a lot of bad intentions." "Okay, got it. Thank you, Fang Ye. Well, I'll be leaving now. You go back and continue eating with them. Bye." Bye. Qian Yuhan did not return to the cafeteria, but quietly turned around and walked leisurely towards the unique Moon Lake Park within the Wuhuan Temple Academy. As he stepped into this tranquil place, the trees, which were already quite charming, seemed to be illuminated by countless flickering fireflies, as if enchanted, becoming even more captivating against the backdrop of the night. The crescent moon hung in the sky like a shy girl, quietly casting its bright glow down, gently reflecting on the calm lake, thus presenting a dreamlike, serene, and beautiful scene before Qian Yuhan's eyes. The lake water rippled gently, as if softly telling some ancient story, blending with the trees by the lake and the bright moon in the sky, creating a mesmerizing and unforgettable masterpiece. Looking at this stunning scenery, Qian Yuhan smiled slightly, but it was a sorrowful smile. Tears welled up his eyes and finally slid down his cheeks. The two were indeed fated but separated. He had originally thought it would be a sweet time, but it ended up this way. Was Hu Linner wrong? Yes, but she still loved him and did not betray herself. Qian Yuhan could understand Hu Linner's decision. If it were him, he would do the same, for his conscience would not allow it. Qian Yuhan chose to understand and forgive. Let their relationship be regarded as a dream. Qian Yuhan thought to herself, Dai Shangxi, what a person. We have no grievances or hatred, yet you treat me like this. If I really followed Dai Shangxi's arrangements, perhaps I would truly despair of this world. How cruel, how cruel. After walking around Moonlight Lake Park, Qian Yuhan returned to the dormitory. Mu Chun and the others were already chatting on the bed. When they saw Qian Yuhan push the door open, Mu Chun directly asked, "Fourth, what were you doing with Xiaoya? Spill it." Mu Chun didn't look at Qian Yuhan, so naturally, he didn't see her red and swollen eyes and extremely low mood. However, Tang Xian was watching and quickly coughed twice to remind Mu Chun. Only then did Mu Chun notice Qian Yuhan's expression and try to cover up, saying, "Oh, I know what Xiaoya said to you, right? I know there's definitely nothing going on between you and Xiaoya." Puffed. "What am I saying? I just know she went back to comfort you." Qian Yuhan said, all right, I'm Fine. Fang Ye just told me about Hu Linner." Qian Yuhan told the three about Hu Linner's situation. What a bastard Dai Shangxi. Mu Chun was so angry that he pounded the bed after hearing it. Really, I knew Dai Shangxi was a petty person, but I didn't expect him to be even more disgusting than I thought. Tang Xian continued angrily, "Fourth you." Tang Chen looked at Qian Yuhan and said, "I've arranged to meet Linner tomorrow. Some things need to be said face to face for mutual respect." The three didn't say much more and watched as Qian Yuhan walked to his desk, picked up the letter, and read Shue's reply. He spent about half an hour reading through all the letters from the past few days. Qian Yuhan was really too busy to have time to read them. He would just pick them up from a mailbox on his way back to the dormitory and kept them in his drawer, having neglected them for 3 days. Shue mentioned in her letter that her school was going to have an exchange activity with the Wuhuan Palace Academy and asked if he was going to be an exchange student. If so, she wouldn't sign up and would wait to see him at the Tiando Royal Academy. She also shared various things she experienced during her final exams. Only then did Qian Yuhan realize that the Tiando Royal Academy had an earlier break and their final exams were scheduled earlier than his. Now, they were already on break. Shue even teased Qian Yuhan, asking if he was mad. Qian Yuhan smiled slightly. This girl is really interesting. Mu Chun, Tang Xian, and Tang Chun watched as Qian Yuhan smiled at the letter, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Silently marveling, This pen pal really knows I'll make the fourth one happy whenever he's feeling down, as if casting a spell on him. I also need to find a pen pal. Qian Yuhan finished reading the letter and picked up the pen to write a reply. Chapter 69. Knowing the truth, everything is fine. 3. Shui. I've read your letters from the past few days, and to be honest, I'm really envious. This period is our final exam week, and I've been too busy to reply, but I believe you can understand, right? We have a selection competition for an exchange opportunity next semester, and I should be able to pass. I really want to go see the Tiando area. I've been to Tiando City, to what was called the Ice God Arena, or something like that, but I can't quite remember the name. I also really like the market culture in Tiando. If I get selected, you have to take me around. Recently, the pressure of studying has been quite heavy. In life, well, it's hard to explain. I'm about to end things with Hu Lin Air. I'll have a final talk with her tomorrow, and then it should be over. I still want to see her one last time. We should at least respect each other. Sigh. I guess this relationship is coming to an end. There are some details that I can't really express clearly just through a letter, so we'll see if there is a chance to talk in person. I'm so tired. I plan to get a good night's sleep tomorrow to adjust myself. In a few days, we'll be on winter break, and I plan to go play in Xingluo. I might not be able to write back during those days, but I'll write to you again once I have a specific time. Take care. After Qian Yuhan finished writing the letter, he climbed onto the bed and chatted with Mu Chun and the others for a while before falling into a deep sleep. In his dream, Qian Yuhan remembered the moments he shared with Hu Liner not long ago, studying together, practicing combat drills, and taking walks in Moon Lake Park, both of them wearing happy smiles. But suddenly, everything around him disappeared, leaving only Qian Yuhan in a dark space, feeling confused and unsure of what had happened. A beam of light shone 50 meters ahead of him, where a girl stood with her back to him. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, Qian Yuhan knew at once that it was Hu Liner. She glanced back at him and then slowly walked forward, while Qian Yuhan chased after her, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. Qian Yuhan stopped in his tracks, bending over and breathing heavily. At that moment, the surrounding space shattered, forming fragments, and he found himself in a sea of blood red. In front of him, a blood-red long sword appeared, hovering in the air, seemingly summoning Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan took a closer look and found it very familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the sword he had seen in the dream, where he saw himself holding it. This sword, which had been baptized by countless killings, seemed to be entwined with strands of cold, eerie air, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing upon it. The chilling, murderous aura spread out like a tangible substance, seemingly ready to freeze everything around it in this endless frost. The entire blood-red space appeared to be covered in ice and snow, with every corner glowing with a faint cold light. The icy breath was like a bone-chilling wind, freely weaving through every crevice of the space, sending shivers down one's spine. Being in this atmosphere intensified the sense of murderous intent, as if countless cold eyes were secretly watching from the shadows. Although there was no sight of bloodshed, one could clearly feel the deadly threat lurking in the darkness, as if a terrible disaster would strike at any moment. This oppressive atmosphere gripped the heart, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably, flooding one's mind with an indescribable fear and unease. Just then, a pair of crimson eyes slowly emerged above the blood-colored sword, seemingly overlooking the entire space. The moment those eyes opened, the pressure in the space suddenly increased geometrically, and Qian Yuhan was crushed by this pressure, unable to rise, crawling on the ground. The first impression this power gave Qian Yuhan was one of terror and strength, making him feel that even his extreme Douluo father was far inferior to it. After a minute, the pair of blood-red eyes disappeared, and Qian Yuhan felt everything was so real, the pressure made his whole body ache. The blood-red orb of light, which had been suppressed by the holy light sword, also faintly showed signs of wanting to break free from its control. Qian Yuhan opened his eyes and realized that it was still dark outside. His whole body was drenched in sweat, soaking the sheets. Without much time to think, Qian Yuhan quickly entered the sea of consciousness to investigate. As soon as he entered the sea of consciousness, the originally calm surface of the sea was now turbulent, and a vortex had formed on the spiritual ocean, right where the holy sword of light and the blood-red sphere were located. Qian Yuhan quickly infused his soul power into it. He had a very pure light element within him, naturally sensitive to this light element. Coupled with the previous refining of the 8-pointed xianbing grass and the fiery apricot blossom, he became increasingly proficient in controlling the light element. After stabilizing for an hour, the bright divine sword once again suppressed the light sphere, and the overflowing energy was absorbed by Qian Yuhan, raising his soul power to level 39. Qian Yuhan didn't go for a morning run today. After taking a hot shower in the bathing room, he returned to bed and sat cross-legged to meditate. After finishing the exam, Qian Yuhan and his 3 friends naturally planned to relax in the dormitory. Mu Chen, Tang Xian, and Tang Chen also felt that Qian Yuhan's soul power had become more robust after waking up in the morning. And they couldn't help but marvel at what an extraordinary existence he was, unknowingly creating more distance between them. Time quickly passed to the evening, and the day went by fast. Qian Yuhan had told Fanya to relay a message to Hu Liner yesterday, saying to meet at Moon Lake Park at 8 o'clock. At 7:50, Qian Yuhan arrived early by the lake in the center of Moon Lake Park. Just as he was about to walk to the lakeside, he saw a familiar figure standing by the lake, gazing at the beautiful scenery. "You're here," Hu Liner said without turning around, seemingly sensing Qian Yuhan's arrival. Why did you come so early? Didn't we agree on 8 o'clock? Hu Liner smiled slightly. Aren't you the same? I didn't arrive much earlier than you. Qian Yuhan also walked over to Hu Liner with a smile, and Hu Liner pointed to the moon in the distance. Hu Liner softly said, "Look at that moon, it's so beautiful." Qian Yuhan nodded and slowly spoke. "Yes, it's beautiful. Let's stop here. I initially wronged you, but I understand now. I really do." Qian Yuhan interrupted Hu Liner. "Let's give each other a somewhat beautiful ending." Hu Liner lightly nodded. Tears she couldn't hold back flowed down her cheeks. If I could choose, I would rather never be in this family again. It's so exhausting. Qian Yuhan responded to Hu Liner. "Yuhan, I've been very happy during the time we've spent together. Really, very happy. Whenever I'm troubled by family matters, you always manage to make me feel relaxed. I also really liked it when you blushed for my teasing before, haha." Qian Yuhan looked at Hu Liner and smiled, and as she smiled, tears began to flow. "Let's leave it here, Yuhan. I don't want those dirty thoughts and plans of others to pollute you, okay? As for this relationship, let's forget it too. I'm leaving." Hu Liner didn't look at Qian Yuhan, and Qian Yuhan gazed at the surface of the lake, unsure of what she was thinking. Then she turned her head to look in the direction Hu Liner was leaving and muttered to herself, "Can we really forget? I'm afraid we both understand that this memory may accompany us for a lifetime. I just hope we both are well. I'm really sorry to everyone. I'm still in the hospital on 4 drip and can only write 1 chapter a day. I'll be discharged this weekend and next week, depending on the situation. I aim to resume 2 updates a day. Just try to think about the upcoming content. The Douluo Royal Academy arc is about to begin. The female lead will finally meet the male lead, no longer just pen pals. After they officially meet, it will definitely be pure love. As for whether to write it as a harem later, brothers can leave comments. For now, let's write pure love. Also, the big villain will be introduced in the Douluo Royal Academy arc. This villain organization is huge and very powerful, and the leader is a god. You can guess which god it is. I need to continue my 4 drip. Please encourage me to update more. I'll update every day. Can you give me a little boost, please? This damn surgery is killing me. Watch Chapter 70, Winter Break, Part 1. Sigh, I just hope everything is well. Qian Yuhan took a deep breath. After returning from Moon Lake Park and passing by the gate of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, Qian Yuhan casually took the letters from the mailbox to bring back to the dorm. It seemed that after everything was made clear, Qian Yuhan felt that there was nothing left between her and Hu Liner. If they met again in the future, they would at most be friends. Tang Xian and Tang Chun had already gone to bed, as they needed to set off early the next morning to return to Haoyan Sect. In the afternoon, they even asked Qian Yuhan and Mu Chun if they wanted to go play at Haoyan Sect with them. Qian Yuhan declined, saying she had other plans for the winter break. Mu Chun also said that his father was taking him to a place for quiet reflection. Qian Yuhan looked around dormitory 101 and didn't see Mu Chun. After thinking for a moment, he figured that Mu Chun might have hurried to find Fanya to chat before the holiday. Qian Yuhan shook his head and smiled wryly. He genuinely wanted to see the 2 of them together. Mu Chun's feelings for Fanya were evident, and Fanya also had a good impression of Mu Chun. In any case, they seemed like a perfect match. Sometimes Mu Chun was a bit impulsive, while Fanya remained calm and composed, making them a perfect complement to each other. Qian Yuhan walked to the desk, opened the envelope, and took out the reply inside. Qian Yuhan, sigh, still haven't received your reply. Qian Yuhan smiled as soon as he read the first sentence. He could imagine what it was like for Shui to write this reply, silently saying to himself, "Sorry, you'll see the reply today." Meanwhile, in the Ice God sect, Ouyang Luo Shui was in her room reading Qian Yuhan's letter. This bastard finally wrote back. Although she cursed him under her breath, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. After finishing Qian Yuhan's reply, Ouyang Luo Shui smiled slightly and said, "I'll forgive you this time." She took out some stationery to write a response, and her pen danced quickly across the paper, finishing the reply in less than 20 minutes. After sealing the letter, she handed it to a servant. They even had a schedule for delivering letters. Every time Ouyang Luo Shui wrote a reply, she did it at night and demanded it be delivered by noon the next day. How far is it from the Ice God sect or the Tiando Royal Academy to Wuhuan City? It really could tire someone out to deliver it overnight plus half a day. No food, no drink, just rushing along. There's no choice. It's the life of a working person. Back at the Wuhuan Palace Academy, Qin Yuhan continued reading Shui's reply. I'm telling you, this winter break, the Tiando Royal Academy is holding a Soul Master Arena competition in Tiando City, and it seems quite interesting. Are you coming to play? I'm not too clear on the specific rules, but it seems to be for training the students of the academy. I've signed up, waiting for you to challenge me. Hey, I'm telling you, I'm quite strong, so if you come, I definitely want to go easy on you. Making you wait nearly a week without a reply. Qin Yuhan bien reads and laughs. Oh, a competition? Sounds like fun. Sigh. My dad always takes me to those annoying royal banquets. It's really frustrating. I had plans with my best friend, but now I have to cancel. I really wish I could be carefree like you. I'm so jealous, boo-hoo. Qin Yuhan looked at the complaining text and smiled wryly, muttering to himself, You envy my carefree life, but don't I also envy you for having your dad's company when you go home? Qin Yuhan looked up at the ceiling in a daze. Dad, when can we see each other again? It's been almost a year. How do you spend your days? I miss you. After finishing the rest of the content, Qin Yuhan carefully packed his belongings, afraid of disturbing Tang Xian and Tang Chen's rest. After spending an hour, he finally finished packing, washed up, and lay down on the bed. Just as he lay down, Mu Chun walked in through the door. When did you come back? Mu Chun asked as soon as he entered. From his tone, Qin Yuhan guessed that Mu Chun must have encountered something good. I've been back for a while. But how about you too? Qin Yuhan sat up from the bed, looking at Mu Chun, who was beaming with joy, and gave him a knowing glance. No, not that fast. I thought you two were together. Well, we're not together yet, but when I confessed to her today, she actually hugged me. Qian Yi Yuhan. You confessed, and even hugged, yet you're still not together? Looking at the confused Qin Yuhan, Mu Chun continued. She hugged me, and said she has feelings for me too. But right now she just wants to focus on her studies, and wants to wait until she is a bit older date. Qin Yuhan, isn't this, a roundabout way of giving a nice guy card? Before Qin Yuhan could continue, Mu Chun raised his hand to interrupt. I know what you want to say. I will definitely hold on. Trust me. I will wait for the moment she wants to talk to me. Just rest assured. Qin Yuhan, is Sange going crazy? I didn't even want to say these things. All right, good luck to you, Sange. Since Mu Chen's attitude is so firm, Qin Yuhan encouraged him. After saying that, Qin Yuhan collapsed. Hey, Lao see you and Huliner. It's over. Then if you meet again in the future, you'll still be friends, but it definitely won't be like the past. Lao Si, come out with me. Mu Chun gestured to Qin Yuhan, then left the dormitory. Once Qin Yuhan came out and closed the door, Mu Chun said, Lao Si, tell me the truth. What are you planning to do during the winter break? What? Just practicing at home. Don't try to fool me. Big brother and second brother might not know, but I do. The grand offering is not at the Spear Hall now. What can you practice at home? Having been seen through? Qin Yuhan laid it all out. Well, it's not good to refuse the invitation from big brother and second brother, so I thought of a reason. They know my dad is the grand offering, but don't know he is not at the Spirit Hall. So they think I have someone to guide me in practice at home, which makes more sense, right? I don't really like going those sects to play. I remember in a place with my dad before, it was so cold, I came back and caught a cold immediately. Bruce. The servants there had that kind of sycophantic vibe that really annoyed me. I know big brother and second brother are the sons of the Hao Ian sect's master, so they are quite influential. If I go, I'd probably also be flattered by the servants, which I dislike. You really are a strange person. Your strength is strange, and your personality is strange too. People usually want others to flatter them and say good things about them, but you, it's interesting. Mu Chun patted Qin Yuhan's shoulder. As for my winter break, I plan to go play in Tiando City. It seems there's a competition held by the Tiando Royal Academy, so I might go take a look. My dad probably doesn't know where to take me either. It's likely a place like that for honing skills. Chapter 71, Winter Break, Part 2. The next morning, Qin Yuhan went for his morning run as usual. Zhao Ke did not accompany Qin Yuhan today. He had already left school to go home last night. Qin Yuhan jogged quickly to the solemn, yet slightly ancient gate of the academy, where the massive iron door seemed to tell the tales of time. He approached the mailbox in front of the gate and skillfully dropped the letter he held inside. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, he dashed towards the Moon Lake Park, a place filled with mystery. For Qin Yuhan, Moon Lake Park was like a harbor for his soul. Every morning's run brought him inevitably to this place. Following the winding path and weaving through the dense shade of trees, a gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness that felt like a refreshing comfort specially prepared by nature for him. The exceptionally fresh scent in the air was like a magical remedy, instantly dispelling the fatigue and worries in his heart, allowing his body and mind to relax immensely. That sense of comfort made it feel as if the whole world contained only himself and this tranquil atmosphere. When he finally emerged from the lush woods, the view opened up before him, revealing the lake that resembled a bright mirror. The water shimmered, and a thin layer of mist hovered over the surface, creating a dreamlike scene. Just then, the sun, rising from the eastern horizon like a golden fireball, slowly cast its warm light upon the mist on the lake, presenting an exceptionally unique and beautiful sight, as if it were a carefully painted scroll by nature. Each time he passed by, Qian Yuhan couldn't help but slow down to quietly appreciate this marvelous moment, a wave of indescribable emotion and joy swelling within him. Moon Lake was vast, and the running route Qian Yuhan planned only covered a small portion of it. Part of Moon Lake belonged to the Seoul Hall Academy, while a large part was favored by many citizens for morning exercise. Ordinary citizens could not enter the Seoul Hall Academy, but the other half was a popular choice for many fitness enthusiasts. Given the size of the Seoul Hall Academy and Moon Lake, one could imagine how torturous it was for them when Yu Zhang made them run around the academy for a whole morning, wishing they could pass by Moon Lake. After finishing his morning run and just about to head back to 101, he happened to run into Tang Xian and Tang Chun, who were carrying luggage out of the dormitory building. Big brother, second brother, are you leaving now? Qian Yuhan greeted the two. Tang Xian nodded back with a smile and said, yes, let's go now. We should arrive before sunset. Tang Chun patted Qian Yuhan on the shoulder and said, fourth, don't train too hard during this winter break, or it will make me look too useless. Ha ha, that's impossible. Who would dare say you're useless, second brother? They would get 2 punches in return. Ha ha ha. All right, Chen and I are leaving now. Tell the third one as well. He is still sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake him up. All right. After bidding farewell to Tang Chun and Tang Xian, Qian Yuhan returned to the dormitory. Qian Yuhan directly pushed Mu Chen awake. What's wrong? What's wrong? Mu Chen asked, still groggy. Qian Yuhan asked, I'm going back now. Are you leaving? Huh? I'll leave later. Let me sleep a bit more. Mu Chen said this, and then turned over to continue dreaming. Qian Yu sighed. This third brother, he really loves to sleep. Qian Yuhan took his luggage and left a letter on Mu Chen's desk before departing. Qian Yuhan returned to the Mingyue villa, packed up his things, and went to find Tianwei Douluo. Arriving at the front door of the Tianwei hall, he knocked and called out, Uncle Tianwei, Uncle Tianwei, are you there? After a short while, the door slowly opened by itself. Tianwei Douluo walked out from inside, and upon seeing Qian Yuhan's joyful face, he immediately ran over and picked him up, saying, Oh, Lil Yuhan, you're back. I was in seclusion last time when you came back from vacation and didn't get to see you. It really upset me. So as soon as I returned, I came to find you. You mustn't tell Uncle Jean though. He told me to find him first. Who cares about him? That old man, really. Uncle Tianwei? It's nothing. Your Uncle Jean, he doesn't mind, he. Qian Yuhan smiled and said, Uncle Tianwei looks majestic and imposing on the surface, but in reality, he is just a mischievous old child, full of playfulness. All right, don't just stay outside. Hurry up and come in. Tianwei Douluo directly pulled Qian Yuhan inside. Sitting on the sofa, Tianwei Douluo asked, Little Han, have you started your winter vacation? Qian Yuhan nu did. Is there any plan? I plan to go to Tiando City for some fun. There's a competition organized by the Tiando Royal Academy, and I want to check it out. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. You're even more battle-hungry than I was back in the day. The competition organized by the Tiando Royal Academy is indeed worth a visit. I heard from your Uncle Xiaowei that you're going to exchange to Tiando in your second year? Yes, Uncle Xiaowei mentioned it to me before. I heard from Mu Chen that there will be selections, and I want to participate in the selection competition to compete for an exchange spot. I don't want to get something for nothing. Good. I like you like this, great. Who did you just mention? Mu Chen. Huh? What's wrong? Do you know that kid from your Uncle Jeannie's family? That shouldn't be the case. Qian Yuhan explained to Tianwei Douluo, who clapped his hands and laughed, scolding. Second brother, you really are something, not telling me anything, Sai. Tianwei Douluo sighed, then thought of something and continued, Xiao Han, this time I want to go myself. I won't trouble you uncles anymore. But you're still so young. We definitely can't, rest assured. Uncle, I'm already at Soul Zone, just one soul ring away. I have the ability to protect myself. Tianwei Douluo said, didn't you just, wait, what did you just say? Soul Zone. He looked at Qin Yuhan with disbelief and found that his soul power fluctuations indeed reached the level of Soul Zone, just one soul ring short. Wow, this is too much. Tianwei Douluo couldn't help but exclaim. I was just a Soul Zone at 9 years old, and you really are the rising generation pushing the previous one forward. Haha, uncle. You are a role model for Yuhan. I still need to learn more from you. All right, enough of that. Luckily, I'm not from the same era as you. You will definitely be a leading figure of your time. Uncle won't be mistaken. Uncle, can I? No way. Qin Yuhan looked dejected, and Tianwei Douluo glanced at Qin Yuhan's expression and smiled slightly. But Qin Yu's face changed. There's a chance. We won't go, but this can be considered a training experience for you. However, we still need to arrange for a servant to accompany you. Let's have Xiaona go. You are familiar with her. Qin Yuhan nodded in agreement, knowing that this was already Uncle Tianwei taking a step back. Moreover, he was indeed very familiar with Aunt Xiaona, as she had been taking care of his daily needs while Qin Mo was not at home. The next day, Tianwei Douluo arranged for a carriage, and Aunt Xiaona took Qin Yuhan to their destination, Tiando City. Chapter 72, Winter Vacation 3, Arena Competition. After a day and night of travel, they finally arrived at Tiando City early the next morning. The Tiando Empire was still too vast. Tiando City was located in the northeast region of the Tiando Empire, while the Haotian sect was situated in the mountains on the west side of the Tiando Empire. Wuhuan City was in the southwest direction of the Tiando Empire. So Qin Yuhan and Xiao Na had to travel a whole night longer than Tang Xian and Tang Qin. Young master, we have arrived. Aunt Xiao Na woke up the still sleeping Qin Yuhan. The road was very bumpy during the first half of the night, and Qin Yuhan hardly slept at all until they reached the expressway to Tiando City in the second half of the night, where he finally fell asleep. Thus, this was one of the few times Qin Yuhan did not wake up early. Qin Yuhan opened her drowsy eyes and lifted the curtain of the carriage window to see the scene outside. The carriage was currently lined up to pass through the inspection station of Tiando City. It was a 4-lane road, and Qin Yuhan looked out the window at the carriages beside her, then moved to the other side to see the scenery outside the other window. This route was different from the last time she came. It was a dedicated carriage lane. Tiando City can now be said to be well connected, with expressways leading from Tiando City to various parts of the continent. However, because the Wuhuan City is blocked by the Wuhuan mountain range from the Tiando Empire, the cost and difficulty of building an expressway is too high. So traveling from Wuhuan City to Tiando City requires first taking a long mountain road before transitioning to the dedicated expressway. Thus, Qin Yuhan found the carriage ride quite uncomfortable. During the day, it was bearable. The bumps were not too bothersome, and while they affected her cultivation, it wasn't too significant. But at night, when the carriage entered the Wuhuan mountain range, the jolting became unbearable, making it impossible to settle her mind. She couldn't practice, nor could she sleep. While waiting to enter the inspection station, Qin Yuhan kept complaining about the road through the Wuhuan mountain range next to Aunt Xiao Na. According to Aunt Xiao Na, the reason was that the Wuhuan mountain range was a considerable distance from the Wuhuan Hall, and the costs for upgrading and maintaining the road were substantial. So the higher-ups of the Wuhuan Hall had not approved the application. After listening to this, Qin Yuhan cursed his father in his heart. What is this? How many people have been hindered by the inconvenient road, and how many have been obstructed by the bumpy Wuhuan mountain range while trying to come to Wuhuan City? What if one of them is a brilliant genius? That would be a huge loss. TSK. Dad, you really are confused. I need to find a time to talk to Uncle Tianwei and the others about this matter. Sigh, there are probably many things I don't know that they can't handle. Not long after, they passed through the checkpoint. After the city guards checked their packages and carriage with no issues, they were allowed to pass. The carriage slowly stopped at a post station in Tiando City. Aunt Xiao Na brought Qin Yuhan down, and they found a shop to grab a bite to eat. As soon as they walked into the shop, they saw a promotional poster for the Tiando Royal Academy on the wall. Aunt Xiao Na, look over there. Qin Yuhan pointed at the poster on the wall. Xiao Na followed Qin Yuhan's and saw that it was for the arena competition, which is quite famous and held once a year by the Tiando Royal Academy. The purpose is to train their students, and it seems that the prize for this year's winner is particularly good, possibly a soul bone. Soul bone. The Tiando Royal Academy is so generous. Aren't they afraid someone else will take it? They really have confidence in their students. The Tiando Royal Academy is impressive and can be considered one of the top schools in the second tier. Our Wuhuan Hall Academy is in the first tier, and while the Tiando Royal Academy is good, it can't compare to us. Xiao Na said proudly, lifting her head. Indeed, the Wuhuan Hall Academy is the most elite when it comes to educating soul masters on the entire continent. From students to teachers, everyone has gone through rigorous selection. If you have connections, but no ability, you will only end up being eliminated. And Xiaona, do you know about this arena competition? I've heard a bit about it, and it should be pretty straightforward. It's just an arena competition with attackers and defenders, and the last one standing is the champion. Each person can only challenge once. If you win, you become the challenger and wait for others to challenge you. And if you lose, you're eliminated. It continues until no one challenges you anymore. And then you're the champion. Simple and straightforward, I like it. Young master, do you want to sign up? Qian Yuhan nodded and said firmly, Let's call it Han. All right, young master, you can rest here for a while. I'll go help you register. All right, Annie, where are we staying? At the Tiando Grand Hotel. The room is booked. You are in room 1024. Qian Yuhan said directly after understanding. All right, let's meet at the Tiando Grand Hotel in 2 hours. I'm going to take a stroll. After saying that, he put down his chopsticks and disappeared in a flash. Xiaona shook her head and smiled helplessly. This young master really loves shopping, doesn't he? Sigh, he's still so young and loves to play. It's perfectly normal to be curious about things. Qian Yuhan leisurely walked along the famous Tiando Avenue in Tiando City. Everywhere he looked, there were dazzling and diverse shops. Some stores were filled with all kinds of rare spiritual herbs, emitting waves of strange fragrances, while others showcased a variety of soul-guiding devices, shimmering with mysterious lights. On both sides of the road, trees and streetlights were arranged in an orderly manner. The tall and upright trees stood like loyal guardians, quietly protecting this bustling street. Even more remarkable, it seemed that each tree was adorned with small, exquisite soul-guiding lamps. These soul-guiding lamps resembled brilliant stars in the night sky, subtly dotting between the branches and leaves. One could imagine that when night fell, this place would be enveloped in a dazzling array of lights, creating a breathtaking beauty. As he continued walking, he arrived at the square. The center of the square was surrounded by barriers, preventing anyone outside from seeing what was inside. Qian Yuhan approached an uncle in the square and asked, "Hello, sir, do you know why this place is surrounded by barriers?" The middle-aged man looked down and saw that it was a little boy. He smiled and replied, "Oh, they're renovating this area. The arena competition for the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy will be held here. Wasn't this originally a statue?" Qian Yuhan continued to inquire. Indeed, when he came last time, there was a statue here, similar in design to the Angel Square of the Wuhuan Palace Academy. Oh, you mean the statue of His Majesty Shuling? The royal family is very supportive of this competition and temporarily moved the statue away some time ago. Qian Yuhan nodded, but was quite shocked inside. It seems that the Tiando royal family places great importance on the training of soul masters. The Spirit Hall must also pay attention to this. The road to the Spirit Mountain must be upgraded, otherwise they might all run to the Tiando Empire. Hey, move aside. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Chapter 73, Winter Vacation 4, How Did I Encounter Dai Shengxi Again? Move aside, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me blocking the way there? Qian Yuhan heard a commotion behind him and saw a young man dressed in splendid attire approaching. A woman in a blue and white long dress beside him said, "Make way, our fourth young master is coming through." Qian Yuhan rolled her eyes in frustration, thinking, why is there another Dai Xingxi? Can't you all just walk in such a big place? Qian Yuhan replied coldly, before the woman could say anything else. She was interrupted by the young man beside her, who raised his hand. "Hello, little brother, my name is Ning Kaiwan. I am the fourth son of Ning Yuan, the current sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Please make way, don't block the road." Qian Yuhan's good mood was completely ruined, and upon hearing Ning Kaiwan speak like that, she directly confronted him with a smile on her face, saying, "No way, there's a path over there. Please go that way. Thank you." Ning Kaiwan understood the meaning behind Qian Yuhan's words. He appeared cheerful on the surface, but was actually filled with sarcasm. "Are you really looking for death? I can tell you're not from the Tiando Empire. Knowing you're an outsider, I'll give you one more chance." Qian Yuhan remained unfazed, still smiling as she replied, "No need, thank you. The view here is nice, so I won't give it up." Ning Kaiwan was also irritated by Qian Yuhan's sarcastic demeanor, stumbling over his words. "You bastard. You dare to speak to the fourth young master like that." The woman next to Ning Kaiwan couldn't hold back and scolded angrily. Qian Yuhan had an innocent expression, shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Did I say something wrong while talking to your family's fourth young master? Wasn't I respectful enough?" The woman you mentioned was also momentarily speechless when asked. "Ha ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. This brother is amazing. Wonderful, wonderful, ha 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 ha." The onlookers could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter, and some even gave Qian Yuhan a thumbs up in approval. Ning Kaiwan no longer pretended to be the humble gentleman, directly pointing at Qian Yuhan and saying, all right, just wait for me. I'm waiting. I'm right here enjoying the show, Qian Yuhan replied with a nod. Ning Kaiwen's eyes twitched, and he led the woman beside him and a few little followers away. Qian Yuhan estimated that he was going to find someone to deal with him. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects in the Tiando Empire, second only to the Haoyan School and above the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. Ning Kaiwen claimed to be the son of the current sect leader, Ning Yuan, which meant he was definitely a direct descendant of the inner sect, and his martial soul must be the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile as a support-type soul master. Lacking combat ability, that woman was likely just a decorative vase, with no soul power fluctuations at all. It was tea that a big shot was deliberately suppressing their soul power, but that she genuinely had none. Qian Yuhan could still tell this clearly. If she were really a big shot, she would have made a move earlier. If this Ning Kaiwen really intended to gather people to cause trouble for him, he would indeed have a hard time dealing with it. Aunt Xiao Na was probably registering for him at the Tiando Royal Academy right now, and he didn't have any acquaintances in Tiando City. Aunt Xiao Na was a powerful soul Douluo, and without her protection, if a soul emperor or soul sage were to come, that would be troublesome. Qian Yuhan watched them leave and then took off running. Going out for shopping can also be considered sightseeing. Can't be wrong, can't be wrong. Qian Yuhan was quite disdainful of her own hasty strategy, but there was nothing she could do. She had no one to protect her. And what could a soul master do? At the same time, she was speechless. Really, she had encountered another outrageous young master. Previously, it was the Ru Dai Shengxi who got angry when not allowed to cut in line. Now, she faced another young master who was trying to show off his presence by demanding others to give way. He got angry when she didn't yield. But the problem was that the entire square wasn't crowded. There was plenty of space to walk around. Qian Yuhan left the square, and the small incident just now did not disrupt his plans. The arena competition would not start until tomorrow and would last for 3 days in total. Qian Yuhan planned to take a look on the first day and start fighting on the second day. After all, as long as he registered, he could fight any time within the time frame, which also tested the arena champion, because the moment one became the champion, they had to be prepared to fight continuously. Qian Yuhan strolls leisurely along the spacious and tidy sidewalk of Tiando Avenue, his pace neither hurried nor slow, as if savoring this rare moment of leisure. The buildings on both sides of the road are tall and majestic, arranged in a well-ordered manner, showcasing the prosperity and flourishing of this city. Meanwhile, beautifully decorated carriages rush past him, the sound of hooves and rolling wheels intertwining like a delightful symphony. Some of these carriages are pulled by horses with strikingly beautiful coats, their bodies inlaid with dazzling gems. Others feature unique designs that exude an artistic vibe. Each carriage represents the different identities and statuses of their owners. Yet together they form a unique scenic line on the streets of Tiando City. As people say, Tiando City is indeed the most prosperous city in the entire Douluo continent. It gathers merchants and travelers from all directions, with bustling streets filled with voices. Various shops display a wide array of goods, ranging from rare soul guides to delicious food. Everything one could wish for. Moreover, Tiando City is home to many renowned academies and martial arts halls, attracting countless young soul masters seeking knowledge and cultivation. It can be said that this city not only possesses material wealth, but also embodies a profound cultural heritage and powerful soul abilities. Qian Yu looked at the cold edge while pondering in his heart. Indeed, the strength of the Tiando Empire comes from its open policies, and the Spirit Hall can no longer remain stagnant. The current situation on the continent is that the two major empires, Tiando and Xinghua, have different focuses. Tiando emphasizes commerce, while Xinghua focuses on the development of soul-guiding devices. The Spirit Hall serves as a middle barrier that restrains both empires, and its resources of soul masters cannot be underestimated by either side. Moreover, the Spirit Hall is neutral and geographically located between the capitals of the Tiando and Xinghua empires, which has prevented significant wars on the Douluo continent for hundreds of years. However, if one side breaks this balance, war will erupt instantly. Currently, the development momentum of Tiando is too strong, with both economic strength and soul master reserves increasing every year, and the rate of increase is becoming larger and larger. Qian Yuhan is quite interested in such matters and naturally knows more about them. This is why Qian Yuhan wants the Spirit Hall to adopt an open policy to attract top soul masters. The strategy of focusing on talented soul masters is correct, but the development of ordinary soul masters and the economic strength of the Spirit Hall itself must also be prioritized. It's no longer feasible to blindly focus on these top talents, The grassroots, the common people, and ordinary soul masters are the foundation for development. As he walked along, Qin Yuhan kept thinking. Passing by a shop, he saw that it sold children's toys, which reminded him of his playing cards. He had been too busy and had long forgotten about them. The playing cards are actually secondary. The main point is that many things in the Douluo continent are different from those in the original world. So these differences can be used to develop himself and seize the market. This can both stimulate the economy and attract people. Lost in thought, Qin Yuhan looked up and realized he had already arrived at the entrance of the Tiando Grand Hotel. The 5 large golden characters Tiando Grand Hotel were particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. Chapter 74, Winter Vacation, V. Let's get funny. After Qin Yuhan met Xiao Na handed a card to Qin Yuhan and said, "This is a soul guide room card. You just need to input a bit of soul power to use it." The room doors of the Tiando Grand Hotel use a soul guide system that can automatically recognize it, allowing you to swipe the card to enter. Qin Yuhan, wow, so advanced. Swiping a card with automatic recognition. Isn't this just the same as the facial recognition in the real world, but here it's changed to soul power recognition? Everyone's soul power fluctuations are different, just like human fingerprints, which have uniqueness, so they can be used for authentication. Qin Yuhan lay on the big bed in the room, staring at the ceiling and thinking about his poker business. He could first investigate the business environment in Tiando, and if it was suitable, he could launch his plan when he came here for an exchange in his second year. He was also thinking about the arena competition the day after tomorrow and planned to check it out tomorrow. After pondering a lot, he suddenly thought of something else and slapped his forehead in regret for not writing back to Xue before he left. He guessed that she must be upset these days for not receiving any letters. Lying on the bed, Qin Yuhan imagined Xue pouting slightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. In Qin Yuhan's mind, even though they had never met, Xue's appearance unconsciously reminded him of the girl he encountered that day in the Stardow Forest. Qin Yuhan did not know that this snow was actually Ouyang Luoxue. Perhaps it was fate in the dark. In the afternoon, he adjusted himself and then sat in meditation and practiced for 2 or 3 hours. After having dinner in the evening, he fell into a deep sleep until the next morning. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning, like a golden veil, gently seeped through the carved window and fell on Qin Yuhan's fair, jade-like face. The intense light made his eyes feel uncomfortable, as if countless needles were gently pricking at his eyeballs. Qin Yuhan instinctively furrowed his brows and slightly squinted his eyes, trying to fend off the annoying brightness. After a while, he slowly opened his heavy eyelids. As his vision gradually became clearer, Qin Yuhan blinked in confusion, and then, as if suddenly realizing something, he turned his head sharply to look at the clock beside him. He saw the hour and minute hands steadily pointing at the number 9. And he couldn't help but gasp in surprise, secretly lamenting how terrible it was. How'd he sleep so late all of a sudden? His biological clock, which was used to waking up early for a run, seemed weak and defenseless in the face of the holiday's law. Qin Yuhan helplessly shook his head, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He remembered that during school days, he always had to wake up early for morning runs. But he never expected that during the holidays, he would sleep straight until late morning. What surprised him even more was that this habit of wanting to sleep in as soon as the holidays arrived seemed to have changed not at all, whether in the world he originally lived in or in the Douluo continent where he currently resided. Qin Yuhan got out of bed, knocked on the door of Aunt Xiaona's room next door, and told her that she wanted to go to the square to watch the arena competition alone before leaving for the square. Aunt Xiaona sighed and shook her head as she watched Qin Yuhan's departing figure. This child always wants to be alone. She's so stubborn. Once she decides something, no one can change her mind. Sigh, I might as well follow her secretly. When she arrived at the square, Qin Yuhan saw that the barriers had been removed, revealing a circular arena about 2 meters high. The arena was roughly the size of a standard fighting arena, with a radius of 50 meters. There were steps on both sides of the arena for contestants to easily get on stage. About 2 meters away from the arena, there was a warning line. Inside the warning line was the competition area, while outside was the spectator area. Qin Yuhan walked to the square, and when he arrived, the scene before him made him frown slightly. The large square was bustling with people, the crowd so dense that it was almost suffocating, truly overcrowded. People were jostling against each other, packed tightly with no gaps in between, resembling a crowded ocean. Amidst this sea of people, a well-trained city defense army was busy maintaining order. Wherever the city defense soldiers were, the spectators would instinctively make way for them to pass. Each soldier was clad in heavy and sturdy armor, shining with a cold glint under the sunlight. They tightly gripped sharp, long spears, the tips gleaming menacingly, evoking fear in onlookers. Every 4 soldiers formed a small group, patrolling the perimeter of the square in an orderly manner, their gazes sharp as hawks, constantly vigilant for any potential situations. The first soul skill slash. After much effort in squeezing to the front row, Qin Yuhan heard a voice from the arena. A boy in a t-shirt was unleashing his first soul skill toward the challenger on the stage. Qin Yuhan took a look at the champion, noticing that he was wearing a college uniform with a beautifully eye-catching emblem on his left chest. Qin Yuhan guessed that the current champion was most likely a student from the Tiando Royal Academy, or, at the very least, a student from another academy in the Tiando Empire. After a fierce competition, the challenger was defeated by the champion and conceded defeat, leaving the stage. Several others then came forward to challenge, and the champion continued to rotate. According to Aunt Xiao Na yesterday, the number of participants this time was the highest in history, reaching nearly 1,000. After all, the final prize that circulated was a soul bone, a treasure that soul masters dream of. Even if it was just a rumor, it was worth a shot at luck. Qin Yuhan stood in the square for an hour, watching the challengers come and go at an astonishing pace. Qin Yuhan felt a bit of a headache. No matter how strong one was, such a frequency of soul power recovery was simply impossible, and there would always come a moment of exhaustion. So Qin Yuhan thought for a moment, this could also be considered a test of his own limits. To see where his true limits lay, Qin Yuhan moved to the tent of the tournament organizer next to the square and walked inside. Hello, I'm a participant. My registered name is Han. May I go on stage now? The staff member in the tent looked at Qin Yuhan and said with a smile, Of course you can, little one. Han, right? Let me check. There are too many registrations, so I need to look it up. Okay, sure. Qin Yuhan nodded and quietly waited nearby. Before long, a staff member walked up to Qin Yuhan holding a mask, squatted down, and said to Qin Yuhan, It's ready. You are number 0607. This mask is a gift. You can wear it during the competition. Just wait for your number to be called. Good luck. Qin Yuhan smiled as he took the mask and sat in the waiting area outside the tent, waiting to be called. The other teenagers sitting in the waiting area looked at the young Qin Yuhan. On the surface, they appeared indifferent, but inwardly they were mocking him. What is this little kid doing here? Does he have the strength of a great soul master? Is he here to be a joke? After half an hour, the announcement rang out. Please, contestant number 0607, come up on stage to challenge. There will be another chapter tonight. My body is almost recovered, and I will start typing diligently. At the same time, thanks to the generous donation of flowers from the Great Union. Who loves Vietnamese chicken noodles? Thank you. Everyone, please click on the free gifts in the gift box to generate power with love. Thank you. Chapter 75, Winter Vacation 6, Standing Tall. Please, contestant number 0607, come up on stage to challenge. Qin Yuhan picked up the exquisite and mysterious mask and gently placed it on his face. The mask covered most of his face, but could not conceal the determined light flashing in his eyes and the confident smile at the corners of his lips. He walked with steady and powerful steps, heading towards the arena that was the focus of everyone's attention. Originally, according to plan, he was supposed to step onto this stage full of challenges and opportunities the next day. However, just a moment ago, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If he could fight all the way from the beginning to the very end, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous test and tempering of his own limits. This thought ignited his passion, and a strong impulse surged from deep within him. At this moment, there was only one belief in his heart: to break through himself and overcome all difficulties. Each step seemed to carry endless strength, the arena drawing closer, and his heart grew more and more excited. The surrounding noise and cheers gradually faded from his mind. It felt as if the whole world consisted only of him and the arena where an intense battle was about to unfold. Qin Yuhan stepped onto the arena, raising his head and puffing out his chest with an imposing demeanor. The champion opposite him looked down haughtily at the little figure of Qin Yuhan. This person slowly spoke, Kid, I don't want to hurt you, so be smart and get down. Thank you, brother, but I fear no one. The casual exchange instantly ignited the flames of battle. As Qin Yuhan's declaration of I fear no one reached the audience's ears, it sparked their enthusiasm. Go for it. Little buddy, what a spirit. I believe in you. Keep it up. The cheers from the audience surged and flowed, almost entirely encouraging Qin Yuhan. This inevitably annoyed the champion, who unleashed his martial soul. From the Royal Class 5 of the Tiando Royal Academy, Duan Jiaxiu, Level 35 Battle Spirit Master. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared beneath his feet, and he drew a long sword. The sword was very thin, entirely deep red, emanating a blood-red mist. The soul-pursuing sword, Qian Yuhan murmured. In the academy, Qian Yuhan had read many books about sword-type martial souls, including descriptions of the soul-pursuing sword. Han, level 39 battle spirit master, please give me your guidance. Qian Yuhan said blandly. The ancient well is without waves. But to the audience and Duan Jiaxu opposite him, it was like thunder on a clear day. What? Soul Master? A 39th level Soul Master? I can't be hearing this wrong. No, I heard it too. A 39th level Soul Master. What the heck? What kind of monster is this? This kid looks no older than 10, and he's already a Soul Master? The murmurs of the audience rose, all filled with astonishment. What surprised them even more was Qian Yuhan's subsequent actions. He raised his right hand. With a movement of his arm, a point of light suddenly appeared in the void before his right hand, rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually forming a dazzling light sphere. Just as everyone was amazed by this magical scene, the light sphere suddenly underwent a miraculous transformation. It gradually stretched, morphed, and in the blink of an eye, turned into an incredibly sharp, sword-like object. Qian Yuhan focused his gaze intently on the sword that was taking shape. As it fully transformed into a sword, he did not hesitate to reach out and grasp the hilt. In an instant, the dazzling light that had been surrounding the sword seemed to respond to some kind of summons, retreating like a receding tide. Soon after, a magnificent platinum longsword was fully revealed in Qian Yuhan's hand. The sword was about 3 feet long, with an elegant platinum hue on the blade. The entire sword had smooth and beautiful lines, exuding both a sharpness and a touch of elegance and nobility. Undoubtedly, this was the divine sword of light, the martial soul that belonged to Qian Yuhan. When the divine sword of light appeared in Qian Yuhan's hand, the chasing soul sword in Duan Jiaxu's hand trembled involuntarily. It was indeed the tremor of a martial soul. The chasing soul sword seemed to be like a commoner facing an emperor, not daring to meet his gaze, fearing that it would be directly erased if it touched his majesty. What is wrong with my martial soul? Duan Jiaxu looked at the chasing soul sword in confusion, speaking in a flustered manner. Just as he was puzzled, the chasing soul sword directly dissipated, seemingly terrified to face the martial soul in Qian Yuhan's hand, and simply ran away. No matter how Duan Jiaxu called for it, the chasing soul sword ignored him. For the sake of fairness, I want to use my martial soul either. Saying this, Qian Yuhan retracted his martial soul. At the moment, the divine sword of light disappeared. The terrifying martial soul pressure throughout the arena also vanished. Damn it, you actually... Duan Jiaxu clenched his fists, seemingly very angry about Qian Yuhan retracting his martial soul, and charged directly at him with a punch. In fact, Qian Yuhan did not expect his divine sword of light martial soul to have such a terrifying suppressive power over Duan Jiaxu's chasing soul sword. Qian Yuhan truly suggested switching to hand-to-hand combat for the sake of fairness, but it was clear that Duan Jiaxu did not think so. With his eyes tightly closed, Qian Yuhan's soul power surged within him like a roaring tide. He gathered all his soul power into his right arm, and a dazzling light gradually emerged around his fist. As the light grew more intense, Qian Yuhan suddenly opened his eyes, shouting loudly as his right fist, carrying unparalleled power, smashed toward Duan Jiaxu. Seeing this, Duan Jiaxu, who was burly and over 2 heads taller than Qian Yuhan, did not show any weakness and swung his thick fist to meet it. Just as everyone thought this would be a fierce collision, a shocking scene unfolded. At the moment their fists made contact, an unimaginably powerful shockwave erupted from Qian Yuhan's fist, sending Duan Jiaxu flying backward like a kite with a broken string. In midair, Duan Jiaxu spat out a mouthful of blood, leaving a striking blood trail in the air. He then crashed heavily against a thick tree trunk beside the square, emitting a loud bang. The entire tree shook violently, and leaves fluttered down. Duan Jiaxu's body slowly slid down the trunk and finally collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by the astonishing scene before them. Some came back to their senses but still clapping in a daze. 1 person, 2 people. The entire audience in the square began to clap in unison. The challengers in the waiting area, who had not seen what had happened, stood on tiptoe looking toward the arena. Qian Yuhan did not enjoy the applause. Instead, he sat cross-legged to recover his soul power, making the most of every moment to face each match in his best condition, which was also a challenge. 1 match, 2 matches, and it continued until the last match the next day, with Qian Yuhan achieving a consecutive victory. No one defeated him. And the audience went from being shocked at the beginning to feeling that it was perfectly normal for Qian Yuhan to win. After each victory, the audience would shout Han. In the past few days, Qian Yuhan has primarily engaged in close combat, using the most primitive methods to unleash his potential and strengthen his physical endurance. The enhancement of his body through the two miraculous herbs and the divine sword of light has made Qian Yuhan's physical strength far surpass that of ordinary people. Qian Yuhan never expected that the suppression power of the bright, divine sword over weapon spirits would be so terrifying. When he fought against Zhao Ke before, it didn't seem to matter at all. What Qian Yuhan didn't know was that during their battle, Zhao Ke was fighting to the death every time. The 7-kill sword, after all, is a top-tier weapon spirit, so its suppression power is naturally not as significant, but it's still considerable, and Zhao Ke could still summon it. The soul-chasing sword is like a small witch facing a big witch when compared to the 7-kill sword, let alone when facing the bright, divine sword. Qian Yuhan originally intended to practice his swordsmanship, but it turned into practicing his body techniques and fist techniques instead, which is also fine. In the blink of an eye, the third day has arrived. Miss, the champion on the arena, has always been that person named Han, who is said to be extremely strong, although he is only a soul master and his soul power level is not as high as yours. There's a quaint tea shop next to the spacious and lively square. This tea shop has a unique pavilion design, with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, and intricately carved railings, showcasing elegant beauty. At this moment, Ouyang Luoxue is sitting gracefully in the pavilion, gently holding a steaming cup of fragrant tea, her gaze leisurely directed towards the bustling square below. Her silky, smooth long hair casually drapes over her shoulders, and her pure white dress sways gently with the wind, resembling a fairy descending from the heavens, exuding elegance and charm. Ouyang Luoxue takes a delicate sip of tea, savoring the aroma slowly spreading in her mouth, while quietly listening to Old Lu's report. Old Lu stands respectfully beside her, detailing the various recent events. His words are sincere and clear, describing each matter in great detail. Ouyang Luoxue occasionally nods slightly, sometimes lost in thought, and occasionally interjects with a question or two for more details. After Old Lu finishes his report, Ouyang Luoxue lightly opens her red lips and softly says, got it. Thank you for your hard work, Old Lu. Her voice is crisp and pleasant, like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, enchanting those who hear it. After speaking, she gently puts down her teacup and continues to admire the scenery in the square. Once Old Lu leaves, Ouyang Luoxue's lips curve into a slight smile as she says, "You little rascal. Not writing back to me and coming here to mess up my place, huh? Just wait and see how I deal with you later. Today, as 2 updates are done. Phew, I can sleep now. These days of recovering from illness have made me just want to sleep every day. Tomorrow, Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luoxue will have their duel, so let us look forward to it. Guess who the final victor will be? Let us generate some love. Please. Please, please." Chapter 76, Winter Break 7. Is it you? On the third day of the arena competition, Qian Yuhan has been standing on the arena for a day and a half, and everyone knows how strong he is. In the audience area, one person is glaring at Qian Yuhan on the arena. This person is Ning Kaiwan, who had some grievances with Qian Yuhan before the competition started. This guy is surprisingly strong. "Young master, I'm also on the registration list. Should I go and dampen his spirit?" Ning Kaiwan nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, sister." Ning Kaiwan smiled slightly at his female attendant beside him. She was not the same woman from that day, but someone sent by the sect to protect him. As Ning Kaiwan spoke, his hand mischievously slid down from her waist to her hips. The woman seemed used to it, showing no reaction, and smiled at Ning Kaiwan, saying, "Leave it to me, young master." After saying that, she walked towards the organizer's tent. Next match, contestant 0978, come on stage. The beautiful attendant beside Ning Kaiwan swayed her slender and soft waist gracefully, taking light steps towards the stage. With each small step, her enchanting figure swayed like flowers in a gentle breeze, exuding endless charm and allure. As she moved lightly, the gazes of the surrounding people were drawn to her, as if tightly held by a magnet, unable to look away. These gazes were either fiery, astonished, or infatuated, and they increased in number. All of this was because this attendant was simply too stunning to ignore. "Little one, hurry up and go down, or my sister's hands might be unpredictable. If I hurt you, I would feel." Heartbroken Qian Yuhan opened his eyes and stood up, scanning the woman standing 20 meters in front of him. He smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your concern, sister. I can take care of myself and won't get hurt by you." unaware of her own limitations. The woman stopped pretending. The fiery and enchanting expression she had just moments ago turned cold. Ning Hui, level 45 Soul Master, please give me your guidance. As she spoke, 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, appeared beneath her feet. Qian Yuhan is not encountering the soul sect for the first time in this competition, but it's the first time he has met a level 45 opponent. Without overthinking, Qian Yuhan summoned the bright, divine sword, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beneath his feet. Qian Yuhan, level 39 Battle Soul Master, please give me your guidance. Level 39, not bad, Ning Hui said, a bit surprised by Qian Yuhan's words. Ning Hui, what a kid, he is actually stronger than the young master. He looks about the same age as the young master, maybe a little younger. Among those of the same age at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, only one is stronger than the young master, and that is Ouyang Luoxue. This kid's talent should be on par with Ouyang Luoxue. Ning Hui grasped the air, and a long spear appeared. Qian Yuhan gripped the bright, divine sword tightly, and his aura surged dramatically. He realized that if the opponent had a sword-type martial soul, the suppressive power of the bright, divine sword might cause their martial soul to fear and dissipate. However, if it was another type of weapon martial soul, the suppressive effect would not be as significant, and it could still be summoned. Therefore, throughout yesterday, Qian Yuhan's bright, divine sword shone brilliantly as he defeated several opponents. First soul skill, Spear Intent. Ning Hui's figure flashed, and, like a phantom, she was the first to launch an attack. The yellow first soul ring beneath her feet suddenly shone brightly, and as the light flowed, a mysterious and powerful force was instantly infused into the spear in her hand. In an instant, a red mist seemed to envelop the spear, making it difficult to discern its true form. However, with the appearance of this red mist, the already impressive spear exuded a heart-pounding pressure. Despite this, Qian Yuhan, standing opposite, showed no signs of fear. He understood that this battle should not be underestimated, as the gap in strength between the two sides was evident. Yet, the more he faced a formidable enemy, the more his fighting spirit soared. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. Qian Yuhan kept his gaze fixed on Ning Hui's figure, his right hand gripping the sword of light tightly. As Ning Hui moved back and forth, Qian Yuhan was constantly searching for the pattern in her movements. Qian Yuhan closed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations around him. Ning Hui's movements seemed to be in slow motion in Qian Yuhan's mind, just as Ning Hui was about to turn and move in another direction. Qian Yuhan suddenly opened his eyes, waiting for the opportunity to come. With a swift and decisive motion, he swung his sword down, and the fierce sword energy rushed towards Ning Hui. Ning Hui realized that Qian Yuhan was attacking just as she was about to change direction, unable to exert her full strength, and couldn't help but furrow her brow, thinking, this kid can actually. With no time for further reaction, Ning Hui had to forcibly launch her strike, or else she would be hit by Qian Yuhan's bright slash. In that instant, everyone saw Ning Hui's left leg suddenly straighten, as if she was using all her strength to try to halt her rapid advance. However, this sudden movement left her with no time to gather enough power. Even so, the spear in her hand still shot out like lightning without hesitation. In an instant, the spear transformed into a dazzling beam of light, resembling a ferocious red dragon, exuding endless might and fierce aura, charging towards the powerful bright slash ahead. With a deafening roar, the two forces collided fiercely. Surprisingly, the originally strong Ning Hui did not gain any advantage in this clash. On the contrary, the relatively weaker Qian Yuhan unexpectedly gained the upper hand. Second soul skill, Bright Shadow Doppelganger. Qian Yuhan activated his second soul skill, and in a flash, 3 Qian Yuhans appeared on the arena. Ning Hui gritted her teeth, her purple fourth soul ring shimmering beneath her feet. Fourth soul skill, Shadowless Dominance Spear. With a shout, all of Ning Hui's power instantly converged in her legs, and she surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, soaring straight into the sky. At the same time, her long and powerful right arm was raised high, gripping the long spear that glimmered with a cold light, resembling a bolt of lightning slicing through the air, directly aiming at the central Qian Yuhan. In that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The long spear suddenly exploded in midair, splitting into 3, transforming into 3 fierce spear lights that raced toward the 3 figures, including the real Qian Yuhan. Each spear light carried a devastating momentum, as if it aimed to pierce through all enemies in sight. Faced with this sudden attack, the 3 Qian Yuhans remained calm. They simultaneously swung their radiant divine swords, the blades shining brightly like blazing suns. They then unleashed several waves of sword energy, which intertwined to form an impenetrable sword net, attempting to block the incoming spear lights. However, despite the impressive appearance of the sword energy, its power was significantly weaker compared to Ning Hui's fourth soul skill. After all, Ning Hui's strike contained all her strength and skill, far from being a mere ordinary attack. Yet, the sheer number and density of Qian Yuhan's attacks significantly weakened Ning Hui's fourth soul skill. Sensing it had been sufficiently diminished, Qian Yuhan activated his third soul skill. In that breathtaking moment, a dazzling yellow light suddenly flared behind Qian Yuhan. Following that, a massive and mysterious yellow, humanoid shadow slowly emerged, wrapping around Qian Yuhan like a guardian deity. The shadow was tall and imposing, exuding a heart-pounding powerful aura. At the same time, the three long spears in Ning Hui's hands shot out like lightning, directly crashing toward Qian Yuhan with a fierce momentum. With a loud bang, the long spear collided violently with the light barrier surrounding Qian Yuhan, sparking countless sparks and intense energy fluctuations. In an instant, the entire arena was shrouded in thick smoke, resembling a world in chaos. The audience below stared wide-eyed, desperately trying to discern the situation within the smoke. But the dense fog blurred their vision. They could only anxiously wait for the smoke to clear to understand the outcome of this fierce battle. After all, it was a full-force strike from a soul sect, and despite being weakened, it still caused Qian Yuhan to stagger back. Qian Yuhan had underestimated the power of Ning Hui's attack, and being in the state of light clone meant he could not fully unleash his true strength, which allowed Ning Hui to inflict damage on him. As the smoke dissipated, Ning Hui looked incredulously at Qian Yuhan, who was merely hunched over, gasping for breath. The shock to his chest made Qian Yuhan feel quite uncomfortable, struggling to catch his breath. Ning Hui, however, was astonished that her all-out attack had been blocked, and Qian Yuhan could still stand there unharmed. Her fourth soul skill had once injured a soul king. How could this be? Ning Hui knew she was unable to continue fighting, as she had exhausted all her soul power to unleash her fourth soul skill. Believing she could secure victory with one strike, but unexpectedly, Ning Hui fixed her gaze on Qian Yuhan, clearly sensing the continuous flow of soul power radiating from him. That powerful and mysterious force seemed to proclaim its owner's victory to the surroundings. Ning Hui's eyes gradually dimmed, and she slowly lowered her head, her voice deep and filled with helplessness as she said, "I lost." These three words struck her heart like a heavy hammer, leaving her with an indescribable sense of disappointment and defeat. The Soul Sect could not defeat the Soul Sovereign. Anyone would feel bad about it. Han won again. Hum. My God. The audience erupted in excitement. Qian Yuhan's strength had completely conquered everyone present, except for the gloomy Ning Kaiwan. Please have contestant number 0001 come to the stage to challenge. The audience members close by, seeing the next challenger approaching, were filled with eager anticipation and excitement. Qian Yuhan focused his gaze on the opponent challenging him on stage, and was quite shocked. "It's you." First update, second update in the afternoon. The male lead is about to battle the female lead. Thanks to Boss Zhang for the love-powered tip. Chapter 77, Winter Vacation 8, Two Monsters. Qian Yuhan looked at the girl walking up to the stage and slowly said, "Is it you?" How could Qian Yuhan not recognize her? Isn't she the woman he encountered in the Starry Forest back then? Remembering their first meeting, Qian Yuhan was struck by her unparalleled beauty. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, flawless to the touch. Her eyes were like deep lakes, clear and captivating, containing endless warmth and vivacity. Her straight and graceful nose complemented her cherry-red lips, which seemed naturally rosy, with a slight upward curve at the corners that held a hint of a faint smile. Resembling the peach blossoms blooming in spring, dazzling and intoxicating. She may not have completely shed her youthful innocence and naivety, but even so, her beauty was still as radiant and eye-catching as the brightest stars in the night sky. Qian Yuhan couldn't help but think to herself, "She is so dazzlingly beautiful now. What will she be like in a few years when she fully matures? It must be a breathtakingly stunning sight. I'm afraid everything in the world will pale in comparison to her brilliance." Long time no see. Ouyang Luo Shui said these four words coolly to the somewhat dazed Qian Yuhan, but internally, she was laughing nonstop. "This fool must be stunned to see me. Heh. Long time no see." Qian Yuhan stammered in response. Some students from the Tiando Royal Academy watching from below, were shocked at Ouyang Luo Shue's demeanor. What did they just see? Their cold and beautiful campus goddess actually took the initiative to speak. Ning Kaiwen clenched his fists, angrily staring at Qin Yuhan. Why? Why is Luo Shui talking to you? Why? I'm Qin Yuhan. I know. Level 39 Battle Soul Master. Please give me your guidance. Ouyang Luo Shui looked at Qin Yuhan's shy demeanor, which was completely different from before, and couldn't he help but smile slightly, covering her mouth. Tiando Royal Academy students. My goddess. She actually smiled. Woo woo woo. She looks so beautiful when she smiles. Can she smile at me too? Ouyang Luo Shui. Level 43 Control System Soul Master. Please give me your guidance. Suddenly, 4 soul rings appear beneath Ouyang Luo Shui. 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. It was completely different from the imposing aura that Ning Hui had displayed earlier. It was even more formidable. At the same time, a blue-silver ice staff suddenly appeared in her delicate, jade-like hand. This ice staff seemed to be carved from a millennium of cold ice, crystal clear and emanating chill. At the head of the staff, a large gem was set, radiating a faint blue light, shining like the brightest star in the night sky, captivatingly dazzling in the center of the staff. On the other side, Qin Yuhan raised his right hand, grasping at the air, and began to condense a dazzling light in his hand. The light grew stronger until it transformed into a beautifully shaped divine sword of light. The moment the divine sword fully emerged, an overwhelming aura erupted, sweeping outward like surging waves, shaking the surrounding air. At the same time, 3 soul rings appeared beneath Qin Yuhan, 1 purple and 2 black. He knew that Ouyang Luo Shui was aware of the ages of his soul rings, so there was no need to hide it, and he did not consume the soul ring transformation pill. Come on. Ouyang Luo Shui raised an eyebrow and said to Qin Yuhan, Second soul skill, Radiant Shadow Clone. Qin Yuhan changed her previous strategy. Facing the unknown strength of Ouyang Luo Shui, the aura she exuded made Qin Yuhan's heart tremble, so she altered her plan, intending to use her second soul skill to test Ouyang Luo Shui's specific strength first. Ouyang Luo Shui was incredibly intelligent. How could she not see what Qin Yuhan was doing? With the ice spirit staff in her hand, she struck on the ground, and her yellow first soul ring and purple second soul ring lit up simultaneously. Ice Spirit Blessing and Ice Domain were activated at the same time. As the soul skill was unleashed, a light blue mist enveloped the entire arena, centered around Ouyang Luo Shui. Domain skill, Qin Yuhan thought to herself. Qin Yuhan found himself in Ouyang Luo Shui's domain, with a strong cold wind and the ice spikes that could appear at any moment forced him to be extremely cautious. Ouyang Luo Shui's domain skill was quite powerful, capable of weakening opponents. The reduction in speed was terrifying, making it nearly impossible for those with slightly weaker strength to move within this domain. This kid is in the young lady's domain. His clones can't move quickly at all, and he can't provoke the young lady to attack, so his testing purpose is rendered ineffective, Lu Lao, watching from the audience area, said to himself. On the other side, Ning Kaiwen smirked and mocked. In Luo Shui's ice domain, you can only wait to be slain. In the ice domain, Qin Yuhan looked around and indeed felt his movement speed greatly reduced. Ouyang Luo Shui's 4th soul ring quietly lit up. 4th soul skill, the long winter has arrived. At that moment, the sky above the arena seemed to be covered by an invisible giant hand, and the originally clear sky was quickly enveloped by thick dark clouds. The entire scene appeared exceptionally oppressive and terrifying. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Countless giant ice spikes fell from the sky like raindrops, densely pouring down onto the arena. These ice spikes shone with a cold light and carried a fierce momentum, seemingly ready to pierce and shatter everything. In the face of such fierce attacks, Qin Yuhan, who was at the other end of the arena, showed no sign of panic. He took a deep breath, his eyes resolute as he shouted, Third soul skill, Radiant Guardian. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from his body and quickly condensed into a magnificent set of armor. This armor emitted brilliant light, as hot and dazzling as the sun. Dressed in golden armor, Qin Yuhan fearlessly charged towards the falling ice spikes like a torrential rain. Each ice spike that struck him produced a crisp sound, but could not penetrate that solid defense. Meanwhile, the radiant wings behind him suddenly unfurled, and with a powerful flap, he shot towards the direction of Ouyang Luo Shui like an arrow released from a bow. During his flight, Qin Yuhan continuously gathered strength. Finally, when he approached the edge of Ouyang Luo Shui's ice domain, He tightly gripped the radiant divine sword in his hands, raised it high, and then swung it with all his might. With a loud crack, the spectators were astonished to see tiny cracks beginning to appear in Ouyang Luoshue's ice domain. These cracks quickly spread, covering the entire ice domain like a spiderweb. Moments later, accompanied by another earth-shattering roar, Ouyang Luoshue's ice domain was completely shattered, transforming into countless ice fragments that scattered across the ground, disappearing without a trace. Qin Yuhan understood very well that to break the deadlock, he must first break through this domain. Fortunately, the defenses of this domain were not that strong. Even though Qin Yuhan was currently in a shadow clone state and could only exert 80 of his strength, he still managed to break through. Not bad. Ouyang Luoshue couldn't help but secretly praise. He had exerted all his effort to break through Ouyang Luoshue's domain and barely managed to withstand Ouyang Luoshue's astonishing fourth soul skill. The winter has arrived. At this moment, Qin Yuhan's condition was truly pitiful. He knelt on one knee, his body trembling slightly, as if he could fall at any moment. Heavy breaths escaped his mouth, and every breath seemed so difficult. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the cold ground and splattering into shocking bloodstains. His originally handsome face was now as pale as paper, with beads of sweat the size of mung beans rolling down his forehead, mixing with the blood, making him look even more disheveled. Yet even so, the steadfast light in Qin Yuhan's eyes never dimmed, instead shining with an indomitable spirit. Qin Yuhan circulated his soul power, which quickly flowed through his body's meridians. It seemed he had forgotten his pain as golden flames erupted around him, and his eyes changed from light blue to golden yellow. The audience in the stands looked at the severely injured Qin Yuhan, who could still unleash such fighting spirit, and couldn't help but wonder, is this really a child under 10 years old? Both of these people on stage are monsters. First soul skill, Radiant Slash. Qin Yuhan took a deep breath, mobilizing all his soul power to continuously gather into the radiant bright, divine sword in his hand. Suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped him, and soul power surged into the sword like a tidal wave. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. A golden phantom, towering dozens of meters high, slowly emerged behind Qin Yuhan. This golden phantom was vivid and lifelike, resembling an adult version of Qin Yuhan, exuding a sacred and majestic aura. As the soul power continued to pour in, the bright divine sword began to tremble violently, its blades suddenly expanding several times, becoming enormous. It floated up as if it had been given life, flying towards the gigantic golden phantom. In the blink of an eye, the bright divine sword firmly landed in the hands of the golden phantom. At this moment, the golden phantom resembled a war god descending, tightly gripping the bright divine sword. Raising his arm high, and then, with tremendous force, swung it down towards Ouyang Luoshue. A sharp and unmatched sword light tore through the sky, carrying a terrifying pressure that rushed towards Ouyang Luoshue. Faced with this aggressive strike, Ouyang Luoshue was secretly shocked. She never expected that the heavily injured Qin Yuhan could unleash such a powerful and domineering attack. Watching the approaching sword light, Ouyang Luoshue couldn't help but exclaim, "What an impressive momentum!" However, before she could finish her sentence, she felt a strong sense of crisis rushing towards her. At the critical moment of life and death, Ouyang Luoshue dared not hesitate any longer and immediately activated her trump card. She let out a delicate shout, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light shot up into the sky from her body, and an ice god battle knife, crystal clear and exuding cold air, appeared in her hands. At the same time, the purple first soul ring beneath her feet instantly lit up, and powerful soul power surged wildly. Ice God Slash! Ouyang Luoshue shouted, gripping the ice god battle knife tightly with both hands, channeling all her strength to swing it towards the bright slash unleashed by Qin Yuhan. In an instant, a massive ice blue blade light howled out, meeting the resplendent sword light. With a thunderous boom, the ice knife and the light blade collided violently. The two forces of completely different attributes clashed, erupting in an earth-shattering roar. The entire arena trembled, and the surrounding air was compressed, forming visible shockwaves that swept in all directions. For a moment, dust filled the air, obscuring the sky and the sun. As the smoke on the arena gradually dispersed, everyone was astonished to find Qin Yuhan collapsed on the ground, his face pale as paper, completely drained of strength and unable to stand. On the other side, Ouyang Luoxue was not much better off. She sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly closed, fully focused on regulating her breathing to recover her soul power and injuries. The organizer of the Academy's arena competition had already arrived beside the stage during the battle, and now, looking at the two who could no longer fight, was unsure how to announce the result of the match. I lost. Qian Yuhan and Ouyang Luoxue spoke in unison. The person in charge said, that's almost nothing. The referee replied, I lost. Hurry up and announce the result. Qian Yuhan continued, not giving Ouyang Luoxue a chance to speak, and moved to the side of the ring, getting off the stage himself. The match ended, and contestant 0001 successfully attacked the ring. Xiao Na in the audience area watched as Qian Yuhan slowly came down from the stage, hurriedly walked to his side, transmitted soul power to him so he could stand and walk normally, and then helped him back to the Tiano Grand Hotel. Phew, the second update is done. I asked my brothers to give a little love to keep the energy going. It's free. I beg you. I'll continue writing tomorrow. Chapter 78, Winter Vacation, 9. Are you okay? The next day, Qian Yuhan woke up feeling sore all over. At this time, Aunt Xiao Na came in with a tray that had lunch on it. Young master, you're awake. How do you feel? Thank you, Aunt Xiao Na, for taking care of me. I feel much better, but my body is still a bit sore. Xiao Na smiled and said, Young master, you really shone yesterday. Your third soul skill protected you while you clashed head-on with that girl's 4 soul skill, so your body must be feeling it. The doctor we invited yesterday checked you, and the rest nothing serious. Just take a good rest for a few days. He nodded. His stomach growled, and Xiao Na smiled and said, You should eat something. Qian Yuhan smiled awkwardly. After Xiao Na placed the tray on the table in the room, she returned to her own room. Once Xiao Na left, Qian Yuhan sat down at the dining table and began to eat voraciously. He was just too hungry. While eating, Qian Yuhan seemed to recall something. He wondered how Ouyang Luoxue was doing and if she had been injured. His bright slash yesterday felt a bit. Ouyang Luoxue had also sustained considerable injuries in yesterday's battle. She was astonished that her Ice God Slash was actually no match for Qian Yuhan's Bright Slash. Although it seemed she was in better shape sitting cross-legged and meditating than Qian Yuhan, who was lying on the ground. Only she knew that she was not as well off as it appeared. The power of Qian Yuhan's Bright Slash is indeed too strong. Not something an ordinary soul master can withstand. Ouyang Luoxue underestimated him, not expecting that Qian Yuhan could unleash such a powerful attack with the strength of a soul sovereign. Xiaoxue, are you there? A gentle, magnetic male voice came from outside. Ouyang Luoxue immediately recognized who it was and replied, Yes, I'm here, Dad. Then I'll come in. As he spoke, the door to Ouyang Luoxue's room opened, and in walked her father, Ouyang Jie, the Ice God Sect Master, a level 98 Super Daw, known as the Ice God Daw. Dad, you're usually so busy. What brings you here? Ouyang Luoxue asked first. I heard that you were injured in the arena match yesterday, so I came to check on you. I'm Fina, Dad. I'm not as delicate as you think. Ha ha ha. Good daughter, I definitely believe you're fine. But I'm curious. Who could injure my daughter? Someone of the same level? Ouyang Luoxue shook her head. What? How dare they bully the weak? Which scoundrel is it? Ouyang Jie's aura suddenly surged, emanating a terrifying pressure, but this pressure deliberately avoided Luoxue. Ouyang Luoxue saw that her father, who was a bit of a doting father, had misunderstood, thinking she had been bullied, and quickly explained, Dad, wait, why are you so reckless? It wasn't someone bullying me. In fact, I was the one who bullied someone weaker. Ouyang Jie's pressure abruptly vanished, his expression frozen in shock. What did his daughter just say? She bullied someone weaker? And got injured? How is that possible? How is that possible? Ouyang Jie said, even though he had lived for nearly 100 years. He had never encountered such an outrageous situation. He knew how powerful his daughter was. How could she get injured by someone weaker than her? Hey, Dad, there's nothing I can do. He really is strong. His martial soul has a certain suppression over my ice spirit staff, and only the Ice God Battle Blade could barely contend with it. Ouyang Jie, who was originally stunned, looked even more shocked after hearing Luoxue's words. What martial soul? A top-tier martial soul. A divine-level martial soul. A martial soul that can contend with the Ice God Battle Blade must also be a divine-level martial soul. What is the name of the person you fought? Ouyang Jie asked. Ouyang Luoxue had never seen her father like this before and replied, Qian Yuhan. What's wrong? Father? Qian Yuhan? You mean the one you fought was Qian Yuhan? Ah, yes. Ouyang Jie sighed inwardly. These two kids really have a connection. Do you remember the uncle who came to visit over 6 months ago? Your uncle Qian Mo? Yes, I remember. Ouyang Luoxue certainly remembered. She had originally intended to find her father in the main hall, but ran into this uncle, who had such a strong aura, even stronger than her father's, yet looked at her so gently. Qian Yuhan is your Uncle Qianmo's son. Huh? Then Qian Yuhan is. Ouyang Jie seemed to guess what Luoxue wanted to say and nodded. He is the young master of the Spirit Hall, but this is a secret of the Spirit Hall. Originally, he was supposed to come to the Tiando Royal Academy this semester, but the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall decided to have him study at the Spirit Hall Academy instead. I can't say much, as it's all for his own good. However, I heard that the Spirit Hall and Tiando are in contact, especially regarding education. Yes, he will come as an exchange student in his second year and study at the Tiando Royal Academy for 3 years. Oh, I see. Huh? No, sweetheart. How do you know? Ouyang Jie caught on and asked Luoxue. Ouyang Luoxue realized she had let something slip and was thinking about how to cover it up when she saw Ouyang Jie smile, as if he saw through everything, and said, "Forget it, it doesn't matter, ha ha ha." After Ouyang Jie left Ouyang Luoxue's room, he secretly thought, Brother, are we going to become in-laws? Ha ha. Watching her father leave. After a while, Luoxue slowly spoke. Lu Lao. Miss, I'm here. Lu Lao, do you know where the boy I fought yesterday is now? Lu Lao thought for a moment and said, Miss, I only know that after he left yesterday, he went to the Tiando Grand Hotel. As for whether he has left today, I'm not sure. Then he should still be there. Thank you, Lu Lao. Qian Yuhan was leisurely lying on the bed reading a book when he heard a knocking sound at the door. Who is it? Qian Yuhan asked. He felt puzzled. Who could it be? Aunt Xiao Na has a soul guiding key and could come in directly, so it shouldn't be her. Then who could it be? Qian Yuhan was thinking about who it could be when a knock on the door rang out again. Qian Yuhan got out of bed and walked to the door, asking, Who are you? A familiar female voice replied, It's me. Qian Yuhan opened the door, and what greeted her was none other than Ouyang Luoxue. How did you come here? What can I come to see you? Ouyang Luoxue said with a smile. You saw me to stand outside like this. Qian Yuhan stared blankly at Ouyang Luoxue, who was smiling at him. Ouyang Luoxue covered her mouth and laughed, saying, What are you looking at, silly? Qian Yuhan finally came back to his senses and moved aside to let Ouyang Luoxue enter the room. After Ouyang Luoxue sat on the sofa, she looked at the limping Qian Yuhan, feeling a tightness in her heart. Blushing, she asked, Are you okay? I'm fine, didn't die, Qian Yuhan replied while pouring water for Ouyang Luoxue. Ouyang Luoxue said, You're such a straight man. Chapter 79, Winter Break, 10, Returning to the Spirit Hall, Exchanging in Advance. Hearing Qian Yuhan's words, Ouyang Luoxue just wanted to directly go up and give him a couple of hits. I'm really sorry, once I enter battle mode, I can't really hold back. That last strike must have hurt you, right? I'm sorry, I wanted to apologize yesterday, but I didn't expect my body to give out first, haha. Qian Yuhan placed the cup on the table in front of Ouyang Luoxue and slowly bent down to sit on the sofa, looking at her with an apologetic expression. Hearing Qian Yuhan's words, this time Ouyang Luoxue was a bit at a loss for how to respond. I wasn't hurt, but you were the one who got injured. I should be the one apologizing. Qian Yuhan looked at Ouyang Luoxue and smiled, shaking his head as he said, Still trying to fool me? You're really not injured? The fluctuation of your soul power now is simply worlds apart from yesterday. How can you say you're not hurt? Ouyang Luoxue was stunned as she looked at Qian Yuhan. He can actually see my soul power fluctuations. Indeed, Ouyang Luoxue's aura was weak and her soul power was chaotic, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. But the fact that Qian Yuhan could notice this was astonishing. Ouyang Luoxue judged based on Qian Yuhan's limping appearance, while Qian Yuhan perceived it through the fluctuations of her soul power. Ouyang Luoxue, whose soul power was higher than Qian Yuhan's, couldn't sense Qian Yuhan's soul power fluctuations, yet Qian Yuhan could feel Ouyang Luoxue's. This was simply unbelievable. Qian Yuhan looked at the shocked Ouyang Luoxue and quickly explained, I have a natural sensitivity to soul power fluctuations, which is something that not everyone has. What Qian Yuhan didn't mention was that he had enhanced his physique by absorbing the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery passion flower, making him exceptionally sensitive to soul power fluctuations. So that is how it is. No wonder. Isn't that right, young master? Ouyang Luoxue remarked calmly. Qian Yuhan widened her eyes. She knows my identity? What are you talking about? Haha, what kind of young master am I? Just pretending. Qian Yuhan, who exactly are you, and what is your identity? Qian Yuhan squinted and asked. Ouyang Luoxue looked at Qian Yuhan's somewhat hostile gaze and shook her head with a smile, saying, I'm the daughter of the ice god Douluo. Qian Yuhan, who is the ice god Douluo? I don't know. Ouyang Luoxue. Hearing Qian Yuhan's outrageous statement, Ouyang Luoxue couldn't help but cough twice, then said, Ahem, the ice god Douluo is the leader of the ice god sect. Ice god sect. I seem to have a bit of an impression. While Qian Yuhan was pondering where he had heard it before, Ouyang Luoxue said, "Have you been to the largest ice god battle arena in Tiando City?" Qian Yuhan suddenly remembered, slapping his forehead. "So that's where it is. Then you must be the little boss of the Fighting Soul Arena, right?" Cough, cough, cough. Ouyang Luoxue was drinking from the cup in front of her when she was choked by Qian Yuhan's question. "You could say that. Also, your spirit hall has quite a close relationship with our ice god sect. My dad and your dad are practically like brothers, right?" As soon as Qian Yuhan heard Ouyang Luoxue mention her father, his mood instantly darkened. Ouyang Luoxue noticed that something was off with Qian Yuhan and couldn't help but mentally scold herself. Qian Yuhan had mentioned in his letter that his father had gone out on a mission and had been out of touch. Likely something had happened. Now bringing up his father would only touch on his painful memories, right? "I'm sorry." Ouyang Luoxue was about to say some comforting words when Qian Yuhan raised his hand to interrupt her. He smiled and said, "It's fine. No need to apologize. Those uncles at home said that my dad will definitely be fine. It's just that things are complicated and not resolved yet. We will meet again for sure." Ouyang Luoxue looked at Qian Yuhan. She understood that what he needed now was companionship, so she didn't say anything more. She just sat on the sofa watching him. If he wanted to talk, she would chat with him. If he didn't, she would drink water and keep him company. Thus, Ouyang Luoxue surprisingly stayed in Qian Yuhan's room for an entire hour. The attendants waiting outside the hotel were getting a bit anxious, fearing that the young lady might encounter some trouble inside. Just as they were about to go in, Ouyang Luoxue came out. She was still recalling what Qian Yuhan had just said to her. "You are from the Heavenly Dough Royal Academy? When the second year comes, I should come to your academy for an exchange study, and we can play again." "I'm really not convinced. One of my good friends is also studying at the Tiando Royal Academy, but I don't know her name. She should be a girl, haha, my pen pal. My pen pal is quite funny, always teasing me about some things in your Tiando Royal Academy. She seems nice, but I've never met her in person. Thinking about asking to meet when I go for the exchange study." Ouyang Luoxue smiled and murmured to herself, "Silly, we've already met. Okay? Big fool." The attendant looked at Ouyang Luoxue and felt that she was just like a young girl in the throes of adolescence. Where did their cold and elegant young lady demeanor go? Qian Yuhan also told Ouyang Luoxue that he planned to return to Spirit City tonight and would see her again during future exchanges. Ouyang Luoxue returned to her boudoir in the Ice God sect, picked up a pen, and began writing a letter. Half an hour later, she had filled an entire sheet of paper, recounting everything that had happened over the past few days. She muttered, "This time, you should know who Shui is. If you still don't get it, I'll have to crack open your head and see what it's made of." The next evening, after a full day and night of travel, Qian Yuhan finally arrived back at Moonlight Villa. As soon as he entered, he rushed straight to his bed and collapsed into a deep sleep, exhausted from the journey. Traveling is so tiring, he thought, regretting not having Tianwei uncle give him a ride. Just then, the doorbell at the villa rang. Dragging his weary body, Qian Yuhan went to answer it. Opening the door, he saw Uncle Xiaowei and Uncle Tianwei standing there, smiling at him. "Xiao Han, you're back. Hope we two old men aren't disturbing your rest," they said. "What kind of talk is that, uncles? Please come in." Qian Yuhan gestured for them to enter and led them to the living room. He rinsed the teapot, added some of the premium tea Li's father had left behind, brewed the tea, and poured cups for both uncles before sitting down beside them. "What brings you two here today?" he asked. Uncle Xiaowei and Uncle Tianwei exchanged glances. And then Xiaowei spoke up. "The exchange program we mentioned to you earlier might need to be moved up. You'll be leaving before the next semester starts." "What? Then who else going?" "You, Mukin, Tang Xian, Tang Chun, Fang Ya, and Zhao Ku, the 6 of you from the freshman class, along with 4 second-year students. Making 10 in total, will be heading to Heaven Dough Royal Academy." "Did something happen? Why the sudden change?" "Well, Heaven Dough proposed moving it up by a semester to give students time to adjust to the teaching environment. Otherwise, the transition might slow down the academic progress later on. I thought it made sense, so I agreed." "I see." Qian Yuhan nodded. Then he added, "Uncle, there is one more thing. Can I talk to you about something?" Chapter 80. Exchanging letters. A familiar feeling after returning from Heaven Dough City, Qian Yuhan decided to write a letter to Shui, telling her about the events of the past few days in Heaven Dough. He also shared his home address, asking her to send letters to Moonlight Villa during the holidays to avoid the hassle of detouring to the academy every day. When Qian Yuhan went to check the school mailbox for any letters, she happened to meet Fang Ya at the college gate. Fang Ya told Qian Yuhan that the grade director, Han Shui, was looking for her and mentioned that she had been selected for an exchange program to the Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Yuhan naturally knows this and learned from Uncle Xiao Hui that the communication was advanced. Han Shui called Fanya to the academy to officially notify her, and then asked her to go back and discuss with her parents whether she could go, and then come back to tell her the result. Qin Yuhan chatted with Fanya for a while, and was surprised to discover that Fanya had broken through to the Soul Master level. You've broken through? Qin Yuhan asked. Fanya nodded and smiled. Yes, I found out a few days ago. I just returned from the Stardow Forest yesterday. I hunted a 3,000-year-old Earth King. Qin Yuhan thought, the King of the Earth. Could it be that he obtained that soul skill? Phoenix crying to the sky? Qin Yuhan patted Fanya's shoulder and said, Congratulations. Thank you. I'll head back first. I need to discuss this with my parents. After all, it's so sudden. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. After bidding farewell to Fanya, Qin Yuhan took out a letter from Snow from the mailbox. Once home, sitting at the table, she opened the envelope and read the letter. Qin Yuhan, I know you're busy, and I'm not sure how you've been these past few days. A few days ago, I received your letter and saw you wrote that you came to Tiando City. When you arrived, the Royal Square in Tiando City should have been hosting a competition, right? Qin Yuhan. So that square is called the Royal Square. Let me tell you, I participated in that tournament too. The very next sentence was like thunder on a clear day. What? Snow participated too? Does that mean we faced each other? No, it's also possible that she participated in the morning on the first day, and I didn't run into her. If she started in the afternoon, I definitely would have met her, because I was the champion the whole time. Anyway, I won, but I got hurt. Seriously, I can't stand that champion. Their soul skills are too overpowering. How can they be like that to a girl? Although I'm stronger than that awful champion, still, she is a girl after all. Really, she doesn't understand how to cherish and protect a girl at all. Oof, it drives me crazy. Qin Yuhan looked at the snow and complained, her smile almost reaching her ears. This girl is so interesting, and she admitted she is a girl, I guessed right. Haha. After finishing, I left and rested at home for a night. Then the next day, I went to settle the score with him. At least he had a bit of conscience and asked me how I was and if I was hurt. But he is just a typical straight guy. He was hurt too, and when I asked him how he was, he said, I won't die, so you see, isn't that straight? Qin Yuhan looked at the next segment and felt increasingly familiar. After finishing his last match, Ouyang Luoxue came to see him the next morning, and he seemed to say something very similar, almost word for word. What a coincidence. I heard some people in the academy talking about how the exchange activity between the Spirit Hall Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy has been moved up. Is that true? Do you have any news on your side? Please reply as soon as you receive this letter. I hope there won't be any mix-ups. It will be funny if you end up in Tiando and I go to Spirit City. Alright, I need to continue my recovery. Please send your reply to the Ice God sect in the Tiando Empire. I'll be waiting for your response. Smile emo. Qin Yuhan took out the remaining snow from her luggage to write a letter on the stationery she had saved for herself. Replying, Snow, I have successfully received your letter. Let me tell you, I've been really happy in Tiando City these past few days, especially that arena competition. I signed up to participate. After I arrived in Tiando City, I spent a whole day exploring the city. Tiando City is really huge, even after coming twice. I feel like I haven't explored half of it. On the first day of the arena competition, I jumped right into the battles in the afternoon. The feeling of excitement mixed with tension still makes my blood boil, even now. And I'm not someone who just plays a couple of matches and calls it a day. I fought all the way from the first afternoon to the last match on the third day. Isn't that super impressive? Ha ha ha. By the way, I wonder if you encounter me in the arena? If not, it's okay. If we miss this chance, there will surely be more opportunities for us in the future. Oh, and I have some good news to share with you. After these few days of intense battles, I can clearly feel that my soul power has greatly improved, and I've successfully broken through to level 40. Now, I just need one more soul ring to become a soul master. Just thinking about embarking on a new cultivation journey fills me with anticipation and fighting spirit. When I saw in your letter that you got injured in the arena, my heart tightened. I really hope your injury isn't too serious. If the situation isn't optimistic, please remember to write to me about the specifics in time. Don't worry. As long as it's within my ability, I will do my best to help you and will never let you face difficulties alone. Actually, it feels strange to think that there might come a day when I won't write to you anymore. This feeling is becoming more and more apparent. I also got hurt in the arena. In the last match, I faced a really tough opponent, an incredibly strong woman. She immediately released a control-type domain. She can't be much older than me, but she had already reached level 45. How crazy is that? She seems to be from your Tiando Royal Academy, named Ouyang Luoxue, and she's quite good-looking. I had to exert a lot of effort to break her domain, and she was ruthless. slamming her fourth soul skill right at me without a hint of humanity, which is completely incongruous with her appearance. She was fierce, and if you disregard her looks, she felt like a real tough guy. I managed to hold on with my defense soul skill, but I still got hurt. However, that woman didn't fare too well either. My bright slash also injured her significantly. Do you think I was a bit too harsh? After all, she's a girl. And you too, clearly having higher soul power than her, yet still causing her injury without being gentle. How can you be like Ouyang Luoxue? It's no wonder you are from the same academy. Ha ha ha. We have indeed been told that the exchange study has been advanced. I'll go a few days before the winter break ends. And it will last for 7 semesters. Hey, we'll get to meet then. Let me tell you, I'm quite handsome. My dad often praises me. As for that boy who hurt you, I do think he's a bit of a typical guy, not even knowing to comfort you. If it were me, I would have brought you home with good food and drinks until you recover, then send you back. Absolutely top-notch service. Haha, looking forward to your reply. Take care. Qian Yuhan put down his pen and looked again at the content of the letter from Shui. He thought to himself, why does it all feel so familiar? The things she wrote in her letter are so similar to what happened between Ouyang Luoxue and me. Wait a minute. Ouyang Luoxue, Shui. This can't be the same person, right? It can't be such a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. It has to be. Today is quite busy, so I'll only update 1 chapter and we'll make up for the missed chapter this weekend. Sorry, brothers. Chapter 81. Breaking through the soul sect, entering the dream. 1. It must be a coincidence. It has to be. Qian Yuhan smiled wryly and shook his head. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. However, the things Shui mentioned were so similar to what happened to Qian Yuhan himself that he couldn't help but think a little more. He put the letter paper back into the envelope and dropped it into the mailbox at his home, then headed to Tianwei, Douluo. Qian Yuhan arrived at the Heavenly Might Hall of the Heavenly Might Douluo and shared his current situation with the Heavenly Might Douluo. Upon learning that he was about to break through to Soul Master and only needed 1 more soul ring, he was overjoyed. The Heavenly Might Douluo had no wife or children in his life, and his feelings for Qian Yuhan were not paternal, but even stronger than that of a father. With Qian Yuhan's strength having improved, how could he not feel happy for him? However, thinking about Qian Yuhan's injury, he asked with concern, Xiao Han, why don't you take a rest? How is your injury? Listening to Tianwei Douluo's question, Qian Yuhan understood his concerns and replied, Uncle Tianwei, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Tianwei Douluo knew that although Qian Yuhan was young, he was mature beyond his years and could handle things without causing concern. He was well aware of the benefits and losses of his actions, so he nodded and said, then let's set off, Stardo. In just 3 hours, Tianwei Douluo rode his Mingyi white tiger with Qian Yuhan to the Stardo forest in the southern part of the Tiando Empire. Xiao Han, this time I'm following you. You don't need to worry about me. I won't intervene and we'll just watch, Tianwei Douluo said with a grin. Qian Yuhan couldn't help but marvel at how this was the same Tianwei Douluo that inspired fear in others. Yet now he seemed like a playful old child in front of him. Okay, uncle, Qian Yuhan replied. The two entered the Stardo forest, heading towards the core area. Qian Yuhan's goal this time was to find a soul beast that could grant him a ranged attack soul skill. His 2nd and 3rd soul rings were already 10,000-year rings, so absorbing a 10,000-year 4th soul ring was certainly not a problem. Moreover, he had absorbed the natural energy contained in the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, greatly enhancing his physical strength, making it even less of an issue. This time, he aimed to challenge soul beasts ranging from 30,000 to 40,000 years old. It would be somewhat difficult for Qian Yuhan to take on a 10,000-year soul beast alone. Previously, he had narrowly defeated the bright golden-winged lion, which was comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast, not because of his strength, but because the beast was overly confident and careless. If it had taken him seriously, it wouldn't have been so absurd for a kid without soul rings to defeat it. In theory, a 10,000-year soul beast was comparable to a soul king in terms of power. Can you imagine a soul king being killed by someone without a soul ring? What was the reason? Was it because he had a divine-level martial soul and strong attack power? Ultimately, it was due to underestimating the opponent, combined with the fact that the bright divine sword had a certain suppression over soul beasts. Otherwise, such an event wouldn't have occurred. This time, Qian Yuhan, at the level of a half-step soul zone, wanted to see if he could battle a 10,000-year soul beast. He also wanted to test how far he could withstand the survival instincts of a 30,000-year soul beast, which was comparable to a soul emperor in a life-or-death situation. This was one of Qian Yuhan's objectives. Xiao Han, are you sure you want to seek a 30,000-year soul beast? That's comparable to a soul emperor, Tianwei Douluo cautioned. Defeating it isn't too difficult. If it comes to that, I can step in and kill it directly. But can you absorb it? Qian Yuhan nodded. No problem. Uncle Tianwei. The two walked side by side, slowly making their way into the depths of the forest. Along the way, the tranquil atmosphere was broken by Tianwei Douluo's concerned inquiries. Xiaohan, how's your time in Heavendo City been these past few days? Have you encountered anything interesting? Tianwei Douluo smiled gently, looking at the young boy beside him. Qin Yuhan smiled gently and replied, Uncle, I've been having a great time these days, shopping and participating in competitions. It's been fulfilling. Tianwei Douluo nodded and continued to ask, how's life at school? Is your academic workload heavy? How do you get along with your classmates? Qin Yuhan replied seriously, everything is good at school. Although there is some pressure in my studies, I can handle it. I get along very well with my classmates, and we often discuss the ways of cultivation together, making quite a few good friends. Immediately after, Tianwei Douluo mentioned the upcoming exchange program at the Tiando Royal Academy, and he said earnestly, do you have any other thoughts about this exchange program at the Tiando Royal Academy? Qin Yuhan pondered for a moment and said, Uncle, I deeply understand that this opportunity is rare, and I will cherish it greatly, striving to learn from other outstanding soul masters to enhance my own abilities. At the same time, the Tiando Empire is leading us in many aspects of thought and technology, and I will study more and come back to contribute to our spirit hall. Qin Yuhan maintained his patience, answering every question posed by Tianwei Douluo in detail and sincerity. He understood that if the other person didn't genuinely care about him, they would not be so persistent in asking about these mundane matters of life. Because he felt this deep affection, he not only did not feel annoyed, but was instead filled with joy and warmth. Tianwei Douluo looked at Qin Yuhan with satisfaction. Big brother has raised a good son. The things he said that night to Xiao Hui and the analyses he provided were all logical and well-founded. It really is true that comparing people can make one feel inferior. He recalled the night Qin Yuhan returned when he and Xiao Hui went to find him, where he told Xiao Hui, the Spirit Hall needs to be more open to more soul masters. It can't be limited to high-level soul masters and talented ones. Those ordinary soul masters are the real driving force for development. Also, transportation efficiency must be improved to allow more people to come to Spirit City. He also shared various issues he observed and discovered during his trip to Tiando City, along with all the advantages and benefits of Tiando City to Xiao Hui. Initially, Xiao Hui did not take it seriously, but as he listened more, he found it increasingly reasonable and became immersed in the discussion. By the end, even he started pondering deeply, which shows how talented Qian Yuhan truly is. Remarkably talented is not an exaggeration. Xiaohan, Uncle has something to tell you. You say, Xiaohan, you are indeed very smart, a monster in a sense. You must learn to hide yourself well when you're outside, especially when you get to Tiando City. You have to be careful and cautious because you never know the background of the person next to you. Provoking them might be a small matter, but if it attracts certain forces behind them, they might send powerful individuals to deal with you. We want to be by your side, and want to be able to rescue you immediately. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle. When Qin Yuhan was about to say something, a noise suddenly came from not far away. Xiaohan, be careful, it might be a soul beast. The battlefield is up to you, said Tianwei Douluo, patting Qin Yuhan's shoulder. Emma Munwasa. In the nearby woods, a pair of red eyes opened, staring intently at Qian Yuhan. Tianwei Douluo concealed his aura and swiftly left, while those eyes remained fixated on Qin Yuhan. The moment Tianwei Douluo vanished, it shot out directly. By the time Qin Yuhan saw what the soul beast was, it was already flying towards him. It's a peacock featherbird, Qin Yuhan whispered, gripping the sword of light tightly, ready to fight. Chapter 82, Breakthrough to Soul Master. Into the Dream. Part 2, Qin Yuhan tightly gripped the dazzling bright, divine sword in his hands, his gaze intense as he fixed his eyes on the soul beast charging towards him. The beast was agile, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. In this tense moment, Qin Yuhan's lips moved slightly as he whispered, Peacock Featherbird. Speaking of the peacock featherbird, it was truly a darling of the sky. Its flying speed was astonishing, like a gust of wind rushing by, and the power it could unleash in an instant was incredibly fierce, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Moreover, its feathers were sharp as blades, and its beak was indestructible, both being lethal weapons. Once struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at the appearance of the peacock featherbird, it was indeed breathtaking. Its colorful tail was as magnificent as a peacock spreading its feathers. with each tail feathers shimmering with enchanting luster. Additionally, atop its head were fan-shaped feathers similar to those of peacock, swaying gracefully in the wind, exuding elegance and nobility. However, one should not be deceived by its beautiful exterior, for in reality, the peacock feather bird had an extremely fierce and brutal nature, cunning and treacherous to the extreme. A moment's carelessness could lead one into its meticulously laid traps, becoming its meal. Second soul skill, bright shadow clone. The black second soul ring beneath Qian Yuhan's feet flickered, and he was instantly enveloped in light, which then split into 3 glowing orbs, each transforming into Qian Yuhan's likeness, rushing in 3 different directions. The peacock feather bird remained calm, halting its movement. It let out a long cry towards the sky, and its sharp feathers flew towards the 3 Qian Yuhans. This was infuriating. It could disperse its attacks. Qian Yuhan gritted his teeth, glancing back at the feathers that were relentlessly pursuing him. If hit by these feathers, he would be seriously injured, if not dead. This old beast was nearly 40,000 years old, a genuine soul emperor-level powerhouse, and a moment's negligence could lead to death. Just as Qian Yuhan was fully focused on dodging the feathers that came at him like a storm, the other 2 clones unfortunately got hit by several incredibly sharp feathers. With a few soft cracking sounds, the 2 clones instantly dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace. As the bright shadow clone skill ended, Qian Yuhan's temporarily weakened power due to the use of this soul skill gradually returned to normal. However, the situation remained extremely critical. He had to give his all to avoid the deadly feathers that were hot on his heels. Qian Yuhan nimbly used the trees ahead as cover, occasionally darting left or right. Numerous feathers struck the thick trunks like bolts of lightning. With each dull thud, trees toppled over, kicking up clouds of dust. What terrifying power! Qian Yuhan marveled inwardly. Faced with such a powerful attack, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. At the same time, the peacock featherbird did not rest. It spread its brilliantly colored wings and gracefully soared into the air, closely following Qian Yuhan. From time to time, it would fling several feathers from its body, attacking Qian Yuhan below at incredible speed. These feathers were like hidden weapons, constantly disrupting Qian Yuhan's movements, making him feel as if he were trapped in a nightmare. At that moment, in the eyes of the peacock featherbird, Qian Yuhan seemed to have become a toy in its hands, completely at its mercy. 2 passive. Third soul skill, bright defense. Bright wings. Qian Yuhan's black third soul ring lit up in response, and a humanoid light shadow embraced Qian Yuhan. Qian Yuhan spread his bright wings and charged directly towards the peacock featherbird in the sky. This time, even the peacock featherbird didn't react in time, thinking that Qian Yuhan was going to confront it head-on. Soul beasts have their pride. How could they allow a human to declare war on them with their frail body? The peacock featherbird charged straight forward. Qian Yuhan Transmigrated. Fool. Just as Qian Yuhan was about to collide with the peacock featherbird, his figure suddenly flashed, and like a ghost, he sidestepped, narrowly flying past the massive body of the peacock featherbird. However, the proud peacock featherbird seemed to disregard this, even turning its head to look at Qian Yuhan with a mocking gaze, as if to say, with your little skills, you dare to compete with me in physical strength? You are simply overestimating yourself. But Qian Yuhan would not be easily swayed by the provocation of the peacock featherbird. He lightly tapped his toes in the air and swiftly moved above the peacock featherbird. At that moment, the peacock featherbird realized the situation was dire and hurriedly corrected its gaze, but it was too late. The sharp feathers that were originally aimed at tracking Qian Yuhan were now shooting straight back at it, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The peacock featherbird's feathers struck its own body fiercely, the powerful impact causing its massive form to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, Qian Yuhan in the air did not let his guard down, fully aware that the strength of the enemy before him was not to be underestimated. He tightly gripped the Sword of Light, and as the first purple soul ring suddenly lit up, a vast amount of soul power continuously flowed into the sword's body. Qian Yuhan took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, "Light slash!" In an instant, a dazzling sword aura erupted from the divine Sword of Light, rushing forth like a roaring dragon emerging from the sea, carrying an endless might straight towards the peacock featherbird below. Seeing itself being toyed with in such a manner, the peacock featherbird was instantly filled with rage, letting out a high-pitched and furious cry. As his cry rang out, its brilliantly colored feathers at the tail slowly unfurled like blooming flowers, resembling the stunning display of a peacock spreading its tail. However, at this moment, this beautiful scene radiated a chillingly powerful aura, which surged outward like a tidal wave, instantly suppressing Qian Yuhan who was suspended in mid-air, back down to the ground. This is bad, Qian Yuhan thought to himself in alarm. He had originally believed that the peacock featherbird was injured, and even if it emitted a pressure aura, it wouldn't be able to suppress him. However, he never expected that the opponent could easily force him back to the ground with just the release of an aura. Qian Yuhan had underestimated the strength of the peacock featherbird, which had nearly 40,000 years of experience. He still had a long way to go in estimating the limits of a sole emperor-level powerhouse. At this moment, the peacock featherbird looked down from above, like an invincible overlord, gazing at the embarrassed Qian Yuhan below. Suddenly, the colorful feathers on its back detached from its body, transforming into countless sharp swords. Densely packed and overwhelming, rushing towards Qian Yuhan. The feathers became swords, and the swords rained down. The speed of these feather-turned swords was incredibly fast, like a fierce storm, accompanied by a piercing sound that sent chills down one's spine. Third soul skill. Qian Yuhan called out lightly, swiftly forming seals with his hands, and his soul power surged around him as he prepared to unleash his third soul skill to resist the impending attack. However, just as he was about to release his soul skill, he suddenly heard a long sigh. The sigh was deep and full of age. Immediately after, a dazzling light flashed, and a majestic, imposing white tiger appeared out of thin air in front of Qian Yuhan. This white tiger was massive, standing 3 meters tall, covered in a layer of snow-white fur, adorned with black stripes like twinkling stars in the night sky. But what drew the most attention were its 3 pairs of wings, as black as ink, each pair spanning several meters wide, creating gusts of wind with gentle flaps. As soon as the white tiger appeared, it raised its head and let out a deafening roar. This roar was like a thunderclap from the heavens, echoing through the clouds, causing the surrounding air to tremble. At the same time, an incredibly powerful pressure radiated from the white tiger, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The sword rain of the peacock featherbird, which had originally surged towards Qian Yuhan with great momentum, was directly dispersed by this pressure, transforming into specks of light that disappeared into the air, no longer posing any threat to Qian Yuhan. Soon, I must go to the Tiando Royal Academy within 100 chapters. I was still thinking about laying the groundwork for some subsequent plots, but it will be happening very soon. When it comes to the Tiando Royal Academy arc, Qian Yuhan and